Chapter 1. The Deceptive Immortal Gate. As a new year approaches, why are there still so many people in Lianshan City? Although it is a junction of 3 domains, it shouldn't be this congested, should it? Just storing a thought here, the preceding text was rather weak and feeble. You seem unaware, my friend. The Li family of Lianshan City is on the verge of ruin. You see, those who come here are all hoping for a taste of the soup. Is that so? No wonder there's so many outsiders it turns out to be because of that. A group of people huddled around a fire on the outskirts of Lianshan City, engaged in spirited conversation. A scholar clad in fine robes cast a glance at Jiang Yan, who was quietly warming himself in a corner and couldn't help but jest. This young man, you aren't here just to sip some broth, are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, they drew the attention of the crowd. Only then did they realize, to their astonishment, that there was indeed a person present. When did he arrive? Why was he so silent? Jiang Yan appeared as though he had just awakened, his eyelids half closed, gazing vacantly at the crowd. Ah, just here for a meal. The scholar was momentarily speechless, while those around him joined in the light-hearted banter. Ah yes, it's time for a meal, ha ha ha. You, young brother, are quite candid. Though the scholar was at a loss for words, he nonetheless offered a compliment. Then, observing Jiang Yan's attire, he couldn't resist inquiring. You seem to possess a decent demeanor, you must be a scholar as well. Why then do you dress so plainly? Indeed, plain was a gentle way of putting it. Jiang Yan's clothing resembled that of a beggar. His coarse linen garments, though clean, were tattered, and he wore a dark, lacquered gourd at his waist. His hair was carelessly tied up with a handmade wooden hairpin, with a few strands falling over his forehead, and snowflakes dusted his shoulders. His appearance was quite handsome, with features as exquisite as a painting, a countenance like polished jade. However, Jiang Yan lazily opened his eyes, half closed, and turned his head to glance in a certain direction behind him, stretching his arms in a leisurely manner. I was once dressed quite well, but I encountered a bandit who stripped me bare and chased after me. The crowd perked up at this revelation, though it was a bit disheartening. They were merely indulging in gossip, after all, and it was someone else's tale. Ahem, could you elaborate, my friend? I feel the same. Jiang Yan seemed unconcerned. Ah, there's not much to tell. I encountered a treacherous individual while rescuing a woman, and after saving her, she turned against me, bound me, and claimed she would take advantage of me. What do you mean by that? Please, I beg you to continue. And what happened next? Did you allow her to have her way? The crowd, initially gathered around the fire for warmth and to await their turn, suddenly brightened with excitement. What fueled their exhilaration, they could not quite articulate. Jiang Yan smirked disdainfully, his expression one of pride as he regarded the assembly. What sort of person do you think I am? I am a paragon of righteousness, a face full of uprightness. How could I let her have her way? In that moment, I broke free from my restraints, dashed away in a flash, and escaped to this place. Why do you all stare at me like that? Is there something on my face? Jiang Yan looked at the crowd, their eyes almost devouring him, with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha, a righteous youth indeed. A delicate little girl, sculpted like jade, couldn't help but laugh, and even the 2 guards beside her struggled to contain their mirth. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Is there a problem? No problem. You're quite the character, my friend. The scholar remarked before turning to chat with the others. The others, perhaps thinking Jiang Yan a bit eccentric, chose to ignore him. Jiang Yan, however, was content with his solitude, uncorking the dark gourd to take a generous swig of wine. Nothing wrong with that. If I hadn't run, I might have been drained dry. He squinted at the distant Lianshan City, lost in thought. Lianshan City, I have returned. I slipped away the last time, without a proper look. Now that I am back, I intend to enjoy myself. Speaking of which, it has been over 3 years. Will I be met with my master's wrath upon my return? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, envisioning his master's furious visage, and couldn't help but shiver. No. If my master comes personally to find me, I might truly meet my end. I must return. Yet the mere thought of returning made Jiang Yan sigh, gazing wistfully at the heavens at a 45-degree angle. Why must I endure a life of toiling like a corporate slave, even after traversing into a realm of immortality? Oh heavens! Jiang Yan stared skyward, silently lamenting. Indeed, he was a traveler from another world. Once a model youth of the 21st century on Earth, he had been in this realm for 26 years. Of course, he possessed no extraordinary abilities, no benevolent elder, no golden fingers, no systems, nothing at all, not even biological parents. Initially, he had merely stumbled upon a piece of jade while traveling alone, and before he could even demonstrate his virtuous intent of returning lost property, he lost consciousness entirely. When he next opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was a panda. Yes, indeed, a Pandakaius mount, the iron-eating beast, with an adorably cute face that could easily crush you in an instant. At that moment, it grinned widely, revealing its sharp teeth, and presented its black and white visage right before Jiang Yan, offering what it believed to be a warm and gentle smile. In response, Jiang Yan promptly shut his eyes and puckered his lips, falling back into slumber. He did not cry out, nor did he exhibit any emotional disturbance. Awakened by the sight of a national treasure smiling at him, he thought he had simply gone mad, seeing everyone as black and white furry creatures. However, when he opened his eyes once more, that panda face remained. The chill emanating from his body and the gentle breeze around him made it clear this was no dream. Not a dream? Still in the mountains? A person encountered a panda? Oh, pardon me. At this point, the word panda should be omitted. Thus, a person encountered a bear in the mountains. A bear. Heavens above. The panda is a killer. Yet what terrified Jiang Yan further was the realization that he had transformed into an infant, a forsaken child in the depths of the forest. Oh my goodness, my life is over. But then, the giant panda merely licked him and cradled him in its embrace. Was it playing with him? Well, it seemed the panda had taken him for its own child. Rather than harming him, it nurtured him. Thus, Jiang Yan managed to survive this ordeal remarkably unscathed, even adopting a bear mother, whom he affectionately named Xiong. Just kidding, of course. Nevertheless, it must be said that this bear mother was indeed formidable, reigning as the queen of the forest, easily overpowering other large feline predators. Thus, Jiang Yan naturally became the infant bear king, enjoying the privilege of roaming the forest with his bear mother's protection. However, this bear mother tended to be a bit careless and prone to forgetfulness, often leaving Jiang Yan tucked away in some corner or playfully swatting him to the point of losing his senses. Yet the remnants of maternal affection would awaken her, and thus, Jiang Yan persevered through the first 3 years of his life, making numerous friends along the way. Well, friend of a sort. Just when Jiang Yan thought he would live out his days in this manner, an old man suddenly appeared, shattering the worldview he had painstakingly constructed. One night, standing at the edge of a cliff, clad in a tiger-skin skirt and wielding a small wooden sword, with his bear mother seated behind him and a fox lounging nearby, he was contemplating when he might return to the human world to stir up some major news. Suddenly, an old man in peculiar attire materialized before him, roughly stripping him of his tiger-skin skirt. After a series of indescribable examinations, he flashed a faint smile. Young man, child, I see you possess an extraordinary physique, truly a Ancient Millennium talent for cultivation. Might you be willing to become my disciple and enter my ancient immortal gate, achieving the status of a true immortal? Excellent. Since you didn't object, they'll take it as your agreement. Even my mother didn't voice an objection, so she must agree too. Then, before Jiang Yan could comprehend the situation, the old man scooped him up and, in front of his bear mother, whisked him away, leaving her dazed and clutching a bamboo shoot. Although Jiang Yan couldn't understand the old man's words, it didn't hinder him from grasping one crucial fact. He had traversed into the world of immortality. Yet at that time, Jiang Yan didn't see it as a big deal. Cultivating immortality seemed fine, allowing him to float freely through the world, and if he had some free time, he could always return to visit his bear mother. However, that so-called Ancient Immortal Gate was a bottomless pit, not to mention the pitiful number of disciples. The financial situation was even more dire, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The elders were completely indifferent, solely focused on their own cultivation after ascending the mountain. Jiang Yan nearly starved to death. To avoid passing away and being left homeless, Jiang Yan cleverly introduced these ancient cultivators to some astonishing concept from Earth and thereafter. As he reminisced, a twitch involuntarily crept across Jiang Yan's lips. Becoming an immortal? What a load of nonsense. Every day they just squeeze me dry, and they have the audacity to call it training for me. Damn your training. Had I known being the senior disciple would be so tough, I'd have preferred to remain a simple wild man in the depths of the mountains. And they actually want me to become the sect leader? Forget it. Whoever wants to take that position can go ahead. Jiang Yan, by nature, was rather laid back and disinclined to shoulder such responsibilities. After all, in the previous life, I toiled day in and day out, never experiencing genuine enjoyment until death took me, and without even having the chance to date a girlfriend before I transmigrated. Now that I have finally crossed over to practice immortality, I find myself merely fitting the mold of a typical overpowered protagonist. Once again, I am destined to labor tirelessly as a mere worker for the Immortal Sect. At present, Jiang Yan yearns for nothing more than to remedy the regrets of his past life. He wishes to travel, Take leisurely strolls, feel the breeze, admire the breathtaking scenery of this otherworldly realm, savor fine wines, and truly relish a retirement life in the world of cultivation. What? To elevate my realm and dominate the world? I beg your pardon, but I find the warmth of a sunlit lounge chair far more inviting. What? To embrace a harem of wives and concubines? I must decline. I find the charming girls of the two-dimensional realm far more enchanting. Thinking of the two-dimensional world, Jiang Yan recalls the 50 gigabytes of Tifa anime stored on his phone, which he has yet to watch. The anime section simply cannot do without Tifa, just as the West cannot do without Jerusalem, cough cough. Chapter 2. The Young Girl. Jiang Yan cleared his throat softly and took another sip, only to find the gourd completely empty, devoid of even a single drop of wine. No wine again? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly, his thoughts wandering. Speaking of which, it's been 3 years. I wonder if the drunken immortal brew I hid away has matured. The mere thought of that meticulously crafted 3-year-old drunken immortal brew made Jiang Yan smack his lips in anticipation, before shaking his head gently. Why am I so excited? That wine has probably been pilfered by my junior brothers and sisters, after toiling for a year or two, only to end up with nothing but a miserable fate. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yan resolved to put aside these sorrowful thoughts. Just then, the group began to move, prompting him to rise and follow the crowd. Behind him, the previously cheerful girl continued to fix her gaze upon Jiang Yan. It was only when he departed that her attention wavered. What a peculiar individual, she remarked. Her 2 guards leaned in and whispered, "Miss, the snow has been falling heavily. Lately, should we consider staying a few more days in Lianshan City?" The girl glanced at Jiang Yan's retreating figure and nodded. "Very well. We have ample time, no need to rush. Here it's freezing. Indeed, this year's winter is exceptionally cold, far colder than in previous years. By the way, even when it wasn't cold in past years, not many people came to the city. Why are there so many this year? Is there some major event occurring? Don't you know?" A vendor, dressed in a ragged manner, cast a glance around before whispering to those nearby. "The Li family of Lianshan City is on the verge of collapse." The Li family? The one that occupies half the industries in Lianshan City, overshadowing the Wu and Su families? How they fall? That I cannot say. I've heard that the Li couple and their son have fallen gravely ill, and without treatment, they have perished. Even their only surviving daughter is now afflicted with a severe illness. It is likely only a matter of days. This year, Lianshan City is quite lively. The vendor's words elicited a chorus of hushed murmurs, lamenting the former glory of the Li family and their present desolation. Jiang Yan, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, stood in line with a languid demeanor, occasionally stifling yawn, appearing drowsy. Time passed, and a curt voice rang out, "Are you awake? If not, go back to sleep on the side." Jiang Yan lazily opened one eye, glancing at the stern-faced guards, and replied flatly, "Oh." With that, he stepped forward, entering the city without a care. This action left him momentarily stunned, and the onlookers behind him were equally taken aback. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop right there. You can't enter without paying. Pay up. The city tax is 80 copper coins." The burly guard swiftly blocked Jiang Yan's path, his expression menacing. It was the first time he had encountered someone so brazen as to attempt to bypass the toll, and finding Jiang Yan displeasing, he demanded 4 times the fee. Despite being confronted with exorbitant charges, Jiang Yan remained unperturbed, displaying little change in expression and maintaining a languid demeanor. He casually reached into his sleeve, only to suddenly pause. "TSK, I completely forgot that my storage bag, along with my clothes, has been stripped away." The guard couldn't help but smirk, seemingly noticing Jiang Yan's embarrassment, raising an eyebrow. This individual was so impoverished that he lacked even a decent garment. It was clear he couldn't possibly pay the fee. "If you have no money, then go earn some. Don't waste time here." "Next. What do you mean I actually? If you have money, pay it. If not, get lost. Don't waste time here." The scar-faced guard interjected coldly, "In the future, don't bother explaining to such people. If they have no money, let them leave. If you treat them kindly, they'll think you're easy to bully. Such people are beneath contempt." The guard's words were loud, seemingly intended to provoke Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan disappointed him. He merely yawned in boredom, his eyes half open as if he hadn't slept enough, showing no concern for the guard's tone, nor did he seem to regard them with any significance. This nonchalance stirred a desire within the guards to strike him. "Open your eyes and speak." The scar-faced guard, unable to contain himself, took a step forward, only to be interrupted by a sharp voice from behind. "Are the guards of Lianshan City so rude?" Jiang Yan turned slightly, his languid gaze opening just enough to glimpse the source of the voice. The girl who had previously teased him, now standing behind him, visibly angry. Draped in a snow wool fur coat, with a snow fox hat atop her head, and clad in a blue silk cotton gown, her cherubic face was flushed a vivid red in the biting cold. Her pure, dark eyes glared at the guards, exuding an irresistible charm. Two middle-aged guards flanked her. "Which family do you belong to, child?" The scar-faced guard scrutinized them, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Before the girl could respond, one of her guards stepped forward to defuse the tension. "Sir, please don't take offense. The child is merely naive. We have come to the city to visit relatives and have inadvertently troubled you. This is the city tax. We kindly ask for your leniency." As he spoke, one of the guards smiled and produced 300 copper coins, extending them towards the guard. Seeing such a sum, and recognizing the vitality radiating from them, the scar-faced guard realized they were formidable individuals and chose not to pursue the matter further. He accepted the coins with a grunt and turned his attention back to Jiang Yan. "They may go, but as for you, if you lack funds, be off with you." Jiang Yan shook his head. This was indeed the harsh reality. "Umph, a group of money-grubbing snobs." A soft, melodious voice rang out, followed by a silver ingot soaring through the air, striking the guard squarely in the face. Upon seeing the silver ingot flying toward him, the guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand instinctively reaching out to catch it. However, another hand swiftly outpaced him, seizing the ingot and tossing out 80 copper coins in response. The copper coins danced in the air, cascading down like snowflakes, landing perfectly atop the scar-faced guard's head in a neat arrangement, each one settling without a single misstep. As the last of the coins fell, the guard remained stunned, gaping at Jiang Yan. "Alas, this silver amounts to nearly 2 taels. It truly is quite extravagant." Jiang Yan spoke softly, indifferent to the astonished gazes of those around him. He strolled leisurely past the crowd and casually tossed something over his shoulder. The silver ingot traced a graceful arc in the air before landing back in the small girl's hands. Finally, Jiang Yan turned back and mischievously winked at her. The little girl was truly adorable. "Thank you," she exclaimed, her big, dark eyes blinking in surprise. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed, and she shouted, "You're the cute one." With that, she began to run after Jiang Yan, and the 2 guards accompanying her hurriedly followed suit, the trio disappearing into the city. At this moment, the official under the copper coin overhead finally reacted. Coins scattered across the ground as his expression shifted to one of anger, and he turned to intercept Jiang Yan. However, he was promptly halted by a knife-wielding guard who had been silently observing the scene. "What are you doing? Can't you see? He is clearly a master. Calm yourself." The official under the copper coin managed to regain his composure, realizing his previous rashness. "I apologize, brother. I don't know what came over me. I just felt a surge of irritation." "Not a problem." The guard's eyes narrowed. His fierce gaze fixed on the direction where the little girl had chased after Jiang Yan. With a faint smile, he remarked, "We don't rely on blocking the road for our livelihood." The girl pursued Jiang Yan's figure, weaving through the bustling market filled with vendors and patrons. Her eyes locked intently on him. In her haste, she failed to notice the widening gap between herself and the guards. As she ran through the lively streets, her focus remained solely on Jiang Yan. Yet, no matter how hard she concentrated, his silhouette grew fainter and more indistinct, intensifying her anxiety. Eventually, she found herself standing alone in the bustling thoroughfare, utterly lost. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her, prompting her to come to an abrupt halt. "What are you chasing me for?" "Ah." A warm voice suddenly emerged beside her, startling her. She instinctively swung a punch in response, the air slicing sharply as it aimed directly at the figure beside her. Such strength. The little girl had trained in martial arts from a young age, showcasing commendable talent. But at such a tender age, she needed to be cautious or risk stunting her growth. Jiang Yan effortlessly grasped the girl's tiny fist, offering a casual critique. On the surface, the girl appeared both embarrassed and indignant, yet deep within, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped her. Noticing his grip on her fist, a moment of mischief surged within her, and she suddenly exerted her strength to push forward. However, no matter her efforts, she could not advance even a single step. His palm, firmly holding her back, felt like an insurmountable chasm, immovable and unyielding. "You, let go," she exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in frustration, realizing her attempts were futile. Jiang Yan had no intention of teasing the young girl. He naturally eased his strength and came to a halt. Subsequently, he instinctively caressed the wine gourd, smacking his lips and inquiring, "My dear girl, do you seek my assistance?" The girl rubbed her small fists, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Before opening her palm, There lay a silver ingot nestled in her hand. "Humph, since I have discarded this silver, I shall not reclaim it," she declared. Extending her hand forward, Jiang Yan's gaze subtly swept over the girl's waist, and with a gentle smile, he reached out, not to take the silver, but to ruffle her hair beneath her hood. At that moment, two guards finally navigated through the throng, their pupils dilating in shock at the sight before them, nearly losing their composure. Their eyes, now laced with a palpable intent to kill, turned towards Jiang Yan. "How audacious! How dare he touch our young lady? Oh, what a charming little girl you are. What is your name?" he inquired, his voice light, yet teasing. The girl, momentarily taken aback, parted her lips slightly. Her expression one of bewilderment. In this world, apart from her parents, very few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Those who had were swiftly dealt with, including her brother. Yet, this man before her. "Don't mess with my hair. I'll stop growing," she protested, her cheeks flushing deeper with indignation. "And I'm not little. I'm almost 10 years old this year." With newfound resolve, she forcefully swatted Jiang Yan's hand away, huffing like an irate pufferfish. However, she refrained from signaling her guards to advance, instead indicating for them to remain at a distance. The guards, though resigned, complied, knowing full well she was their lady. "Very well, little miss. Might I ask your name and the purpose of your obstruction?" Jiang Yan unconsciously donned a gentle smile, his tone reminiscent of one soothing a child. While internally he scoffed, "On Earth, you can call me uncle. Here, you might as well call me grandpa." The girl composed herself, crossing her arms and tilting her head slightly upwards, a hint of pride gracing her features as she spoke. "Ahem, I am Qin Xiangling, the daughter of Qin Minglin from the Qin family in Yunzhou, Jinglan domain. The reason I have come here is that I have a significant matter to attend to, requiring some assistance. I see your skills are commendable. Would you be interested in becoming my bodyguard? The monthly salary is 40 taels of silver." "Miss this, silence," Qin Xiangling interjected, dismissing the guard's words while ignoring their anxious expressions. She continued to stand with her arms crossed, gazing at Jiang Yan with unwavering confidence and anticipation, seemingly expecting to witness a reaction of shock and excitement on his face. However, he remained uninterested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan merely shook his head, displaying no further reaction, and leisurely turned to leave, whistling an unfamiliar tune as he departed towards an unknown direction. Qin Xiangling was initially taken aback, followed by disbelief. Based on her prior observations of Jiang Yan, he did not strike her as someone prone to refusal. At this moment, disregarding her noble demeanor, she hurriedly followed after him. "Hey, please reconsider. I can offer more money. Just accompany me for a short while. It's quite effortless." "Don't go." Qin Xiangling chased after him. Yet Jiang Yan's figure vanished almost instantaneously into the bustling crowd, never to be seen again. She was left alone once more, and that feeling of wistful loss resurfaced, causing her discomfort. "Miss, with the two of us, it is more than sufficient," one middle-aged man said, bending slightly as he approached Qin Xiangling. The guard beside him chimed in. Indeed, although that individual appeared to conceal his strength, such restraint can be achieved by some top-tier experts. "We have both treaded the pinnacle for many years, capable of severing foes from the ranks of 100 without sustaining injury. We need not seek anyone else." Qin Xiangling was well aware of this. She had discerned it even before entering the city. Yet, for reasons unknown, that person evoked a peculiar sensation within her, compelling her to draw closer. It was an indescribable feeling, carefree and unconventional, as if he regarded the world with indifference, not out of disdain, but because nothing seemed worthy of his attention. He resembled a celestial being or a roguish wanderer, though the latter was more prevalent. Being in his presence brought an involuntary calm to her heart. After some contemplation, Qin Xiangling ultimately chose to relinquish her pursuit. "Very well, this matter cannot be forced. Your support is more than adequate." With that said, she felt a twinge of disappointment within her as she prepared to turn away. "Alas, I don't even know his name." With a soft sigh of resignation, she continued walking, only to suddenly halt, instinctively raising her hand to look. To her astonishment, her palm was empty. The silver ingot had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, a smile unwittingly crept across Qin Xiangling's lips, curving into an adorable arc humph. "Though you speak indifferently, your body is quite honest." Her spirits lifted considerably, and her steps became lighter, leaving the two guards bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. The Tongxian order did not anticipate that this girl possessed such means. No wonder she dared to come to Lianshan City with only 2 attendants. The Qin family of Yunzhou, A formidable force seeks immortality in the outer realms. How intriguing. Could it be that she truly harbors a celestial connection? Jiang Yan strolled through the bustling, vibrant marketplace, idly toying with a silver coin in his hand, murmuring to himself. The vastness of this world eluded his understanding, and he was uncertain whether it bore a singular name. From what he knew, there existed 9 major domains, beyond which Jiang Yan's knowledge faltered, as no records had chronicled the lands beyond. Within these 9 domains, there were numerous prefectures and counties, with an abundance of kingdoms and sects, all remaining ununified, save for the occasional interactions among the celestial sections. However, it appeared that the 9 domains must have once been unified, at least in the realm of cultivation, for although dialectal variations existed, the fundamental aspects remained largely consistent. Among these shared elements was the celestial passage token. This token served as one of the means by which the various celestial sects recruited disciples from the mortal realm. Boasting a history spanning several millennia, each sect would periodically lift the restrictions on the celestial passage token to accept new disciples, employing a mix of directed missions and assessments, with the token acting as a sort of examination permit. By disseminating the celestial passage token, the sects allowed those who possessed it to partake in the assessments. The token inscribed the route leading to the sect, and its bearer could enter the examination, which commenced the moment one embarked on the path of cultivation. In essence, upon receiving the token and following the designated route, one was already considered to be in the assessment phase. Assistance from external forces was prohibited. One must proceed independently. Those who lost, abandoned, or damaged their celestial passage tokens were equally disqualified from the assessments, as were those who failed to arrive at the sect within the stipulated time. To put it simply, failure to reach the destination meant one was destined to remain unconnected to the sect. Furthermore, mere arrival did not guarantee success. Candidates would still be subjected to a rigorous process of screening and selection. This young girl must be aspiring to join a celestial sect for cultivation. How unfortunate. It is rare to encounter genuine celestial opportunities, yet I must return to the ancient celestial sect. Otherwise, I would not mind offering you discreet assistance on your journey. As Jiang Yan contemplated this, he paused momentarily, his expression somewhat peculiar, then gently shook his head and chuckled silently. Surely, it could not be the case that I am to return to my family's celestial gate. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Ever since I became complacent, it has been nearly a decade since we last accepted disciples, and the new edition of the celestial decree has scarcely been produced. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Yan unwittingly found himself before a tavern, pausing to peer inside. This establishment, named Tianxiang Tower, boasted a grand presence, rising 3 stories high. Its overall scale and decor exuded a sense of opulence, standing as a unique gem amidst the bustling marketplace. Flanking the entrance were vibrant crimson couplets, while the doors on the first floor swung wide open, allowing a steady stream of patrons to flow in and out. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and animated, with a faint aroma of fine wine permeating the air, adding a touch of warmth to the chilly moonlit night. A waiter, with a towel draped over his shoulder, deftly balanced several dishes in each hand as he navigated through the crowd, serving the guests with steady steps. For those who ordered lavish meals, the waiter would vocally announce the names of the dishes, enhancing the tavern's already vibrant ambience. 1,000-mile dried meat, crispy boned fish, steamed goose, spicy braised pork, complemented by a half bucket of 6-month-old flour brew. Each dish name rolled off the waiter's tongue without repetition, and the delightful scents wafting through the air enticed Jiang Yan, rendering him momentarily rooted to the spot. Ah, how fragrant! The aroma of the dishes is delightful, and the wine is even more enticing. I had not anticipated that such fine spirits could be found here. Jiang Yan squinted slightly, savoring the faint aroma of wine that lingered in the air. Unable to resist stepping into the tavern, a tall young attendant had already taken notice of Jiang Yan. After all, it was hard not to be intrigued by such a distinctive figure lingering outside for an extended period. As Jiang Yan entered, the attendant approached with a beaming smile, devoid of any disdain or condescension. Naturally, for in his hand, he toyed with a silver ingot. Even a disheveled beggar would receive a warm welcome under such circumstances. Welcome, esteemed guest. May I inquire your name? What would you like to order? We are a renowned establishment, offering both lodging and dining. Our menu features a plethora of delights, from braised pork to spicy boiled meat slices and steamed goose, among other sumptuous dishes. There's no need for me to list them all. With this ingot of silver, weighing approximately 2 taels, I wish to use half for your signature dishes and the other half for Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, then squinted slightly, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a whiff of something delightful. He spoke, "As for the other half, I would like you to replace it with the renowned Wang Yuan Hong that is deeply hidden in your cellar." Upon hearing this, the young attendant was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow and scratching his head. After a brief pause, he awkwardly replied, "Esteemed guest, we have unfortunately sold out of the Wang Yuan Hong in our cellar. Might I suggest something else? Our other wines are also of exceptional quality." Jiang Yan responded, "Oh, is that so? I could have sworn that there was still a jar of it in your cellar, and that it was quite aged." Jiang Yan gazed meaningfully at the bewildered young attendant. Behind the counter on the first floor, Manager Lu leaned against it with one hand on his forehead, feeling a sense of restlessness. He had been troubled for half a month, yet he could not find a way to break the impasse. He couldn't help but look up at the bustling tavern before him, letting out a soft sigh, his anxiety intensifying within. Just then, a person passed by him, bringing a refreshing breeze that was not cold. Rather, it calmed his agitated spirit somewhat. He instinctively turned to observe. Before him stood a young man clad in coarse garments, a rough wooden hairpin adorning his head, exuding an air of casual indifference as he quietly listened to the attendant's introduction of the dishes. Manager Lu's eyes brightened at this sight. With his years of experience navigating the world, he discerned that this individual was certainly not of ordinary origins. The tattered clothing belied a delicate complexion, and though his posture was relaxed, his back remained straight, indicative of someone far from common. Was this person from out of town? He had never encountered anyone like him before. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard the young man speak, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Dear guest, how did you know there is a jar of Zhuang Yuan Hong in the cellar? Could it be that you are?" Manager Lu found himself beside the young attendant before he realized it, startling the attendant so much that he nearly jumped. Jiang Yan turned sideways to face Manager Lu, his gaze lingering on the center of his brow for a brief moment before naturally shifting away. With a playful smile, he gestured towards his nose. "My nose is quite sensitive. No wine within several miles can evade its detection. Thus, I am well aware that there remains a jar of Zhuang Yuan Hong in the cellar." Upon observing Jiang Yan up close, Manager Lu found himself momentarily entranced. The individual before him evoked an indescribable feeling of familiarity, despite having never encountered him before. When he heard Jiang Yan's words, he was jolted back to reality, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, you discerned it by smell? Were you not sent by the Li family?" Jiang Yan gazed at Manager Lu with a look of perplexity. "Which Li family?" Seeing the genuine confusion on Jiang Yan's face, Manager Lu's brows knitted even tighter. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the waiter and personally led Jiang Yan to a relatively quiet spot before speaking. "It seems that you are a visitor from afar, unaware of the local circumstances. Lianshan City is a confluence of three major domains, a place where various factions intertwine. Among them, the three most powerful families are the Su, Wu, and Li clans, each exerting control over all industries within Lianshan City. I have maintained a cordial relationship with the head of the Li family, and thus, when his daughter was born, I took the liberty of brewing a special wine in her honor, aptly named Nahong, which you referred to as Wang Yuan Hong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan understood. It all made sense now. No wonder the wine was so rich and fragrant. It was not your typical mass-produced daughter's red. It was indeed a pity that he could not indulge in such exquisite wine, for it seemed that such treasures would only be uncorked on the occasion of a marriage, and certainly not bestowed upon someone like him. How lamentable. In light of this, the innkeeper might as well grant him a few casks of fine wine. Jiang Yan smiled lightly, unperturbed by the absence of the wine, as if to say, "If it is not available, so be it. It is not something I must have." However, to his surprise, the proprietor, Lu, shook his head and gestured dismissively, saying, "Very well. Since you are already aware of this matter and have detected the fragrance of the wine, I shall simply sell it to you." Jiang Yan smiled faintly, already understanding that Master Lu surely had matters to discuss. However, he was indifferent, as long as there was wine to enjoy. Master Lu sighed softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. "The Li family of today is no longer the Li family of yore. The sudden death of the patriarch has left the heirs in disarray. With only the solitary daughter remaining, yet she lies bedridden, her health deteriorating by the day. Meanwhile, the Su and Wu families have seized this opportunity, masquerading as benefactors while secretly infiltrating the Li family's ranks, gradually consuming their enterprises. The Li family now exists in name only. It is a great pity for that young niece, who, before even reaching maturity, has faced such calamity. Even if she wishes to leave the Li family now, her chances of survival appear grim. If only we could rescue her, it would serve as a consolation to Brother Li in the afterlife. As he spoke, Master Lu's expression turned somber, but he quickly regained his composure, continuing in the same tone. Therefore, rather than allowing this wine to remain sealed away, it would be better to offer it to our esteemed guest. At this juncture, Master Lu paused slightly, his gaze complex as he looked directly at Jiang Yan. What do you think, esteemed guest? Jiang Yan's face bore no expression, and his demeanor remained unchanged. Very well, let me savor the flavor of this wine. Chapter 5, Exquisite Wine. Shopkeeper Lu observed Jiang Yan's countenance, hoping to discern some hint of emotion, yet he was met with disappointment. Jiang Yan's words revealed nothing of the sort. Could it be that he had misjudged? Shopkeeper Lu was taking a gamble, for his wine cellar lay hidden behind the inn. Descending 2 levels deep, that jar of Daughter's Red was sealed with utmost precision, allowing no trace of its bouquet to escape. After all, if the aroma were to leak, how could it remain preserved for years? It would have long since lost its essence. Even the waitstaff, who frequented the cellar, were oblivious to its existence. Yet, astonishingly, this individual claimed to have detected its scent. What an unfathomable sense of smell, coupled with Jiang Yan's attire and amiable disposition. It further solidified Shopkeeper Lu's belief that he was in the presence of a concealed master, or at the very least, someone endowed with extraordinary abilities, perhaps a legendary seeker of immortality. Thus, Shopkeeper Lu endeavored to cultivate a favorable rapport with Jiang Yan and subtly articulated his request to rescue the youngest daughter of the Li family. Should the other party inquire or show even the slightest interest, he would readily divulge his intentions and present the corresponding bargaining chips for exchange. If met with refusal, it would merely be a fruitless endeavor. However, Jiang Yan's response left him perplexed. There was neither an inquiry nor a rejection. It was as though he had not grasped the underlying meaning. After much contemplation, Shopkeeper Lu ultimately recognized that he had been overly presumptuous. Jiang Yan's exceptional nature might simply be attributed to his refined demeanor and keen olfactory sense. All of it was a product of Lu's own misguided assumptions about the other's strength, a unilateral fantasy, rendering his actions rather blind. Even if Jiang Yan were indeed a master, who would be willing to take such significant risks to save another? Moreover, for someone who was of little consequence to him, who would find such a venture worthwhile? I shall proceed step by step. I have done all that is within my power. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Shopkeeper Lu made his way to the wine cellar to retrieve the wine, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yan sat alone at a table on the first floor, as patrons gradually entered from outside. Yet, his coarse linen garments and unadorned hair set him apart, causing others to maintain a discreet distance, tinged with disdain. It was not that Jiang Yan emitted any unpleasant odor. Rather, it was a simple aversion. What audacity to dine in such an establishment! The mere fact that he had not been ejected was a testament to their mercy. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan paid no heed to their glances, immersing himself in the surrounding ambience. It wasn't long before a procession of steaming dishes was presented by the server, who habitually called out the names of the offerings. Roast duck in sauce, steamed goose, spicy chicken, phoenix fish belly, and 3 flavored meatballs. What? All signature dishes? Some of the previously scornful diners stared in astonishment at the table gradually laden with culinary delights, their mouths slightly agape. It was known that this establishment had a rule: one must pay before dining, meaning one could not indulge in a free meal. To savor such an array, one would need to part with no less than 5 taels of silver. Beside Jiang Yan, a fellow drinker stared at the insipid fish soup on his table, then glanced enviously at the phoenix fish belly on Jiang Yan's table, instantly feeling that his own dish had lost its appeal. With a frustrated clatter, he set down his chopsticks and began to gulp his drink, glass after glass. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan regarded the steaming dishes before him, saying nothing but smiling faintly. With both hands grasping his chopsticks, he swept across the table with the grace of a gale, devouring the food with an urgency reminiscent of a famished ghost who had not eaten in a decade. Each mouthful followed another in swift succession, slurping delightfully. And he savored every bite. Of course, Jiang Yan's manner of eating was anything but coarse. Rather, it exuded a calm composure, though the rapidity of his movements gave an illusion of haste. Yet, no matter how exquisite his dining was, speed was the essence. In mere moments, a dish that could barely last the time it takes to brew a cup of tea vanished. The attending waiter was left agape, nearly spilling the dishes he was carrying. Gradually, the entire tavern became captivated by Jiang Yan, who claimed the table for himself, causing many to swallow in anticipation. The aroma was intoxicating. It felt as though the bread in their hands had transformed into meat. Onlookers outside, witnessing Jiang Yan's voracious consumption, could not help but salivate profusely, prompting them to enter the tavern. Meanwhile, the fellow drinker beside Jiang Yan continued his gloomy indulgence in alcohol. Just then, a rich, alluring scent of wine wafted into his nostrils, causing his movements to freeze momentarily as his head instinctively turned toward the source of the fragrance. Many surrounding drinkers mimicked his actions, and even patrons on the second and third floors curiously leaned over the railing to catch a glimpse. A waiter approached, confidently carrying a jar of daughter's red wine, and announced in a booming voice, "A jar of 10-year-old Zhuang Yuan red." What? The room erupted in excitement at the waiter's proclamation. An eager patron from the second floor shouted, "What? Such fine wine, and the manager didn't mention it? Waiter, bring me a jar as well." The waiter, feeling slightly awkward, scratched his head and glanced back at manager Liu, who subtly shook his head in disapproval. The waiter, understanding the signal, replied loudly, "This establishment has but this one jar of wine, and no more." As his words echoed, chaos erupted within the tavern. With patrons clamoring about why Jiang Yan was allowed to drink such fine wine, some even displaying signs of drunkenness. However, these disruptions were swiftly quelled. After all, one does not run a tavern without a few tricks up their sleeve. With force proving ineffective, the drinkers turned their attention toward purchasing the wine in Jiang Yan's possession. But their attempts were met with his nonchalant refusals. Jiang Yan, of course, remained indifferent to such trivialities. At this moment, he was utterly captivated by the wine. His gaze unwavering. Stored for a decade in a sealed cellar, it had absorbed the lingering essence of countless fine wines, awaiting the moment of revelation to celebrate its unveiling. The authentic richness of the daughter's red is somewhat regrettable, lacking the festive atmosphere that would traditionally accompany its uncorking, yet for me, this is entirely sufficient. Jiang Yan squinted and smiled, reflecting on the value of this journey. To his surprise, he found himself savoring such exquisite wine before returning home. He poured himself a glass, and the amber liquid flowed forth, instantly filling the tavern with a rich and fragrant aroma. Patrons on the first and second floors gazed longingly at Jiang Yan, their throats bobbing with anticipation, their expressions eager to partake. However, due to the prior warning from the tavern keeper, none dared to intrude. Resigned to watching Jiang Yan drink alone, as the wine touched his lips, it was neither fiery nor harsh. Rather, it possessed a smooth and full-bodied texture, akin to silk gliding over the tongue, leaving only a faint aftertaste. "Ah, what splendid wine!" Jiang Yan exclaimed. With one glass down, he finally set aside his restraint, placing the cup down and embracing the wine jar, indulging in one mouthful after another with unabashed delight. Such impropriety. Who drinks like this? Shouldn't such fine wine be savored slowly? How could he be so reckless? Observing Jiang Yan's unrefined manner of drinking, seasoned connoisseurs felt a tumultuous unrest in their chests, akin to a restless cat scratching within, causing them considerable vexation. For them, this manner of imbibing was no different from a personal affront. As Jiang Yan observed their dejected expressions, he could not help but smile faintly. Chapter 6. Who says there is only one jar? However, before he could utter a word, he abruptly halted his movements, furrowing his brow as he set down the wine and turned his gaze toward the entrance. There stood two individuals outside. One was an elderly man with white hair and a benevolent demeanor, clad in a robe of deep black. The other was a young man, dressed in a juvenile-style Taoist robe, cradling a small wooden box in his arms, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he stood beside the elder. The old man showed no intention of entering. He merely stood outside, his gaze calm, yet wandering, seemingly searching for something. The young man stepped away from the elder and entered the tavern, drawing only a fleeting glance from the patrons, who quickly returned to their own affairs. In the Ancient City, where a myriad of characters mingled, such a pairing was far too common to elicit any surprise. The waiter, noticing the new arrival, promptly approached to extend a greeting. "Welcome, esteemed guest. You have certainly come to the right place. This tavern is renowned in the vicinity, and there is none better within the city. Our offerings of both cuisine and wine are exceedingly diverse." However, the young man raised a hand to interrupt the waiter. "I am merely passing through. It will not take much of my time. There is no need for further elaboration. The two of us will manage on our own." The waiter, sensing the dismissal, retracted his enthusiasm and turned to attend to other patrons. As he strolled, He murmured to himself. What kind of person dresses so finely yet hesitates even to indulge in a drink? They are less decisive than that guest from Jiang. The young man spoke little, casting a sweeping glance around, his expression peculiar, a blend of mockery and a gaze akin to observing mere ants. After surveying the surroundings, he finally fixed his gaze upon the figure of Master Lu, comfortably seated in his rocking chair. Found you, the young man declared cryptically, his fingers subtly moving to crack open the wooden box he had been clutching. In an instant, shadows darted within, vanishing in a flash. Suddenly, an aura of chilling cold enveloped the entire tavern, penetrating to the very marrow, seeping into the soul. Yet, this icy sensation was fleeting, and the others paid it no heed, dismissing it as merely a gust of cold wind from outside. Upon completing his actions, the young man closed the wooden box and turned to leave alongside the elder, vanishing momentarily into the swirling snowstorm. Master Lu's brows furrowed incessantly, his heart racing inexplicably. A sense of foreboding crept over him, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Instinctively, he huddled into himself, but at that moment, his throat began to itch, and a dull ache throbbed in his head, as if he had caught a chill. Cough, cough. I'm truly getting old. Just fetching a bit of wine has become an ordeal. Frowning, Master Lu pushed against his chair, struggling to rise in search of some remedy for his cold. Yet, just as he stood, darkness engulfed him, his body felt feeble and drained of strength. His head drooped, and he leaned forward, teetering on the brink of falling. Just then, a delicate white hand firmly steadied him. Master, you must watch your step, a voice chimed. Master Lu lifted his gaze, his eyelids fluttering slightly as he turned to the side, discovering Jiang Yan had appeared beside him, smiling warmly as he offered his support. Gazing upon the calm smile of his companion, Master Lu felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him, as if all negative emotions had been dispelled, and even his body regained some vigor. Straightening up, Master Lu chuckled. Haha, I suppose age is catching up to me. I truly appreciate your assistance, dear guest. Had it not been for your support, I might have found myself on the floor for days. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. This was not a matter that could be resolved merely by resting for a few days. Such an affliction might linger for a lifetime. The shopkeeper Lu intended to reach out and retain her presence, but Jiang Yan was quicker, unfastening the dark gourd from her waist and gracefully handing it to Lu. Please fill this gourd with some wine at your discretion. I shall return to collect it later, and I will settle the payment for the wine. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he turned to leave the tavern. However, just as he was about to exit, he suddenly pivoted and returned to his table, swiftly seizing the half-full jar of Daughter's Red. I nearly forgot you, he remarked, tilting his head back to gulp down a mouthful, leaving not a single drop behind. All consumed within. What a delightful wine. Jiang Yan staggered out of the tavern, vanishing into the swirling snow. Manager Lu, cradling a gourd, gazed at Jiang Yan's receding figure. His brow furrowed deeply. Is he truly a master? If I were to enlist his aid, would he comply? After a moment's contemplation, Manager Lu clenched his teeth and waved for the waiter, handing him the gourd and instructing, Go, fill this gourd with my decade-aged Daughter's Red. The waiter scratched his head, recalling the look his manager had given him, and questioned, Did you not say there was only one jar left? Indeed there is but one jar, however. Did I specify its size? Manager Lu replied, Such exquisite wine would typically be preserved in modest quantities by ordinary folk, but for someone like Manager Lu, a large-scale brewer, one could hardly predict the quantity he might possess. As evening approached, the snowfall within the city intensified, nearly reaching calf-deep. The bustling market began to close early, resulting in fewer people on the streets, though pedestrians remained plentiful. Amidst them, an elderly man and a young man strolled leisurely, the youth smiling at the elder and saying, It's too easy. The Su family is also fading. They require my assistance against the Li family? Were it not for my uncle, I would not intervene. However, this endeavor was not without merit. I was surprised to discover the Li family possesses a celestial order, though its location remains unknown. Even after eliminating them, they refused to divulge its whereabouts. Alas, time was insufficient. I was so close to extracting the information. Su Shu, given the restrictions within the mountain city, exercise caution. Your recent overt actions against the Li family have been rather reckless, the elder interjected calmly, interrupting the youth's musings. The young man, Su Shu, scoffed dismissively. Chenlao, you overestimate these restrictions. As long as I do not reveal my powers, how could they possibly be triggered? Chenlao gently shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Su Shu continued, "By the way, Chen Lao, we were doing well in the spirit realm. Why have we suddenly been dispatched here to search for someone? And for a seemingly mad young girl at that? This is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, with no hints to guide us. Mind your words." Chen Lao replied, his gaze piercing through Su Shu, causing him to shiver and realize he had spoken out of turn. He hastily added, "I meant no offense. I merely question how we are to accomplish this. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. If we are instructed to search, we shall do so. And this matter must remain confidential, especially from other celestial sections. If it is leaked, the consequences will be dire." "Yes, yes," Su Shu exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. After a moment, he regained his composure and adopted a more respectful tone, asking, "What if we actually locate her? How shall we proceed?" Chen Lao narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly responding, "Bind the 7 souls, separate the 3 spirits, and bring her back to the spirit realm." Chapter 7. Misfortune. Jiang Yan meandered along a secluded path. Cradling a jar of wine in his arms, his gait languid and unhurried, reminiscent of a tipsy drunkard. Passers-by traversing the narrow alley would instinctively distance themselves from him. Even the local ruffians found him unworthy of their attention. Taming beasts could also serve as an admirable strategy, albeit one that strays from the conventional path. What a pity. Jiang Yan gazed lazily with his drowsy eyes, softly murmuring to himself, while his right hand grasped a writhing mass of black threads. To be precise, it was a swarm of black insects. These insects struggled incessantly within his palm, yearning for freedom, yet Jiang Yan held them firmly, preventing their escape. Beast mastery is a branch of spirit control, regarded as an unconventional path to cultivation. It thrives on the symbiotic relationship with the creatures one masters, allowing for mutual enhancement and even the potential to siphon vitality from one another. This practice was conceived by a once mighty figure centuries ago. It was among the mainstream cultivation methods, though its decline remains shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yan deemed it a valuable technique, particularly because the city of Lian Mountain was ensnared by restrictions that limited the movements of lower-tier cultivators. In a more flattering light, these constraints were intended to prevent low-level practitioners from indiscriminately using their powers to disturb the common folk. Conversely, it could be interpreted harshly as a remnant of past conflicts among the 3 great domains where no faction yielded to another. Lian Mountain City, with its defined boundaries, claimed its territory, leading to relentless skirmishes. This area was once rife with chaos, leaving its inhabitants in dire straits. Eventually, the 3 domains, recognizing the futility of their conflicts and the toll it exacted, reached an accord to cease hostilities. The celestial sects of the 3 domains collectively established this rule. No one was permitted to engage in combat within these confines. Naturally, higher-tier cultivators could disregard these prohibitions. It wasn't that the restrictions were ineffective, but rather that they were unnecessary. Upon reaching such a pinnacle of cultivation, any display of ignorance would certainly warrant a lack of courtesy from the resident cultivators of Lian Mountain City. Beast mastery is markedly different. Low-tier beasts possess no detectable spiritual energy fluctuations, rendering them suitable only for dealing with mortals. Consequently, the restrictions fail to identify their presence, allowing practitioners to execute subtle maneuvers against ordinary people without arousing suspicion. The devouring worms survive by consuming the vital essence of the human body, with those afflicted succumbing to various ailments due to debilitating weakness within mere days. Jiang Yan smacked his lips, gazing at the wine in his hand, and mused, "In a mere moment, I could unleash a swarm of parasitic insects upon the entire tavern. Such a disposition, even for the young lady of the Li family, deserves some assistance. I cannot simply drink your wine without offering something in return." With this thought, a subtle smile graced Jiang Yan's lips. "The pursuit of intrigue is indeed captivating. I am eager to discover whom you seek." As night descended, every household had shuttered its doors for slumber. Yet the snow continued to fall relentlessly. In the eastern district, an elder and a youth stood before the crumbling facade of an ancient temple dedicated to the city god. It was Su Shu and his companion. "Old Shun, we have scoured the entirety of Lianshan City, and now only this eastern district remains," Su Shu said, cradling a box in his arms as he addressed the elder beside him. "As far as I know, this was once the city god's temple. But the incense offerings have ceased for ages, and the locals have gradually abandoned the area, leaving only remnants of decay. Should we search separately or together?" Old Shun furrowed his brow, fixated on the dilapidated temple before them, when he noticed a conch shell had appeared in his hand. It emanated a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Following the noise, he slowly raised his gaze, ultimately fixing it upon the temple. A chilling smile began to form on his once kind visage, causing Su Shu's body to tense. It seemed they had found something. Inside the decrepit temple, the once benevolent statue of the city god, neglected through the years, now bore numerous cracks, transforming it into a fearsome sight. The roof was in tatters, with snowflakes cascading down incessantly. A ragged little girl curled up behind the statue, desperately covering her ears with her hands, her eyes tightly shut, trembling in fear. She wore a pair of red bracelets on her wrists, which emitted a gentle glow in the darkness, softly soothing her. However, this offered little solace, as the girl continued to shiver uncontrollably, resembling an injured young beast, helplessly awaiting her fate. With a creak, the temple doors were gently pushed open, and 2 pairs of footsteps echoed within. The little girl trembled more violently, pressing her hands firmly against her ears, her expression one of anguish. Have we truly found something this time? Su Shu fixed his gaze upon the shattered idol, his expression brimming with fervor, having sensed the presence of someone behind the statue. The elder mirrored his intensity, maintaining a calm demeanor despite his noticeably quickening breath, his eyes darting between the conch shell and the figure behind the idol before finally breaking into a smile. Found you, dear child. We have come to seek you. Come now, do not be afraid. Old Shin's eyes narrowed into slits, a gentle smile gracing his face as he stepped closer to the idol. The sounds emanating from the conch shell instinctively drifting towards the girl. The little girl, in anguish, clutched her ears tightly, her eyes squeezed shut, instinctively curling inward as if attempting to burrow into the statue. Yet, alas, as Chun and Su Shu circumnavigated the idol, they beheld the curled-up girl, their smiles growing ever more benevolent. How unfortunate, how unfortunate, a sudden whisper echoed within the room. The 2 men were startled, their reactions divergent. The elder instinctively grasped a piece of yellow paper behind him, while Su Shu clutched the small wooden box, both turning in unison towards the source of the voice. A young man, clad in coarse cloth and cradling a jar of wine, staggered into the room, his expression unfocused, eyes half closed, clearly inebriated. Upon realizing he was merely an ordinary person, Old Shin shifted his attention back to the curled-up girl, as if nothing else mattered more than her presence. As for the drunkard, Su Shu would handle that. Damn it, you startled me. I thought the forces residing in the city had discovered us. Su Shu, recovering from the shock, cursed inwardly. Though he claimed not to fear the celestial beings within the city, he was indeed deeply apprehensive. He had no backing and was merely a novice monk, having joined a minor sect of spirit insects. Should he be discovered here, death could be imminent, and no one would come to his aid. Su Shu exhaled, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he regarded the drunken man with indifference. Indeed, you are truly a wretched soul. As he spoke, Su Shu opened the wooden box in his hand, his eyes gleaming with pride as he watched the inebriated man become engulfed by countless shadows. Alas, foolish mortal, he murmured, shaking his head slightly. He turned to confer with old Chun on how to abduct the girl, but just as he pivoted, a light, airy voice whispered in his ear. Is that so? Su Shu's pupils constricted in an instant, and upon turning back, he found a large hand looming before his face. The elder scrutinized the girl closely, his mind perceiving the cacophony from the conch shell swirling towards her autonomously, prompting him to nod fervently. Excellent, excellent. This is precisely the reaction we seek. It seems that this time we have finally found the right person, Su Shu. The elder's words remained unuttered as he suddenly froze, for a delicate white hand casually rested upon his shoulder, sending a chilling sensation surging through him, rendering his body immobile. What brings you here? A languid voice echoed from behind, punctuated by a yawn, suggesting a certain lethargy. Yet, the elder dared not relax for an instant. The figure behind him not only immobilized his body but also shackled his very soul. Regardless of his previous formidable abilities, he found himself utterly powerless in that moment. Predecessor. Immortal. Celestial being. I am but a junior following orders. I have come merely to apprehend the remnants of the traitor from my sect. Should I have unwittingly offended you? Esteemed one, I implore your forgiveness. Chapter 8. Deception and Trickery. The one holding him down was none other than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan followed them to this place, initially intending to observe the performance before taking action. After all, the fact that 2 inconsequential cultivators pursued the little girl to such a location indicated that she must possess extraordinary qualities. However, upon casting his divine sense upon the girl, he immediately changed his mind. The reason was simple. The girl was imbued with an unparalleled purity. Her physical form and soulful essence exuded an almost flawless innocence. rivaling that of a newborn infant. To describe her as possessing an innate constitution would not be an exaggeration. This purity had not been tainted by the mundane world, signifying that from the moment of her birth, she had remained untouched by the corrupting influences of human desires, had not consumed earthly grains, nor inhaled the dust of the world. How could this be possible? Judging by the girl's appearance, she seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old. How could she have escaped such experiences? Even if born within a sect of cultivators, secluded from the world since birth, it would be impossible to completely avoid such influences. She was too pure, simply too pure. This left Jiang Yan momentarily entranced, prompting him to act. He yearned to uncover the origins of this girl. For such a degree of purity could not be achieved easily. It must stem from an existence entirely isolated from the world, devoid of contact with all beings, be they humans, spirits, demons, immortals, or cultivators, free from their corrupting touch. Of course, these were merely Jiang Yan's speculations. He knew not the specifics. I am unconcerned with your words. I only wish to understand the situation regarding this girl. Why have you captured her? Who commanded you to do so? He pressed, if you do not speak the truth, I shall resort to soul-searching. The elder, feeling his soul ensnared by a chilling aura, dared not even breathe, instantly becoming compliant. He hurriedly confessed. It was the spirit insect sect that ordered us. Both I and another individual are external disciples of the sect. We do not know what is required of us. I was merely instructed to secretly search for a girl whose appearance and age remain unknown. I only vaguely know that she fled towards this vicinity. I am terrified of hearing chaotic sounds. Moreover, we are not the only ones searching. Other minor immortal sects are also on the hunt, albeit in different regions. The sect has commanded that upon finding her, we must annihilate her physical form, separating her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The one who brings her back can directly become a direct disciple of the sect leader. As for what happens afterward, I know nothing. The elder divulged all he knew, his face a mask of anxiety as he finally implored, Immortal, I have spoken the truth without concealment. Can you spare my life? Jiang Yan stroked his chin, holding the old man's conch shell in the palm of his hand. After merely glancing at it a few times, he casually tossed it aside. This action only heightened the old man's anxiety. It was merely a vessel for storing thoughts, and the words contained within were utterly devoid of significance. Observing their demeanor, they did not appear to be deceitful. Rather, it seemed as if the essence within the conch was inexplicably drawn towards the girl, hinting at an innate talent. Jiang Yan gazed at the trembling girl, his mind swirling with conjectures. After a moment, he spoke softly, You may be spared. Upon hearing this, the old man felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, before he could even exhale a sigh of relief, a sudden pain pierced through his forehead, as if something had burrowed into his brain. The agony sent him rolling on the ground, unable to rise. Spare me, immortal. Spare me, immortal. Jiang Yan stood still, a fleeting brilliance flickering across his hand, while the intense pain in the old man's head began to gradually subside. Upon raising his gaze once more, he beheld a peculiar pattern etched upon the old man's forehead, which vanished in an instant, retreating into obscurity. Jiang Yan took a sip from the wine jar and casually remarked, You may leave, and do take that individual with you. Truly, esteemed immortal, I am eternally grateful for your mercy. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for sparing my life. The elderly man knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly, utterly oblivious to anything else. Grasping the lifeless body of Su Shu, he scrambled away from the city god temple, not daring to glance back even once. Jiang Yan refrained from approaching the elder, for the latter had already fallen victim to a soul-binding restriction that Jiang had insidiously implanted. Henceforth, the elder's fate lay firmly in Jiang's hands. This restriction possessed the unsettling ability to subtly influence the elder's temperament, leading him to gradually forget his own identity without any awareness of the transformation. It was a form of sorcery that could only be deemed terrifying, originally derived from the ancient celestial sect's repository of arcane knowledge. This soul-sealing technique had merely undergone a trifling modification at Jiang Yan's hands, rendering it inconsequential. Jiang Yan crushed a conch shell beneath his foot and crouched down to approach the little girl huddled beneath the statue of the city god. The child, curled up behind the statue, had ceased to tremble, yet she remained with her hands clasped over her head, reluctant to emerge. Her clothing was somewhat tattered, and on her wrists adorned 2 fiery red bangles. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, scrutinizing the girl with keen interest, seemingly indifferent to his own appearance. Occasionally, he clicked his tongue, resembling a malevolent demon scheming to devour the girl before him. Such a prodigious talent. There was an abundance of ethereal energy surrounding her, more spirited than creatures born of heaven and earth. Moreover, it appeared she possessed a unique and extraordinary gift. As Jiang Yan scrutinized the girl before him, he murmured softly, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. Such a terrifying yet extraordinary individual must possess exceptional talent for cultivation. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her a rarity in this world. However, my master clings to me tenaciously, unwilling to let go, insisting that I assume the role of sect leader. It is an impossibility for me, now and forever. Yet, should he seek to select another disciple, I doubt my master would acquiesce. Thus, it may be more prudent for me to take on an apprentice of my own, allowing her to take my place as the leader of the sect. The more Jiang Yan contemplated, the more he found this method plausible. His gaze upon the girl grew increasingly radiant. After much deliberation, he felt it necessary to ponder further. This girl's origins were shrouded in mystery. What if she belonged to a formidable faction or harbored deep-seated grudges? That could lead to a perilous predicament. Yet, to hell with it. After all, a hard-won opportunity to escape from suffering had finally presented itself, and he had no intention of overthinking it. Ahem. Jiang Yan cleared his throat twice and took 2 large gulps of wine, having already made up his mind. He then reached out and gently ruffled the girl's small head. It seemed that only then did she realize someone was beside her, and in a flurry, she recoiled. Yet, there was nowhere left to retreat, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. Despite her tumble, she clutched her ears tightly, unwilling to let go. However, almost immediately, a voice, distinct from any she had heard before, resonated beside her. There was no cacophony or chaos, no maddening ramblings or dark, tumultuous thoughts, only a simple utterance. Do not be afraid. I am a celestial being and shall not harm you. She slowly lifted her head, her pair of azure, crystalline eyes gazing at Jiang Yan, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Pure and unblemished. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had anticipated the girl's appearance in his mind, the reality still left him somewhat astonished. She resembled a delicate sprite fallen into the mortal realm, pure and fragile. Her skin was as fair and tender as mutton-fat jade, and her rosy little face was adorned with a pair of deep blue eyes that emitted a faint glow in the darkness, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Her cherry-like lips appeared pale, and a cascade of soft, unruly long hair fell around her. With a petite and exquisite figure, she wore a tattered purple dress. Each gust of cold wind sent a slight shiver through her. She gazed at Jiang Yan with her wide eyes, locking their gaze. Jiang Yan gently patted his face to regain his composure, reminding himself that the matter at hand was of utmost importance. He then took a moment to tidy his attire and adjust his hair, refining his facial expression until he felt somewhat ethereal. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Ahem. As I happened to pass through this place, I witnessed nefarious individuals attempting to launch an assault, and thus I intervened to assist you." Chapter 9. Naive Child? At this juncture, Jiang Yan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue the narrative. What should I say next? Jiang Yan found himself at a loss for words, hesitating for quite some time without knowing what to say. The girl gazed intently at him, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Never mind, let us cut to the chase. Jiang Yan adjusted his hair once more and solemnly remarked, "I perceive that your physique is extraordinary, a rare gem among countless beings. You are indeed a prodigious talent in the art of cultivation, a once-in-a-century encounter. Might you be willing to take me as your mentor and join my Ancient Immortal Sect to attain enlightenment and become a true immortal?" After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he was momentarily taken aback, sensing an uncanny familiarity in his words, as if he had heard them from some shameless old man. But never mind that. What truly mattered was to ensure the safety of this girl. However, she appeared somewhat dazed, merely staring at him in silence, her reactions noticeably sluggish. When Jiang Yan reached out his hand, she did not flinch, merely gazing at him with wide eyes, devoid of her earlier timidity, exuding an air of complete fearlessness. As the girl watched his hand draw nearer, she showed no inclination to evade it. Instead, she observed as it descended upon her cheek, followed by a gentle squeeze. The moment Jiang Yan's hand made contact, her slightly vacant eyes suddenly sparkled with life, fixating on him with an expression of disbelief. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the little girl before him looked adorably naive, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for a hug. What a charmingly simple child. Would she be interested in becoming my apprentice? A position that comes with all the benefits, of course. Jiang Yan squinted slightly, gently pinching her face. Of course. This was not an act of impropriety. There was little to gain from such a small girl. His intention was merely to scrutinize her potential more closely and observe her reactions. The outcome was quite to his satisfaction. The girl exhibited remarkable aptitude. However, he found her rather dull, as she displayed none of the typical reactions one might expect from a normal girl who had just been rescued and was now being touched by a strange man. Subsequently, Jiang Yan inquired about numerous details, such as her family, her home, her name, her gender, the names of her parents, and her affiliation with any celestial sects, among other things. Yet, he was met with an utter lack of response. It was as if she were oblivious to such questions, merely gazing at him intently, without any further reaction. This left Jiang Yan quite perplexed. Alas, this child appeared somewhat simple-minded, seemingly unaware even of the most basic arithmetic, leading him to wonder if she might be suffering from amnesia. Such a notion was rather kitsch. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, ultimately deciding against asking any further questions. Instead, he resolved to abduct her directly, just as his master had done with him in the past. The mere thought of it brought him a sense of unexplainable delight. Upon returning, when his master inquired about the girl's origins, he would simply respond that she was taken in the same manner as he had been. The expression on his master's face would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Jiang Yan spoke with a mischievous smile, revealing his thoughts unabashedly, which did not escape the notice of the girl. Upon hearing his words, she merely blinked, her face remaining largely expressionless. "Ahem, you shall henceforth be my disciple." "My very first disciple," he declared. The girl tilted her head slightly, perplexed by the meaning of his statement. Jiang Yan stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "I forgot that you can be a bit dull. How about I give you a nickname? I can't keep calling you hey forever. My surname is Jiang, so let us call you Li Gooden." The girl gazed at Jiang Yan and suddenly reached out to grasp his arm. Jiang Yan gazed at her, and she returned his stare, their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. "What? Is this name not good?" "It is a splendid name. As the elders often say, a humble name fosters a prosperous life. If all else fails, one could even call me Iron Hammer," Shenming stammered, her voice youthful yet somewhat hesitant, as if she had not spoken for quite some time. After uttering those two words, the girl coughed uncomfortably a couple of times, clearly unaccustomed to such an extensive conversation. Jiang Yan remained silent, pondering whether the name I chose truly displeased you so. "It appears I have compelled the child to speak. Very well, you are called Shenming. Are you not? I am Jiang Yan, your master. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, my little disciple. By the way, you mentioned your name is Shenming. Do you possess any other memories beyond that?" As Jiang Yan inquired, he gently caressed Shenming's small head, and in that instant, her trembling form ceased to shiver at his touch. A gentle stream of ethereal energy flowed from his palm into Shenming's body, shielding her from the biting cold. However, once her shivering subsided, she quickly reverted to her previous state, gazing vacantly at Jiang Yan without uttering a word. Jiang Yan shook his head, no longer inquiring further, and stood up with a gentle smile, saying, "Come, follow master from now on, and enjoy the good life." Shenming looked up at Jiang Yan, her clear eyes reflecting innocence, and slowly reached out to him. As the two exited the city god temple, Shenming turned back for one last glance at the cracked statue of the city god. In the Ancient City, the Li family no longer resembled its former glory. Snow lay untouched at the entrance, and the interior was desolate and empty. The vast courtyard was draped in white mourning cloths. The remaining servants, each consumed by their own worries for the future, contemplated how to seize a fortune while the Li family was in decline, for now it was unguarded, with only a frail young lady to oversee them. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, in a room that was relatively clean, the flickering light of the hearth illuminated the silhouettes of two figures. Two maids who had grown up in the Li household stood at the bedside, holding a bowl of unidentifiable green medicinal soup, expressionless as they urged the young lady of the Li family, Li Qiao, who lay on the bed. "Miss, you haven't taken your medicine for 2 days. Please drink a little. If you don't, your body won't hold up," they implored. "Yes, you must pull yourself together. The Li family relies solely on you now." The two maids spoke in a flat tone, their eyes glimmering with a hint of green. Li Qiao, lying on the bed, gave them a fleeting glance, her hand tightening slightly as she weakly shook her head, saying, "Xiao Chui, Xiao He, it's no use. I fear my illness cannot be cured. No amount of medicine will help. There's no need to waste it. You may leave. I am feeling rather fatigued." Chui and he lowered their heads, the green light in their eyes intensifying, then spoke woodenly, "You mustn't think that way. Miss, you will surely recover." "Indeed. The spirits of the master and young lords would not wish for you to mistreat your own body, so you must drink the medicine," they insisted. Stepping closer with the green concoction poised near Li Chao's lips, embodying a facade of unwavering loyalty. Li Chao subtly furrowed her brow, biting her silver teeth. Yet she could not resist their insistence. As the potion neared her mouth, despite her reluctance, she could not openly defy them. A sense of resolve flickered in her eyes, and the dagger hidden beneath the covers was poised to strike, waiting for them to draw nearer. Just at that critical moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the three inside. Their expression shifted, with Chui and he momentarily pausing, stiffly turning to look toward the entrance. Li Chao felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet her gaze instinctively drifted towards the entrance. "Miss Li, are you inside?" A stranger's voice echoed from outside, causing her heart, which had just begun to relax, to tighten once more. She forced herself to respond with a semblance of composure. "It is already late at night. What business do you have that disturbs me?" Li Chao refrained from revealing that the caller was not a member of the Li family, for in the current tense atmosphere, even within the Li household, she possessed no overt authority or voice, and thus had to tread carefully. However, the next words from outside sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely come to collect some items from you." Li Chao's mouth fell slightly agape, her heart racing. Who were they? Were they sent by the other two families? What could their words possibly mean? Am I to perish? Unable to contain her trepidation any longer, she thought. Chapter 10. Let me examine your body. Li Chao's breath quickened, her expression slightly flustered, yet she still struggled to maintain her composure. The two maidservants, Chui and he, remained stoically indifferent, their faces devoid of warmth, appearing almost frozen. A cold draft swept through the room, causing Li Chao to instinctively shrink back, peering through the flickering candlelight. She did not find the scene she had imagined, but rather two beggars, one large and one small. Indeed, they were beggars. Though it was night and visibility was poor, their general appearance was discernible. The larger one wore coarse clothing, seemingly adorned with a wooden stick upon his head, exuding a faint scent of alcohol, and cradling a jar of liquor in his arms. The smaller one looked even more wretched, clad in tattered rags, with patches so worn that they barely concealed his skin, and hair disheveled, obscuring his features. Such a disheveled appearance left the three within the room momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" Li Chao did not lower her guard, for she did not recognize either of them. She steeled herself to address them, yet the two maidservants spoke first, their voices icy as they confronted the two outsiders. "Who do you think you are, daring to intrude upon the Li household?" Before they could finish, the two figures outside boldly stepped inside, closing the door behind them as they casually commented on the cold weather, entirely disregarding their status as uninvited guests, leaving Li Chao in a state of bewilderment. The newcomers were, of course, Jiang Yan and his newly accepted apprentice, Shenming. After leaving the city god temple, Shenming had clung to Jiang Yan, and despite his best efforts, Jiang Yan could not persuade her to let go. At most, he could allow her to grip his sleeve. She was determined not to part from him, resembling a devoted shadow. The exact reason for her attachment was unclear to Jiang Yan. Perhaps it was due to the unsettling events they had encountered at the temple that had left her feeling unsettled. Jiang Yan ushered Shenming into the room, scarcely acknowledging the two maidservants as he passed them by, striding directly towards Li Chao. The maidservants appeared somewhat stiff, caught in a dilemma, as though the concept of choice eluded their comprehension. However, their indecision was rendered moot, for Jiang Yan had bestowed upon them a choice. Without any discernible action on his part, the two maidservants collapsed onto the floor, a wisp of inky black filaments, akin to strands of hair, emerging from above their heads, which Jiang Yan casually ensnared in his grasp. Before they could struggle, it was reduced to ashes, dissipating within the confines of Jiang Yan's palm. "Miss, be careful," the two maidservants managed to utter, their eyes regaining clarity after the parasitic filaments vacated their bodies. Gazing at Li Chao upon the bed, they could only utter one final sentence before succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Chao, witnessing this bizarre scene reflected in her eyes, was involuntarily reminded of the moment her parents perished. The pallor of her once bloodless face could no longer maintain its composure, revealing an expression of terror, dispelling any semblance of the calm she had exhibited moments earlier. Her fingers clutched the dagger tightly, her body nestled beneath the covers, trembling uncontrollably. How could you look at me with such eyes? I am not some wicked uncle, she thought. With a languid gaze, Jiang Yan casually scrutinized Li Chao before sauntering to her side. I was sent by Manager Lu to attend to your ailment. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Li Chao's initial trepidation eased slightly, yet the underlying fear nestled within her heart remained unabated. She respectfully inquired, "Are you the person that Uncle Lu sent?" "Well, in a sense, yes. I am here to assist you, so there is no need for alarm. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination." Li Chao nodded silently, yet the dagger she concealed at her side remained an ever-present burden. And the dread she harbored regarding certain matters rendered her incapable of composure, causing her body to tremble incessantly. Jiang Yan let out a sigh, choosing not to offer her an explanation. She must have witnessed a scene reminiscent of the earlier one, which instilled in her a profound fear, leading to a psychological barrier. Jiang Yan felt powerless in this regard. As the saying goes, the best remedy for fear is to confront it. Perseverance is the key to victory. I digress. Thus, Jiang Yan resolved to directly lift the blanket to render her unconscious, intending to deliver her to Manager Lu, concealing his contributions and accolades, and allowing her to recover before silently reveling in his own emotions. However, while the intention was noble, reality often unfolds in unexpected ways. As Jiang Yan pulled back the blanket, Li Chao exhibited a resolute expression, defiantly bracing her frail body with a determination akin to better shattered than whole. With a swift motion, she aimed a blade at herself. Alas, why is she so disobedient? A calm and gentle voice whispered in her ear, soothing her agitated emotions. Before her, a flawless hand deftly grasped the dagger, gently setting it aside. "Be good, do not move." Once more, those soothing words resonated, and immediately, a hand rose to her line of sight. Li Chao did not shut her eyes, fixating intently on him. Yet, there was no assault, no chaotic or strange sorcery, only a gentle touch upon her forehead, urging her back down. She was so weak, burning with fever, her spirit drained, her body infested with parasitic worms. At this juncture, Jiang Yan paused slightly, lowering his gaze to Li Chao. She, too, had regained her composure, her expression tranquil, as if nothing had transpired, save for the rising and falling of her chest, betraying her inner turmoil. Noticing Jiang Yan's gaze upon her, she returned it, a glimmer of crimson flashing in her eyes, directly meeting his. Thus, it became apparent, there must be something within her that was tethering her life. Jiang Yan teased lightly, yet it caused Li Chao's pupils to constrict sharply. The emotion she had just managed to stabilize began to surge once more. However, Jiang Yan calmly reassured her once again, then fell silent, dedicating himself to her treatment. As he focused on her chest, he thought, this is not perversion. A healer sees no distinction between genders, especially considering her merely youthful and undeveloped form. Li Chao gazed at Jiang Yan helplessly, unable to resist, as all her secrets lay bare before him. In that moment, she felt utterly powerless. She could only fix her dark, determined eyes upon Jiang Yan. Her lips pressed tightly together, allowing him to act as he pleased. Ultimately, she turned her head away, choosing not to look at him. Jiang Yan would certainly refrain from engaging in any playful banter with her. He gazed at Li Chao's chest, where a network of dark, terrifying veins sprawled, resembling a repulsive centipede, evoking a sense of dread. That entity was, at best, merely a guide. It is nothing short of astonishing that you have managed to sustain yourself with its feeble spiritual energy until now. The parasitic insects have already embedded themselves deep within your bones, incessantly devouring your flesh and essence. Does it not cause you pain? The process of extracting those parasites will undoubtedly be excruciating, possibly bringing you to tears. However, rest assured, I shall not divulge the fact that the young lady of the Li family cried out in agony. As Jiang Yan casually teased to divert her attention, he pressed his finger against Li Chao's heart, a faint surge of magical energy emanating from his fingertips as it began to gradually permeate her body. Meanwhile, Li Chao closed her eyes and turned her head away, offering no response. Chapter 11. Oh, my wine. Jiang Yan shook her head. Her current predicament rendered her incapable of easily extracting the parasitic insects from her body. The shopkeeper Lu and others had only recently been afflicted, allowing Jiang Yan to promptly remove the parasites. In contrast, Li Chao, who was teetering on the brink of death, posed a greater challenge. To save her without inflicting harm upon her internal organs, Jiang Yan could only sacrifice a portion of her own vitality, using herself as bait to lure the parasites. However, Jiang Yan was indifferent to the loss of that vitality, He deemed it a worthwhile exchange for a fine jar of wine, at least in his estimation. A trickle of magical energy seeped forth, while Li Qiao clenched her silver teeth, her expression gradually contorting in agony. At that moment, Jiang Yan gently closed his eyes, meticulously peeling away the parasitic insects. Shen Ming stood beside Jiang Yan, gripping his sleeve, her azure eyes quietly observing Li Qiao, revealing a hint of perplexity. She then turned her gaze to the two maids lying on the ground, her eyes flitting back and forth between them. It seemed as if she was waiting for something or listening intently, yet ultimately, she perceived nothing, prompting her to tighten her grip on Jiang Yan. A serene aura enveloped Jiang Yan, and a flash of crimson danced at his fingertips. Almost immediately, Li Qiao let out a pained cry, her hands gripping Jiang Yan's arm, imploring him to release her. Yet, she was met with a calm voice. Do not move. If you truly wish to perish, then continue. Li Qiao gazed at the expressionless Jiang Yan with a sense of helplessness, realizing that he was genuinely attempting to heal her. Thus, she forced herself to endure in silence. Gritting her teeth, noticing her compliance, Jiang Yan ceased to hold back, pouring all his efforts into the task at hand. Before long, the inky tendrils of darkness that plagued Li Qiao began to creep along Jiang Yan's fingers, gradually spreading to encompass his palm. Slowly, almost meticulously, as if to ensure that Li Qiao could withstand the process, the dark veins steadily covered his entire hand. Meanwhile, Li Qiao's condition appeared to improve, at least superficially, showing no immediate signs of distress. Once this was accomplished, Jiang Yan did not withdraw his hand, but instead extended his other hand behind him. Foolish disciple, assist me by holding this wine. Shen Ming tilted her head, somewhat puzzled by whom he was addressing, yet she obediently accepted the wine jar, cradling it in her arms. As Jiang Yan took action, he bit into his fingertip, allowing a few droplets of blood to emerge, barely the size of a fingernail. In that fleeting moment of breaking the skin, an intangible force filled the room, devoid of any discernible scent, yet it evoked a refreshing clarity of mind, dissipating the pent-up frustrations and anxieties within, leaving one in a state of serene comfort. Shen Ming's striking azure eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yan's finger, her mouth slightly agape with a yearning to taste it. However, Jiang Yan promptly pressed the blood droplet into Li Qiao's mouth, leaving her wide-eyed and expectant, gazing at his finger, hoping for more droplets to emerge. So absorbed was she in the moment that she paid little heed to the object she held in her hands. Once the blood droplet was consumed, a surge of pure, vigorous energy coursed through her limbs and body, revitalizing her with a robust vitality that swiftly replenished her waning essence. While the residual energy worked tirelessly to mend her frail form, this sensation rendered her almost ethereal, and in contrast to the recent suffering she endured, she found herself enraptured. Unable to extricate herself from this intoxicating experience, Jiang Yan withdrew his hand and gave it a shake, causing some of the dark, viscous blood to dissipate, though a few stubborn remnants lingered. However, these were minor concerns that could be effortlessly resolved at a later time. The reason he felt compelled to offer her his own blood was due to Li Qiao's life force being nearly consumed. If the parasite were to be retracted without any further measures, Li Qiao would succumb on the spot. The essence of life is equivalent to vitality. Since Li Qiao was not yet a cultivator, the conflict of energies could be easily mitigated. Thus, Jiang Yan provided her with a modicum of the vitality of a practitioner, a mere fraction sufficient to replenish her depletions. Jiang Yan felt no sense of loss. It was merely a trivial amount of vitality, easily replenished with a few days of rest. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yan couldn't help but stretch lazily, turning back to gently pat Shen Ming's small head, only to notice her empty hands. Wait, what? Her hands were empty. Where's my drink? Jiang Yan's languid eyes widened in shock as he glanced down at the ground, immediately emitting a sorrowful wail. Ah, my wine. That scoundrel has done this. Jiang Yan crouched on the ground, gazing at the empty jar that had long since lost its contents, still unwilling to give up as he tilted it back and forth. A faint aroma of wine wafting from it, though not a single drop remained. Shen Ming, seeing Jiang Yan crouch, followed suit, and thus they exchanged glances. Jiang Yan looking at her, and she at him. You. Did I not instruct you to retrieve the good ones? What are you doing? Let go. Jiang Yan grasped Shen Ming's shoulders, swaying her back and forth. Each word tumbled from his lips with deliberate clarity. Shen Ming's small head bobbed in tandem, yet she remained oblivious to the need for resistance, perplexed by Jiang Yan's fervor. She gazed at him with a dazed expression, her curiosity evident. Before her attention shifted to his fingers, as she gently smacked her lips together, Jiang Yan swiftly regained composure and withdrew her hand, which left Shenming with a tinge of disappointment. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that she was still a child. After all, it was merely a fine vintage. There was no need to hold grudges like a child. She sighed, reflecting, if only she had finished it first. What was the point of leaving a sip behind? Jiang Yan appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he harbored complaints. At that moment, a melodious and youthful voice resonated from behind him. Thank you, dear benefactor, for rescuing me. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Li Qiaoer, having risen unbeknownst to him, tugged at her nightgown while slightly bowing her head to the side, revealing a hint of youthful shyness. Her once pale skin, now restored, glimmered softly in the candlelight, emanating a gentle radiance. The neckline of her nightgown was slightly unfastened, exposing her graceful neck and collarbone, reminiscent of an elegant swan. Her eyes sparkled like a tranquil spring, devoid of the earlier defiance, exuding an irresistible allure. However, to Jiang Yan, this nightgown seemed more modest than a bikini from his previous life. Was he left in solitude by merely gazing upon it? As for the girl's shyness, it certainly possessed a certain charm. Yet, having playfully teased numerous innocent junior sisters at the mountain gate, he had long since grown weary of it. Considering the passage of time, surely those sisters had forgotten about him by now, hadn't they? Jiang Yan felt an inexplicable shiver run through her, prompting her to cease contemplating the matter. It matters not. This is merely a form of destiny. I happen to pass through this place, and the shopkeeper is generous, having accepted the sentiment on his behalf. Of course, when all is said and done, this can also be regarded as a kind of transaction, one that bears a semblance of connection to you as well. Chapter 12. The understanding older brother with an air of mystery. Jiang Yan uttered a phrase before preparing to turn away. Li Qiaoer, feeling a surge of anxiety as she noticed Jiang Yan's indifference towards her, began to devise a means to retain his presence. At that moment, she realized that her mind had become significantly more agile since her recovery. With thoughts flowing at an accelerated pace, she swiftly synthesized her previous observations with her intuition, piecing together the intricate narrative of the events that had transpired. As Jiang Yan poised to depart, her heart racing with urgency, she blurted out, "Benefactor, might you lend this humble girl your assistance once more?" As Jiang Yan's movements slowed, Li Qiaoer hastily descended from her bed, disregarding the coldness of the floor, and knelt down, her head striking the ground with a dull thud. "Benefactor, I recognize that my request is excessive. Your willingness to aid me is already an act of profound kindness. I should not be so bold. Yet I find myself utterly powerless, as my parents and brother have fallen victim to the machinations of two rival families, leaving me utterly alone. Indeed, you yourself acknowledge the undue nature of my plea. Thus, why should I acquiesce to your demands? Or do you possess something that might truly stir my heart?" Jiang Yan interrupted the other person with a tone that was neither warm nor cold, his steps unwavering. Li Qiaoer pressed her lips tightly together, her body trembling slightly as she lowered her head in silence. Shenming grasped Jiang Yan's sleeve, glanced back at Li Qiaoer, and quietly released her hold. Yet, merely a moment later, she appeared as though she had been struck by a heavy blow. Her expression contorted in pain, her fingers trembling. She hurriedly seized Jiang Yan's hand, and only then did her body cease its quivering, her countenance gradually regaining its composure. Jiang Yan turned his head slightly, his expression contemplative yet unspoken, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he continued to walk outward. Thus, the two exited the room in a sequence, leaving behind only Li Qiaoer and the two maids still unconscious on the floor. Half of Li Qiaoer's face was shrouded in shadow as she remained silent for a long while before suddenly exclaiming, "Benefactor, I do not seek your assistance in avenging me. I only ask that you protect me for 3 days. Shield me from the harm of those celestial methods. Just 3 days. I can resolve my vendetta on my own. After that, I shall serve you like a beast, whatever your will may be. I implore you." Jiang Yan came to a halt, surprised by the extensive knowledge of this girl. Her aptitude was indeed exceptional. Are there truly so many promising talents in the Ancient City? Jiang Yan felt a surge of astonishment within, for while treating Li Qiaoer, he had discreetly assessed her qualifications. What he discovered was remarkable. She was a promising talent, with keen spiritual perception and a clear mind, ideal for cultivation. It was no wonder she had managed to sustain the faint spiritual energy from the Tongsten order, which served as a guiding beacon. To this point, and had even sensed the murderous intent emanating from the maidservants who had attended her for years. Those two maidservants were being manipulated by puppet insects, likely orchestrated by a younger man who had previously been close to the old man, perhaps with the intention of seizing the Tongxian order from the Li family. However, the priority was to locate Shenming. Thus only two maidservants were controlled to confront Li Chao'er. Noticing Jiang Yan's momentary pause, Li Chao'er's eyes sparkled with hope. Ignoring the blizzard outside, she dashed forth, stumbling to Jiang Yan's side and suddenly kneeling before him, retrieving a delicate jade token from her possession. It was inscribed with the character for immortal. Benefactor. This is the heirloom of the Li family. Legend has it that a century ago, an immortal was injured and was saved by my ancestor. Once healed, he bestowed upon my family a life of wealth and prosperity, along with this jade token. It is said that descendants can use this token to ascend to the Taoist sanctum and cultivate to become immortals. Li Chao'er hurriedly finished her explanation and presented the token with both hands. I now offer this immortal token to my benefactor, in gratitude for saving my life. If my benefactor would grant me protection for 3 days, once I have avenged my family, I am willing to serve as a maid, to toil and labor without complaint. With her hands raised high, she bowed her head, awaiting his response. Clad only in a thin garment and barefoot, she knelt in the deep snow, shivering from the cold, yet still held her hands aloft with a resolute expression. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her hands. The jade token had been taken from her. However, before she could rejoice, it was placed back down, filling her heart with despair. She had exhausted every tactic at her disposal: seduction, pitiful displays, moral coercion, and exchanges of interest, all to no avail. The haunting images of her parents and brother in their final moments lingered before her, in inescapable torment, and yet she remained powerless. Her eyes had blurred without her notice. She could no longer discern whether it was snow or tears. Father, mother, brother, why must I, so young, harbor such intricate schemes? A child should embody the essence of childhood. Jiang Yan gently lifted Li Chao'er, reaching out to touzle her little head, revealing a warm and tender smile. I never said I wouldn't help you. Li Chao'er bit her lip, striving to appear resilient, yet tears uncontrollably welled in her eyes, her nostrils flaring as she longed to express her gratitude to her benefactor. However, she heard Jiang Yan speak once more. If you wish to cry, then do so. Why hold it back? Jiang Yan's words were akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, and tears cascaded like a torrential flood, overwhelming her resolve as she suddenly collapsed into Jiang Yan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if she sought to expel every ounce of grievance and anguish that had been bottled up inside. For these past days, she had borne an immense weight of pressure, fear, and suffering in solitude, with no one to confide in, no one to lean on, enduring it all alone. Only now, at long last, did she find the power to unburden herself. Indeed, at her core, she was merely a girl in her teenage years. There, take a deep breath and find solace. Jiang Yan gently comforted Li Chao'er. It was unclear how much time had passed when he noticed her, weary from tears, resting in his embrace. He placed a hand upon her forehead, channeling a gentle force to soothe her. Before long, Li Chao'er's eyelids fluttered shut, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber, 2 streaks of tears marking her cheeks, her expression more relaxed than ever before. Shenming stood silently nearby, her azure eyes reflecting the scene before her. Li Chao'er, releasing the pent-up emotions of the past days, and Jiang Yan, offering his unreserved solace. Unconsciously, her grip tightened slightly, and she instinctively tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve. Sensing the gentle pull on his garment, Jiang Yan turned to her. What is it, little Ming? Are you unwell? Or do you wish to weep and find solace in your teacher's embrace? Jiang Yan playfully remarked, his other hand casually gesturing. Come on. Your master wouldn't mind being a confidant big brother just this once. Shenming gazed at Jiang Yan, or more precisely, at his hand, before suddenly taking a decisive bite. Jiang Yan gazed at the bewildered Shenming, who, despite her efforts, could not muster the strength to bite him. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled softly and playfully brushed her nose. How audacious of you to dare attack your master. Have you felt the sting now? My physical form is not so easily breached, even if... Before Jiang Yan could finish his words, a sharp pain coursed through his finger. In that fleeting moment, he faintly sensed a subtle stirring of the divine essence within him. Almost immediately, strands of vital energy were drawn toward the wound on his finger. Chapter 13. Is there nothing? Feeling the transformation within his body, Jiang Yan gazed at Shenming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shenming remained blissfully unaware of her actions. Her two brilliant, gem-like eyes gazing innocently at Jiang Yan. Her small mouth continued to nibble at his finger, drawing forth the trickles of blood from his fingertip. You. Jiang Yan experienced a profound shock within, yet he maintained his composure and refrained from uttering any coarse language. Instead, he swiftly withdrew his hand and playfully tapped Shenming on the head 3 times. Shenming, perplexed by the suddenness of the action, rubbed his head and looked up at Jiang Yan with a slightly aggrieved expression, his large eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. Humph. Such audacity must not go unpunished. Jiang Yan spoke with a tone of indignation, yet within, her heart remained tumultuously unsettled. How could a mere mortal possess the audacity to siphon the vital energy from within him? Even more astonishing was the faint sensation he felt when she first bit down. A subtle stirring of his divine essence. Although it was but a mere flicker, it was sufficient to leave Jiang Yan in a state of shock. Vital energy and divine essence, while similar, are fundamentally distinct. The former is inherent to all beings, varying only in strength. It can be replenished with sufficient spiritual materials, as exemplified by Jiang Yan replenishing Li Qiao with his own energy. However, divine essence is a different matter entirely. It is born solely from rigorous cultivation and is intricately linked to a cultivator's spirit, directly affecting one's life and level of attainment. Ordinary cultivators cannot even sense divine essence, let alone interfere with another's, though methods to seize divine essence do exist. They are nefarious techniques that ultimately harm the wielder, making them less advantageous than simply appropriating one's spirit or vital energy. There are no instances of low-level cultivators appropriating the divine essence of those at higher levels. Yet, what had he just witnessed? Shenming, an ordinary person, had audaciously pried into his divine essence. Though it was but a minute amount, its implications were profound. Moreover, she had subsequently consumed his vital energy. Even disregarding the former point, the latter alone was enough to astonish Jiang Yan. As he gazed at the adorably perplexed Shenming, he rarely focused all his attention, his expression turning serious. He stood to return Li Qiao to her room, then took Shenming's hand and led her directly to the adjacent chamber. Seated face to face on the bed, Shenming continued to clasp Jiang Yan's hand, reluctant to release it. From the very beginning, Jiang Yan had noticed this, though he refrained from mentioning it, assuming her reluctance stemmed from fear. However, as he observed her demeanor upon exiting, it became clear that her trepidation was not born of fear of harm, but perhaps something else, perhaps a fear of hearing something. Little Shenming, do you know your parents' names? Jiang Yan inquired gently, yet Shenming merely tilted her head, gazing at Jiang Yan with a naive expression, perplexed by his words. If you don't know, then what do you remember? Who bestowed upon you the name Shenming? Jiang Yan then inquired, while Shenming slightly lowered her head as if in contemplation. Her expression unchanged, still bearing that endearing and naive demeanor. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Yan and raised her hand, observing Shenming's outstretched arm. One could see its pristine whiteness, adorned with 2 red bracelets. When Jiang Yan first encountered Shenming, those bracelets radiated a gentle glow. Yet now they had dulled to a mere shadow of their former brilliance. Jiang Yan extended his hand to grasp Shenming's wrist, meticulously examining the 2 bracelets. They were entirely a deep crimson, composed of an unclear material, adorned with peculiar and irregular patterns that enveloped them. Aside from this, there were no other anomalies. The inner surface bore some cracks, suggesting they were on the verge of deterioration. Jiang Yan meticulously observed it for quite some time, even going so far as to remove it at one point. Yet, he found no reward. It was neither a magical instrument nor a treasured artifact, devoid of any inscribed array symbols, and certainly not an array plate. How peculiar. Such an ordinary object. Could it be that its efficacy has all but vanished? Jiang Yan reminisced about the moment he first beheld the bracelet, his thoughts tinged with uncertainty. Shenming sat across from him, mere inches apart, gazing intently at the perplexed Jiang Yan. Her eyes flickered briefly to the bracelet before settling entirely upon him. Well, never mind, she thought, if it eludes understanding, then I shall not dwell on it. Perhaps it is a cherished gift from your family. Jiang Yan returned the bracelet to Shenming, and then, with a serious expression, gazed intently into Shenming's eyes, saying, Little Shenming, I must now conduct a thorough examination of your soul and briefly delve into your memories. This process may be somewhat uncomfortable, so I urge you to relax and refrain from resisting too much. Otherwise, it could be quite distressing for you. Is that acceptable? Shenming blinked in surprise, realizing she had forgotten that he knew nothing at all. Jiang Yan raised his hand to his forehead, inwardly chastising himself for his foolishness. However, at that moment, Shenming made a move. She leaned forward, her forehead gently resting against Jiang Yan's chest, and wrapped her arms around him. Jiang Yan felt somewhat stiff, contemplating for a moment before allowing his raised hand to gently descend, caressing Shenming's silky long hair. Subsequently, he resolutely released his spirit and infiltrated Shenming. This was indeed an opportunity. As the saying goes, when a woman presents her back to you, it signifies your chance. Ahem. Jiang Yan's spirit, adorned with the countenance of a crooked-mouthed dragon king, effortlessly penetrated the depths of Shenming's soul, facing scarcely any resistance. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an expanse of utter void, an authentic void, devoid of form, substance, and essence, where all that exists is rendered non-existent. Here, darkness relinquished its definition, and colors lost their significance. The ethereal figure of Jiang Yan's spirit abruptly materialized in this place, emanating a gentle and fantastical radiance, rendering it conspicuously out of place amidst the void. How could this be? How could there be nothing at all? Jiang Yan's soul drifted within, furrowing her brow as she surveyed her surroundings. She harbored no intention of searching, for within the depths of her essence, there was no need for such endeavors. That which was meant to be known would manifest before her eyes. Yet, this realm was desolate, utterly devoid of substance. In the ordinary world, memories reside within the mind. But in this peculiar existence, they are enshrined within the soul, a curious truth, yet undeniably factual. The soul meticulously records all that one has seen, heard, and indelibly felt. Be it moments of profound impact or heart-wrenching sorrow, whether forgotten or concealed, delving deep into the soul reveals all. However, here lay nothingness, an eerie silence that was profoundly unsettling. How could it be that even the faces of those recently encountered failed to leave an impression upon her? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. Even if there was nothing else, surely he should have some recollection of the person he encountered earlier. The name Shenming ought to ring a bell, shouldn't it? After all, Jiang Yan was the one who saved her. He is now her beloved master. Blood is thicker than water. Cough, cough. That was a slip. Jiang Yan's spirit, resembling a diminutive figure, reached out to caress his chin, sensing an underlying discord. Even a newborn, despite its innocence, would not emerge with a complete lack of impressions. At the very least, the first visage it beholds would leave an indelible mark. Chapter 14. Fusion, Deduction. Perhaps you may forget in time, yet your soul has long been etched with memories. However, this place. Jiang Yan furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment, feeling a twinge of hesitation. However, he swiftly resolved his thoughts and struck his palm decisively. The absence of anything within one's soul is a terrifying notion. It signifies the difficulty in cultivating a distinct personality. Lacking a persona renders one no different from a vegetative state. Since you possess none, allow me to bestow some upon you, while simultaneously uncovering your past and discerning the true nature of your being. Jiang Yan's soul avatar closed its eyes, and soon a strand of long hair began to float upwards. The soul power, intrinsic to Jiang Yan's essence, started to disintegrate, transforming into a pure, attributeless energy that gradually intertwined with the hair. He was infusing the strand of his soul with fundamental knowledge and memories of the world. Once the process was complete, Jiang Yan clenched his teeth gently and severed the connection decisively. A sharp pain accompanied the act. Jiang Yan let out a soft cry of anguish. Yet his hands remained steady as he manipulated this wisp of spirit, shattering it once more, transforming it into pure soul energy interspersed with fragments of memory. After completing this arduous task, Jiang Yan finally exhaled, releasing the wisp of spirit to allow it to attempt to merge into this space, integrating into Shenming's soul. It was a course of action dictated by necessity. After all, this realm was utterly void, devoid of any attributes, and memories had vanished entirely, rendering any understanding of Shenming impossible. To simply accept a disciple and return to the Ancient Immortal Sect under such circumstances would be profoundly irresponsible. Given the inability to comprehend through conventional means, the only option was to delve into the very essence, to explore the soul itself. In this realm of cultivation, every sentient being possesses a foundational record within the celestial order, a rough trajectory of their existence, essentially, their fate, regardless of the experiences one undergoes. The celestial order holds corresponding documentation, along with a general prediction of subsequent outcomes. This is the art of divination and deduction within the realm of cultivation. To gain insight into the future entails shouldering the burdens of causality, with the nature of understanding varying according to the magnitude of one's actions and their repercussions. The extrapolation of the past is indeed a similar endeavor. In the case of Shenming, it is particularly suitable for delving into her history. While you may forget, the cosmic order remembers. By reflecting upon one's own experiences, the answers will inevitably surface. What Jiang Yan must accomplish now is to merge his spirit with Shenming's soul, thereby enabling him to explore her past through the lens of his own experiences. Of course, Jiang Yan is not an adept in the art of divination and calculation, and when he first encountered Shenming, he attempted to glean insights but was left in utter ignorance. Thus, he had to resort to the alternative of reflecting upon himself. After all, self-extrapolation does not demand extensive skill, and the repercussions from the cosmic order are minimal. Nevertheless, this approach still exacted a considerable toll on Jiang Yan, as he had to manage his own spirit, leaving only a trace of will. Furthermore, he needed to refine his spirit into a pure, unmarked essence, one that could be absorbed. He must complete the extrapolation before that trace of will dissipated, allowing it to fragment into harmless memories that could fill the void in Shenming's recollections. Naturally, these would not be trivial memories, but rather fundamental knowledge about life. This method would neither shock Shenming's current psyche nor undermine her soul, while simultaneously enhancing her essence and revealing her past experiences, a triple benefit. As for what Shenming might glean from that trace of his spirit, Jiang Yan could not speculate. This laborious method was employed not only for Shenming's sake, but also for expediency, as Jiang Yan preferred to avoid unnecessary exertion. Indeed, he would rather endure some pain himself than burden her, a sentiment that still resonated with him from his past life. In reality, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His right hand remained poised at Shenming's back, ready to withdraw his spirit should her soul show any signs of distress, preventing any harm from befalling her. Yet, the process unfolded remarkably smoothly, almost seamlessly. The integration of his spirit with hers exhibited no lag, as if their souls had always existed as one. The profound compatibility allowed Jiang Yan to effortlessly merge, and he felt an overwhelming sense of control, as if he could instantly assume dominance. With merely this thread of consciousness, he could perfectly manipulate Shenming's body and even her soul. This left Jiang Yan somewhat bewildered. What could this phenomenon mean? Such a level of affinity. Could she be my daughter or perhaps my sister? Yet, that seemed impossible, as he felt no bloodline connection. Through that thread of divine consciousness, Jiang Yan sensed Shenming's current state. In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Yan attempted to exert some influence. In reality, Shenming gradually opened her eyes, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Yan, whose eyes were tightly shut. One of her eyes sparkled with curiosity, keenly observing Jiang Yan, while the other gazed at him with a charmingly bewildered expression. Through the vessel of Shenming, Jiang Yan glimpsed his own existence in the realm of reality. It was an extraordinarily peculiar experience, tinged with an indescribable strangeness. Gently shaking his head, Jiang Yan relinquished his controlling thoughts and returned command to Shenming. The indulgence must cease. If he continued, his ethereal essence would surely shatter. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, and thus, he resolved to cultivate his inner tranquility. With this intention, Jiang Yan focused his mind and recited the heart-purifying mantra, striving to swiftly attain a state of meditation. He directed his magical energy to the major acupoints throughout his body, employing a unique method of deduction to stimulate his own vital energies. Simultaneously, he allowed his spirit to connect with the natural order, immersing himself in the internal cosmos of his being. In achieving a harmonious state of unity between heaven and man, he could then perceive the trajectory of his destiny, and perhaps glean a glimpse into his fate. Naturally, the vessel he employed was not his own physical form but rather Shenming's, as it was her destiny that he sought to comprehend. The nature of fate's trajectory is elusive. It cannot be seen, only felt. Those who dare to witness it directly meet with instantaneous demise, without any respite, a forbidden aspect of the heavenly order to be approached with utmost caution. Today's influx of documents was overwhelming. Alas, returning to a tranquil state of cultivation was no longer feasible. If this continued, my realm would surely fall behind that of my fellow disciples. Thankfully, the Tao mirror was there to assist. Without it, the sheer volume of paperwork would have been insurmountable. 2 months prior, a young disciple of the demonic path had escaped from my grasp. Her cultivation method bore peculiar similarities to that of the ancient fiend of shattered heaven from 30 years past. I have an opportunity to report this matter and inquire of the Tao Mirror regarding her whereabouts. Oh, how I ache. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Anyone at all? A cacophony of chaotic and incomprehensible voices surged into Jiang Yan's consciousness, overwhelming him and threatening to destabilize his ethereal essence. Jiang Yan fervently recited the Cleansing Heart Sutra, managing to stabilize his soul and prevent it from collapsing. Chapter 15. The former sect leader. Yet, the incessant murmurs that plagued his mind persisted, echoing with the sounds of conversations, playful banter, resentful curses, and obscure incantations. Among these were even languages that Jiang Yan could not comprehend. They amalgamated, continuously assaulting his consciousness. His spirit was on the verge of bursting. As he knelt in the ethereal landscape formed by his inner world, clutching his ears, once he had acclimated to the overwhelming sensations, Jiang Yan braced his nearly exploding spirit to perceive the surrounding scene. However, it remained a realm of nothingness, formless, intangible, and insubstantial. He could not even sense the presence of his own hand when he reached out. Only the chaotic sounds persisted. How could this be? Had he truly never encountered any object in the past? Was it possible that 2 months prior, he too had existed within such an environment? Jiang Yan, with a contorted expression, pressed his hands against his ears, fervently reciting the Tranquil Heart Sutra to shield himself from the cacophony of sounds that surrounded him. Simultaneously, he extended the timeline of his deduction, attempting to reconstruct Shen Ming's experiences from years past. Yet, nothing changed. The realm remained unchanged, save for the shifting chaos of voices. Jiang Yan, compelled to halt his calculations, felt an excruciating pressure building on his forehead, as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. From the crown of his head, intricate fissures extended downward, emanating a divine radiance that continuously released pure soul energy, gradually being absorbed by the surrounding space. Remain calm. Steady your mind and refrain from dwelling on distractions. Jiang Yan calmed his mind, forcefully disregarding the soul energy that continuously emanated from him, and focused his thoughts. As he contemplated the state of affairs from 2 months prior, and even from years and decades ago, he found that Shen Ming remained unchanged. This indicated that she had perpetually existed in a void, oblivious to the passage of time, unaware of the seasons. Furthermore, countless disordered murmurs assailed her, which explained the emptiness within her soul. Yet, what were these murmurs? They did not resemble the resonances of divine or demonic sounds that typically disturb the mind. Rather, they were akin to ordinary speech, albeit so numerous and chaotic that her mind could scarcely process them. Moreover, they seemed to target Shen Ming specifically, as if drawn to her. Upon this realization, Jiang Yan felt a stir in his heart, recalling the conch shell held by the elder, which also emitted similar chaotic noises, likewise directed towards Shen Ming. At that time, Shen Ming had covered her ears, seemingly afraid of what she might hear. However, after Jiang Yan made contact with her, her fear dissipated, as if those sounds had vanished entirely. Additionally, he remembered how she had quietly loosened her grip on him, only to quickly clutch him again in a moment of fright. It appeared that he might possess the ability to help Shen Ming isolate herself from some of those voices. Jiang Yan felt that his spirit was on the brink of collapse, with an excruciating pain piercing through his head. He could no longer afford to think. If he continued, his mind would shatter. There was one final task he had yet to accomplish, and he needed to attend to it promptly. In the final moment, Jiang Yan activated his brilliance mode, his mind becoming utterly clear. Those nonsensical words merely entered through his left ear and exited through his right, embodying sheer foolishness. Ahem. Essentially, he transformed into a mindless automaton, rendering his cerebral processing module obsolete, functioning merely as a platform, neither retaining any memories nor contemplating any thoughts. He resolved to execute his tasks with unwavering determination, entirely discarding musings about the rationale behind his actions, the potential gains, or possible repercussions. Thus, Jiang Yan began to empty his mind completely, focusing solely on a singular purpose while setting aside all else. Even as those intrusive voices continued to echo in his consciousness, he chose to disregard their content entirely. He concentrated solely on the task at hand. In a trance-like state, Jiang Yan extended his right hand, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to inscribe a sealing rune in the palm of his hand. Let me witness your initial state. As the runes in Jiang Yan's hand completed their intricate design, the entire void shattered in an instant. A brilliant white light enveloped the space. Simultaneously, his will dissipated. A searing pain penetrated to the very marrow of his bones, reaching deep into his soul, crashing against Jiang Yan's spiritual core. In reality, Jiang Yan abruptly opened his eyes, reflecting a haunting image within them. It was a man, a figure of stern demeanor, standing amidst a sea of corpses, clad in a tattered, pale blue robe, with one side of his face grotesquely disfigured by decaying flesh. Surrounding him were 6 others, both men and women, their appearances even more tragic, some barely resembling human forms. The grim-faced man was drenched in blood, clutching a shattered copper mirror in his left hand, while his other hand grasped a little girl, none other than Shenming. The man cast a complex glance at Shenming before extracting her 3 souls, subjecting her essence to a haunting blue flame that mercilessly refined it. Most of her memories were stripped away, transformed into a resplendent glass orb that floated in the air. Only the hollow essence of the girl remained, reverting to a state of pure transparency, as if a mere breeze could carry it away. Upon completing this sinister ritual, the man imprisoned Shenming within the copper mirror he held. The scene abruptly concluded with a chilling silence. Jiang Yan clutched his head, blood seeping uncontrollably from his mouth and nose, his expression one of excruciating pain. At that moment, Shenming also opened her eyes. Yet her demeanor was largely devoid of emotion. She appeared somewhat listless, though she gazed at Jiang Yan with an innocent look. Noticing his bleeding, she instinctively leaned closer. However, in the next instant, Jiang Yan erupted violently, slamming his palm against Shenming's face, forcefully pinning her to the bed, his eyes betraying a torrent of fierce emotions for the first time. It was a murderous intent. How could you know him? Jiang Yan was unable to contain himself. For the man depicted in the vision was extraordinarily shocking. While he was unaware of others, he recognized that stern man all too well. For he was none other than the 23rd generation leader of the Ancient Immortal Sect, Mu Jinhua. The era to which he belonged was estimated to be nearly 300 years ago. The leadership of the Ancient Immortal Sect had since passed to the 32nd generation. Moreover, Mu Jinhua had long since departed during the final battle between Dao and Demon, which, even by the latest calculations, had occurred over 200 years ago. Yet, before him, Shenming appeared to be merely 8 years old. Bone age does not deceive, nor does the soul. Legend has it that this former leader was upright and transparent throughout his life, endowed with extraordinary celestial talents, his cultivation unmatched throughout the ages. A true immortal who had attained enlightenment. His character was known for its carefree and unrestrained nature. He would never strike without cause against those devoid of cultivation. If he did, it must be for a compelling reason. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Yan's murderous aura intensified, the surrounding spiritual energy beginning to stir uncontrollably, as if on the verge of coalescing into form. Observing Shenming beneath his palm, who showed no signs of struggle, his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Master. At the moment when the atmosphere reached a certain threshold, a soft, intermittent voice echoed in the empty room, so sudden yet swiftly dissipating the oppressive aura of death. Chapter 16, My Damned Charm. Jiang Yan's aura of power concealed itself, yet his gaze became increasingly intricate. As he looked at the innocent and pure Shenming in his hands, he found himself unable to act. They say that demons possess innate divine abilities. Perhaps Shenming's unique power is one such manifestation. Yet, among mortals, there are also beings of a similar nature. Could she be one of them? Jiang Yan rarely fell into silence. His fingers clenched and then released, revealing his hesitation. This time, there was no escaping. A choice had to be made. To accept or to reject. Accepting would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble, potentially entangling him in far-reaching complications, yet rejecting it posed its own dilemmas. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and closed his eyes, feeling a certain instability in his energy. He had already severed a portion of his own spirit, and subsequently, his mind had been inundated with some undesirable thoughts. In a reckless pursuit to glimpse the secrets of the heavens, he had suffered a backlash. At this moment, even he found it increasingly difficult to endure. Shenming, with her azure eyes blinking in confusion, did not understand why her master suddenly embraced her so tightly. Initially, she felt a delightful sense of unity with him, but he soon withdrew, leaving her with a sense of loss. Before departing, he had inserted something into her mind that she found rather unappealing. However, one particular adjective, master, struck her as melodious, prompting her to utter it, albeit clumsily, as she could only manage to articulate the first syllable. Observing Jiang Yan with his eyes closed, Shenming reached out with her small hand to touch his face and called out once more. Master. Ah, never mind. I simply could not discern any abnormalities in you nor detect even the slightest hint of demonic influence. Jiang Yan sighed, ultimately releasing his grip. Leaning back against the bed frame and closing his eyes in contemplation, Shenming, struggling to rise, crawled beside Jiang Yan without a hint of awareness of the impending crisis. Extending her small hands to embrace him. Looking up at him with a soft gaze, she sweetly uttered, "Master, you must not call me master, but rather master father. Well then, let us leave it at that for today. It's time to rest." Jiang Yan, with a hint of weariness in her brow, wearily uttered a phrase, setting Shenming aside before turning to rest on her side. Jiang Yan ultimately made a decision. He would retain her. He held faith in the character of Mu Jinhua, since he had opted not to eliminate Shenming at that moment. The situation had not escalated to such dire consequences. After all, Jiang Yan had grown up listening to the tales of Mu Jinhua, the former leader of the sect, and possessed a certain understanding of her. She was one of the terminators of the war against demons, a peerless genius who subdued an era and led the various celestial sects to obliterate the entrance to the abyss. Undoubtedly, she was a true immortal. To act against a young girl must have been for a profound reason. Choosing to seal rather than kill Shenming indicated that there was a path to survival for her. Centuries later, should they cross paths again, it would be fate. Such a connection could be likened to the idea that every action, no matter how small, is preordained. With this in mind, Jiang Yan, feeling quite carefree, decided to retire for the night. As for the secrets surrounding Shenming, he resolved to allow his master to personally examine her once they returned to the ancient celestial sect. Only by passing his master's scrutiny could she be formally accepted as a disciple. If she failed to do so, well, it is exhausting. All I desire is a tranquil life of taking on a disciple and then wandering the world as a handsome man. Yet here I am, beset by an overwhelming array of matters due to my irksome charm. Jiang Yan sighed softly before succumbing to slumber. His gentle snores filled the air as Shenming blinked in surprise. Stealthily, she crawled from the side of the bed, maneuvering around its edge until she positioned herself in front of Jiang Yan. With deliberate care, she lifted his hands and nestled herself into them. Finding a comfortable spot, she embraced Jiang Yan, gazing at him intently without the intention of sleeping or even closing her eyes. She was merely replicating what she had seen in the fragmented memories Jiang Yan had imparted in his childhood. He had similarly sought refuge in the embrace of a maternal figure. She was simply applying what she had learned. The following morning, a cacophony erupted. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cough, cough. Mistress, I was wrong. Call again. Dare to make another sound. A vibrant red rooster, its plumage resplendent, found itself ensnared by Li Qiaoer, who gripped its neck with one hand while brandishing a kitchen knife threateningly before it, poised to strike. The frightened rooster squawked in a frenzy, feathers flying in disarray. With a fierce demeanor, Li Qiaoer waved the knife menacingly against the rooster's chest. I've long held a grudge against you, clucking incessantly before dawn. If it weren't for my father's protection, you would have been slaughtered long ago. Her indignation was palpable, her energy vibrant. A far cry from the frail young lady she had been the day prior. Mistress, we acknowledge our faults. We beg for your mercy. The two maids, Chui and he, trembled as they knelt behind Li Qiaoer, their foreheads pressed firmly to the ground. Upon awakening, they recalled all that had transpired, fear flooding their eyes with tears. And they had remained in this position for quite some time. Li Qiaoer lowered the knife, and the rooster, seemingly astute, seized the opportunity to dart away the moment she released it. Naturally, Li Qiaoer paid it no heed, instead turning her attention to the two kneeling maids. Her expression remained calm, betraying no emotion. Rise, I understand this was not your intention. The maids, too fearful to stand, persisted in their supplication. We implore the young lady to deliver punishment. Though this was not our will, we did harm you. We beseech your leniency. Li Qiaoer's countenance remained unchanged. She spoke no further and, instead, produced a sheet of white paper from her sleeve, tossing it before the two. In that case, adhere to the instructions on this note, as a means of atonement. The maids, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retrieved the paper from the ground, expressing their gratitude fervently. Thank you, young lady, for your mercy. Thank you, young lady, for your mercy. After they withdrew, a faint smile surfaced on Li Qiaoer's expressionless face. The smile was not radiant. Rather, it bore a chilling quality, tinged with a hint of distortion, creating a somewhat unsettling aura. The Su and Wu families covet our inheritance. Do they? I am eager to observe how you intend to acquire it. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Li Qiaoer, causing the temperature of the room to drop, rendering it rather frigid. Suddenly, however, the icy atmosphere dissipated, returning to normal. The sinister and cryptic expression on Li Qiao vanished, replaced by a lighter demeanor. I wonder if that individual has awakened. Perhaps I should check on him. She murmured softly, her steps unwavering as she turned left and walked directly towards the adjacent door. Raising her hand as if to knock, she merely let it fall gently, producing a faint sound. Benefactor, my lord? Are you awake? May I enter? Silence reigned. Cough, benefactor. It is getting late. It is time to rise for a meal. I beg your pardon for my impertinence in disturbing your rest. With that, she pushed the door open with a creak. Li Qiao cautiously poked her head inside, her expression wary and her movements gentle, resembling a cat stealthily seeking mischief. Chapter 17. A daughter? Am I that old? She tiptoed in, carefully maneuvering past the screen, and caught sight of a figure lying sideways on the bed. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Li Qiao's mouth, but she quickly suppressed it, adjusting her expression as she moved closer, clearing her throat in preparation to speak. However, her gaze shifted and locked with a pair of cerulean eyes, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. Shenming looked at her, and she returned the gaze, neither uttering a word, as the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted. Li Qiao furrowed her brow slightly, observing Shenming in Jiang Yan's arms, and felt an uncomfortable sensation. Especially the expressionless gaze of Shenming stirred a wave of discontent within her. It was akin to staring at the naturally irritable face of a wild Tibetan fox, inexplicably provoking her ire. Yet, she did not reveal her feelings. Instead, she concealed them deep within, donning a respectful demeanor as she tentatively spoke. This slumber was rather uncomfortable. Jiang Yan's eyelids fluttered as he straightened his body, stretching vigorously in bed. The force of his movement caused Shenming to sway slightly, prompting him to tighten his embrace. What is this? Just as Jiang Yan was relishing his stretch, he halted, opening his eyes a mere slit to cast a sidelong glance. There he beheld Shenming, who, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was intently gazing at him. Jiang Yan fell into silence, pondering how this individual ended up on his bed. Right. He had neglected to arrange a room for her last night. TSK, having grown accustomed to living alone, he found it quite disconcerting to suddenly take on an apprentice. Yet, it seemed only logical that even with an apprentice, they would sleep separately. However, given Shenming's peculiar circumstances, it was prudent not to leave her alone, as she might encounter unexpected dangers. This thought only added to Jiang Yan's headache. The remnants of last night's ordeal still lingered, after all. Severing a portion of his soul, without reason, demanded a recovery period of 5 to 6 days at his current level of cultivation. Benefactor, you are awake, she said, her voice a gentle whisper. Yes, I am awake, Jiang Yan replied, as Li Qiao gazed at him with cautious reverence. Did you sleep well last night? You appear somewhat unrest, though this dwelling is rather modest. Perhaps I could offer you my room? No, that won't be necessary. As Jiang Yan rubbed his head, he propped himself up and effortlessly peeled Shenming off him. This girl was like a gecko, clinging on so tightly that it was quite a challenge to shake her off. It took Jiang Yan considerable effort to detach her. A sheltered spot from the wind would suffice. I have no extravagant demands. Jiang Yan stifled a yawn, languidly leaning against the side of the bed, propping his head up with one hand in a casual pose. His hair fell loosely, partially obscuring his face. Xiao, I can only stay for these 3 days. Once they are over, I must depart. You should make the most of this time. If revenge is not your desire, I can still take you away from the Ancient City. Li Qiao instinctively clenched her hands but quickly relaxed them. Leaving is not within my control. My benefactor need only remain for 3 days to ensure that I am unharmed. I shall manage the rest myself, she said respectfully, bowing her head. However, Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively. You need not be overly fearful. The one who targeted your family is already dead, and there is little chance anyone will act against you now. As he spoke, Jiang Yan gestured for Li Qiao to come closer, smiling as he added, and do not be so serious. I am not going to devour you. Just yesterday, you were quite at ease. Why the sudden formality today? Have you forgotten after shedding tears? Recalling the scene from the previous night when she had wept in his embrace, Li Qiao felt her cheeks flush, and she approached Jiang Yan, lowering her head in silence. Jiang Yan raised his hand towards Li Qiao. Upon witnessing this, Li Qiao bit her lip, yet remained still, her body rigid with tension. However, Jiang Yan's hand was soon lowered. What came into view was a vividly red chicken feather. Li Qiao, in the early morning, found herself amusingly distracted by the fowl. As she sighed in relief, a flush of heat spread across her face, prompting her to take 2 awkward steps back as she stammered. I will go prepare a set of clothes for you. Yet, before she could escape, Jiang Yan's voice halted her. Wait a moment, I don't mind. Just prepare one set for my disciple, tailored to your size. After all, we are all rather unremarkable in appearance, so the difference is negligible. Stunned, Li Qiaoer stood frozen in place, turning her head to look at Jiang Yan with disbelief. She is your disciple? I thought she was your daughter? Uft. Which of your eyes sees a resemblance between us? And do I truly appear that aged? Jiang Yan nearly coughed, while Li Qiaoer wore a look of utter astonishment. If she was not his daughter, then why were they sharing a bed? Was there not a separate room available? This seemed to defy all logic. What was there to fear for children? Did you not almost expose yourself to me last night? This is merely sharing a bed. It is different. A master is a master, an elder, and cannot be overstepped, while a disciple must remain a disciple. Ah. Do not concern yourself with such rigid conventions. By relinquishing some worldly notions, you shall find greater ease in life. Li Qiaoer hesitated, her gaze darting between Shenming and Jiang Yan. Her upbringing taught her that matters of a higher class should never be approached lightly and must be handled with utmost caution. However, Jiang Yan's words and actions clashed with the beliefs instilled in her through her education. She wished to argue but found herself at a loss for words, even sensing that there was a semblance of reason in what he said. After much contemplation, Li Qiaoer lowered her head. Please wait a moment, my benefactor. I shall return shortly. Ultimately, she refrained from further dispute in Jiang Yan's presence and obediently stepped outside. Jiang Yan stood up and stretched lazily once more, pacing back and forth within the room, while Shenming followed closely behind him, her small hand tugging at his sleeve. My obedient disciple, come. Sit down and allow your master to test your knowledge, to see if the fragments of memory from last night have borne fruit. Jiang Yan guided Shenming to take a seat on the stool, while he crouched before her, his expression earnest as he extended a single finger. What number is this? Shenming diverted her gaze from Jiang Yan to the finger, and then remained utterly still. Jiang Yan's lips twitched as he extended a finger, indicating the number 2. How many fingers could that be? No need to rush. If you cannot articulate it, simply blink. 1 blink signifies 1, 2 blinks denote 2, and so forth. Now, do tell me, how many fingers am I holding up? Shenming stared vacantly. Jiang Yan felt a throbbing headache. Was it possible that she had not received the splendid gift of life last night? If so, had her soul been sacrificed in vain? Under such circumstances, she would be unable to conduct certain tests. Undeterred, Jiang Yan endeavored again and again, yet Shenming only responded occasionally, otherwise gazing blankly like a finely crafted puppet. Chapter 18. Such frivolity, how I detest tending to children, especially those who know nothing and require instruction in every aspect of life. Eating, drinking, relieving themselves, and sleeping. Even in a world of cultivation, there is no room for idleness. Jiang Yan, in his distress, covered his face and let out a weary sigh. At that moment, a pair of small hands reached out and embraced him. Don't cry, Asher. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. She seemed to have overlooked this matter last night. She appeared to have learned how to address her master, yet something felt amiss. Master? What on earth? Moreover, I did not weep at all. Jiang Yan felt a surge of sarcasm within, yet he was suddenly taken aback. Wait, this scene seems rather familiar, reminiscent of the moment when I consoled Li Qiaoer yesterday. And yesterday, Xiao Shenming witnessed the entire affair from behind. Could it be that she is applying what she observed to comfort me? Upon realizing this, Jiang Yan nodded inwardly, acknowledging that her life package had indeed proven effective, as it had instilled certain concepts within her. Furthermore, the child appeared to possess a remarkable capacity for learning, which would undoubtedly make the teaching process more effortless in the future. How comforting it is to hear Xiao Shenming's words. However, I assure you, master, that I have not shed a tear. Jiang Yan looked up playfully and spoke, while Shenming reached out once more, gently stroking his head, reminiscent of the previous night. The scene was harmonious, albeit with a slightly peculiar ambience. He crouched on the ground like a playful puppy, being affectionately petted by Shenming, evoking the image of a little girl comforting a big dog. Just then, the door creaked open. Li Qiaoer entered, holding a pile of clothes, and happened upon this moment. With a sharp gasp, the garment slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Li Qiaoer widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Shenming, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Oh, the clothes have arrived?" Upon witnessing Li Qiaoer's entrance, Jiang Yan promptly rose and approached her, while Shenming, swift and agile, grasped Jiang Yan's arm to follow suit. Subsequently, in the astonished gaze of Li Chaoer, he bent down to retrieve the garments that had fallen to the ground, brushing off the dust and shaking them free. He gestured towards Shen Ming's figure, affirming, "Indeed, it fits quite well." Jiang Yan took a moment to assess the situation and found himself quite satisfied. He casually handed the clothing to Li Chaoer. "Xiao Shenming, I cannot assist you with dressing. Let the sister help you." As he spoke, he attempted to push Shenming towards Li Chaoer. "Chaoer, please help my disciple with her attire. She is a bit bewildered and does not know how to do it herself." Li Chaoer furrowed her brow, grappling with the words she had longed to express since the beginning, yet they remained unspoken. She could only manage a reluctant nod in agreement. However, while they consented, Shenming was not in accord. She could not comprehend their intentions, but she understood that it meant separation from Jiang Yan, unwilling to part from him. She clung tightly to his hand, her azure eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion for the first time. There was urgency, discomfort, and a hint of pleading mingled with anguish. Her lips moved incessantly, uttering, "Master, do not cry, do not cry." The pitiful gaze, coupled with her soft, delicate appearance, made Jiang Yan's heart skip a beat. All right. I shall not leave. I shall not leave." Jiang Yan ultimately could not withstand it. Perhaps Shenming was unwilling to hear those chaotic sounds any longer, which accounted for such a strong reaction. As for why being near him could muffle those sounds, Jiang Yan remained uncertain, and his previous thoughts were merely conjectures, not yet definitive. Therefore, it would be prudent to avoid distancing himself from her at this stage. However, Jiang Yan would not stoop to the point of dressing her himself, as that would be too beastly and detrimental to Shenming's future perspectives. Jiang Yan chose to allow Shenming to continue grasping his sleeve while he turned his back, using a folding screen to shield the two of them from view. He enveloped himself in a cocoon of silence, shutting off his senses. Shenming, however, ceased her tumult and obediently stood behind the screen, clutching Jiang Yan's sleeve as Li Chaoer attended to her, wiping her down and changing her garments. Throughout this process, Li Chaoer's eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and envy. On one hand, she was taken aback by how the traditional boundaries between men and women, as well as the decorum of master and disciple, seemed effortlessly shattered in this instance. Conversely, she felt no sense of dissonance. Instead, an inexplicable envy blossomed within her. She envied Shenming for being so cherished. This was no mere apprentice, but rather a daughter, one held even closer than kin. As she cleaned Shenming's body, Li Chaoer was astounded by the other's skin, which was a world apart from her own. It appeared exquisitely refined and radiant, impervious to dust, vanishing effortlessly with the touch of water. The fair complexion bore a subtle flush, delicate as the petals of a flower, fragile enough to be easily crushed. Parting the hair revealed a visage reminiscent of a celestial being, with brows like distant mountains, lips like cherries, and a slightly elevated nose, even in her impassivity. The profound spirit within her could not be concealed. Li Chaoer found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Shenming's eyes flickered, casting a glance in her direction. That single glance jolted Li Chaoer from her reverie. After that, she dared not look again and lowered her gaze to dress her, stifling all thoughts of envy and discomfort deep within her heart. "All right," Li Chaoer murmured softly, unaware that her voice carried an inexplicable emotion. The petite figure before her bore no makeup, yet radiated an undeniable brilliance. Her features were exquisitely refined, with soft and flowing lines, as if crafted by divine hands. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Those azure, clear eyes remained fixated on Jiang Yan behind the screen, her small hand stubbornly clutching his sleeve. Only then did Li Chaoer notice the captivating quality of her eyes, prompting her to voice her admiration. "Your eyes are stunning," to which she found herself agreeing wholeheartedly. Jiang Yan appeared beside Li Chaoer without her noticing, stroking his chin while scrutinizing Shenming. Li Chaoer was filled with confusion. "What is a bitter bar?" Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely an adjective akin to unique, handsome, unconventional, and impressive." Li Chaoer, somewhat bewildered, nodded, sensing that she was struggling to keep pace with Jiang Yan's rhythm. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes brightened, and she gazed intently at Jiang Yan. Benefactor, I am yet to learn your name. How should I address you?" Jiang Yan's expression was gentle as he reached out to pinch Xiao Shenming's cheek, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "My surname is Jiang, and you may call me Mr. Jiang, Young Master Jiang, or Boss Jiang." However, his demeanor shifted as he turned his head with a playful smile, his voice taking on a soft, magnetic quality. "If you wish, you may also call me Brother Jiang." Of course, I wouldn't mind being referred to as Uncle Jiang, or even young Master Jiang. Listening intently, Li Chao felt her ears become flushed, her fingers nervously crumpling the hem of her skirt, as if her head were about to emit steam. How can a benefactor be so frivolous? I am still not yet of age, she thought, cautiously glancing up only to meet Jiang Yan's twinkling eyes. Instantly, she averted her gaze, too shy to maintain eye contact. Chapter 19. The Absence of Innocence. Ah, the pure charm of youth is indeed delightful. Jiang Yan could not contain his amusement and laughed aloud. Hearing his laughter, Li Chao realized that Jiang Yan had merely been teasing her, devoid of any ulterior motives. This revelation brought her a sense of relief, yet simultaneously, an unmistakable wave of disappointment washed over her. She couldn't help but pout, casting a somewhat forlorn glance at Jiang Yan. Observing Jiang Yan's cheerful laughter, Shenming tightened her grip slightly and, with a forceful tug, redirected his attention towards her. What's the matter, little Shenming? Are you feeling hungry? Jiang Yan felt a slight movement in his arm and realized that Shenming was tugging at him, prompting him to glance over. Shenming, with an impassive expression, lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yan's, her small hand swaying gently, rhythmically nudging his arm. This endearing sight was reminiscent of a child accompanying an adult on a shopping excursion, who, upon encountering a friend, becomes momentarily forgotten as the adult engages in conversation. The child, unwilling to intrude yet eager to depart, stands silently beside the adult, tugging at the hem of their garment, yearning for attention to facilitate their escape from the current situation. This vivid sense of déjà vu washed over Jiang Yan, compelling him to affectionately ruffle Shenming's hair once more. Haha, feeling bored, are we? Let us first dine, and afterwards I shall take you out to purchase a few items. At that moment, Li Chao interjected appropriately, young Master Jiang, breakfast has been prepared, due to certain circumstances. It can only be served in the side hall. I hope you will not take offense. Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to such trivialities, holding Shenming's hand. He was about to step outside. However, Li Chao, witnessing his departure, couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan with a hint of hesitation, asking, Isn't young Master Jiang going to change his clothes? Jiang Yan instinctively raised his hand to examine himself, clad in a slightly worn coarse linen garment. His shoes were simple grass slippers, yet they bore no significant blemish. His long hair, hastily tied into a modest ponytail due to his recent awakening, prompted him to question, was there truly anything amiss? Jiang Yan boldly inquired. Even though Li Chao possessed exceptional poise, her reverence for beings like Jiang Yan could not suppress a charming eye roll at that moment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting as she lowered her gaze, fearful of incurring his displeasure. After a brief silence, during which no sounds were heard, she mustered the courage to lift her head once more, only to find Jiang Yan's hand gently resting on her head, softly ruffling her hair. Little Chao, do not be timid. We are not malevolent beings who would casually harm others. Besides, this is your home. You must embody the stature of a head of the household. Jiang Yan playfully winked at Li Chao before leading Shenming out the door, leaving Li Chao standing in a daze. She gazed at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, her eyes drawn to his right hand, where a faint black, twisted mark lingered, a remnant of the injuries sustained during his treatment of her the previous night, which had yet to fade. Observing this, the serious and cautious expression on Li Chao's face gradually softened, her taut features easing into a look of bewilderment. She was certain that Jiang Yan was a celestial being. Even if he were not, he undoubtedly held a connection to the divine. Yet, such beings were typically portrayed as aloof and proud, regarding mortals with disdain and demanding the highest standards. Why was he so different from the descriptions provided by her father? The celestial being she encountered was remarkably unique, tender, and effortlessly distinguished, rendering her unable to look away. Is this what celestial beings are truly like? Li Chao murmured, taking out the Tong Stinling. The character for immortal inscribed on the jade tablet emitted a faint spiritual glow, which she found herself unconsciously absorbing as she stared blankly at it. The Li family had thrived for nearly a century, and this Tong Stinling had been passed down through generations. Yet, no member of the Li clan had sought the immortals using it. On one hand, the journey was arduous. On the other, the family members were reluctant to forsake their wealth and prosperity. The most significant reason, however, was the warning issued by the immortal of old. Li Chao was unaware of what knowledge her ancestors had gleaned from the celestial being, but she knew that upon receiving the Tong Stinling, it had been stated, the descendants of the Li family should not tread this path lightly. As a child, She had found this perplexing. Why seek the Tongstian Ling if they were forbidden from pursuing the path of cultivation? Was that contradictory? Her parents had never explained, only promising to do so when she grew older. But now, after gazing intently for a long while, Li Qiao closed her eyes and reopened them. A unique aura surged forth from her, a vitality that replaced the deathly pallor of her previous self. If the former Li Qiao had been a mad girl consumed by vengeance, suppressing her own desires at all costs, the current Li Qiao was filled with hope and determination. Her previous despair dissipated, radiating vigor and resilience. Father, mother, brother, I shall avenge you. This time, I am utterly confident. Ah, she exclaimed, as Shunming, with her clear blue eyes wide open, stared intently at the chopsticks Jiang Yan had handed her, which held 2 pieces of fatty meat. Jiang Yan patiently fed Shunming. However, she seemed oblivious to the very concept of eating, merely staring without opening her mouth. With a sense of helplessness, Jiang Yan stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, slowly chewing it to demonstrate to her. Just like this. Come on, open your mouth, he urged, using another pair of chopsticks to present a few stalks of vegetables before Shunming's lips. Open your mouth, Shunming. Yet she remained utterly unresponsive. This is impossible, surely. The concept of eating must exist within her memories? How could this be? Jiang Yan gently placed his hand under Shunming's chin, coaxing her mouth to part ever so slightly. Seizing the moment, he carefully inserted a piece of vegetable into her lips. However, once he withdrew his hand, Shunming remained unchanged, her lips sealed tight, motionless and unyielding, the morsel lingering within her mouth as she stared at Jiang Yan with wide eyes. I was utterly astounded that even the most instinctive act of eating eluded her. What thorough transformation had the venerable master of the Mufeng sect inflicted upon her? Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. Her demeanor towards Shunming softened slightly. Leaning closer, she spoke gently. Little Shunming, watch how I do it, and please follow along with me. Jiang Yan brought a piece of food to his lips, savoring the taste while gently grasping Shunming's chin, synchronizing their movements in a rhythmic dance. He then swallowed the morsel. Jiang Yan gazed at Shunming, hoping she would swallow. Yet, after a considerable time, she remained unmoved. Jiang Yan gazed silently at the sky. Rendered speechless, the array of dishes before him suddenly lost its appeal. How foolish I am, to have taken on the responsibility of raising a child, particularly one as innocent and unblemished as a blank slate. Jiang Yan sighed inwardly, yet she understood that certain duties must be fulfilled, and the child she was responsible for could not be neglected. Despite her exceptional aptitude, she remained a mortal. Without sustenance, she would inevitably perish. It was unrealistic to rely solely on spiritual energy to sustain her existence. Chapter 20. Dining with elegance. Thus, Jiang Yan patiently demonstrated each bite with meticulous care in front of Shunming, nearly consuming an entire half of the table's offerings herself. As Jiang Yan diligently instructed Shunming on the art of dining, Li Qiao, who had been observing quietly, suddenly set down her utensils and rose, saying, "Young Master Jiang, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal." Jiang Yan nodded numbly, signaling for her to proceed. However, before Li Qiao departed, Jiang Yan requested some silver coins from her, specifically the private savings she had hoarded. Although Li Qiao was perplexed, she obediently complied. Once she had left, Jiang Yan tucked the coins into her sleeve, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as her mind pondered. She contemplated whether to undertake another soul fusion, to impart a fragment of memory to Shunming. Just as she was about to act, Shunming's throat quivered slightly, swallowing the food within. At that moment, Jiang Yan's spiritual essence had already emerged, poised to enter Shunming's soul. Witnessing this scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Unable to suppress the tears welling up in his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of paternal achievement. Consider Jiang Yan, a man capable of orchestrating the intricate workings of the Ancient Celestial Sect. Today, for the first time, he experienced a hint of emotional breakdown. The trials of childcare are known only to those who undertake it, and for someone like him, who was accustomed to a leisurely life, it proved to be an immense torment. He could not vent his frustrations through reprimands, but instead, he had to patiently impart knowledge, bit by bit. "Oh, my little ancestor, you have finally mastered the art of eating." In a moment of excitement, Jiang Yan instinctively picked up his chopsticks and offered a piece of meat to her lips. Shunming opened her mouth and took a bite without even chewing, swallowing it down, which caused Jiang Yan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He then selected some vegetables. But before he could even extend them towards her, Shunming leaned in and took a bite herself. Jiang Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's growth. With a sigh of appreciation, he attempted to serve himself some vegetables, only to have a small hand intercept his actions before the food reached his mouth. By the time he realized what had happened, Shinming had already stuffed it into her mouth, looking at him with an innocent expression. Be good now, there's no rush. I understand that you are excited about learning to eat, but one must not be so hasty. A young lady ought to eat with grace. Jiang Yan gently tousled her hair and then boldly snatched a chicken leg, handing it to Shinming. Here, have a chicken leg. Why are you dawdling? Take it. Shinming accepted the chicken leg and, under Jiang Yan's eager gaze, raised it before ultimately placing it into his own mouth. Jiang Yan silently chewed the chicken in his mouth. Surprisingly, it was quite flavorful. Ah, how distasteful. Jiang Yan swallowed the chicken leg, realizing that he had been a trifle too impatient. Raising a child is not an endeavor that yields immediate results. It requires gradual nurturing, and thus, there is no need for haste. Having come to this understanding, Jiang Yan decided against continuing to feed the child. He stood up, patted his belly, and stretched his arms skyward in a hearty yawn. Exhaustion enveloped him. Caring for a child is indeed taxing. Perhaps he should indulge himself with a drink as a reward. Speaking of which, Jiang Yan suddenly recalled that his gourd was still with Manager Lu. He had intended to retrieve it yesterday, but delays arose due to Shinming's health issues. With this thought, Jiang Yan feigned annoyance and pinched Shinming's small face. She, however, offered no resistance and merely gazed at him with innocent curiosity. Oh, you're so unresponsive. Come along, my foolish disciple. Let me take you out for a stroll and broaden your horizons. Jiang Yan gently guided the bewildered Shinming as they sauntered through the backyard, passing by the main hall of the Li residence. Along their path, they encountered a scattering of servants from the Li household, some casting curious glances their way, while others discreetly observed from the shadows. Yet, none dared to confront them, instead engaging in hushed speculation. Who are these two? One wondered. I heard from a maid close to the young lady that they are distant relatives, another replied, and we should not concern ourselves with them. Could they be here to assist the Li family through their troubles? Someone suggested. What good relatives would arrive at such a time? They are likely here to add to the family's misfortunes. Just look at their tattered attire. What help could they possibly offer? True enough. Let us disregard them. After all, no one is paying attention right now. The young lady will likely arrive soon, and we can profit from this situation and be on our way. Haha. Shinming, appearing timid, nestled behind Jiang Yan, hesitant to show herself, while Jiang Yan, ever considerate, walked slowly ahead, shielding her. His demeanor was relaxed, and he ambled with an air of nonchalance, the soft crunch of snow beneath his feet producing a crisp sound. By now, it was already past the hour of noon, equivalent to around 9 a.m., with the snowfall gradually abating. Following a night of heavy snow, a thick blanket now lay over the Li estate. Yet few had taken the initiative to clear it, with only the most traversed paths being swept. Shinming stepped into Jiang Yan's footprints, her hands clutching at him tightly. Perhaps it was the passage of time or the comforting presence of Jiang Yan that emboldened her. Gradually, she began to gaze outward with increasing confidence. Together, they moved unobstructed, exiting the Li residence. Although there were few inquiries along the way, many eyes were drawn to their presence. Jiang Yan remained indifferent. Yet Shinming often discreetly peered towards the obscure corners where gazes lingered upon them. Tilting her head slightly, the two ambled out of the Li residence, meandering along the main road, curiously glancing about. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in yesterday's bustling street, which lay quiet due to the heavy snowfall that had rendered the roads impassable. However, outside the Tianxiang Tower, a crowd had gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. How did the Wild Bear Gang target Tianxiang Tower? We, in this neighborhood, have all paid our protection fees. Enough. Be cautious, lest they overhear. Tianxiang Tower was owned by Manager Lu, who had previously enjoyed a close friendship with the head of the Li family. Now that the Li family had fallen, one must wonder if he could remain unscathed. Indeed, Manager Lu seems to be in quite a predicament. The onlookers exchanged various opinions, and among them, a young man, seemingly drawn to the commotion, suddenly felt a push from behind, causing him to frown and exclaim, "Who pushed me? Can't one see outside? Excuse me for a moment. I shall go inside and mediate." Mediation? But there are members of the Wild Bear Gang inside. Have you lost your mind? Yet. The individuals behind him paid no heed and simply brushed past. The young man then discerned the appearance of the person who had nudged him. Merely a beggar of decent looks, accompanied by a little girl. How could he dare to intervene in a confrontation? He had mistakenly thought this person to be of significance. I I thought you were someone of importance. Turns out you are just a madman, the young man scoffed quietly. However, the girl trailing behind the young man abruptly turned her head, her azure eyes gazing intently at him. Within those depths lay an unfathomable calm, akin to a tranquil sea, instilling a sense of fear. With just a fleeting glance, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. By the time he regained his senses, the girl had already turned away. Chapter 21. Witness how my master defeats them inside Tianxiang Tower. A loud clap resonated. A burly man, scarred across his face, slammed his palm onto the table, glaring malevolently at manager Lu behind the counter. Beside him stood 7 imposing figures, each bearing menacing grins. The establishment lay in disarray, furniture shattered and overturned, while a waiter, battered and bruised, lay on the ground moaning in agony. Other thugs in the tavern fared similarly, incapacitated by the violence. Manager, I heard you had fine wine yesterday. Why is it that when we arrive, it has all vanished? Do you look down upon us? The scar-faced man sneered, his demeanor mocking. Manager Lu forced a smile, struggling to maintain composure. Sir Bear, the wine truly is gone. It has been consumed by our guests. Perhaps, before he could finish, the scar-faced man delivered a swift slap. So, you do indeed look down upon us. Upon finishing his words, the 7 individuals behind him eagerly flexed their fists, displaying an unmistakable eagerness. The shopkeeper, Lu, was battered and bruised, his eyes swirling with stars and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he hastily steadied himself and waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, no, no. That is not my intention at all. In his haste, Lu retrieved a gold ingot from behind and quietly proposed, Master Xiong, I have paid the necessary fees to the Wild Bear Gang. Your esteemed leader once mentioned that disturbances should not arise. Might it be possible for you to show leniency? Given that my payment was perhaps insufficient, the scar-faced man chuckled, extending his hand. Lu's face brightened with joy as he promptly handed over the gold. However, upon receiving it, the scar-faced man coldly remarked, You paid my leader. What does that have to do with me? Why you? Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the scar-faced man, instinctively glancing towards the entrance. At the very moment the ruckus began, Lu had dispatched a servant to alert the authorities, yet time had elapsed with no sign of their arrival. The scar-faced man seemed to grasp Lu's thoughts, chuckling mockingly. Are you hoping the officials will come? Huh? Do you truly believe they would interfere? With that, he slammed a property transfer document onto the table, revealing that 100 taels of silver had been used to purchase the Tianxiang building, with the buyer being none other than the eldest son of the Su family, Su Fanyuan. Upon seeing this, Lu understood all too well that this was entirely aimed at him. Why you? Aren't you afraid of the Li family's retribution? The Li family? The Li family's young lady is already in dire straits. She is likely dead by now, too preoccupied with her own troubles to concern herself with you. Struck as if by lightning, Lu staggered back 2 steps, collapsing into a chair. The scar-faced man, grinning wickedly, approached the counter and placed a hand heavily on Lu's shoulder, gradually tightening his grip. So, will you pay, or will you not? Lu felt his head spinning, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had Li Chao said there was still time? How could things have escalated so quickly? As the pain in his shoulder registered, Lu regained his senses. Observing the disarray of the tavern and unable to suppress a deep sigh of despair, the scar-faced man slowly curled his lips into a smirk, contemplating how to extract benefits from Su Fanyuan once he seized the tavern. However, just then, a clear voice rang out from the entrance, Good sir. Do you have any wine? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the doorway, where stood 2 figures, one large and one small. The larger figure donned coarse clothing, with hair casually tied back, exuding a tall and relaxed demeanor. His handsome face bore a faint smile, creating an air of comfort. The smaller figure lingered shyly beside him, hesitant to step forward. Dear guest, our establishment serves wine. Upon seeing the man, Lu's spirits lifted momentarily, but he quickly suppressed his excitement, forcing himself to respond, Yes. We have wine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded and proceeded to enter, taking a seat at a relatively clean dining table. He remarked, As long as there is wine. Subsequently, he casually lifted the teacup before him to pour himself a cup. However, before he could take a sip, the corner of his garment was tugged. Xinming gazed eagerly at the tea in his hand, her lips pursing in anticipation. All right, I'll give it to you. Jiang Yan gazed affectionately at Xinming, without a hint of refusal, and slightly bent down to offer her tea. This display of intimacy, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, narrowed the eyes of the scar-faced man, who gestured subtly to two burly accomplices. The men, understanding the cue, approached from either side, tilting their heads menacingly. You really don't know your place, do you? Outsiders just don't grasp the rules. Allow me to teach you a lesson. The shopkeeper, Lu, opened his mouth as if to intervene, but ultimately refrained, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yan, palms damp with sweat. Each sip Shinming took required a moment to swallow, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain, slow and deliberate, while Jiang Yan patiently awaited her. He paid no heed to the two imposing figures, which only served to deepen their sense of indignation. In a fit of rage, one of them seized a nearby stool and swung it towards Jiang Yan. My dear disciple, could you please loosen your grip? I'm about to deal with some troublemakers. Jiang Yan softly uttered his intentions to rise, yet Shinming, obedient in all matters, proved obstinate in this regard. He refused to relinquish his grip on the water, demonstrating a stubbornness that was unwavering. Sighing, Jiang Yan resolved to consider it akin to carrying a small backpack. It occurred to him that he had not engaged in martial arts for quite some time. At that moment, the bench behind him arrived with a fierce, howling wind, indicative of its tremendous force, aimed directly at incapacitating Jiang Yan. However, the bench halted just half an inch from him, as if restrained by an invisible barrier, unable to advance any further. A single finger rested upon it, effectively preventing any progress. The burly man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he casually grasped the bench, pulling and releasing it with precision. The bench soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc before striking the burly man on the flank who was poised to launch a surprise attack, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Jiang Yan rose, his expression impassive, as he strode towards the scar-faced man who had been holding down the shopkeeper. Good grief, what a tough nut. Everyone, draw your weapons and join in. The scar-faced man's expression was fierce as he drew a cleaver from his waist, and the others followed suit. Charge! At his command, 7 burly men surged forward, their shouts of battle echoing loudly. They appeared as reckless warriors ready to risk their lives. Any ordinary person witnessing this scene would surely tremble in fear, either fleeing in terror or approaching with utmost caution to confront them one by one. Yet Jiang Yan merely shook his head gently, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Why bother? With my invincible visage, do you still dare to court death? TSK, my obedient disciple, observe closely as I demonstrate my prowess. Effortlessly dispatching this motley crew with a single hand, Shinming looked up in confusion at the self-assured Jiang Yan, unable to comprehend his master's words. However, this did not hinder her from enjoying the spectacle of a real-life brawl, the visceral impact of each punch thrilling her senses. Thus, Shinming trailed behind Jiang Yan, witnessing him take down each opponent with a single blow. The sound of resounding slaps filled the air, yet not a single one of those seemingly towering men could withstand Jiang Yan's strike. Each blow to their faces contorted their expressions, sending them spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, while strikes against their blades left the metal warped and deformed. Chapter 22. I am but a common man. The scar-faced man's expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, and ultimately to sheer terror. In less than the span of a tea break, all 7 of his comrades lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. Now it's your turn. Little weakling. Jiang Yan approached the scar-faced man and spoke in a calm tone. Suddenly, with a thud, the scar-faced man knelt down decisively, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thump. Sir, I possess the eyes of a dog. It was I who offended you. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Just spare my life. The scar-faced man was drenched in cold sweat from fear, kneeling with bated breath. To be able to bend and stretch. He truly was a man of substance. I admire such individuals. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man felt a surge of joy and lifted his head, only to see a straw sandal approaching swiftly. In the next moment, his world spun violently as he was propelled 5 meters through the air, landing on his back at the entrance, causing those outside to scatter in panic. Meanwhile, a bystander, who had been watching the scene unfold, gaped in disbelief at the spectacle within. Is this how one mediates a dispute? The scar-faced man lay there, his expression one of utter defeat, eyes vacant, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. Why was it said that I was admired? He managed to utter before his head drooped, and he promptly fainted. Silly boy. Admiring you and incapacitating you are not mutually exclusive. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and approached the counter, tapping lightly. Master Lu, I have come to collect my gourd. It was only at this moment that Master Lu emerged from his earlier astonishment, abruptly jolting to attention, disregarding his own injuries, and hurriedly rising. Ah yes, the gourd. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I shall retrieve it at once. Master Lu hurried to the wine cellar, and, shortly thereafter, returned cradling a black gourd, which he respectfully offered to Jiang Yan. Esteemed guest, here is your gourd. It contains wine, though it is not completely full, as he mentioned the incomplete filling. Master Lu quickly added, it is not that I wish to provide you with less. Rather, there simply was not enough wine to fill your gourd. Jiang Yan picked up the gourd and gave it a gentle shake, a glimmer of mirth sparkling in his eyes. The innkeeper, relieved to see that Jiang Yan bore no resentment, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After Jiang Yan's departure the previous day, he had hurried to the cellar to fill the gourd with wine. Strangely enough, an entire large barrel of the prize daughter's red wine failed to fill this modest gourd. Initially, he suspected a leak in the gourd, but after a thorough inspection, he found no seams. A sudden pang of realization struck him, followed by an overwhelming excitement. He then cautiously poured the wine out, only to witness the barrel brim with liquid. This extraordinary scene left him breathless, his face flushed, further solidifying his belief that Jiang Yan was no ordinary individual, perhaps even a legendary immortal. The mere thought of possibly encountering such a celestial being kept the innkeeper restless throughout the night. Upon waking, he was brimming with energy, constantly glancing towards the entrance, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yan's return. Yet, the visitors who arrived were none other than the scar-faced men. The innkeeper gazed at Jiang Yan, suppressing his exhilaration, and respectfully said, Mr. Jiang, have you dined yet? I still have many signature dishes, and since you left before finishing your meal yesterday, might I invite you today? It would also serve as my way of expressing gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Jiang Yan smiled and waved his hand. He was merely there to fetch some wine. Although the dishes were indeed quite delectable, the establishment had just endured a tumultuous incident, so it was prudent to allow the staff to restore order first. He thought it best not to linger any longer. There is no need, Master Lu. You have already been startled. It would be unkind to trouble you further. With that, Jiang Yan reached into his sleeve and produced a silver ingot. This is for my wine. Master Lu, however, was too deferential to accept it, quickly shaking his head in refusal. Absolutely not. You are too kind, sir. Your assistance in resolving this situation has been a tremendous help. How could I possibly accept payment? Jiang Yan offered a faint smile, uttering no further words, merely placing the silver into the hands of Manager Lu. Take it. A deed merits its due reward. This is what I desire and what I must bestow. Having said this, she prepared to take Xin Ming's hand and depart. Manager Lu, bewildered by the cryptic exchange, hastily called out, Mr. Jiang, please wait. Jiang Yan turned around and asked, Is there anything else you require, Manager Lu? After a moment of hesitation, Manager Lu gritted his teeth and replied, Mr. Jiang, are you perhaps an immortal? Jiang Yan squinted and smiled. I am no immortal. I am merely an ordinary person. To be frank, I wish to request something of you. Manager Lu appeared resolute, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Jiang Yan. Manager Lu, your establishment is quite commendable. Continue to operate it well. Jiang Yan clasped his hands respectfully towards the shopkeeper and, taking Xin Ming by the hand, strode directly out of the tavern. As he emerged, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a passage for them. The young man who had previously been at the forefront retreated to the back, too intimidated to meet Jiang Yan's gaze. Shopkeeper Lu remained rooted to the spot, desperately wanting to call out to him, but finding himself inexplicably tongue-tied. A peculiar intuition gripped him, suggesting that he would not have further encounters with Jiang Yan in the future. Watching Jiang Yan's retreating figure, Shopkeeper Lu let out a sigh, lamenting, Alas, it seems I am fated to be out of touch, Uncle Lu. As he stood lost in thought, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. The sound felt hauntingly familiar, prompting him to whip around towards its source. There stood Li Qiaoer, vibrant and spirited, at the side entrance, clad in a coarse cloth coat and a hood that concealed much of her face. Qiaoer, is that truly you? Shopkeeper Lu's expression transformed as he rushed forward in hurried steps, scrutinizing her with disbelief, soon giving way to joy. Qiaoer, it really is you. You're safe. Splendid, splendid. Li Qiaoer mirrored his elation, her face alight with happiness as she regarded Shopkeeper Lu. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yan that morning, she had disguised herself and evaded the spies lurking within the Li family. Quietly, she gathered all the hidden forces within the Li family's enterprises, including the 12 guards personally trained by her father, along with several long-standing insiders from the Su and Wu families. She then conveyed her new plans and began their execution. In truth, she had been devising her strategy for some time, yet had hesitated due to the potential celestial beings within both families. Now, bolstered by Jiang Yan's support and a newfound clarity regarding her path, she felt liberated from past apprehensions, ready to take bold risks. Shortly thereafter, she received intelligence from the Su family's informants, revealing that the Su family's young master had instructed his subordinates to seize shopkeeper Lu's assets. Upon hearing this, she hastened to the location, only to find what? In truth, the matter had already been resolved? Who is responsible for this? Uncle Lu, what has transpired? Chapter 23 The beginning of your lifelong despair. While the shopkeeper Lu was in high spirits, he did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. He instructed those who were able to stand to return and tend to their injuries, closing the shop doors behind them. After completing these tasks, he recounted everything to Li Qiao in detail. He concluded, I realized yesterday that the individual was remarkable, and I thought that fostering a good relationship could only be beneficial. I never anticipated that it would bear fruit so swiftly. I had intended to ask that person to assist you in your recovery. A faint smile graced Li Qiao's lips, her eyes betraying an enigmatic emotion. Uncle Lu, thank you. Lu was momentarily taken aback. For what? It was that person who saved me last night. Without him, I might not have survived. Thanks to you, I was able to forge this connection. He is truly a celestial being. Realization dawned upon Lu, and he began to perceive the situation anew. As he contemplated this, he felt the coins in his hand grow warm, pondering whether he should offer them up in gratitude or some such act. Li Qiao then interjected, Uncle Lu, let us save the reminiscing for later. I need your assistance now. Lu's expression turned serious. Qiao, I understand your eagerness for revenge, but the opposing factions are formidable. It will be difficult for just the three of us to topple them. At this stage, we must conserve our strength and wait for the opportune moment to act. Li Qiao nodded but did not acquiesce. Uncle, you do not comprehend the Li family nor the extent of their arrangements in Lianshan City. I am fully aware of everything. I have devised a comprehensive plan. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Today, Lu's brow furrowed and relaxed in turns, until finally. He stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, what will you do afterward? Do you intend to abandon Lianshan City altogether? Li Qiao smiled faintly, an icy determination glimmering in her gaze. Uncle, may I? Lu gazed at the young woman before him, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this still the lively and well-mannered niece he once knew? He instinctively took a step back, saying, very well, I shall comply. That is splendid. Uncle Lu, you need only await my news. In the afternoon, snow began to fall again from the sky over Lianshan City. Houses that had just been cleared of the accumulated snow were soon blanketed once more, prompting many to abandon their efforts. In front of a book pavilion, Jiang Yan embraced a substantial collection of books, with Xiao Xinming trailing behind him. The two exited the bookshop under the delighted gaze of the proprietor, who even cupped his hands in farewell. Dear guests, take your time. Should you require anything in the future, you may enjoy some exemptions on fees. Walk carefully, dear guests, and watch your step. As he spoke, he wiped the silver coins in his arms, unable to suppress the grin on his face. With the new year approaching, the bookshop was nearly deserted, as it often was, even on ordinary days. Other bookstores had closed their doors early, and he had intended to do the same, but unexpectedly, a significant customer had arrived. He had sold nearly 2 months' worth of stock in one fell swoop. Now, he could look forward to a joyful celebration of the new year. Xiao Xinming, take a look. Do you know what this is? Jiang Yan raised the several stacks of books in his arms, gazing at Xinming with great interest. Xinming, in turn, leaned slightly forward, attempting to look up, but upon failing to see, tilted his head adorably. Jiang Yan was well aware that she would not respond. So he spoke to himself. This marks the beginning of your lifelong despair, and it may very well be the origin of my own collapse. Xinming, perplexed by Jiang Yan's words, could only part her lips slightly and utter, Master. Jiang Yan, wishing to tease her, ultimately dismissed the thought as his hands were occupied with a book, and he sighed to himself. Alas, Xinming, you must surely be a clever child. Otherwise, this could very well become the origin of my unraveling. Jiang Yan returned to the Li residence with Xinming, and the estate appeared drastically altered from when they had departed. An atmosphere of desolation pervaded the surroundings, with several servants hurriedly departing, burdened with various belongings. While others displayed sorrowful expressions, their eyes swollen from weeping. Within the grand hall of the Li estate, white draperies adorned the space, and at its center lay an ornate coffin. Inside lay Li Chao, peacefully resting, her eyes firmly shut, her complexion devoid of color, lifeless. The hall was crowded with mourners. Some concealed their faces as they wept, others quietly observed, and some even sobbed uncontrollably, leaning over the coffin in their lamentations. While they appeared to mourn for Li Chao, many were secretly assessing whether she had truly departed from this world. The hall resonated with sorrowful wails. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from outside as Manager Lu, disheveled and bearing wounds, entered the hall. He forcefully pushed aside those who were prostrate over the coffin, staring in disbelief at Li Chao. With trembling hands, he reached for her pulse, only to let out another anguished cry, preventing others from approaching. Yet, there was no need to advance, for they had already confirmed that Li Chao had indeed passed away. Realizing this, several individuals discreetly withdrew to inform their respective masters. Manager Lu seated himself beside Li Chao, his expression bleak and his eyes devoid of life, mirroring the countenance of those around him. At that moment, however, Li Chao's devoted maid stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. Trembling, she retrieved a parcel from her arms and presented it to Manager Lu, saying, "Master Lu, the young lady left some belongings for you before she departed." Numbly, Manager Lu accepted the parcel, opening it to reveal a letter and a gold medallion, encrusted with numerous gemstones. The instant he unveiled the medallion, nearly every gaze in the room shifted toward him, many eyes glinting with avarice. The family token. How could it be here? Why would it be given to him? Infuriating. What does this mean? Is the Li family to be entrusted to him? Outrageous. A cacophony of whispers erupted in the hall. Enough. Silence. A commanding voice resonated, instantly silencing the crowd. The speaker was a guard of the Li family, one of the 12 guardians, solely loyal to the head of the family. His robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and he emanated a fierce aura. Clearly a formidable warrior. After silencing the assembly, he swiftly approached Manager Lu and knelt before him on one knee, stating, "Master Lu, the young lady entrusted her entire estate to your stewardship before her passing. This letter contains her final wishes, along with the location of the Li family's treasures. The medallion serves as the key. Thus, I implore you to take charge swiftly." As he spoke, a number of other guards gradually echoed his sentiments. Yet, amidst this chorus, dissenting voices emerged, questioning why the Li family would allow an outsider to wield such influence. However, these objections lacked the necessary weight and were swiftly suppressed. Throughout this exchange, Master Lu remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the token. It was only upon hearing the dispute that he returned to his senses. But instead of directing his attention to the letter, he trembled as he rose to personally secure the coffin lid. In Chapter 24, The Wayward Disciple, Master Lu cast one final glance at her before the lid was completely sealed. He then retrieved a hammer and methodically nailed the coffin shut. After completing this somber task, he sat down on a nearby bench, appearing somewhat dazed. Surrounding guards began to voice their eagerness for him to open the envelope and reveal what Li Chao had written in her final words. With trembling hands, Master Lu prepared to unveil the letter. However, just as he was about to do so, a sudden and slow sound pierced the air. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to the entrance, where two groups entered from either side. At the forefront of each group stood two middle-aged men, one with graying hair and a square visage, and the other short and rotund, exuding an amiable charm. Behind them trailed a dozen formidable warriors, each stern-faced and adorned with sheathed swords at their waists. Their arrival escalated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Su Wei, the head of the Su family, and Wu Liang, the head of the Wu family, what brought them here? Su Wei and Wu Liang strode forward with purpose, and no one dared to impede their progress as they made their way into the grand hall. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that Brother Li's orphan could not be preserved. A poignant reminder of the capriciousness of fate. Upon entering, Wu Liang's gaze immediately fell upon a letter, his eyes momentarily glinting with avarice. However, upon noticing the guards, he recognized that seizing the opportunity would not be feasible, especially while still within the confines of the Li residence, compelling him to suppress his greed and engage in polite conversation. Su Wei, feigning sorrow, also offered a perfunctory lament, his eyes subtly darting towards the coffin. Yet, as it had been sealed, nothing was discernible from the exterior. His attention was soon captivated by the items held by Manager Lu, leading him to disregard the coffin completely. "Manager Lu, do not be disheartened. I have heard that your shop has suffered considerable damage recently. It seems quite severe. In these tumultuous times, lacking a sense of belonging can be perilous. My Wu family possesses medicine. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting us? Old Wu. Su Wei placed a reassuring hand on Wu Liang's shoulder, interrupting his discourse, then tightened his grip, drawing his hair back. Wu Liang, as if just awakening to the situation, continued to explain, Ahem, what I meant was, Manager Liu, would you be interested in coming to our territory? It is a place of safety, free from ruffians. Perhaps you might consider it. As he spoke, the dozens of skilled fighters behind them tensed, their hands gripping their weapons with visible tension, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Such blatant solicitation mixed with intimidation incited profound fury among the Li family's guards. Yet the sight of unsheathed blades momentarily quelled their rage, redirecting their focus towards Manager Liu. He was now the head of the household. Their eyes turned to him for direction. Manager Liu's fingers clenched tightly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I shall think it over. My old bones ache terribly. I promise to pay a visit tomorrow and provide you both with an answer. Both Su Wei and Wu Liang were taken aback, as were their accompanying guards and the assembled guests, astonished by the unexpected ease with which he had acquiesced. A wave of melancholy washed over them. The Li family was indeed on the brink of collapse. Su Wei sensed an underlying discord, but reasoned that given the Li family's current predicament, there was little to fear. Moreover, he still had the support of his celestial ally. Yet, he pondered the absence of Su Shu in recent days, a disquieting development that left him anxious. Thus, the situation unfolded favorably, allowing them to secure the Li household without bloodshed. A knowing smile spread across both their faces. Meanwhile, on the rooftop directly opposite the grand hall, Jiang Yan sat comfortably, thoroughly enjoying the splendid performance unfolding in the hall. Occasionally, he sipped his wine, reveling in the entertainment before him. Such acting prowess. It would be a travesty not to award a little golden statue for this talent. How had he not previously recognized Manager Liu's remarkable skills? Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Jiang Yan, filled with enthusiasm, gestured animatedly. Yet Xinming found herself unable to comprehend his actions. Thus, her gaze remained fixed solely upon him, observing the gourd he held, swaying rhythmically in his hand. As he drank with unabashed delight, unable to contain her curiosity, she instinctively opened her mouth and then extended her petite hand, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Just as Jiang Yan was engrossed in his reading, he suddenly felt someone leaning over him, attempting to seize the gourd from his grasp. Upon glancing over, he saw Xinming strenuously tugging at it, trying to wrest it away from him. Observing her effort, even her toes seemed to be straining. Yet she was unable to prevail in her endeavor. Jiang Yan regarded her with an amused expression, one hand playfully pressing down on her head while the other held aloft a gourd of wine, teasingly dangling it before her. Come on, little Xinming, try harder. Oh, but I shan't give it to you. Are you frustrated? Haha. Oh, keep at it. You're almost there. Just a little closer. But still, I refuse to relent. Haha. Jiang Yan playfully teased Xinming, lifting the gourd whenever she was about to reach it and taking a sip in her presence, his expression one of sheer delight. Xinming, perpetually provoked, felt a tinge of irritation, though she was uncertain of what that anger truly entailed. Unable to contend with Jiang Yan, she could only gaze at him with a pitiable look. Observing the slightly pouting Xinming before him, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. See, this is how her personality is brought to life. A sullen demeanor is far less entertaining. It is the spirited child who exhibits annoyance that truly brings joy. Jiang Yan slowly lowered the gourd, while Xinming gazed longingly at it, her cherry-like tender lips slightly parted, seemingly on the verge of indulging. Yet, Jiang Yan withdrew once more, chuckling as he remarked, What business do children have with alcohol? Go on, play with your mud. As Jiang Yan recounted the words his father had spoken to him in a previous life, he paused momentarily, then shook his head with a chuckle, taking another sip of his drink. However, just as he had barely savored his beverage, a sudden, forceful blow struck his chest. The liquid he had in his mouth erupted forth. Though the impact was not severe, it caused him to lose his balance and tumble from the rooftop. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and as Jiang Yan focused intently, he realized that the assailant was none other than Xinming. In a surprising display, she had lunged at him with a fish-like agility, her head colliding forcefully with his chest. Cough. A rebellious disciple. Jiang Yan could only utter this phrase before he abruptly rolled off the rooftop. Meanwhile, in the hall, Su Wei and Wu Liang exchanged a few more pleasantries before preparing to depart. Su Wei remarked, "Old Wu, what did you mean by your earlier words? Do you intend to monopolize the Li family?" Wu Liang maintained his ever-present, cheerful demeanor and replied, "Su, how could I possibly consume the entirety of the Li family's vast estate? Even if it were offered to me, it would be beyond my capacity, and besides, I wouldn't dare." Su Wei coldly responded, "It is good that you understand. By the way, my son sent someone today, but they were sent back. Do you happen to know who was responsible?" Su Wei's gaze subtly indicated Wu Liang, scrutinizing him closely. However, Wu Liang firmly asserted his ignorance. This caused Su Wei to furrow his brow. Aside from the Wu family, what other external forces in Shanshang would dare confront my Su family openly? Surely it cannot be some reckless youth? While he pondered, a sudden sound caught their attention. A young man fell from the rooftop before them, landing face down in a sprawled position on the ground with a resounding thud. The sound alone suggested pain. Chapter 25. You truly are the worst student I have ever taught. Yet, the individual appeared unscathed, swiftly rising to his feet and calmly brushing off the snow from his chest. "The moonlight tonight is truly splendid. I couldn't help but tumble down." Su Wei and the others instinctively looked up, only to be met with a dense blanket of dark clouds. Where on earth is this moon? Before they could regain their composure, another person plummeted from above, landing squarely on the first man and knocking him down once more. Ouch! A rebellious disciple. Jiang Yan lay on the ground, his face contorted with anger, while Shun Ming rested atop his chest, one hand gripping Jiang Yan's collar and the other clutching a gourd, her expression resolute. "Let go. Am I the villain? You're the one who is wicked, aren't you? Wicked Shun Ming." Jiang Yan, visibly agitated, firmly tucked Shun Ming under his arm as he proceeded to lecture while making his way toward the backyard, gradually disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Wu Liang observed the young servant beside him, who had been recently placed in the Li residence, and feeling no concern for exposing their identity, he inquired. The servant pondered for a moment before responding. "It seems that they are distant relatives of Li Chao, who have recently come to seek refuge." "Distant relatives, indeed. They likely wish merely to partake in a morsel of sustenance, and will hardly stir up any significant commotion. Su, I bid you farewell." Wu Liang performed a courteous bow and departed from the scene. Su Wei, however, remained for a while, sensing that he had encountered these two individuals before, though the memory eluded him. "Relatives? As far as I know, the Li family possesses no such kin." After gazing at their retreating figures for a moment, Su Wei made no further action. Ultimately, he turned back, casting a scornful glance at the coffin of Li Chao before leaving with his subordinates, leaving the members of the Li family in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of Jiang Yan, Manager Lu nearly lost his composure, but his professional demeanor prevailed, preventing any mishap. Subsequently, Manager Lu, citing the necessity of mourning, dismissed most of those present, allowing only himself to remain. The snowfall intensified. Jiang Yan gazed at Shun Ming with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, she remained nestled against his chest, resembling a koala clinging to its tree. They had returned to the room from yesterday, which had been tidied up and appeared significantly improved, now featuring an additional bed. A small bed, seemingly a symbol of their reluctance to part, had Shun Ming with her eyes tightly shut, her fingers grasping Jiang Yan's clothing, refusing to let go. All right. We shall not part ways." Jiang Yan consoled her softly, reaching out to pat her little head. Only then did Shun Ming open her eyes, gazing at him with a somewhat pitiful expression. Humph, now she knows fear. What gave her such audacity just moments ago? As Jiang Yan spoke, he gently placed Shun Ming onto the bed. At that moment, Shun Ming behaved impeccably, remaining silent and merely gazing at the gourd in Jiang Yan's embrace. However, a single finger pressed against her brow, tilting her head back ever so slightly. "You little glutton, still thinking about this, aren't you?" With a casual toss, Jiang Yan sent the gourd soaring, where it became ensnared upon the bed frame, well beyond the reach of even Shun Ming, who stood on tiptoe, clapping his hands. Jiang Yan wore an expression that would instill fear in any child as he stuffed a pile of books into Shun Ming's embrace. "Study. You must immerse yourself in learning. From this day forth, dedicate 7 hours each day to your studies. I shall remain here to supervise and guide you. If you fail to grasp the material, neither of us shall be permitted to leave." The figure of Jiang Yan, resembling a malevolent spirit, appeared particularly fearsome under the flickering candlelight. Shun Ming huddled in the corner, trembling with trepidation, feeling a strange sense of delight. What an oddity! Could it be that someone actually enjoys studying? Surely this child must have lost their mind. Jiang Yan's lips quivered slightly, yet he refrained from adopting a menacing pose to frighten her. He began to meticulously read through the book, page by page. From the very beginning, Jiang Yan spoke with earnestness and meticulous attention, his voice deep and resonant. At times, he even employed the soul learning method to instill certain memories within her, demonstrating his dedication. Initially, Shen Ming was filled with confusion and skepticism, yet gradually, she began to grasp Jiang Yan's words and found herself captivated, attentively listening to every syllable he uttered. As time slipped away amidst their studies, the flickering flame of the candle illuminated their faces. Shen Ming lifted her gaze, entranced by the earnest expression of Jiang Yan, momentarily lost in thought. However, each time she drifted, a gentle tap would remind her to stay focused. Pay attention in class and refrain from daydreaming. You truly are the most challenging student I have ever taught. How will you face your future mentors and peers? Alas, you are indeed a difficult pupil. The following day, two maidservants, Xiao Chui and Xiao He, approached Jiang Yan's door with breakfast in hand, but before they could knock, Jiang Yan emerged, startling them both. He appeared weary, dark circles under his eyes and his hair disheveled. Upon seeing them, he stated, "There is no need to deliver the meal today. Please bring it tomorrow." Ah. But the young lady had previously, Xiao He began, only to be interrupted by Xiao Chui's gesture. "Yes, esteemed sir, we shall not disturb you further." Understood. Jiang Yan concluded his words with a decisive slam of the door. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of reprimands and defiance echoed within the room. "How many times must I teach you? Why are you so utterly dense? You are as stubborn as an elm. How dare you retort, you ungrateful disciple? Furthermore, address me as master. Master. Oh, how exasperating. You. No sleep allowed. Memorize this entire book for me. Ah, my lord, this is. Hush. Don't pry too much. We shall heed the young lady's instructions." Chui and he whispered quietly to each other before discreetly retreating. In a secluded courtyard of the Li residence, a multitude gathered, comprising men and women of all ages, clad in a hodgepodge of attire. Merchants, farmers, hunters, clerks, carpenters, and more were present, with the esteemed shopkeeper Lu among them. All remained silently in wait, exhibiting no signs of unrest. After a brief interval, a young woman emerged from within. The crowd's demeanor shifted. They stood in unison, bowing respectfully, uttering, "We greet you, miss." This young woman was none other than the supposedly deceased Li Chao. With an expression of calm, she gently waved her hand and spoke. "There is no need for such formalities. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for not abandoning or forsaking me during the perilous times of the Li family. The purpose of gathering you here today is to deliberate on a matter of significance." Upon her conclusion, someone immediately interjected, "Miss, how shall we retaliate? Should we confront them head-on or stealthily attack their industries?" "Yes, miss, now that you are presumed dead and have taken refuge in the shadows. What are we to make of shopkeeper Lu's feigned allegiance? Given our current strength, even a covert strike may merely alert the Su and Wu families without causing them any real harm. If we wait for them to react, it could spell disaster for us." The crowd buzzed with voices, many reluctant to engage in any conflict. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Li Chao's eyes, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "Who said we are planning to strike at them?" Chapter 26. Rumors about a middle-aged man, dressed as a merchant, furrowed his brow. "Miss, what do you mean by that? You all are long-standing partners of the Li family, encompassing nearly half of Lianshan City, some even possessing considerable stature. I only ask that you assist me in one endeavor. Once accomplished, the portion of Li family assets you hold will truly belong to you. At which point Uncle Lu will dissolve the contracts." At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. "What, miss? You no longer desire these assets? Are you truly giving them all to us?" The crowd buzzed with disbelief and barely contained excitement. It was well understood that most of them were not loyal to the Li family, but rather to their own core industries, which were fundamentally tied to the Li family, essentially serving them. With the lady's demise, their enterprises would inevitably be engulfed by the other two families, much like shopkeeper Lu's Tianxiang Tower. They were reluctant to see their industry consumed, and upon learning that Li Chao was alive, they rushed to her side without a second thought. However, the revelation that they no longer desired the industry left them in a state of agitation. Yet, as the initial excitement waned, some began to sense something amiss. How could they relinquish nearly all grassroots enterprises? Would the Li family still have a foothold thereafter? Moreover, this endeavor came with stipulations. One merchant, contemplating this aspect, posed the question, Miss, what is it that you require of us? And will you not retain a portion for yourself? The latter inquiry immediately drew the scrutiny of several individuals. Li Qiao spoke. Your task is quite straightforward. I wish to control all rumors circulating within Lianshan City. At the appointed time, Uncle Lu will pledge the Li family assets to the Wu family, while simultaneously, certain members within the Su family will meet with misfortune. What you must do is utilize all your connections and resources to steer the public perception in Lianshan City. Ensure that these two pieces of information do not coincide. The crowd furrowed their brows, finding the task deceptively simple. Before they could voice their concerns, Li Qiao continued. On one hand, it is imperative that the entirety of Lianshan City believes and accepts that all of the Li family assets have been conferred to the Wu family, while simultaneously disseminating news of the Wu family's intent to dominate the market. However, the Su family must ultimately learn of Uncle Lu's defection. Moreover, we must guide the Wu family to discover the assassination within the Su family only at dusk. The tension in the room escalated. The difficulty of this task was far more daunting than initially perceived. Although the Su and Wu families were not as formidable as the Li family, they were nonetheless significant players in their own right, with extensive networks that were difficult to navigate. How could they possibly keep this under wraps? Miss, this challenge is insurmountable. I cannot accomplish it, echoed a voice in the crowd. Gradually, more began to express their doubts. Despite their desire for the assets held by the Li family, the task before them seemed impossible. Li Qiao surveyed the room, and those who met her gaze quickly averted their eyes, unwilling to hold her stare. Rest assured, I possess a detailed list of personnel from both the Su and Wu families. You may review it before making your decision. A maid presented a platter of notes, distributing them to each individual. As they opened the papers, their expressions fluctuated dramatically, particularly those who had remained silent, their faces paling in shock. Among them was the merchant, who anxiously lifted his gaze, only to find himself locked in the indifferent eyes of Li Qiao. I. The sound of kneeling echoed throughout the room. The merchant fell to the ground, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Miss, I apologize. I did not intend to betray the Li family. I was coerced. I swear, I never revealed that you were alive. Those beside him recoiled in fear, their expressions betraying their shock. They murmured to themselves, incredulous that the most dependable of them, old Wang, had betrayed the missus long ago. Li Qiao gazed at him, her expression largely inscrutable. I trust you, just as you have not disclosed this gathering to them. My previous words remain valid for you. The merchant looked at Li Qiao with gratitude, but soon felt a wave of shame wash over him, causing him to lower his head. I shall do my utmost to assist the young lady. Very well, then what do you all think? Li Qiao surveyed the room once more, and this time, the majority of the assembly no longer hesitated, nodding resolutely in agreement. Yes. In the morning, the sky continued to swirl with heavy snowfall. The streets were sparsely populated, yet the inn was unexpectedly bustling. Unlike the usual desolation at this moment, Lianshan City seemed to have come alive, with people traversing the streets, engaged in unknown pursuits. Within the Yongla Pavilion of Yong'an Square, Su Fongyuan, the eldest son of the Su family, held a graceful young woman in his arms. A lewd smile plastered across his face. My dear beauty, you are on the verge of enchanting me to death. The woman wore a knowing smile at the corners of her mouth. Oh, but why is it that the young master still lives? Ha ha. Su Fongyuan, lost in the embrace of soft fragrance, remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Outside the door stood 2 personal guards, dedicated to ensuring his safety. The entire Yongla Square was practically the Su family's domain, leaving little room for concern about potential threats. My beauty, my life cannot withstand your allure. The woman stifled a giggle behind her hand, her shoulders trembling, a captivating sight that made Su Fongyuan's eyes gleam with desire. Suddenly, the woman uttered a perplexing statement. Indeed, your life cannot withstand it. Although Su Fongyuan sensed something amiss in her words, he brushed it aside. As he clumsily began to disrobe, his movements grew sluggish, and confusion washed over him as he slowly glanced down at his chest. A dagger was embedded in his heart, blood still oozing from the wound. You. The woman cradled Su Fongyuan in her arms, whispering in his ear, Young Master Su, being lecherous is not a commendable habit. Within Lianshan City, chaos ensued. And in a brief span, news spread like wildfire that the Li family had fallen under the Wu family. The Wu family was bewildered. What do you mean? The Li family belongs to us. We haven't seen a thing. Yet, they need not remain perplexed. As manager, Lu secretly brought a substantial number of contracts to the Wu family, accompanied by the Li family's guards, presenting the family head's token and treasure location, signifying their allegiance. For this monumental prize, Wu Liang's interest was piqued. If it were possible for the Wu family to swallow this whole, it would be unfeasible. However, with manager Lu's defection and the considerable backing of the Li family, the situation was transformed. In no time, wild rumors spread through the external world. Yet the Wu family refrained from making any public clarifications. This has stirred a tempest throughout the city. A rumor gradually emerged, suggesting that the Wu family was poised to supplant the Su and Li clans, becoming the sole power in Lianshan City. Although the Wu family sought to distance themselves from such claims, the public continued to propagate this narrative, and given the prevailing circumstances, the Wu family ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, the Su family remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Chapter 27. A headache in the afternoon. Su Wei, the head of the Su family, was comfortably sipping tea, reflecting on how he might engage in a dispute with the Wu family to secure a portion of the Li family's assets. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air as his anxious steward, Old Wang, rushed before him. "Master!" The eldest young master, Su Wei gently set down his teacup and remarked casually, "Has he once again ensnared a woman? Such trifles need not be reported to me." Old Wang stammered, "And no, it's not that. The young master, he is dead." Cough. Su Wei sputtered, nearly choking on his tea. "What did you just say?" Old Wang, undeterred by the tea splattered across his face, recounted the events in detail, including the news of the Li family's assets being devoured by the Wu family. With a resounding crash, Su Wei shattered his teacup, his expression contorted with fury. "When did this happen?" "This news surfaced in the morning. And the young master was also attacked at that time." "What? Why am I only learning of this now? What have you all been doing?" "Forgive me, master." The young master instructed that no one be allowed to disturb him before entering, so the guards dared not. Su Wei felt his temper boiling over. Exasperated by their incompetence, the relentless blows to his plans left him in a state of dismay. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he urgently inquired, "What of Su Shu? Has that immortal found him?" Old Wang bowed his head. "And no, he has not." Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, Su Wei muttered, "Damn it, that treacherous Wu Liang dares to betray me." His anger simmered just beneath the surface, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the tense air. Repeatedly he raised his hand, only to lower it again in frustration. Finally, through gritted teeth, he commanded, "Spread the word. Inform them that I shall personally visit the Wu family tomorrow to pay my respects." Su Wei was incredulous. He could not fathom that Wu Liang possessed the audacity to betray the Su family. After all, Wu Liang had witnessed the formidable power of the immortal and should comprehend that a fleeting display of bravery would yield no results. The one responsible for his son's demise could potentially be a loyal hound trained by the Li family, or it might indeed be the work of Wu Liang's own men. Nevertheless, the blame could conveniently be placed on Wu Liang's shoulders. However, he could not exploit this situation, for Su Shu had recently vanished without a trace. Without Su Shu, the Su family alone would likely fail to exert significant pressure on Wu Liang. If it were to become apparent that the immortal was absent, there was a possibility that Wu Liang might turn against them. Thus, he could only publicly release information to subtly apply pressure on Wu Liang while secretly intensifying the search for Su Shu. Meanwhile, within the Wu residence, Wu Liang found himself in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. He was beset by mixed emotions. On one hand, he reveled in having acquired such a vast enterprise, while on the other, he was troubled by the presence of the immortal from the Su family. He was already aware that Su Wei intended to pay a visit the following day and understood the underlying implications of that visit. He had prepared himself to relinquish half of his assets. Although he felt a deep-seated unwillingness, fear outweighed his reluctance. At that moment, a spy stealthily entered the room and whispered something into Wu Liang's ear. After a brief pause, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Wu Liang's eyes. "What? Dead? Is this confirmed?" Although his subordinates were unaware, someone had indeed witnessed the event. An old man had been seen dragging a young man clad in a robe, fleeing from Lianshan City in the dead of night. The elder appeared to be in a state of panic, seemingly fearing pursuit, while the young man resembled a corpse, his head lolling at an unnatural angle, dragged along the ground for hundreds of meters without a sign of life. Wu Liang paced back and forth, deep in contemplation. Before he could gather his thoughts, another individual arrived with news. It was reported that the Su family's young master had fallen victim to an assassination. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he seized the informant and demanded, "When did this occur?" The spy trembled as he replied, "My lord, it happened in the morning. I regret my negligence in failing to inform you sooner. Please punish me." The spy was terrified. Such a significant event that took until the afternoon to come to light was a gross dereliction of duty, and he feared severe repercussions. However, Wu Liang did not punish him. Instead, he erupted into laughter. "Ha! Though I am not the one responsible for his death. He had the audacity to rely on the immortal yet failed to leverage this incident to threaten me, choosing instead to conceal it. The alliance with the Li family has been the talk of the town, yet Su Wei did not disseminate this information until the afternoon, just prior to his visit. This behavior is entirely uncharacteristic of Su Wei. He now appears to be lacking confidence. Could it be that the immortal is truly dead?" Wu Liang's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed thoughtfully at the Li family's emblematic token in his hand, lost in contemplation. "No," he mused. "It is not yet time to act. He would wait until tomorrow to put him to the test. As for the assassin, it was most likely a remnant of the Li family, and thus not a cause for concern." Outside, the world was tumultuous, yet within the confines of the Li residence, an unusual tranquility prevailed. The interior was nearly deserted, with most servants having fled, and the main door sealed with a warning. As night approached, the snowfall finally ceased, and the cold wind howled through the air. In a small pavilion in the backyard, Xin Ming wore a troubled expression, her small face resting despondently on the stone table. Her delicate hands, exposed to the frigid air, had turned pale, but she seemed oblivious to the cold, fixated instead on a stack of books laid before her. Turning her head, her flushed face looked toward Jiang Yan, who leaned against the railing. "Master, I have learned to speak. May I stop my lessons now?" The youthful voice of Xin Ming emerged, slightly halting, yet generally fluid. "Ah, do you think I wish to teach?" Jiang Yan stifled a yawn, his eyes heavy with dark circles, as he spoke wearily. "And please, call me master." Xin Ming pouted, disregarding the latter part of his statement, and approached Jiang Yan. Tugging at his garment with a gentle shake, her sapphire-like eyes gazing at him with an air of pitiful longing. "Master, could you please go to sleep?" Despite Xin Ming's endearing antics, Jiang Yan remained unmoved. It must be said, however, that the child possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning, one that evoked a hint of envy within him. Initially, Jiang Yan had intended for her to study for merely a few hours, to grasp a handful of characters. Yet unexpectedly, the moment he began teaching, it was as if a dam had burst, and the learning flowed uncontrollably. She had been studying relentlessly from the previous night until this very evening, without so much as a moment's respite. Xin Ming absorbed knowledge like a parched sponge, fervently soaking up everything she could. The fact that she had managed to learn quadratic equations from him was nothing short of astonishing. Believing in the adage that one must strike while the iron is hot, Jiang Yan tirelessly expended his own energy to replenish Xin Ming's dwindling spirits, ensuring she remained in peak condition for her studies. There was simply no room for pause. After all, Jiang Yan was a firm believer in the philosophy of achieving lasting results through diligent effort. "Be good, finish memorizing these books, and then it will be over," he said. Upon hearing this, Xin Ming's little face fell, and she opened her arms to embrace Jiang Yan, burying her head in his chest as she murmured, "Master, my head hurts." Chapter 28. I promise you, I will never deceive you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan paused momentarily. Could it be that she had been inundated with memories time and again, leading to a disarray in her mind? This thought did seem plausible. After all, in the pursuit of effectively teaching Xin Ming, she had indeed been subjected to such an overwhelming influx on 4 separate occasions. Jiang Yan was taken aback, astonished to discover that it was indeed him up there. As realization dawned upon him, a searing headache enveloped his mind, and his hand, clutching the gourd, trembled uncontrollably. Goodness, was I truly so blinded before? Jiang Yan grimaced in pain, ultimately deciding to forego further educating Xin Ming. In truth, there was no longer a need for direct instruction, as Xin Ming had already grasped the basic meanings represented by certain words and actions, enabling her to comprehend the essence of everyday conversations. Previously, the necessity for implanting memories arose from the fact that Xin Ming was akin to a blank slate, entirely unaware of the world around her. When one spoke of one, she could not fathom its significance. The concept of one was utterly foreign to her. Every utterance and action held no meaning in her eyes. Thus, instruction had to be gradual, a painstaking endeavor. Consequently, the choice to implant memories emerged as a simple, swift, and unobtrusive solution, a vital skill for navigating the realm of immortality while nurturing a child. Jiang Yan observed the girl nestled in his arms, affectionately seeking attention, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Just yesterday, she was an innocent little one, and today, she had blossomed into a caring companion. Master, why are you silent? Have you become foolish? This little one is letting in the cold. All right. I shall not pressure you further. Let us conclude today's final lesson. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Yan raised his head, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful. What shall we learn? Jiang Yan gently tousled Shenming's little head, guiding her back to her room and settling her onto the bed, tucking her in snugly. The final lesson was simply to sleep. Jiang Yan wore a faint smile as he held Shenming's icy little hand. After days of observation and recent instruction, Jiang Yan had come to understand Shenming quite thoroughly, not in a literal sense, but rather in terms of her physical constitution and mental disposition. Jiang Yan discovered that Shenming possessed a rather extraordinary gift, the ability to listen to the voices of all living things. At present, it seems that Shenming can hear the thoughts of creatures within a mile of her. The unfortunate aspect of this ability is its passive nature. She cannot control it, as a multitude of voices rush uncontrollably into her mind, both the desired and the undesired. This explains the peculiar situation Jiang Yan encountered upon first meeting her. Strangely, however, when he approached Shenming, this talent appeared to vanish, or more accurately, it was suppressed. This anomaly piqued his curiosity. As for the absorption of others' vital energy, Jiang Yan had only observed this phenomenon within himself. Shenming had not exhibited such an ability with anyone else. Naturally, he chose not to dwell on this matter, reserving it for future contemplation. Instead, he stumbled upon an even more significant issue. Shenming lacked the intrinsic nature of humanity. For instance, while some individuals have an innate fear of snakes or heights, fears that can be overcome through training, she seemed devoid of even more fundamental instincts. She exhibited no craving for sustenance, no aversion to cold, no sensitivity to pain, no fear of death, nor any reverence or compassion for life. She was unable to forge a connection with any being similar to herself, thus incapable of empathy. It was as though she were a closed vessel, unresponsive to the external world. Yet, paradoxically, she remained a person, at least in both body and soul, a living being. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yan felt that educating Shenming would be a formidable challenge. The foremost task was to help her become a normal person, an ordinary human being. The most effective method was to serve as a role model before her. Consequently, Jiang Yan endeavored to present himself at the level of a mortal in her presence, openly expressing his emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and grievances, without reserve. He allowed his feelings to manifest fully, enabling Shenming to observe and potentially imitate them. The memories he imparted were largely of this nature. The results were evident. She began to experience emotions such as anger, melancholy, and happiness. However, her responses to stimuli from sources other than himself remained minimal. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan remained undeterred, approaching the challenge of nurturing her with patience. The final lesson he imparted was about sleep. Sleep, as one of the most fundamental functions of a human being, was something Shenming clearly did not comprehend, or perhaps was afraid to embrace. Master, please don't go. Jiang Yan sat at the edge of the bed, tucking the blanket around Shenming, allowing only her small head to peek out. He gently placed his hand atop her head and reassured her, I will not leave. I will stay and sleep alongside you. Shenming nestled closer, creating space for Jiang Yan, who accepted without hesitation. He sat cross-legged beside her, one hand resting beside her head, offering comfort. Sleep now. I promise I will not vanish. At that moment, Shenming was utterly exhausted. Since Jiang Yan had taken her in, she had hardly slept. Her body remained human, untouched by cultivation. Jiang Yan had continuously sustained her with his magic, and now, as he withdrew his power, fatigue washed over her. Yet, she still refused to close her eyes. Her gaze remained bright and fixed on Jiang Yan, her small face nuzzling against his large palm, unwilling to succumb to sleep. Shenming felt a twinge of fear at the thought of closing her eyes, terrified of being cast back into the void, of the endless chaos of murmurs returning, and of losing sight of Jiang Yan once more. Be obedient, close your eyes, and sleep. Trust in your master. When you open your eyes again, you will undoubtedly see me. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke teasingly. Shenming tightened his grip on the corner of his garment. That master would not deceive me. I would never deceive you. Upon hearing this, Shenming reluctantly closed his eyes. Jiang Yan smiled faintly after observing, then gently closed his eyes. As time flowed, soft snores began to fill the room. Shenming's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she quietly opened a slit, raising half an eyelid to steal a glance. Seeing no movement, she gradually grew bolder, fully opening her eyes and slowly lifting her head. Ahem! The sound of coughing broke the silence, causing Shenming's stealthy actions to halt abruptly, and she slowly returned to her previous position, with the blanket drawn over her. She closed her eyes once more, restoring her original appearance. Jiang Yan gazed helplessly at Shenming, realizing that the child had indeed absorbed many undesirable habits from the fragments of his own memories. It was not long ago that he lived with Mama Xiong, where during summer afternoons, he would often sneak out to frolic with his friends, only to be discovered by Mama Xiong, who would bellow in disapproval. At such times, Jiang Yan had no choice but to obediently return, lest he face the affectionate discipline of Mama Xiong. To his surprise, Shenming had also failed to learn the right lessons. It seemed that the apple truly does not fall far from the tree. Wait, no. It appeared that he was the one who had set the wrong example. Shaking his head, Jiang Yan discarded these thoughts and gently pinched Shenming's little nose. Rest assured, I will not vanish. I shall always be by your side, he promised, though the assurance seemed more like a deception. Shenming, though unable to move, managed to voice his response. Chapter 29. The sunlight gently warms. Jiang Yan chuckled and said, All right. Master guarantees that I will never leave you and will always be by your side. Otherwise, I shall transform into a little dog. Shenming responded with a soft hum. And then her consciousness completely relaxed. A wave of fatigue surged over her, and before she could cast another glance at Jiang Yan, she succumbed entirely to a profound slumber. At last, Jiang Yan murmured softly, his head bowed as he promptly succumbed to slumber. He had expended considerable energy, and to restore his spirit through meditation would necessitate drawing upon the surrounding spiritual essence, a fluctuation too conspicuous to evade the detection of the city's prohibitions. Thus, if he remained within Lianshan City, the only method to recuperate from his spiritual exhaustion was to sleep. On the third day at noon, the atmosphere within Lianshan City felt heavier and more oppressive than usual. Within the taverns and inns, hushed whispers exchanged between patrons, all instinctively lowering their voices to keep their conversations private. Neighbors and small vendors congregated in clusters, huddled around a pile of firewood for warmth, sharing the latest sensational gossip. Indeed, recent events had unfolded in rapid succession. First, the decline and extinction of the Li family, followed by their alliance with the Wu family. Now, rumors circulated that the Li family had met a tragic end, all due to the machinations of the Su family. Such a series of treacherous incidents was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. What good would it do to dwell on these matters? They had no stake in the outcome. Regardless of who fell, they remained at the mercy of the powerful. In a couple of days, the welcoming ceremony for the deities would commence. One could only hope it would not stir a tempest in the city. A merchant, with a squint in his eye, quietly remarked, While that may be so, have you considered that given the current circumstances, it seems the Su and Wu families are on the brink of conflict? If they do engage in battle, could we not seize the opportunity amidst the chaos? The gathering fell silent, contemplating his words. Indeed, if the city's three largest families were to clash, would it not create an opening for those at the bottom to partake in the spoils? At that moment, a young man burst through the door, breathless and alarmed. The head of the Su family is gravely injured. What? Who did this? When? Reactions varied among the crowd, but most focused on the incident itself, while the merchant's lips curled into a slight smirk. At this moment, the Su residence was shrouded in an air of despair, its inhabitants visibly anxious and troubled. In the hall, Su Wei sat slumped in a chair, his clothing stained with blood, though he appeared only lightly injured. Nonetheless, his complexion remained far from healthy. During his visit to negotiate with Wu Liang, he had not gained any advantage. Wu Liang's demeanor was ambiguous, neither fully engaging nor completely withdrawing. Whenever the topic of the Li family's interests arose, Wu Liang evaded with various excuses. Even when Su Wei subtly invoked the name of immortals as a threat, he garnered no favorable outcome. Wu Liang seemed utterly unfazed. On the return journey, he had encountered a series of ambushes, all of which he managed to fend off with little harm. Yet, the fact remained that someone had dared to attack him, who would have had the audacity to do so in the past. Moreover, this attack occurred within the confines of the Wu family. To claim it has no connection to Wu Liang would be utterly implausible. Surely, he must have noticed the absence of the immortal. That cannot be, for how could he possibly know? Could it be that there is a traitor within the estate? Su Wei narrowed his eyes slightly and waved his hand, commanding, "Have you located Su Shu?" A servant reported, "Master, we have not found him. Continue searching." Yes. Wu Liang's demeanor was a stark contrast to the previous night, his brows raised and his expression buoyant, nearly emblazoned with the words "I am exceedingly pleased" upon his face. "Ah, Su Wei, I never anticipated your lack of confidence. It seems that your so-called immortal is not so formidable after all." With a congenial smile, Wu Liang stepped outside. Before him stood a line of individuals clad in dark garments, who, upon his appearance, reluctantly bowed and offered their respects. "Master." Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. These were not his own men, but rather the 12 guards previously trained by the Li family. With the Li family now extinguished, they had been drawn to ally with his Wu family under the guidance of Manager Liu. Now, he intended to utilize the former subordinates of the Li family to launch an assault on the present Su family, achieving 2 objectives without inciting their grievances. Especially as the city was abuzz with rumors blaming the Su family for the downfall of the Li family. Your actions tonight must be executed with utmost caution. The assassination of Su Wei must be a decisive strike. I will arrange for individuals on the periphery to create opportunities for you. Yes. Wu Liang had thoroughly grasped Su Wei's vulnerabilities. The immortal was indeed no longer present. With that knowledge, what was there to fear? Was it not the perfect moment to strike decisively and secure a swift victory? As for concerns regarding potential retaliation from the immortal, such fears were unfounded. What could a deceased immortal possibly threaten? After 2 consecutive days of heavy snowfall that sealed the city, a ray of hope finally emerged on the 3rd day. In the rear courtyard of the Li residence, the midday sun streamed through the window lattice, casting gentle beams of light upon the lamps within, suffusing the room with a warm hue. Li Chaoer stood quietly outside, her expression a mix of hesitation and resolve. She raised her hand several times, only to let it fall again, torn between the desire to knock and the fear of disturbing Jiang Yan. "Come in," a soft voice floated from within, eliciting a smile of delight from her. "I am entering," she replied softly, gently pushing the door open. A wave of reassurance washed over her, easing the tension that had gripped her recently. The room was enveloped in tranquility. Most of the furnishings remained undisturbed, just as they had been before. As Li Chaoer stepped past the screen and cast her gaze upward, she beheld Jiang Yan seated gracefully upon the bed. His head slightly bowed as he deftly intertwined several strands of hair, engrossed in his task. His expression was both focused and gentle, with rays of sunlight illuminating his face, casting a golden halo that rendered him breathtakingly beautiful. His nimble fingers wove the strands with an airy grace, as if he were crafting a splendid dream, making the entire world around him fade away, leaving only his figure in sharp relief. To Li Chaoer, it seemed as though he sat there like a true celestial being. "Ah, it is finally done." After much toil, Jiang Yan finally completed the intricate item in his hands. Lifting it to the sunlight, he revealed a delicate bracelet, meticulously woven from his own hair. Alas, it had caused him considerable pain, leaving a small patch of his scalp nearly bare, a painful reminder that it would take months for the hair to regrow. Fortunately, he had an abundance of hair, so the minor baldness would likely go unnoticed. Anyone daring to point it out would find themselves in dire straits. Indeed. Chapter 30. Master is the best. Li Chaoer, observing the cheerful Jiang Yan, felt a wave of happiness wash over her, but soon her expression turned somber as if a troubling thought had crossed her mind. "Chaoer has come to see how well I've crafted this bracelet," he said. Jiang Yan spoke with a smile, drawing Li Chaoer back to reality. She stepped forward to take the intricately woven bracelet made of hair, examining it in her hand. It was truly beautiful and exquisitely crafted. One would never have guessed that Master Jiang possessed such deftness. As Li Chaoer held the delicate bracelet, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the peacefully slumbering Shun Ming beside Jiang Yan, her fingers instinctively tightening around the bracelet. Jiang Yan is not one to boast. When he hears compliments, his eyes crinkle with a smile, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "Not at all. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in handicrafts. It is rare to find that my skills have not dulled." Observing Jiang Yan's joyful demeanor, Li Chaoer seizes the opportunity to speak up. "May I try it on?" "It's fine. After all, Xiao Shenming is still asleep." "Go ahead." Jiang Yan intended to simply don the item, yet suddenly felt a firm grip on his arm. A fleeting glance revealed that Shenming had awakened at some point, her eyes shimmering like sapphires, fixed intently upon him. Her gaze was both fierce and innocent, as if to convey, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Jiang Yan, with a solemn expression, spoke up. This is for my disciple, Shun Ming. You may consult her for her opinion. Li Qiao, her mouth slightly agape, appeared somewhat bewildered. But, even though I understand this is for your apprentice, I feel a twinge of disappointment. Isn't this something you're doing for her? Why do you hesitate? You are her master. Shun Ming's expression softened, her grip relaxing slightly. She crawled out from under the covers and nestled beside Jiang Yan. Although the sunlight outside was warm, the interior remained quite chilly. Yet, Shun Ming seemed oblivious to the cold, showing no reluctance to leave the comforting embrace of her warm bed. Her gaze then fell upon the ring that Li Qiao was holding. Jiang Yan finally managed to relax. Having maintained a single posture for too long, he too began to feel the strain. Sitting up straight, he gently removed Shun Ming and indulged in a hearty stretch, his bones cracking with a series of satisfying sounds. He casually took down a gourd, uncorked it, and took several swigs, eloquently declaring it the first sip of morning wine. It's about time to enjoy this place. We shall depart from here tomorrow. Jiang Yan spoke cheerfully, yet upon hearing this, Li Qiao felt her spirits dampen once more. She contemplated expressing her desire to retain him, but was acutely aware of her lack of entitlement to do so. In her gaze towards Shun Ming, a hint of envy subtly crept in. Jiang Yan seemed utterly oblivious to Li Qiao's emotions as he descended from the bed and exited the room. However, as his clothes tightened, Shun Ming found herself rooted to the spot. When she glanced over, she noticed Li Qiao's gaze fixated intently on the bracelet in her hand. If she desired it, she could simply take it. After all, it was a creation of my own hands. Jiang Yan spoke with great enthusiasm, while Li Qiao, for reasons unknown, inexplicably failed to return it in advance. Shun Ming pursed her lips, her expression somewhat conflicted, yet in the end, she reached out. Return it to me. Li Qiao glanced at Shun Ming, said nothing, and extended her hand. Shun Ming's delicate little hand swiftly grasped the bracelet, seizing it with determination. Li Qiao's expression fell as she watched the two exit, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable emotion. Afternoon, Jiang Yan and Shun Ming strolled outside, purchasing a few items before returning to the Li residence. They settled in a small pavilion in the backyard, surrounded by slowly melting snow. The pavilion was adorned with an array of delicacies. Shun Ming sat upon a stone bench, curiously inspecting the bracelet on her wrist while occasionally poking at the treats before her, lost in thought from time to time. Her right hand bore 2 red bangles and an exquisitely crafted hair tie bracelet. Jiang Yan reclined against the railing, his back resting against a pillar as he faced the evening glow. His left hand dangled casually over his knee, while his right hand held a gourd. His gaze, languid and distant, was fixed upon the fiery horizon. Master, where shall we go next? We cannot remain here indefinitely. Jiang Yan took a sip of his wine, regarding the sullen Shun Ming with a bemused expression. Do you enjoy your time at the Li residence? Shun Ming, however, did not share such fondness. Jiang Yan smiled softly, turning her gaze towards the horizon. The original plan was to return directly to the Ancient Immortal Sect, but with your presence, the timeline must be extended a little. Why is that? Shun Ming tilted her head slightly, perplexed by the meaning. There are many unconventional individuals within the Ancient Immortal Sect. Arriving there too soon would only lead to negative influences. It is far better to accompany your master and earnestly learn how to navigate life in this world. Jiang Yan tilted his head and casually elaborated on the topic before continuing. Your talent is peculiar. It seems as if all things listen to you. I cannot fathom why it is that being with me can temper it. Perhaps this is fate. However, remaining in close proximity indefinitely is not a viable solution. Thus, I have woven a bracelet from my own hair for you, nurturing it daily with my magical essence. This should serve to temporarily suppress your extraordinary abilities, at least to the extent that you will no longer hear the cacophony that might disturb your mind. Upon hearing this, Shun Ming sprang to her feet, darted to Jiang Yan, and clasped his arm, gazing up at him. But I find great comfort in being with you, master. Oh dear, you've struck me again. Shun Ming exclaimed, covering her head with a look of innocent surprise directed at Jiang Yan. While you may find solace, I am quite the opposite. Your constant clinginess has been rather uncomfortable. If this continues, I fear it may become unbearable. Jiang Yan pondered over that unsettling scene, involuntarily shuddering as he reached out to push Shun Ming away. The mere thought of it was distressing. Shun Ming, having been pushed aside, couldn't help but well up with tears, curling up in Jiang Yan's embrace, pitiful beyond measure. Alas, the master has grown weary of Shun Ming. The master no longer desires Shun Ming. Jiang Yan gazed at Shun Ming with a furrowed brow, questioning, where did you acquire such nonsensical ideas? I learned it from master. came the reply. Jiang Yan's expression darkened, reminiscent of the despair he once felt while living in the depths of the mountains, a time when he too had acted similarly. His countenance grew even more grim as he reached out, tugging at Shenming's ear, lifting her up. "What do you remember?" he inquired. Shenming, wincing, rose with tears glistening like sapphires in her eyes, looking utterly aggrieved. "That's all," she replied. "Humph, I shall trust you this once, but remember, never speak of this again. You mustn't tell a soul, do you understand?" Shenming promised to keep it a secret. "This is just between me and Master." "Very well, do as you wish," he conceded. Jiang Yan's lips twitched slightly as he released his grip, no longer concerning himself with her antics. Shenming, with her ears covered, let out a silly laugh. Extending her arms to leap onto Jiang Yan, I shut tight. "Ah, Master is the best, and little Mingo is so obedient. Now, recite the 5,000 words of the ancients for me." Thus, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and this time, Shenming required no prompting from Jiang Yan. She promptly climbed into bed, pulled the covers over herself, and regarded Jiang Yan with eager anticipation. Chapter 31. Harmonious coexistence. Jiang Yan, of course, would no longer indulge her. After all, he was previously unaware of her constitution and could only reluctantly share the same bed. Now that he was informed, and possessing methods to suppress it, there was no need for them to remain together. Heaven could bear witness to the fact that Jiang Yan had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep in recent days, having expended considerable energy without any replenishment. Thus, in pursuit of a restful slumber, he resolutely declined to share a bed. Moreover, he unusually took the time to reprimand Shenming. The unfortunate outcome was that the child ended up in tears, leaving Jiang Yan at a complete loss. He had no choice but to stay by her side, offering constant comfort and profuse apologies, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her. "Do not cry, my dear. Your master shall not leave you alone. I will remain right here with you." Shenming's eyes glistened, filled with crystalline tears, exuding a pitiful charm reminiscent of a fragile porcelain doll, evoking deep sympathy. "Master, do you not want me anymore?" "No, my dear, I could never abandon you. Who could possibly forsake such a lovely child as you, Shenming? I would regret it for eternity." Just moments ago, Jiang Yan had contemplated leaving Shenming behind. "I merely wish to step outside and gaze at the stars, haha. Then let us watch them together." "Ah, this. Well. Very well, let us see." Jiang Yan felt a sense of helplessness as the most unwelcome scene unfolded before him. The bittersweet journey of parenting, which he had hoped would be marked by a more mature disposition from Shenming, instead revealed the child to be an overly precocious giant infant. He truly could not afford to indulge in even a moment's respite. Shenming nestled in Jiang Yan's embrace, a small bundle that, in that moment, did not seem burdensome at all. While Jiang Yan grappled with his sense of resignation, Shenming wore a satisfied smile, burying her face in his chest and clinging tightly. Lost in a world that belonged solely to the two of them, she reveled in the indulgent affection and the bittersweet helplessness that enveloped them both, a sensation she cherished deeply. Jiang Yan moved a rocking chair outside and settled into it, cradling the small figure of Shenming in his arms. The moonlight tonight is exquisite, unmarred by any clouds. The twinkling stars adorn the vast expanse of the sky, creating a picturesque tableau. A blanket of snow cloaks the houses and ground, reflecting flecks of silvery light under the luminous moon. Jiang Yan gazed up at the starry sky, overwhelmed by a plethora of emotions. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 26 years in this world, witnessing much and experiencing even more. His temperament had grown increasingly languid, rendering him disinterested in affairs that required his attention. Now, with Shenming to shoulder his burdens, he could indulge himself freely as a mere spectator, no longer burdened by the concerns of what lay behind him. Jiang Yan gazed at the starry sky, envisioning the future, while Shenming looked at Jiang Yan, embracing the present. In his eyes, the twinkling stars were reflected. In her eyes, his silhouette was mirrored. In that moment, the two appeared so harmonious. Meanwhile, within the Su residence, Su Wei, clad in simple and comfortable attire, sat by the fireplace in his chamber, his gaze placidly fixed on a small wooden box in his hands. His fingers traced the rough patterns on its surface. Lost in thought, the room was devoid of any presence but his, as he sat in a daze, oblivious even to the extinguishing flames. Outside, the night was silent, devoid of any sound. Su Wei held the wooden box, lifting it to scrutinize closely, attempting to discern any differences. Yet, upon inspection, Nothing peculiar revealed itself. A faint rustling noise broke the silence, but Su Wei remained unperturbed, continuing his examination of the box. Outside the window, the night glimmered with faint firelight and disordered footsteps. Yet they failed to capture his attention. Time slipped by, unmeasured. Perhaps half an hour had passed, or perhaps it was deep into the night. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the door burst open. The butler, old Wang, rushed in, his face smeared with traces of blood, panic etched upon his features. "Master, the head of the family. Intruders have broken in." Su Wei, unfazed, continued to caress the small wooden box. "I am aware," he replied, his tone calm. "I told you to hold them off. But there are too many of them. Our men are no match." Old Wang's expression grew serious as he insisted, "Hold them off at all costs." With that, Old Wang understood Su Wei's silent approval to mobilize the entire household to withstand the attack. He exited swiftly. The room fell into tranquility once more. After an indeterminate time, the cacophony outside began to diminish, and Su Wei finally stirred. Rising, he retrieved a pitch-black pill from his pocket, contemplating it for a moment before resolutely placing it in his mouth. He then locked the door and returned to the spot where he had been sitting, moving the stool aside to reveal the hidden trapdoor beneath. Without hesitation, Su Wei descended into the tunnel and began to run. After an unknown duration, the passage reached its end. Su Wei braced himself, pushing aside the stone slab above, and emerged into an unfamiliar room, shrouded in darkness, with no figures in sight. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. Upon exiting, Su Wei navigated with ease to the window, peering through the lattice. Before him stood a towering wall with a plaque that read, "Wu Residence." This hidden passage led him here? Su Wei's face was twisted into a cold smile. Since yesterday, he had realized there must be a traitor among his ranks. Otherwise, he would not have been so oblivious to the rampant rumors throughout the city, only to learn of them at the last moment. Consequently, he locked himself in his chamber, gripping a wooden box tightly. This box was a gift from Su Shu, said to contain a means to deliver a fatal blow. Even an ordinary person could wield it, provided they obtained a personal item from the victim, such as clothing or hair. However, a certain distance was required for its efficacy. The tunnel had been excavated years prior, initially as a precaution, and now it was put to use. As for the personal item, Su Wei reached out and retrieved a strand of hair. This was taken from Wu Liang's shoulder 2 days earlier when he had patted him, seemingly in warning, but in reality, had surreptitiously collected it. "Wu Liang, do not blame me for my ruthlessness if you show no mercy," Su Wei uttered, a hint of madness flickering in his expression as he raised the wooden box, preparing to insert the hair. Just then, a laugh echoed through the room. "Su, what a coincidence." Su Wei's pupils constricted in alarm. He hastily attempted to place the hair inside the box, but a howling gust of wind surged toward him, striking the back of his head with tremendous force. In an instant, darkness engulfed Su Wei. Blood spewed from his mouth and nose as he was propelled forward. The wooden box tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before landing amidst a chaotic pile of goods. As the candlelight flickered to life, the silhouettes of 3 figures emerged, while more gathered outside the door. It was none other than Wu Liang and his loyal confidants. Wu Liang toyed with the Li family token, speaking with a hint of amusement. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The schemes of the Li family are truly numerous, yet in the end, they were of no use, serving merely to clothe me in a bridal gown. Did you not anticipate, Su, that everything you held dear was under my control?" Chapter 32. The night is long. Su Wei remained enveloped in darkness, his ears ringing with a persistent hum. Struggling to rise, it took him a considerable time before he could discern any sounds. How did you know about this tunnel?" Su Wei coughed twice, demanding an explanation. Wu Liang approached slowly, flicking the Li family token. "The Li family has stood in Lianshan City for many years. We have infiltrated them thoroughly, rendering your secrets trivial. Were it not for the untimely demise of Brother Li and his son, we would have been obliterated long ago." As he spoke, Wu Liang approached the pile of goods, retrieving the wooden box for closer inspection. This is truly a method left by immortals. Had it not been for Manager Lu's defection, entrusting me with the Li family's long-laid plans, I would have indeed fallen into your trap, Su. Wu Liang chuckled, then kicked Su Wei, sending him flying, a few of his teeth dislodged. "Now speak, Su, how is this thing to be used? I assure you, I will imprison you but will not kill you." Yet Su Wei, now struggling to his feet, his hair disheveled, let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Do you think that by killing me you will gain anything? Su Shu will annihilate your entire family. Do not jest, brother Su. Su Shu has long since passed. Otherwise, he would have appeared by now, would he not?" Su Wei's body stiffened. Impossible. How could that be? He is an immortal. Who could possibly slay him? Huh. Whether dead or alive is of no consequence to me, Wu Liang retorted. What I inquire now is whether you will speak, Brother Su. Wu Liang's eyes narrowed into slits as two of his guards approached slowly. Su Wei glanced around, a bitter expression crossing his face, and he lowered his head. I will speak. I will speak, you scoundrel. Suddenly, Su Wei erupted, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a rabid dog as he lunged at Wu Liang. His hands clawed at the wooden box, yet, crack. Su Wei was easily subdued by Wu Liang's guards, one gripping his wrist, tightening it until a sharp crack echoed. Su Wei's hand went limp, yet he refused to surrender, shouting desperately to break free. Wu Liang shook his head. Alas, Brother Su, such a pity. I must ponder this alone. Turning his back, he began to contemplate the wooden box. At that moment, a cacophony of muffled groans erupted from outside, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. A flurry of sharp flying daggers burst through the window, hurtling toward them. Wu Liang reacted swiftly, diving to avoid the onslaught, but was still struck by several blades. His guards fared even worse, the daggers piercing them directly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wei allowed one of the guards to shield him, breaking free and lunging at Wu Liang like a ravenous beast. With one uninjured arm, he grasped the wooden box. Despite his injuries, Wu Liang still possessed strength. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, sensing a possible third party's involvement, yet, with the entirely family dispatched to Su Manor, who could pose a threat to him, there was no time for contemplation, as Su Wei was fiercely contesting the box. Release it. There are outsiders. Brother Su, let us cooperate for now. I will spare you. We must first deal with the intruders. I'll be damned. Su Wei's expression was deranged, spittle flying from his lips, resembling a madman. Wu Liang sensed something amiss. Su Wei's demeanor was uncharacteristically frantic. He then noticed a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, particularly pronounced under the moonlight. His nostrils flared, and realization struck him. It was the dispersing incense. When did this happen? The dispersing incense was a unique narcotic of the leaf family, which, in small quantities, could promote relaxation and sleep. However, in larger doses, it would scatter one's focus, leading to confusion and agitation. The effects were magnified in those with unstable minds. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he struck Su Wei with all his might, but it was futile. Su Wei's expression was wild, and that once sound hand suddenly went limp. Wu Liang's heart lifted momentarily. Yet Su Wei's hand clenched into a fist once more. With a single punch, crack, the wooden box shattered. Wu Liang was momentarily astonished, wondering how such a celestial being's artifact could be so fragile. However, in the next instant, his thoughts shifted dramatically as a surge of black mist erupted from the crack in the wooden box, splitting into countless tiny black insects that unceremoniously burrowed into his abdomen. Su Wei was not spared either, nor were the two guards who had already perished. As the insects infiltrated their bodies, an excruciating pain radiated throughout Wu Liang's form. He felt as though his flesh and bones were being gnawed upon, eliciting a horrific wail from his lips. His fingers clawed frantically at his belly, his arms, and every inch of his skin. Blood and flesh writhed as his nails shattered, and it felt as if hundreds of insects were writhing beneath his skin, driving him to the brink of madness. Wu Liang became a figure drenched in blood, ultimately unable to emit any more cries. Lying on the ground as he beheld Su Wei, who was similarly tormented. If I perish, so shall you, Wu Liang uttered in his final moments. But Su Wei merely laughed. I consumed the antidote prior to my arrival. You alone shall perish. Wu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at him. Su Wei laughed heartily, despite his own agony, still capable of speech. Just then, a creaking sound echoed as the door was gently pushed open. Soft moonlight poured through the ajar door like liquid mercury, quietly illuminating every corner of the room and casting a glow upon their faces. A diminutive figure appeared at the threshold, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the moon palace, framed by the resplendent moonlight. She was shrouded in shadows, her features obscured by a mysterious veil. Who goes there? Su Wei retreated a couple of steps, but his weakened body betrayed him, causing him to stumble to the ground. The sound of footsteps echoed, soft, deliberate, until the apparition gradually materialized before them. The moment Su Wei discerned her visage, his previously tense demeanor morphed into sheer terror. His pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his eyes. You, how can you still be alive? This is impossible. This. The figure brushed past Wu Liang, casually tossing a rope that was affixed to a massive fishhook. It pierced Wu Liang's ribcage, drawing him slowly closer to Su Wei. Why should it not be me? Are you not delighted to see me? Li Qiaoer slowly raised her head, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she tugged at Wu Liang, dragging him across the floor, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake. She advanced toward Su Wei at a leisurely pace. Do not come any closer. I am under the protection of a celestial being. If you kill me, you will perish as well. Do not come any closer. Su Wei's expression contorted in madness as he frantically sought escape. Li Qiaoer followed behind, walking unhurriedly, her expression gradually unraveling. The Su family head is not anxious. Take your time. The night is still young. Chapter 33, Master, do not abandon me, Wu. On the morning of the fourth day, Jiang Yan slowly awoke, unable to resist the gentle caress of his forehead. Last night, while admiring the moon, he inadvertently allowed his emotions to intertwine with the scenery, leading him to indulge in a bit too much wine. Typically, if he had no pressing matters at hand, he would refrain from dispelling the effects of the alcohol, allowing it to dissipate gradually on its own. Thus, Jiang Yan opened his eyes, beholding Shenming, who was in a playful pose with one foot pointed forward and the other backward, as if caught mid-run while embracing him. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. The previous night, he had indulged a bit too much in drink, and the mischievous Shenming had taken the opportunity to sip a little herself. The result was, "Rise and shine, my little lazy pig." Jiang Yan pinched Shenming's delicate nose, gently swaying it from side to side. However, Shenming merely furrowed her charming brows slightly, then parted her lips to breathe before drifting back into slumber. She certainly has mastered the art of feigning wakefulness. Jiang Yan disregarded her, rising from the bed and tidying up his somewhat disheveled attire, only to discover that the sleeve had inexplicably torn a considerable length. TSK. Being intoxicated was akin to a mischievous husky, wreaking havoc everywhere. Jiang Yan shook his head, realizing that the garment was no longer wearable. Fortunately, there were always spare clothes prepared in the room. Rising from the bed, he had barely taken a couple of steps when he heard a tearing sound. His attire had been ripped apart. Shenming was half lying on the bed, his upper body upright, with one hand clutching Jiang Yan's robe, creating a long gash. At least he could still wear trousers. Otherwise, who knows what embarrassing tales would emerge. I have worn this garment for nearly 2 months. If I could just endure another 2, it would transform into a magical artifact. Yet, in a single day, you have ruined it for me? Humph, with this tear. I must replace it and commence the refining process anew. Sigh. Shenming, unable to fully open his eyes, only grasped that Jiang Yan intended to change clothes. So he simply lay on the bed, turning his head to observe him. Is it all right for my master to change here? He inquired. Oh dear. Jiang Yan raised his hand and tapped her on the head. There are distinctions between genders. You and I are master and disciple. Our ability to share a bed is an unusual circumstance, not the norm. In ordinary life, one must be mindful of modesty. One's body should not be casually exposed to the eyes of others. No one should gaze upon it lightly. The same applies to a teacher. Do you understand? Shenming, somewhat perplexed, covered her head and inquired. Then when is it permissible to see my master without clothing? Jiang Yan was taken aback by these words, nearly coughing in surprise. Remember, under no circumstances should you ever look. Moreover, such words must not be uttered again. If your master hears you, who knows what punishment might ensue? Jiang Yan let out a soft snort, and with a vigorous tug, a loud tearing sound echoed as the lower half of her garment was ripped apart, held firmly in Shenming's grasp. She then retrieved a set of pale gray attire from the table, casually selecting a dark jade hairpin, and rose to change in the adjacent room. Shenming was eager to follow, but just as she reached the doorway, a hand emerged from outside and mercilessly struck her on the head. You are not permitted to follow, she cried, her pleas falling on deaf ears. This matter was non-negotiable. With a resounding slam, the door was shut. Left in a daze, Shenming stood frozen in place, her tears yet to fall, gazing at the empty room. An inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her as she anxiously pounded on the door. Master, please do not leave. Jiang Yan would never truly allow her to remain alone, for she is still quite young. However, he cannot constantly be by her side, as it would foster a dependency on him. A judicious separation paves the way for a more splendid reunion. Moreover, this hardly qualifies as a separation at all. Master, do not abandon me. She weeps. Master, please do not leave. Do not cry. I am right next door. Master, do not go. I have not left. Jiang Yan changed his clothes, occasionally responding with a few words. To be frank, the attire fit him quite well. It should be quite delightful when warmed by his body. The fabric was comfortable and emitted a subtle fragrance. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to the scent that lingered on Li Qiao. After changing, Jiang Yan paused momentarily, delaying his exit by a few moments before finally pushing the door open. As soon as they met, Xinming lunged into his embrace. Her fingers clenched tightly as she nestled her small head into his chest, weeping softly. This was not a feigned display, she was genuinely crying. During the brief moment she could not see Jiang Yan, she had truly believed he had abandoned her. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within her. Jiang Yan discerned this aspect as well, feeling a mixture of helplessness and a gentle urge to comfort. He was taken aback by Xinming's fragile fortitude. Should he describe her as innocent and carefree, or simply as pure-hearted? If, in the future, someone were to weave a deceitful tale to ensnare her, would she not be easily led astray? This simply would not do. It is imperative to bolster her education in this regard. What if the precious talent, cultivated with such care, were to be whisked away by someone else? Enough, enough, do cease your tears. How is it that he had not noticed before how prone you are to weeping? Your tears flow as if they were free, yet you are not made of water. Jiang Yan tenderly wiped away the tears on Xinming's face. This unfortunate little soul continued to sob softly, her nostrils quivering as if she had caught a whiff of something. Then, with a huff, she turned her head away in a fit of petulance. Why does this remind me so much of a child on their first day of school? Jiang Yan, with peculiar thoughts, coaxed her while leading her to breakfast. Midway, he felt an inexplicable urge and veered off course, heading towards the Li family ancestral hall. Even from a distance, the faint aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air. The ancestral hall appeared quite grand in scale. The front hall housed an altar adorned with offerings and incense burners, the altar itself overflowing with fruits and other sacrificial items. Notably, in addition to the fruits, 2 bags of gruesome contents were placed on the altar, still oozing blood. In the central hall, a series of ancestral tablets of the Li family were displayed, with Li Qiao kneeling at the very bottom before the tablets of her parents and brother. She bowed her head, resting it against the ground, kneeling for an indeterminate duration. Even as Jiang Yan approached, she remained oblivious to his presence. Father, mother, brother. I have avenged you, she uttered through choked sobs, followed by an extended silence. Jiang Yan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Li Qiao's retreating figure, remaining silent. However, Xinming tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve, pouting slightly. Master, didn't you say it was time for a meal? Hush, you little one. It is not polite to speak out of turn and disturb others at such a moment. Jiang Yan covered Xinming's mouth and leaned closer to her ear, chiding her gently. Xinming, however, felt merely a tickle in her ears and couldn't help but giggle softly. Young Master Jiang, Li Qiao gradually straightened up, wiping away her tears. A smile graced her face as she turned to look at Jiang Yan, and upon seeing him clad in the garments she had given him, her expression brightened even further. I apologize for the interruption, she said. No, not at all. This is your home. It is we who have intruded upon you. Jiang Yan replied. Observing Li Qiao's beaming smile, he contemplated for a moment before speaking again. Qiao, whenever you find the time, you might consider visiting the city god temple for a prayer, or perhaps a renowned monastery to listen to some scriptures. Li Qiao tilted her head slightly, somewhat perplexed. You have been touched by a couple of lingering resentments. While they do not seem particularly severe, their persistent presence could disturb your peace of mind, Jiang Yan explained. Li Qiao nodded slightly in understanding. Thank you, young Master Jiang, she expressed gratefully. You're welcome. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt someone tugging at him. Without even needing to glance back, he knew it was Xinming up to some mischief. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to depart. Li Qiao gazed at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, her smile unwavering, even deepening with a touch more warmth. Chapter 34. Farewell after partaking in a light breakfast. Everything seemed to settle into a tranquil stillness, devoid of any further commotion. The morning sunlight was always so invigorating, the perfect remedy for post-meal languor. Jiang Yan donned a long gray robe, with a dark jade hairpin adorning his head. He carried a book box identical to that of Ning Kaichen on his back, and stood at the entrance of the Li residence. In his left hand, he held the hand of the young Xinming. Qiao, this is where we part ways. Do remember to visit the city god temple whenever you have the chance. Jiang Yan slightly cupped his hands towards Li Qiao, offering a final admonition before turning away, not glancing back. As he walked, he removed the gourd stopper and took a swig of wine. Li Qiao, her lips pressed tightly together, gazed at Jiang Yan's departing figure, unable to suppress her voice. "Young Master Jiang, could you take me with you?" Jiang Yan did not pause his steps, nor did he turn to address her, as if he had utterly disregarded her words. He was merely a transient figure, an interloper who had intruded upon her world due to his indulgence, and their paths were not meant to intertwine any further. Thus, his departure at this moment seemed only natural. Li Qiaoer trembled as her fingers clenched, biting her silver teeth. She could not help but close her eyes, her legs bending as she knelt upon the ground. She offered a deep bow to Jiang Yan's retreating figure, remaining in that position for an extended duration. Jiang Yan ultimately turned back to cast a glance at her, observing Li Qiaoer, who knelt alone before the door, and the desolate Li residence. With a final, resigned sigh, he murmured, "I am, after all, no saint. I apologize." Shen Ming regarded Jiang Yan, puzzled by the nature of his apology, yet simply grasped his hand gently. Jiang Yan once again donned a smile as she took Shen Ming's hand and walked away. After a considerable time, Li Qiaoer rose to her feet, gazing at the now desolate street. Lowering her head, she contemplated the talisman in her hand, her expression enigmatic. "We shall undoubtedly meet again." Jiang Yan strolled through the bustling streets of Lianshan City, hand in hand with Shen Ming. With merely 3 days remaining until the new year, every household had adorned their doors with couplets and hung vibrant red lanterns. The atmosphere was alive with the comings and goings of people. Seemingly untouched by the turmoil surrounding the Su and Wu families, it appeared that they were still oblivious to the events at hand. Shen Ming, having just left the Li residence, seemed to be in remarkably high spirits, her steps light and buoyant. Her innate curiosity about this enchanting world was vividly awakened. As she darted her gaze from one intriguing sight to another, tugging Jiang Yan along in her explorations. Yet, she hesitated to approach the throngs of people, instead opting to pull Jiang Yan closer, eagerly inquiring, "Master, what is that?" "That is a lantern." "And what about that?" "That is called a lion dance." "Well, Master, look over there. Look, look," Shen Ming exclaimed, shaking Jiang Yan's arm and pointing towards the distant parade. Jiang Yan watched with great interest as a long procession filled the streets, accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums. In the midst of the throng, several individuals carried a palanquin, within which sat a deity statue, draped in vibrant red cloth. This statue represented the new city god of Lianshan City, and this event was a long-standing tradition exclusive to the city, an occasion to welcome the deity. At the forefront of the procession, a few participants had their faces painted in vivid colors, seemingly impersonating malevolent spirits subdued by the city god. Their fierce appearances frightened some children, causing them to cry out in distress. As the procession approached Jiang Yan, one of the men disguised as a demon suddenly bent down, thrusting his terrifying visage close to Shen Ming. To his surprise, Shen Ming merely blinked at him, and the demon blinked back. The young girl displayed remarkable courage, prompting the demon to chuckle awkwardly and scratch his head in embarrassment. However, Shen Ming abruptly pointed at the palanquin, exclaiming, "That old gentleman seems to be smiling at us." The demon man paused, turning to look, only to find that the red cloth covering the city god had been partially lifted, revealing a solemn and dignified face that was now gazing intently in their direction. This startled the man, who quickly exclaimed, "Oh, esteemed city god, please forgive us. The child speaks without understanding, and has inadvertently offended you." He repeatedly apologized, attempting to pull Shen Ming along to offer his contrition. Yet, the young man beside the girl merely clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the city goddess statue. The demon man blinked, as if he had glimpsed a shadow flit past the statue, and shook his head in disbelief. "Am I hallucinating? Is that girl a person?" When he turned to look again, the two had vanished from his sight. "Could it be that I've encountered a ghost in broad daylight? Oh, may the city god protect me." With a heart full of trepidation, the demon man continued to pray as he slowly walked away, merging back into the procession. Meanwhile, in a deserted alley, two figures, one large and one small, strolled side by side, creating a scene of harmonious companionship. Suddenly, the young man raised his hand and playfully struck the other on the head. "Ouch! Master, why do you keep hitting me?" We crossed over without reporting, and they had no intention of revealing themselves. We could have pretended not to see each other, and yet you directly called them out, Jiang Yan gently admonished, yet was somewhat astonished within. The true form of the city god had actually been perceived by Shen Ming. It is worth noting that she had yet to commence her cultivation. She had discerned the presence of the city god solely through her spiritual intuition, even piercing through the veil of illusion with her own eyes. Were it an ordinary cultivator, without the release of their divine consciousness, they would merely possess a strength surpassing that of an average person, incapable of unraveling the disguises of various demonic beings. It would be even more improbable for them to see through a divine entity, such as the city god. I didn't know, Shinming said, a hint of grievance in her tone. As tears welled up in her eyes, Jiang Yan could only offer comfort, gently ruffling her little head, saying, "But it's nothing to worry about. The city god primarily oversees matters of the underworld. Although the city god of the mountain city does interact with celestial cultivators. As long as we do not create disturbances, he typically would not concern himself with us. Even if he did notice, it would at most be a mere record." As he spoke, Jiang Yan recalled the moment the city god had suddenly manifested. It seemed that the first gaze had been directed towards Shinming. Was it because she had unveiled his true form? Or perhaps, Jiang Yan furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "Minger, how did you perceive the city god just now? Did you sense anything unusual?" Shinming, feeling reassured, found her spirits lifted as she contemplated while holding Jiang Yan's hand. "I'm not sure. It just felt somewhat familiar, and then I saw him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. It is common for mortals to feel a sense of warmth upon encountering divine beings. Thus, the city god must have recognized the ethereal aura emanating from Shinming. After all, such a quality cannot be concealed, yet there is no need to make a fuss about it. Individuals with transparent talents and pure hearts are not uncommon. It is merely that Shinming's essence is more pronounced. Never mind. We shall soon be leaving the city anyway. Jiang Yan shrugged the book trunk on his back. "If you encounter anything peculiar in the future, make sure to inform me first. Do you understand?" Shinming remembers. That's a good girl. Jiang Yan gently tousled her hair as they leisurely strolled out of the narrow alley. Chapter 35, The Elderly Man, the Old Trickster? The procession carried the city god statue to the temple. Inside the city god temple, the officiant swayed beneath the idol, preparing for the ceremony. Outside the bustling temple, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow stood silently, overlooked by the throngs of people who brushed past him. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on a distant point, seemingly lost in thought. "What a peculiar young girl," he mused. "Her spirited energy is indeed a rarity in this world, instilling in him an inexplicable sense of warmth." The old man murmured to himself, recalling her earlier words. And he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such innocent banter, how delightful it is. The weather today was splendid, the sun hanging high in the sky. The city gates were teeming with people coming and going, even more boisterous than within the city. Shinming walked alongside Jiang Yan, gazing up at the grand plaque inscribed with Eastern Domain Pass. Once they passed through this gate, they would officially enter the territory of Dongliao. The scholarly appearance of Jiang Yan, accompanied by a little girl, went largely unnoticed. They ventured beyond the city with Shinming. Before them lay a row of vendors, their stalls stretching several hundred meters, clamoring and calling out with boisterous enthusiasm. The throng of passers-by, adorned in vibrant attire, rendered the scene even more animated than within the city itself. Exquisite brocade for sale. Come, taste our candied hawthorn. Explore the exotic specialties from beyond the realm. Do come and admire my couplets. What do you think? Would you like to purchase a set? The bustling atmosphere, more lively than that of the city, certainly widened Shinming's horizons. However, despite her curiosity, the increasing crowd instilled within her a reluctance to engage, prompting her to instinctively draw nearer to Jiang Yan. Her fingers remained tightly clasped, unwilling to let go. Jiang Yan remained unfazed, for it was merely the beginning. There was no need to rush in educating his disciple. He strolled leisurely, casting his gaze about, until it settled upon a secluded stall, prompting him to advance. The stall was laden with an assortment of goods, and the proprietor was an elderly gentleman. Jiang Yan halted before the stall, pointing at a roll of yellow animal hide parchment upon the ground. "Elder, what locations are depicted on this map?" The elderly man squinted his somewhat clouded eyes, scrutinizing Jiang Yan's demeanor and attire. After a moment, he lowered his gaze once more and replied languidly, "It's fairly decent," illustrating the general topography of the 5 states in the eastern Liao region and some landscapes of the Lingshan domain. "If you wish to purchase it, a payment of 30 copper coins will suffice." Jiang Yan arched an eyebrow. There were only 7 states in the eastern Liao region. Thus it could be inferred that the records were quite extensive. Casually glancing at the document he had picked up, the elderly man remained indifferent, allowing Jiang Yan to inspect it. "This is sufficient. This will do," he remarked, as he handed the animal hide map to Shinming and placed a few copper coins upon the stall. Shinming, filled with curiosity, opened the map, struggling to comprehend the illustrations. Her gaze wandered, her head tilting slightly, and then, without warning, she bit down on it. Oh, Jiang Yan, swift and astute, snatched it away. Yet a small portion of the map had already been gnawed off. Are you a dog, shoving everything into your mouth? Open wide and spit it out. Jiang Yan crouched down and pried open Shun Ming's mouth, expending considerable effort to extract the piece of animal hide, which left him with a hand covered in saliva. He nearly ruined the map. If that had happened, he could have lost his way and been carried off by wild wolves. From now on, refrain from stuffing everything into your mouth. Do you understand? As Jiang Yan spoke, he subtly patted Shun Ming's shoulder with his saliva-dampened hand, his expression grave. Shun Ming pouted, turning her head to avoid his gaze. The elderly man quietly withdrew the copper coins from his stall, and upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but smile gently. The young girl was rather charming, though she now displayed a hint of rebellion. One could only hope for her improvement in the future. Jiang Yan gazed at the small fragment of the map in his hand, expressing a hint of exasperation. He turned to leave, but the old man suddenly spoke up. Esteemed traveler, may I inquire as to your intended destination? Jiang Yan paused, his expression serene. We are preparing to head to Cangzhou. Do you have any matters to attend to, elder? The old man glanced back at the two with an intriguing look and spoke. Recently, few have ventured to Cangzhou. It is just you two and a young girl who went yesterday. He continued, in this frigid winter, the villages along the way are scarce. As he spoke, the elder lowered his gaze, rubbing the copper coins in his hands. If you wish to avoid being carried off by wolves in the snowy night, you should hasten your journey. Perhaps you might reach Shaoqing village before nightfall. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yan could not help but feel a surge of interest. Raising an eyebrow as he inquired, Do you often wander out, old man? The elder waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes once more, reclining comfortably. I merely offer a word of caution. It is not my concern whether you heed it or not. I simply wish to ensure you do not succumb to the cold in the wilderness tonight. Jiang Yan gazed at the elderly man and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. Without further ado, he expressed his gratitude to the old man before departing with Shun Ming. It seemed he had taken the old man's words to heart. The elder sat at his stall, watching their receding figures, a smile gracing his lips as he gently shook his head. The youth, still so naive. He then retrieved a piece of animal hide, placing it back in its previous position, awaiting the arrival of the next customer, repeating the same words as before, serving as a guide from a different locale. Jiang Yan walked through the snow, a faint smile gracing his lips, while he idly played with a piece of a map made from animal hide, missing a corner. He glanced at Shun Ming and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Long before entering society, he had often heard the saying that one should never trust any living creature at a station. Little did he expect that, to this day, he would encounter such a peculiar situation. Shun Ming, unable to comprehend the words of his master, had grown somewhat accustomed to this and inquired, Master, what are you talking about now? Oh, it's nothing, he replied. I just encountered an old trickster, the kind who speaks human language to people and ghostly tales to spirits. I suspect there's something amiss in Shaoqing village as well. Jiang Yan flicked the map in his hand to draw her attention. Shun Ming, still perplexed, furrowed her brow as she endeavored to comprehend Jiang Yan's words. Her contemplation was abruptly interrupted when Jiang Yan pinched her cheek. Stop overthinking. Your little mind won't grasp it no matter how hard you try. Some things must be experienced to be understood. So why dwell on it? Allow me to show you, and you'll see for yourself. After all, I have ample time. Jiang Yan smiled lightly, uncorked the bottle, and took a sip, exhaling a cloud of stale air. He caught Shun Ming's attention as she smacked her lips, reminiscing about the flavor of the wine. Oh, master, I too wish to partake, she exclaimed. Oh, you dare drink? Your bottom is still not as ample as mine to indulge in my wine. Shun Ming once again held her head, receiving a gentle reprimand from Jiang Yan. However, this time she did not weep or wail. Instead, her expression was defiant. She extended her small hands and made a bold grab. Jiang Yan deftly turned, evading Shun Ming's grasp, and playfully tapped him while smilingly remarking, My dear disciple, what do you mean by that? In Chapter 36, The Peculiar Village of Little Springs. Shun Ming, lying in a mound of snow, lifted his head and casually wiped his nose, stubbornly stating, There is a passage in the books taught by my master. To attain something, one must strive for it. With that, he lunged at Jiang Yan like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Jiang Yan deftly turned once more to evade. Well done. You have skillfully countered your master with the teachings I imparted to you. Jiang Yan spoke, deftly turning to place a single hand atop Shinming's head, allowing her small fists to flail aimlessly in the air. However, you have not mastered the latter part. With insufficient strength, one must refrain from reckless actions. Jiang Yan playfully pressed down on Shinming's small head, eliciting hearty laughter from him and preventing her from moving forward. Shinming babbled for a while, yet found herself at a loss. The two of them engaged in a delightful tussle, frolicking like two silly fawns in the wintry snow, leaving behind a series of deep and shallow footprints in the snow. Before they knew it, the sun had reached its zenith. A faint orange hue began to emerge on the horizon, unfurling like an exquisite oil painting. The afterglow of the sunset illuminated the earth, draping the pristine white snow in a warm golden veil, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Gradually, at the edge of their vision, the silhouette of a village began to materialize. Jiang Yan stood upon a prominent stone, disregarding the incessant attempts of Shinming to assert her presence. A spark of insight flickered in his eyes as he focused intently. Before him loomed a thick shroud of blood-red clouds hovering ominously over the small village, refusing to dissipate. The chilling wails emanating from within the blood clouds were incessant. Even from Jiang Yan's distance, he could faintly discern their haunting echoes. Observing that her master paid her no heed, Shinming followed his gaze. Unlike Jiang Yan's furrowed brow, her expression remained unchanged, as if she were merely gazing at an empty space. Master, what is that in the sky? Oh, that phenomenon is known as the aura of resentment and malice, formed from the most extreme impurities of human essence. Generally, such a magnitude arises either from a battlefield that once witnessed tens of thousands of souls, or, what else? Shinming inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yan sighed softly. Or it could be the result of an overwhelming number of wrongful deaths, accumulated over time, creating a profound atmosphere of grievance. In any case, that location is fraught with trouble. Jiang Yan spoke softly, casting a glance at Shinming, only to find her exhibiting minimal emotional fluctuation. After a moment of contemplation, he took her hand and began to move forward. However, Shinming remained rooted to the spot, stirring something within Jiang Yan. Is Ming'er frightened? Recognizing fear can be deemed a form of growth, which brings him a sense of solace. Yet, he heard Shinming say, Master, do not go anywhere. It could lead to death. Jiang Yan, with a stoic expression, turned away without uttering a word, pulling Shinming along towards Shaohuan village. As the evening glow faded, only a glimmer of light remained. Jiang Yan walked along a narrow path, accompanied by Shinming, surrounded by a few desolate trees. Before them lay a village within arm's reach, just a few hundred meters away. Along the way, they passed a stone tablet inscribed with the words Shaohuan Village. The lettering meticulously crafted. Jiang Yan stepped away from the stone tablet, squinting as he surveyed the village before him, his brow furrowing increasingly deeper. The village, while not particularly large, boasted several hundred households. The houses were situated in a terraced manner. From his vantage point, he could only glimpse their sides. There were 3 distinct levels, and in front of them flowed a river approximately 3 zhang wide, which was quite substantial. However, perhaps due to the winter season, the village appeared almost deserted, with not a single soul or even livestock in sight, exuding the eerie stillness of a ghost town. What an odd village. Why did it evoke such a peculiar sensation? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow slightly. This village exuded an eerie and peculiar aura. Yet, if one were to assert the presence of demons or spirits, there was not a trace of malevolence to be felt, merely an unsettling strangeness. Moments later, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, as if he had sensed something extraordinary. His eyes brightened, and he lifted his hand to perform a calculation, only to awkwardly lower it again. He had momentarily forgotten his abysmal skills in divination. Nevertheless, he managed to discern some insights. There were individuals he recognized within this village. Recently, among the notable figures in Jiang Yan's mind, aside from Li Qiaoer, Shinming, and manager Lu, was the little girl he met upon entering the city. Oh, and not to forget the soldiers guarding the city. How fortuitous it is, indeed, to find such a connection. With this thought, Jiang Yan was in no hurry. After all, he was here to explore. As he contemplated, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure in the distance on a hillside. There, a person was repeatedly bending down and rising, seemingly engaged in some activity. Jiang Yan gave it little thought, guiding Shinming as they altered their course. Approaching the figure ahead, as they drew nearer, it became evident that the individual was a boy, seemingly in his early teens. He was slender, clad in tattered garments. With a rag tied around his head, cradling a small bundle of firewood in his arms. The boy appeared oblivious to their presence, engrossed in gathering twigs. His hands swollen and reddened from the cold as they searched through the snow. He seemed to be blind. As the boy continued his task, his fingers unexpectedly brushed against a pair of boots. Instantly, he froze in place, the firewood tumbling from his grasp. Startled, he stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping on his own wood, and fell to the ground. The rag on his head slipped away, revealing a cascade of silver-white hair. In a flurry of apologies, the boy began to feel around, searching for his headscarf. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just out collecting firewood and accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive me." His hands scrambled in the snow until a warm hand reached out, offering him the rag. Accompanying this gesture was a question the boy had never encountered before. "Isn't it cold?" The boy was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, hurriedly accepting the scarf to bind his head, concealing his silver locks. Once he had completed this task, he slowly lifted his gaze, bending slightly. At this moment, Jiang Yan clearly discerned the boy's features. Despite the numerous scars marring his visage, a hint of elegance remained, suggesting that without those marks, he would be quite a handsome youth. However, his eyes were unlike others, a cloudy shade of brownish-white. "Hello, we are merely passing through. May I inquire if you're from this village? What is your name?" The boy, feeling somewhat shy and apprehensive, crouched down hastily to gather the scattered firewood. "The village chief does not allow me to interact with outsiders." Jiang Yan's voice was warm and inviting, and he wished to casually ruffle the boy's hair. However, before he could make a move, Xinming firmly seized him, his eyes wide with astonishment, compelling Jiang Yan to relinquish the idea. "I am not from a distant village. I hail from the outer city." The village head mentioned nothing about conversing with those from the city, Jiang Yan remarked. "My surname is Jiang. Given your youth, I shall take a small advantage, and you may call me Brother Jiang." The boy looked perplexed. "City dwellers? What manner of people are they?" Chapter 37. Siblings that Jiang. "I apologize for bumping into you earlier. I must take my leave now." A rumbling sound echoed as the boy's stomach growled. Yet he paid it no heed, focusing instead on his hurried steps. However, he barely managed a few paces before colliding with a tree with a resounding thud. Once again finding himself in a most undignified position, Jiang Yan gently shook his head, retrieving a Wu Dalong brand pancake free from arsenic from the bookbox, and offered it to the boy beside him. "Fear not. Come, have a bite to appease your hunger." The boy, clutching his head, appeared to be in considerable pain. Yet he remained silent. A hint of the savory aroma of food wafted to his nostrils, prompting him to turn his head. His grimy little hands lifted momentarily, only to fall back down. However, before the boy could refuse, Jiang Yan swiftly placed the pancake into his mouth. The sweet and crispy pancake was irresistible, and the boy instinctively took a bite. Once he began, he could not stop, devouring it like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in decades, finishing nearly half in just a few bites. Yet, at that moment, the boy abruptly paused, holding the remaining half of the pancake, and hesitantly inquired, "Sir Jiang, how much does this pancake cost?" Jiang Yan gently rubbed his chin, not dwelling on the issue of how he was addressed. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a thoughtful "HM," leaving the boy feeling anxious. Just tell me your name and how old you are, that's all." The boy was taken aback. Was it really that simple to receive a delicious piece of pastry? "Well, what's the matter? If you're unwilling, then perhaps you could give me some money so I can calculate the cost. A pastry requires, I am by sure. I am 15 years old." The boy, in a flurry at the mention of money, blurted out his name and quickly concealed the half piece of pastry into his embrace. The name by sure was truly delightful. It sounded so easy to nurture, much better than the name Xinming from my household. Just look at that name in comparison to yours. When I initially named you Li Godin, it was much more melodious, yet you were resistant to it. Upon hearing this, Xinming revealed a row of pearly white teeth, playfully rubbing against Jiang Yan's arm. Jiang Yan, feeling threatened, coughed lightly twice to divert the conversation. "Ahem, Xinming also has quite a melodious cough. Well, it is like this. Little Bai, we happened to pass through this area, and with nightfall upon us, we find ourselves without a place to stay. Might we impose upon you for a night's lodging?" Little Bai appeared somewhat conflicted, yet upon sensing the pastry in her arms, she seemed to gather her resolve. Leaning closer to Jiang Yan, she whispered softly, "Lord Jiang, you ought to leave. Our village is not safe." Just then, a cold voice resonated from behind Jiang Yan. "Xiao Bai, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Little Bai instantly lowered her head and fell silent. Jiang Yan turned around to find a tall, pallid middle-aged man standing quietly, holding an oiled paper umbrella. "Good sir," he inquired, "given your attire, may I ask where you are headed?" "The night has drawn in. Why not seek refuge for the night in our quaint village of Xiaoqi? We have a dedicated inn to accommodate travelers." Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds, sensing an oddity in the man, though his demeanor appeared unremarkable. "No need," he said. "We have already made arrangements with this young brother to stay at his home tonight, so there's no trouble required." The middle-aged man squinted, scrutinizing Bai Shi. "Oh, is that so? Young Bai, you must be sure to treat them well." Even though Bai Shi could not see the middle-aged man, he could still perceive a piercing gaze fixed upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He nodded hastily, yet found himself too intimidated to respond. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on his shoulder, dispelling the chill that had enveloped him, a soothing warmth coursing through him. "It's all right. This young brother will take good care of me. Let us proceed." Bai Shi, unable to discern the path ahead, had previously relied on touch to navigate home. But with Jiang Yan guiding him this time, he was spared the misfortune of colliding with obstacles. After watching Jiang Yan enter Shaoquan village, the middle-aged man finally shifted his gaze. "Another fish has come along. It seems this evening will be busy," he chuckled lightly, raising his umbrella as he departed. Bai Shi led Jiang Yan into the village. As they crossed a small bridge and set foot on the ground, Jiang Yan paused, sensing that the earth beneath him felt colder and more foreboding than that of the stream outside, imbued with an unsettling chill. Could it be that this place was once an ancient battlefield? Jiang Yan silently trailed behind Bai Shi, keenly observing his surroundings. Upon entering the village, one could immediately sense that this small village of Spring was relatively affluent. Nearly every household was splendidly renovated, adorned with vibrant red couplets that graced their walls. And some even boasted red brick and jade-tiled roofs, exuding an air of extravagance. However, a peculiar aspect caught his attention. Every home had tightly shut doors and windows, with some dwellings seemingly uninhabited. Jiang Yan took note of these details, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of emotion. In contrast, Shinming's small hands gradually tightened. After a short walk, they arrived at Bai Shi's residence, situated at the far corner of the village, somewhat distanced from the others. As Jiang Yan had anticipated, the house was dilapidated, with visible signs of age etched into the walls, and the wooden window frames were on the verge of decay, encircled by a fence of rustic pickets. Given its appearance, one could surmise that the temperature indoors was no better than that outside. "Here we are, my home. Though it is a tad modest. It actually seems rather luxurious to me." Jiang Yan uttered a remark, and with a sharp crack, the fence gate tumbled to the ground. Bai Shi, accustomed to such occurrences, approached with ease, effortlessly lifting the falling gate. Fortunately, the door was salvageable. As Jiang Yan's voice faded, a shadow suddenly sprang from the dilapidated hut, leaping into Bai Shi's embrace with such force that it sent him staggering back 2 steps. Simultaneously, the fence, unable to bear the weight, collapsed with a resounding crash. Jiang Yan chose to remain silent. Shinming, however, gazed curiously at the 2 siblings, his attention particularly fixated on the younger sister. "Where have you been, brother? Did you not promise not to go out?" she exclaimed, clutching her food with a face full of worry and concern. "Sister, I am fine. I cannot always leave you to fend for yourself. After all, I am still your brother. How is our mother faring?" Bai Shi's expression softened as he embraced his sister. Jiang Yan silently observed the scene before him, his gaze shifting towards the house. In his perception, there was still one person inside, presumably the mother they had spoken of, yet it seemed her time was drawing near. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Yan failed to notice the unusual demeanor of Shinming beside him. At that moment, Shinming was fixated on the girl, intently studying the fleeting expressions that danced across her face. "Brother, mother has not improved," the girl spoke with a tone steeped in sorrow, though her expression belied a deeper concern for Bai Shi. Although Bai Shi could not see, he sensed the gravity of the situation and offered quiet words of comfort to the girl. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to introduce Jiang Yan, saying, "By the way, Lord Jiang, this is my sister, Bai Han. Our family of 3, my sister, our mother, and I live here. The accommodations are quite humble, so please do not take offense." Chapter 38. A German orthopedic specialist? Though Jiang Yan had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback upon entering the house. How does one even begin to describe such a place? One could only say that even a thief would think twice before making off with 2 bags of rice. And during festive seasons, they would still be expected to slip in a couple of red envelopes. The house comprised 2 rooms and a hall. Yet the entirety of its furnishings amounted to a single table that appeared relatively clean, several tea bowls that had been washed countless times, and a dilapidated brazier to maintain warmth within the abode. That was all there was. Bai Han, holding Bai Shi's hand, glanced at Jiang Yan and the others, instinctively furrowing her brow in evident displeasure. She slowly leaned closer to Bai Shi and whispered, "Brother, who are these 2? Oh, I met them while gathering firewood today. They are both good people, right?" Bai Shi replied, but as he spoke, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed in surprise, recalling that Jiang Yan had consistently referred to them as us. He quickly offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize that, Mr. Jiang. You were accompanied by another person. My eyesight is not very good." Jiang Yan observed Bai Shi apologizing to the air and nonchalantly waved his hand. "It's quite all right. We don't mind. You may address me as Mr. Jiang." He then inquired, "By the way, what is the matter with your eyes and hair? Is your mother ill?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shi let out a sigh of relief, yet a wry smile graced his lips. "My hair has always been like this since birth. As for my eyes, I could see until I was 10. After that, my vision deteriorated day by day, culminating in complete blindness. My mother has also fallen ill. Her mind now clouded for several days." He added with a sense of resignation, "Perhaps I am simply a harbinger of misfortune." As he spoke, he tightened the tattered cloth around his head, covering his hair more securely, even as darkness enveloped the surroundings. "Brother, you mustn't speak of yourself in such a manner," Bai Han exclaimed, rising with an animated grace, her eyes shimmering with an indefinable light. She stepped forward and gently embraced Bai Shi, offering him solace in her warm embrace. Meanwhile, Shen Ming, who had remained silently observant, tilted her head slightly, contemplating Bai Han with thoughts unknown. Jiang Yan remained oblivious to Shen Ming's peculiar behavior, his gaze oscillating between the 2 siblings, sensing a subtle discord. A bond of fraternal affection? Yet, it appeared anything but that. Rather, it exuded an air reminiscent of a young couple. Could it be that there was an illicit affair between them? Observing their interactions, it seemed he was utterly unaware. Naturally, being blind, he would indeed be oblivious. Could it be that this was merely a one-sided infatuation? Jiang Yan is a product of the information explosion of the 21st century, earning the moniker of a psychological connoisseur of online content merely through the act of surfing the web. Viewed through the lens of contemporary society, one might perceive Bai Han as exhibiting certain tendencies akin to a sisterly affection towards her brother. However, such behaviors can be understood within the context of her environment and age. Jiang Yan could comprehend to some extent, surmising that once Bai Han matured and experienced more, such thoughts would dissipate. With this reflection in mind, Jiang Yan retrieved several pieces of flatbread from the storage box and offered them to Bai Shi and the others. "Since we have settled here, it is only fitting to share these pieces. We have already dined, so please, partake." Bai Shi swallowed hard, concealing a half piece of flatbread in her embrace, initially intending to save it for her mother and sister upon her return. Upon hearing that more flatbread was available, her heart naturally swelled with joy. Thus, she did not decline, silently accepting the offering and subsequently instructing her sister to prepare bedding for a makeshift sleeping area. As she held the fragrant, sweet flatbread, Bai Shi felt a pang of anxiety. Unable to contain herself, she grasped Jiang Yan's arm and said, "Young Master Jiang, let us wait just a little longer. Once darkness fully descends, we shall quietly depart. I will guide you on the path we ought to take." Jiang Yan seemed entirely oblivious to the underlying meaning, still wearing that cheerful smile. "What's wrong? Is this place haunted?" This was roughly the sentiment. In essence, it was quite sinister. Many outsiders who came here often went missing, particularly since 5 years ago when the entire village inexplicably experienced a decline in population or disturbances of a supernatural nature. The villagers claimed that it was because of me that malevolent spirits were drawn here, preventing me from mingling with outsiders. Do you think the same? After hearing this, Bai Shi fell silent, merely lowering his head. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, gently patting Bai Shi on the shoulder, and effortlessly pulled him closer. With an unapologetic demeanor, he declared, "Young lad, where is the merit in such superstitions? The people in your village, lacking in capability, choose to blame their own shortcomings on you, and you, in turn, eagerly accept the burden. If I were to stumble on the road and then turn around to accuse you, the evil star, of causing my fall, would you agree and take the blame? Would you allow me to berate and strike you? That would be absurd." Bai Shi opened his mouth slightly, momentarily at a loss for words, as the feelings of guilt dissipated. Thus, little by Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and with a hint of excitement, he asked, "What wisdom?" Jiang Yan embraced Bai Shi's shoulder, urging him to cease his conversation with the wall. At that moment, Bai Han and Xin Ming instinctively mirrored this action. Observing their embrace, both wore expressions of discontent, furrowing their brows and clenching their fists. Bai Han, concealed in the adjacent room, yearned to step out and extricate his brother from this situation. Similarly, Xin Ming wished to pull Jiang Yan away. In that instant, their intentions unexpectedly aligned. Yet, neither made a move. Jiang Yan chose to disregard the remark and, with a rather smug demeanor, declared, "Let me tell you, if someone provokes you, the first step is to remain composed." Bai nodded earnestly, "Composed. Next, analyze the situation and uncover its origin." "Oh, I see. Finally, one must possess a certain audacity and a willingness to muddle through." Yes, all right. Huh?" Bai was momentarily taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. Jiang Yan laughed heartily, raising his hand to lightly pat Bai Shi's back, interrupting his contemplation. "Do not be bewildered. If you are concerned about what others say, you shall forever remain an outlier. So why heed their words? Instead, don your colored glasses and perceive them as you wish, standing atop your moral high ground to point fingers. When they label you a calamity, assert that you are a harbinger of fortune. When they declare that gray hair signifies misfortune, proclaim that it is merely a sign of divine favor. When they claim that blindness is retribution, contend that it is the destiny of the chosen. After all, being a shameless and eccentric madman is far superior to being a loathsome harbinger of disaster. Rather than suffering the indignities of self-pity, it is far more liberating to unleash chaos upon others, free from the constraints of societal judgment." What a thrill! Bai Shi felt dazed, unable to comprehend much of what was said. All he grasped was the notion of shamelessness. Yet, he remained uncertain about how one ought to be shameless. Before he could inquire further, Bai Han approached, grasping his arm and leading him directly to his mother's room, without even acknowledging Jiang Yan and the others. Jiang Yan gazed at the white figure being dragged away, refraining from intervention, yet his expression lingered with a hint of unfulfilled desire. Chapter 39. Brother, I am the only one who will not harm you. Alas, I have yet to impart this shameless secret technique to you. TSK. It seems that fate has deemed us ill-suited. As he murmured to himself, Jiang Yan suddenly sensed something and turned his head, inadvertently locking eyes with Xin Ming's azure orbs. They were merely half an inch apart, allowing Jiang Yan to glimpse his own reflection within her gaze. Xin Ming blinked innocently, her expression brimming with curiosity. "Master, what is the shameless secret technique? May I learn it?" Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural. With a light cough, she spoke solemnly, "Ahem, Ming. First and foremost, I am a person of integrity. Secondly, please regard my previous words as mere echoes, not to be taken to heart. Do not allow them to settle within your mind." As she gently patted Xin Ming's small shoulder, her tone became earnest. "You must become the blossoming flower of the Ancient Immortal Sect, striving to be a paragon of the new era, a model of virtue. Do not resort to the despicable tactics of unscrupulous ruffians. Yet, one might wonder, does Master not possess such skills as well? Am I to be considered a rogue?" Jiang Yan fell silent and lightly tapped Xin Ming on the head. "As your master, I am an exception. You cannot emulate me," he remarked with a hint of playful arrogance. Xin Ming, feeling a bit aggrieved, cupped her little head with her hands, let out a soft huff, and sulkily plopped down beside him, turning her back to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan merely smiled softly, disregarding the surroundings. He lifted the solitary teacup, pouring himself a measure of wine. Accompanied by the cakes from the chest, he indulged in a delightful repast, savoring each bite of cake alongside sips of wine. The room resonating solely with the sounds of his enjoyment, enveloped in tranquility. After a while, Jiang Yan sensed an oddity, yet he could not discern what was amiss. Just as he prepared to rise, he felt a subtle resistance at the hem of his garment, prompting a sudden realization of the peculiarity. Xin Ming had remained seated in silence, devoid of any commotion. It dawned on him that the absence of his usual shadow was indeed peculiar. And without Xin Ming's incessant chatter, a certain unfamiliarity lingered in the air. Jiang Yan observed Xin Ming, who had curled up into a small ball beside him. Unable to resist, he gently poked her from behind, but Xin Ming merely stared blankly, devoid of her usual vivacity. This caused Jiang Yan to furrow his brow slightly. He had merely intended to tease her a little. How could it possibly result in her retreating into herself? This simply would not do. Ahem, Ming'er, why have you remained silent for so long? Are you still upset with your teacher, or have you been overtaken by other emotions? Speak up, and allow me to analyze your feelings. Shenming remained unresponsive. Jiang Yan felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that she had truly angered her? Would her presence here only serve to exacerbate the situation? A child who remains silent may find themselves at the mercy of the big bad wolf come nightfall, whisked away and never to see their master again. As the clock strikes midnight, ominous figures clad in black may emerge, seizing you in a flash, selling you to the farthest corners of the earth, forever separated from your beloved mentor. Jiang Yan playfully attempted to frighten Shenming, hoping to elicit a tear from her and maintain the emotional atmosphere. However, Shenming firmly grasped Jiang Yan's fingers, lifting her gaze to reveal a discerning expression as she remarked, "Master, your attempts are so feeble that even a child wouldn't be deceived. In your own words, one would lose 300 just to play the con artist." With a playful pout, she added, "Oh, why do you keep tapping my head? Do you wish for me to be less clever?" Jiang Yan, with a gentle pat of her hand, earnestly advised, "My dear Ming'er, there is no need to feign profundity. And remember, do not argue with your master." Shenming retorted, "Look, you're doing it again." Mischievous Master Jiang Yan teased Shenming, "Just wait until you grow up. I shall be repaid in kind." Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at the pouting Shenming, his expression remarkably earnest. This earnestness made Shenming feel a twinge of insecurity. What is it that has Master looking at me like this? Ha ha ha. Just you? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan appeared as though he had encountered an exceedingly amusing jest, laughing uncontrollably, nearly doubled over, and pounding the table in mirth. "Ah, Master, you." For the first time in her life, Shenming profoundly grasped the essence of disdain and the sensation of being looked down upon. Infuriated, she ground her teeth, her expression fierce yet endearingly soft. With a snap of her teeth, she aimed to bite him, but alas, she merely caught the sleeve of Jiang Yan's garment, for he had already made a hasty retreat. Shenming pursued Jiang Yan, the two of them playfully darting around the table, creating a lively scene, utterly oblivious to the presence of others. Meanwhile, Bai Han was imparting a lesson, or perhaps indoctrinating, to her elder brother. "Brother, do not place your trust in strangers. Haven't the numerous past experiences taught you anything? It is only you and Mother who would never harm or deceive me." Bai Shi hesitated, listening to the joyous laughter outside. His fingers idly tracing the surface of the pastry in his hand, he hesitantly remarked, "But they are the ones who provided us with food, and that Mr. Jiang is quite gentle, showing no airs, and he even teaches me things." Bai Han's expression grew progressively frigid, a flicker of madness flashing in her eyes. She abruptly snatched the pastry from Bai Shi's grasp and hurled it vehemently to the ground, then seized his hand tightly. "They are all villains. Brother, your eyes may be blind to it, but I can see they are not as benevolent as you imagine behind your back. Remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Their actions must harbor ulterior motives. Only I." Bai Han advanced menacingly, cornering Bai Shi against the wall. Her expression took on a somewhat deranged quality as she caressed Bai Shi's cheek with one hand. "Brother, only I would never harm you. You must trust me." Bai Shi leaned against the wall, feeling trapped, his eyes wide open yet unable to discern the path ahead. He lowered his head and softly replied, "I know, sister. You would not harm me." Bai Shi stepped out, his demeanor somewhat melancholic. Being in his own home, he moved with familiarity, navigating effortlessly to Jiang Yan's side. "Mr. Jiang, your shop has been tidied. However, we lack beds, so you will have to bear with sleeping on the floor. It is of no consequence. My bones are resilient." Jiang Yan entered the room with Shenming, who was nibbling on her own arm, casually placing the book box on the floor. He intertwined his fingers and gently flicked her forehead. "All right, enough of the play. It's time for bed." Shenming pouted, her small lips forming a cute expression as she opened her arms and lunged toward him. However, Jiang Yan caught her effortlessly in midair, laying her down on the bed with grace. Before she could react or struggle, he enveloped her in the blanket, transforming her into a plump, cozy caterpillar. "From this night onward, you can no longer share my nest." "Wah, Master, I don't want that. Hold on, we're not parting ways just yet. I will merely sleep beside you." Jiang Yan extended his finger to gently press against Shenming's chin, closing her mouth. He then lay beside her, covering himself with the slightly musty blanket, and with his eyes shut, drifted off to sleep. Chapter 40. Murmurs. Shenming lay beside Jiang Yan, on the verge of tears, as her sorrow flowed freely. Yet, Jiang Yan remained oblivious, resolutely determined to help her break this detrimental habit. Observing Jiang Yan's calm and indifferent demeanor, Shenming understood that no amount of weeping would elicit a glance from her esteemed teacher. Realizing this, the tears in her eyes abruptly ceased. She gazed deeply at Jiang Yan, contemplating her predicament. How could she ensure that her teacher would not feel pain? Would he abandon her? She did not wish to part from him. She longed to remain by his side forever. What could she possibly do? In the dead of night, Bai Shi and Bai Han slept in another room, also on the floor, while their mother occupied the only bed. The night was unbearably cold, as the blanket had been shared, forcing them to huddle together for warmth. Neither sibling was asleep. Bai Shi leaned on the outer edge, shielding his sister from the chilling wind. Bai Han wore a contented smile, gazing dreamily at Bai Shi's profile, lost in her own reverie. Unfortunately, Bai Shi was unaware of her adoring gaze. With his murky eyes fixed on the ceiling, Bai Shi's mind echoed Jiang Yan's words, prompting him to speak aloud. Xiao Han, am I a harbinger of misfortune? Of course not. How could you think such a thing? You are the best brother in the world, a beacon of good fortune. Then why is it that our father met such a tragic end, and our mother has fallen ill, now in a deep coma? Is it not because of me? The whole village claims I am a disaster. Ever since my birth, our family has been in decline, culminating in my father's demise, and now I have become blind, burdening our mother and you. If I were you, I might have left this home long ago. Bai Shi raised a hand to shield his eyes, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. Bai Han clutched him tightly, softly murmuring, Brother, you are not a burden. In my eyes, you are the greatest blessing. Encountering you has been the luckiest occurrence of my life. Had you not found me and persuaded our father to keep me, I might have perished in the wilderness. Thus, you are not a liability, but my support, my fortune, and my only salvation in this life. In another room, Jiang Yan slumbered soundly, while Shenming lay quietly beside him, neither crying nor making a fuss. She stared vacantly at the bubble of mucus that continually expanded and contracted on his nose, her mind wandering in uncharted territories. Suddenly, it appeared she had heard something. She straightened her upper body, facing the direction of the white-walled room. In the darkness, her sapphire-like eyes remained fixed, as if they could penetrate the walls and glimpse the scenery beyond. On her wrist, a hair tie emitted a soft, ethereal glow. Shenming placed her hand upon it, hesitating for a moment. Yet, in a fleeting instant, she resolved to act, quietly loosening the hair tie. With this small gesture, a cacophony of disjointed murmurs surged into her mind, transitioning from the abstract to the concrete, from grand to diminutive. But this time was different. Shenming could discern her desires amidst the chaos. She heard a voice. My brother is so adorable. I want him to stay by my side forever. Oh, I could hide him away, in a place where only we exist. After all, my brother can only heed my wishes and cannot resist. How could I ever resent my brother? I shall never leave him. Wouldn't it be wonderful if my brother were blind? Then he would only have eyes for me, and I would never look down upon him. But then he wouldn't be able to see me, which is such a pity. However, a blind brother would care only for Bai Han, with his heart occupied solely by her, seeing no one else. I truly adore my brother. Yet others claim this is against ethics? What nonsense. I simply love my brother. Where's the fault in that? I am innocent. Is it not natural to feel this way about someone? That Jiang fellow spoke a truth today. One should disregard the gazes of others and pursue what one loves. I truly adore my brother. A relentless tide of discordant voices crashed against Shenming's consciousness, twisting her expression into one of profound anguish, her body trembling involuntarily. The hair tie glimmered faintly, striving to shield her from the murmurs. Yet, as Shenming had not donned it, it proved powerless, no matter how brightly it shone. Her delicate face contorted as her existing memories, still unanchored, faced upheaval, teetering on the brink of collapse, just as she seemed on the verge of succumbing. A hand shot forth with remarkable speed, resting firmly upon her head, while gentle magic flooded in, swiftly silencing the tumultuous voices. Only then did Shenming's expression begin to settle, allowing her to open her eyes and gaze upon the owner of that hand. Jiang Yan, unbeknownst to him, had already risen to a sitting position, his expression grave and his gaze piercing, fixed intently upon Shenming. What were you engaged in just now? His voice was deep and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable tone of command. As Shenming beheld Jiang Yan's solemn countenance, an unfamiliar emotion of fear stirred within her for the first time. It was akin to the trepidation a child feels when caught in the act of wrongdoing by a parent. She feared that Jiang Yan might become angry with her, thus creating a chasm between them. Never before had she experienced such a profound sense of dread, rendering her momentarily speechless. Why did you remove your wristband? If you wish to be part of my circle, you need only express it. Why then, did you discard the wristband? Such a thing should not be removed lightly. You understand? Your understanding is still in its infancy. You are not yet equipped to harness your inherent gifts. Jiang Yan gazed at Shinming, who appeared to be utterly terrified, and realized that he had been too stern moments ago. He promptly softened his expression, gently pinched her cheek, and spoke in a soothing tone. Please do not behave like this again, understand? If you wish to remain together, consult me first. Jiang Yan examined Shinming's soul state and discovered that it was merely a bit listless, with no significant issues overall. He then resumed his original demeanor, muttering softly. Master has put in tremendous effort for you, to the point of losing a patch of hair. Upon witnessing Jiang Yan's familiar behavior, Shinming's anxiety gradually subsided. He tilted his head in curiosity. Has Master gone bald? Let's not digress. That is of no importance, came the reply. Jiang Yan gently grasped Shinming's small hand, embarking on a heartfelt discourse. He spoke of her youth, suggesting that her mind was still naive, and that with time and diligent practice, she would be able to remove the wrist strap, aligning with her innate talents. There was no rush, he advised, nor should she hasten her progress in the future. Since recovering, Shinming had nestled comfortably in Jiang Yan's embrace, absorbing his gentle admonitions, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Chapter 41. The deceptive girl. This sensation of being cared for and valued was one she relished. Consequently, her thoughts drifted back to the earlier murmurs she had overheard, intertwining with her current feelings. How could I make it so that Master wishes to accompany only me? Jiang Yan was perplexed by Shinming's current thoughts. He had just experienced a frightful moment. Deep in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a dream in which his disciple had grown up, but this disciple was somewhat extraordinary, brandishing a golden lock formation and clamoring to imprison him. Goodness, the fright made him shrink back in terror. Upon opening his eyes, an even more alarming scene unfolded. His young disciple was engaging in reckless behavior. The shock sent a tremor through his heart, prompting him to rush to intervene. Initially intending to administer a stern reprimand, he hesitated upon seeing Shinming, who appeared somewhat dazed from the fright. Instead, he gathered the young disciple into his embrace, offering comfort and smoothing down the disheveled hair. Let this serve as a lesson. Do not act foolishly in the future. Do not take everything to heart, for your delicate heart cannot bear it. Come, confide in your master. By the way, that sudden jolt, did it leave your head unscathed? Does it hurt? Jiang Yan inquired softly, as Shinming nestled in his embrace, her large eyes twinkling playfully, instantly curving into crescent moons. Does it hurt a bit? Is your head feeling overwhelmed? Come, let me take a closer look. Jiang Yan gazed at Shinming with a tinge of concern. Gently placing her in front of him and resting his hand on her forehead, he sought to once more perceive the condition of her soul. It was remarkably stable and resilient, even more so than that of an adult, thanks to the several instances of memory infusion Jiang Yan had previously imparted. The previous languor had vanished entirely. How curious. There appears to be no issue at all. Could it be that my cultivation is insufficient to discern the truth? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Shinming gazed up at him, observing the concern etched on his face. Oh dear, master, why are you scolding me? You little girl, are you trying to deceive me? Not at all. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is that so? Do not let your gaze wander when you look at me. Observing Shinming's unusually evasive demeanor, Jiang Yan could not help but chuckle. Shinming had just deceived him. To his surprise, the young Shinming had quickly learned the art of deception. Quite impressive, indeed. However, deceit is frowned upon and must be met with consequences. Given Shinming's recent antics, Jiang Yan resolved that a mere verbal reprimand would suffice this time, lest she act rashly out of despair. All right. I shall let it slide this time, but let it be a lesson for the future. Okay. Shinming beamed, praising Jiang Yan, who basked in the compliment, tilting his head slightly. Yet, it seemed he sensed something amiss as he gently ruffled Shinming's hair and turned his gaze toward the pitch-black window. At that moment, 7 figures had gathered outside the small abode, their faces obscured by dark red masks, brandishing gleaming curved blades, huddled together in hushed conversation. Third brother. This year's catch is rather sparse. How come there are only a couple? The eldest, a robust man known as Third Brother, snorted softly. Humph. This year there's chaos in Ancient City. Outsiders are trapped within. Naturally, fewer come here. However, that little girl from yesterday was quite wealthy. Though those 2 guards were formidable, even in a siege, they managed to injure 3 of my brothers. We must exercise caution with this individual today, just in case. The group slowly drew their curved blades, preparing to storm the dwelling. Yet, a shorter figure interjected, "Wait, this house harbors old by S wife and child. Should we not tread lightly?" Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the group as they turned to regard him. For those who betrayed their village, sparing his family was already a sign of mercy. After all, he had nearly divulged the village's secrets. If that knowledge reached the outside world, the village would be doomed. Third brother spoke coldly, and the others fell silent. "Very well, then we shall not hold back." The group nodded, crouching as they stealthily approached the house. Just then, a languid voice pierced the stillness, sending a chill down their spines. "What brings you here at such an hour? Are you perhaps here to steal my cattle?" "Who?" The sudden voice startled them, and they instinctively raised their blades, scanning their surroundings. But then, with a creak, the door of the dilapidated house before them swung open gently. A young man adorned with a dark jade hairpin and dressed in gray stepped out. "It's you? You haven't gone to sleep?" The night was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, a depth where one could not see their own hand before their face. Yet, astonishingly, none among the gathering chose to light a torch. These 7 masked men, however, perceived their surroundings as if illuminated by daylight, their gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes and, feeling somewhat drowsy, spoke. "Well, you see, I was enjoying a peaceful slumber, but alas, I was stirred awake by a certain little rascal. I am still not fully awake." As Jiang Yan spoke, he could not help but yawn, seemingly indifferent to the crowd that was gradually encircling him. "Hee, fear not. We shall find you a splendid place to rest." One of the burly men chuckled, and with that, he charged forward. With a forceful thrust of his legs, the frozen ground beneath him shattered in an instant. He soared towards Jiang Yan, wielding a gleaming curved blade aimed at his shoulder, intent on cleaving him in two. The others refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe the unfolding scene. Bang! Creak! The sound of metal straining under pressure rang out as Jiang Yan's fingers, akin to iron pincers, gripped the burly man's curved blade with unyielding strength. With a slight exertion, the blade began to warp under his grasp. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Yan in terror. Yet, Jiang Yan too wore a look of puzzlement. Sensing the surrounding energy and the strength in his hands, his curiosity deepening. "Your strength seems rather peculiar," he mused. The burly man, straining to withdraw his weapon, let out a cry of frustration. It stuck. Everyone attacked together. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly prepared for action, including the third brother among them. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, yet he reined in his playful demeanor. As he deftly evaded the onslaught, he began to earnestly scrutinize those who besieged him. In Jiang Yan's perception, they appeared as fervent individuals, their martial prowess exuding a robust and vigorous essence that was distinctly different from that of ordinary warriors. As for their souls, they bore a somewhat ashen hue. "It seems I have begun to discern what you truly are. Humph, you are exceedingly arrogant." With a contemptuous snort, the third brother unleashed a punch, akin to a heavy sandbag, striking Jiang Yan with considerable force. Jiang Yan raised his hand to block, yet surprisingly, he was forced to retreat half a step from the impact. He is nearing his limit. Let us exert more effort, brothers. Chapter 42, Bloodspring third brother was filled with unbridled excitement. He never anticipated that a master would appear at this time of year. The ability to withstand his current punch suggested that the opponent's cultivation must at least reach the innate realm. An innate master, the very existence that martial artists yearn for. If only he could capture this individual and offer him to that entity, he could ascend to greater heights. The mere thought of advancing further intensified the madness in third brother's expression. Though concealed by a mask, it was difficult to perceive. In the courtyard, 7 individuals besieged Jiang Yan, each strike executed with a ferocity that whipped the swirling snow around them, their destructive power far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. The newly repaired fence had long since collapsed. Within the house, Bai Shi sheltered his sister and mother in a corner, too fearful to venture out. Shenming, meanwhile, hid at the door, anxiously observing the assault on her master, her small hands slick with perspiration. Witnessing her master being repelled several times, she was tempted to rush out. Yet, the knowledge she had acquired in Jiang Yan's counsel warned her that her interference would be futile, potentially hindering rather than helping. This left her in a state of torment, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. I must become stronger than my master in the future. Only then can I protect him. In contrast to Shenming's concerns, Jiang Yan appeared to be occasionally pushed back, yet he had sustained no injuries throughout the ordeal. His countenance, however, grew increasingly grave and unfavorable. This detail did not escape Third Brother's notice, causing him to become increasingly anxious, his strikes losing their rhythm and devolving into chaotic flailing. Jiang Yan weaved effortlessly among the 7 individuals, exuding a sense of composure. At last, at a pivotal moment, he spoke up, declaring, "I have discerned what you truly are." At this juncture, Sanji's eyes were bloodshot, rendering him unable to comprehend Jiang Yan's words. All he knew was that he was determined to kill him. Seizing the moment, he launched another punch. However, this time, the anticipated outcome did not transpire. His blow was firmly intercepted. "Ghouls," he muttered. I wondered why the entire village felt so peculiar. Even the inhabitants seemed strange. Jiang Yan's expression was frigid, and his demeanor shifted from casual to austere. His robes rustled ominously, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. The 7 individuals suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness beneath their feet, their curved blades transforming into scalding irons, clattering to the ground. Crack! Crack! Ah! My arm! My leg! What are you going to do? Please, don't come any closer. Without a visible action from Jiang Yan, the winds surrounding them solidified, contorting their limbs in a grotesque manner as they writhed helplessly. In no time, the 7 found themselves suspended like marionettes, their masks falling away to reveal faces as pale as corpses. Stripped of their voices, they could only whimper incessantly. "I despise entities such as you the most." Jiang Yan's gaze was as cold as ice as he slowly approached the man known as Sangu. His lips remained unsealed, leaving him as the sole speaker in the tense atmosphere. Sangu's eyes widened in terror, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable force, likely the fabled immortal. In a panic, he cried out, "Spare me, esteemed immortal. I implore you. I am merely a victim of circumstance. I have not taken a life. I only sought wealth, not bloodshed." Yet, Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he continued to advance toward him. Sangu was drenched in a cold sweat, a duality of pain and fear gripping him. "Our village possesses treasures. I can lead you to them. Just spare my life." Nevertheless, Jiang Yan remained indifferent. Upon reaching the man, he extended his hand and pressed it against Sanji's forehead. "What I wish to know requires no inquiry." Sanji's pupils constricted in an instant as an overwhelming force surged into his body and soul, ruthlessly invading his memories. Soul-searching, young Shenming beheld her master in this terrifying state for the first time, her bright eyes reflecting the chilling visage of Jiang Yan. Yet, instead of fear, she felt a pang of sympathy. After a long moment, Jiang Yan opened his eyes, revealing Sangu, whose gaze was now vacant and expression dazed. Drool escaping from his lips, clearly reduced to a fool. A gentle soul search would encounter no resistance, merely rendering the subject slightly weakened. In contrast, a brutal soul search would provoke resistance, leading to immediate folly. Observing the bewildered man before him, Jiang Yan remained expressionless. There were significant issues beneath this village. From Sanji's memories, Jiang Yan discovered that the village once thrived by running a high-priced inn that preyed on unsuspecting travelers, extorting exorbitant fees from those unfamiliar with the area. Life had been relatively comfortable. However, 5 years prior, the largest inn in the village dug a new well, only to unearth a spring of blood-red water. Curiosity compelled someone to taste it, resulting in increased strength and tougher skin. As more individuals tried it, the same effects were observed. Consequently, the village chief ordered the news to be suppressed and continued digging in search of other blood springs. Yet, the supply was limited. Even extensive excavations yielded only a few springs, which quickly ran dry. At some point, an unknown individual devised a method to offer a human sacrifice. By inflicting several wounds upon a person to bleed into the spring until death, the spring would resurge, its potency enhanced. From that point forward, the village began to adopt a darker path, initially targeting only those who appeared arrogant or threatening, but eventually extending their violence to any outsider. Ultimately, they even began to sacrifice those within the village who were deemed undesirable. The villagers have gradually descended into depravity. Their bodies have grown stronger, their skin impervious to blades and unyielding to the elements. Yet, they have begun to fear the light. A burgeoning desire for the living has emerged within them, a bloodthirsty longing. Jiang Yan gazed calmly at the 7 individuals before him. With a swift turn, a flicker of dark crimson flames materialized from thin air, soaring past the 7 without making contact. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind into the ether. Shenming watched as Jiang Yan approached. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose and sprinted towards him, leaping gracefully into his embrace, securing her hold around him. Master was unperturbed, knowing that Shenming was by your side. The coldness on Jiang Yan's face dissipated slightly as he gently rubbed Shenming's head. Master is not angry. Next, Master has some matters to attend to. Will you wait here obediently for your teacher, little Ming? Jiang Yan wished to shield Shenming from the ensuing events. On one hand, this journey might harbor certain dangers, and he could not guarantee Shenming's safety. On the other hand, he sought to spare her the grim realities of this village. Chapter 43. Surely, I shall not be punished. However, Shenming's actions unequivocally demonstrated that evading her was an impossibility. No, please, no. Master is going to abandon Shenming again. Oh, that's not the case. My master merely has some matters to attend to. I refuse to listen. I shall accompany you. In a fit of despair, Shenming clung to Jiang Yan, unwilling to release her grasp. Even when Jiang Yan contemplated quietly rendering her unconscious, she seemed to sense his intentions, wailing at the top of her lungs. Her cries resounding with fervor. Jiang Yan covered his ears, a visage of helplessness adorning his face. Even the flicker of indignation he had just experienced was considerably dissipated by this commotion. All right, I will take you along. Crying, always crying. Where do you find such an abundance of tears? I truly wonder if you are made of water, he remarked, with eyes swollen and red from weeping. Shenming sniffed and sought confirmation amidst her sobs. Jiang Yan playfully pinched her petite nose, twisting it slightly. Of course, when has your master ever deceived you? Yet, she pondered, who could have tricked me into believing that a big bad wolf would come at night? Ahem. Do you wish to follow along? Yes. Then do as I say. Remember, when you are by my side, do not touch anything recklessly, do not gaze around indiscriminately, and refrain from making loud noises. In short, you must obediently stay beside me. Do not look, do not listen, do not ask, do not move. Otherwise, well, a spanking awaits. Jiang Yan contemplated for a moment and decided to introduce a form of punishment. Otherwise, there would be a lack of deterrence. Very well, Shenming readily agreed. Then obediently grasped Jiang Yan's garment, allowing him to lead her forward. As she gazed at Jiang Yan striding ahead, a warm sensation enveloped her heart, bringing her great comfort. She wondered if Jiang Yan would truly punish her should she misbehave. Curiosity piqued, she pondered the nature of such punishment, speculating that he would likely be reluctant to inflict harm upon her, given his gentle demeanor. Lost in her whimsical thoughts, she recalled the chaotic musings that had previously occupied her mind. How tender Jiang Yan was. Shenming yearned for nothing more than his exclusive companionship. Would he blind himself for her sake? No, she preferred the way he looked at her, with eyes that saw only her. Thus, it was better for him to retain his sight. She also wished to hide him away, but alas, Jiang Yan was far too formidable for her to conceal. Jiang Yan strolled leisurely alongside Shenming, oblivious to the thoughts swirling within her mind at that moment. He remained unaware that Shenming was beginning to stray from her intended path. The more a person's character is lacking and in need of careful guidance, the less one should instill dark thoughts during their formative years. Thus, Jiang Yan remained steadfastly by her side, embodying the virtues he wished to impart as a role model. He even went so far as to pluck his own hair to fashion bracelets, all to shield Shenming from the potential influence of his innate talents. Yet, due to a momentary lapse in vigilance, the trajectory of their lives began to subtly veer off course. At this juncture, Jiang Yan remained completely unaware. It was only years later, filled with regret, that he would reflect upon this day, yearning to traverse time and intervene. However, those were matters for another time. In the present, Jiang Yan wore a tranquil expression, navigating the paths of Shaoqing village with the ease of familiarity. The village, home to several hundred households, lay quiet in the daylight, yet came alive at night. Some residents peeked through their doors and windows, their eyes glinting with an inexplicable mirth. As Jiang Yan beheld the individuals before him, he noted their pallid complexions, with hair that appeared parched and eyes sunken deeply, resembling the countenance of the undead. Yet, when they moved, they exhibited an uncanny grace and vitality, devoid of any semblance of weakness or lethargy, which was indeed perplexing. Furthermore, upon the sight of the two outsiders, each of these villagers displayed a smile, without uttering a word or engaging in conversation, and showed no inclination to impede their presence. The glances directed at Jiang Yan were somewhat peculiar, accompanied by a mischievous grin, as if they were gazing at a sumptuous dish. Indeed, they were gazing upon their own sustenance. There is no need for one to converse with food, nor to harbor fear of it. The natural smile that emerges upon encountering a delectable feast is unmistakable. Such was the impression the entire village left upon an ordinary person. A disquieting sensation inexplicably surged within his heart. Jiang Yan walked quietly, unimpeded by anyone along the way. Nor did he take any action against them. Alas, how sorrowful it is to have turned oneself into a mere shell of a being. Jiang Yan shook his head with a sigh, his footsteps unwavering as he arrived at a 3-story inn nestled in the heart of the village. Beneath its eaves hung 2 lanterns, their crimson flames flickering ominously, casting an eerie glow against the inky darkness of the night. The creaking door seemed to yield to the wind, slowly swinging open to reveal the interior. The decor was exquisite, and the establishment was impeccably clean, though the arrangement of the tables and chairs was somewhat askew. On one table lay several used bowls and chopsticks. In the center, a large basin sat empty, save for a few remnants of red, wafting a faint, metallic scent through the air. It appeared that someone had recently occupied this space, but now their whereabouts were a mystery. The atmosphere was hauntingly desolate. Jiang Yan stepped over the low threshold and entered, his feet slightly rising and falling as they met the wooden floor, producing a hollow creaking sound. Was there another level below? At the same time, a chilling sensation swept over him. Tendrils of cold air surged from the floor, enveloping the space. It had initially sought to envelop Jiang Yan as well. But upon approaching within 3 meters, it dissipated into thin air like smoke. Xiao Shunming huddled closer, feeling uncomfortable and cold, sensing the danger surrounding her, and could not help but draw nearer to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan cast a cursory glance around the room, frowning as he scrutinized the floor, sensing the conditions beneath. It was, after all, a place steeped in malevolence. No wonder such a profound resentment had manifested. However, the intensity of the dark energy present could not have accumulated in a mere instant. It must have been an enduring presence. Yet, why had it only now erupted? Could it be that a venerable master had once cast a spell to seal this location? Jiang Yan gently closed her eyes, extending her consciousness to probe the depths beneath the earth, revealing a grim tableau within her mind. An enormous, blood-soaked factory loomed ominously. At its center lay a vast circular pit, with a diameter of several zhang. Countless passageways radiated outward from the pit, intricate and labyrinthine, resembling a spider's den in their complexity. A viscous pool of blood flowed quietly, emanating a crimson glow intertwined with a sense of foul malevolence. Above the blood pool dangled dozens of lifeless bodies, their blood long since drained. Beside the pool, villagers formed a line, eagerly scooping the viscous liquid into small bowls and drinking it with expressions of profound ecstasy. Among them was the very guard Jiang Yan had encountered upon her initial arrival in the Ancient City. Jiang Yan's heart was laden with a sense of heaviness. Although he had encountered the memories of that individual long ago, witnessing it with his own eyes now stirred an undeniable anger within him. As he extended his consciousness outward, he traversed the pathways that emerged, revealing a succession of individuals, some deceased, others barely clinging to life, casting a pall over Jiang Yan's expression. Yet suddenly, his gaze fell upon a young girl, causing his brow to unfurl. She was still alive. Little girl, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. Chapter 44. A Mind of Distinction. Jiang Yan beheld Qin Xiangling, the little girl who had once bestowed upon him 2 taels of silver. At this moment, she, alongside several others, was suspended in midair, with a small pool of blood beneath them. Her garments were tattered, her expression desolate, and her body bore numerous wounds, from which blood flowed down, dripping into the pool below, nourishing it. Amidst such an abundance of grim tidings, at last, a glimmer of good news emerged. Jiang Yan withdrew his consciousness, choosing not to delve deeper nor engage in conversation with Qin Xiangling. He sensed that the blood pool was far from ordinary. Beneath the blood pool, it was highly probable that there existed not only a realm of malevolent spirits, but also the potential sealing of other entities. Whenever his consciousness approached, he was met with a subtle yet persistent sense of impending danger. He realized that he must exercise caution and refrain from acting recklessly. Jiang Yan's conclusion was indeed somewhat unexpected. Initially, he thought that with a little effort, the matter could be resolved. However, it now appeared that he would need to exert all his strength. His current state was far from ideal, and as he observed the pervasive malevolent energy surrounding him, he couldn't help but sigh at his own lack of vigor. Alas, it seemed too late to absorb the power of the moonlight now. With that thought, Jiang Yan raised his hand. A wisp of dark crimson flame swirled in his palm, gradually coalescing into a tangible form. It transformed into a serpentine flame, dancing at his fingertips. The moment this fiery serpent manifested, the malevolent energy in the room reacted as if it had encountered scalding hot oil, sizzling audibly. The small serpent darted out from Jiang Yan's palm, weaving effortlessly through the oppressive energy, occasionally tearing off sizable portions to consume. The malevolent energy was utterly powerless against this little serpent, which gradually devoured it completely. After a while, the temperature in the room began to normalize, becoming noticeably warmer. The malevolent energy had all been ingested by the fire serpent, which now resembled a plump little creature. Finally, it wobbled back into Jiang Yan's hand, lazily resting in his palm. From its body, black smoke began to emanate, revealing grotesque and terrifying human faces within, but they were swiftly incinerated before they could fully materialize. Jiang Yan was refining the malevolent energy here, filtering out the lingering resentment and malevolence, leaving only the pure essence of the dark energy. Although it still carried some traces of bitterness, it was certainly an improvement compared to before. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yan executed a single-handed maneuver, absorbing the filtered malevolent energy into his body for refinement. Simultaneously, the fiery serpent in his grasp grew increasingly solid. Shen Ming, observing the ominous energy coiling around Jiang Yan, felt a twinge of discomfort. How could such filth taint her esteemed master? She could not permit her master to come into contact with these impurities, nor did she wish for him to assimilate such substances. Thus, without further contemplation, Shen Ming reached out to seize the plump fire serpent, disregarding the terrifying aura it emanated. She was determined to obliterate this serpent. Jiang Yan was diligently replenishing his true fire, striving to enhance his strength in preparation for the forthcoming events. Suddenly, he noticed Shen Ming's small hand darting towards him with alarming speed, causing him to tremble in surprise. In an instant, the expanding fire serpent was hurled away, shattering into fragments with a resounding clap. At that moment, Jiang Yan's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Grasping Shen Ming with one hand, he swiftly formed a hand seal and recited an incantation at an astonishing pace. Mystical arts of the Xian sect, formations at will, commands as firm as mountains. Entrap the heavens and earth. Activate the formation. As soon as the words left his lips, the upper level of the inn erupted with a thunderous blast, disintegrating entirely. Ah, master, have I caused trouble? Shen Ming found herself awkwardly tucked under Jiang Yan's arm, suspended in midair, while below them raged a tumultuous sea of flames. The dark red inferno blazed, illuminating the night sky, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. Strangely, this fire confined itself to a mere radius of several dozen meters around the inn, failing to spread further. The three-story inn had vanished, replaced by a vast circular pit with a diameter of several tens of feet, surrounded by a labyrinth of narrow passages leading underground. The true fire refrained from invading these passages, instead exhibiting a peculiar affinity for the malevolent energy that lingered there. Upon encountering this dark aura, it did not retreat. Rather, it ignited with fervor, akin to dry kindling. The flames surged along the tendrils of dark energy, penetrating the bodies of the fleeing villagers below, searing their internal organs. The entire scene was a grotesque tableau, reminiscent of an inescapable nightmare, suffused with a nauseating aura of death. Shen Ming gazed in a daze, her small face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Jiang Yan gazed at the scene with a face ashen with rage, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Endure, endure, endure. Alas, I can no longer contain myself. Master, I. Shen Ming timidly shrank back, her voice quavering with trepidation. Jiang Yan's chest rose and fell unevenly. His face flushed with a suppressed tension. He lowered his gaze at Shen Ming, speaking in a restrained voice, "Come a little closer." Shen Ming, though fearful, obediently stepped forward. Jiang Yan, come a little closer, stand nearer to me. Shen Ming, hesitating and fidgeting. Jiang Yan, lift your head. Yes, yes, just like that, at this angle. Jiang Yan interlocked his thumb and middle finger, bringing them to his lips as he exhaled softly, seemingly gathering his strength. For Shen Ming, each second of waiting felt like an eternity of torment. At last, Jiang Yan made his move. His hand gently descended upon Shen Ming's forehead, delivering a sharp yet resonant tap that caused her to instinctively lean back. Once she regained her balance, a vivid red mark appeared on her forehead, and her eyes brimmed with tears, trembling with suppressed sobs. What did I tell you before? Why do you recklessly touch things? Do you not understand the danger? Sniffle. I know. Shen Ming replied through her tears. You understand your mistake? Jiang Yan retorted. It seems you truly do not. Do you realize what could have happened if you had just, here, a peculiar scene unfolded. From the raging inferno below came piercing cries of anguish and despair, while above, a continuous stream of reprimands filled the air, accompanied by the soft whimpers of children, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. Why was Jiang Yan so furious this time? On one hand, it stemmed from Shun Ming's disobedience. On the other, it was her utter disregard for the gravity of the situation. Did she think that the genuine flames could be trifled with? Was she so oblivious to the peril? Did she truly believe she could just reach out and touch it as if it were a docile serpent? It was merely a manifestation of real fire, easily manipulated. Not an actual snake. Jiang Yan conjured that serpent of fire solely to refine the yin energy for easier absorption, serving to replenish his own body with the essence of utmost yin. This was to balance the deficiency in attributes caused by the pure yang master. It is well known that Jiang Yan is an old pure yang master, or rather, a lifelong celibate. Having transcended from the 21st century, he possesses a plethora of innovative ideas applicable to the cultivation of immortality. For instance, the creation of this diminutive serpent specifically designed to refine yin energy. Despite its small stature, it is a unique flame that Jiang Yan has cultivated independently. In this realm, practitioners maintain a pure yang body during their lower stages, granting them considerable advantages in cultivating fire-based techniques and comprehending similar methodologies. Progression is expedited, and the potency of their fire manipulation and condensation is enhanced. However, the essence of their practice revolves around the extraction of fire spirit energy, the absorption of solar power, and the utilization of the quintessence of fire. The effectiveness and power remain largely consistent, with the distinction lying merely in the details. It is simply a matter of what one has integrated versus what another has assimilated, resulting in variations in potency. Jiang Yan's approach, however, is distinct. He not only absorbs solar energy, but also harnesses lunar energy. Initially, he cultivates a special technique to achieve utmost yang, reaching the zenith of yang giving rise to yin. Ultimately, he utilizes the acquired essence of utmost yin to absorb the radiance of the lunar essence for replenishment. When both energies reach a certain equilibrium, he harmonizes yin and yang, complemented by his pure yang body cultivated since childhood, along with the three divine fires of his human form. The convergence of these four elements gives rise to this extraordinary flame. As for its efficacy, Jiang Yan had never exerted his full strength, yet one could discern the astonished gazes of his master and the elders, which spoke volumes. This skill is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yan, in an attempt to name his creation, initially dubbed it "Let You Get High to the Max." However, upon learning of this title, his master pursued him for 3 consecutive days, prompting Jiang Yan to reluctantly choose a less appealing name for elemental true fire. This name served no other purpose than to placate his master. Now, as he disciplines Shun Ming, it is also intended to impart a valuable lesson. Jiang Yan is not yet adept at perfectly controlling this true fire, should it be unleashed. He too must take precautions, for it would be equally detrimental to him. To cultivate this true fire, Jiang Yan must achieve a delicate balance of 4 elemental forces within his body. If these 4 are balanced, it stands to reason that other elemental energies, such as water, earth, and wood, would also find equilibrium. However, this is an exhausting endeavor, which is why Jiang Yan typically operates at a low energy output. Furthermore, he has recently suffered significant spiritual depletion, leaving him somewhat spiritually deficient. Gathering the light of the lunar essence felt too slow and cumbersome for him. The notion of harmonizing yin and yang through dual cultivation was far from his thoughts. Upon discovering a nearby source of yin energy in the form of a sinister location, Jiang Yan decided to take a shortcut, absorbing the chaotic yin energy to replenish himself. Although this energy was muddled and tainted, comparable to chocolate mixed with filth, it was necessary for the grand task that lay ahead. He needed to restore his state of being. Yet, who would have guessed that Shen Ming, audacious as she was, would dare to reach out and touch it? Who else would receive such a reprimand? Observing her softly weeping, Jiang Yan realized that she had learned a profoundly valuable lesson, and only then did he release her. Shen Ming, her eyes brimming with tears, tightly pressed her lips together, her neck trembling, her expression a portrait of utter grievance. Although Jiang Yan felt a pang of sympathy, some lessons must be learned the hard way. While familiarity with him may be permissible, recklessness in the face of unknown dangers cannot go unaddressed. "Do you understand your mistake?" he inquired. Shen Ming stubbornly lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Jiang Yan let out a gentle sigh, crouched down, and reached out to tidy up Shen Ming's disheveled hair, softly caressing her head. Some things are not easily grasped. You cannot control them. Consider this a lesson for the future. Do you understand? Shenming remained unresponsive to Jiang Yan. Yet, Jiang Yan was not perturbed. She simply pinched Shenming's little face with a hint of exasperation. Are you still following me? Yes. Shenming firmly grasped Jiang Yan's clothing with both hands, her azure eyes glistening with tears, yet her gaze remained resolute. Jiang Yan slowly curled his lips into a smile, falling into silence as he rose to his feet, his gaze transforming to one of icy detachment. Shenming looked up at Jiang Yan's silhouette, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her face radiated a blissful smile. He truly cares for me. Jiang Yan gazed down at the pool of blood, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Qin Xiangling and the others, confined at a distance far from the central blood pool, out of reach of its ominous influence. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he directed his attention to the largest blood pool at the center and uttered a disdainful exclamation. Who dares to disturb the peace? Reveal yourself at once. The inferno that perpetually blazed below was summoned forth by him, surging from the void towards the blood pool. As it advanced, nothing could withstand the relentless march of this true fire, igniting all in its path. The blood pool seemed to sense the impending peril, trembling slightly as the viscous crimson liquid writhed, attempting to retreat into the earth. Jiang Yan did not intervene. He merely flicked his fingers in a probing manner. An inconspicuous spark, accompanied by the writhing blood pool, unexpectedly burrowed into the ground, slipping into the crevices of the sanguine abyss. A rumble echoed softly as a hoarse growl followed suit. Subsequently, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from the fissure, rising ominously. Jiang Yan felt a tightening in her heart, silently positioning Shenming behind her, while maintaining an expression of serene composure. From the crevice emerged a soft murmur, followed by the sudden appearance of a blood-red handprint, which in the blink of an eye was upon Jiang Yan. Calm and unhurried, Jiang Yan pointed his sword forward with a delicate motion, unleashing a fierce sword chi enveloped in dark red, true fire, which instantly pierced through the palm imprint. Upon collision, a tempest erupted. The area where the sword chi and the blood-soaked palm met was besieged by rampant spiritual energy, distorting even the void itself. Yet, the sword chi could not withstand the onslaught, exhibiting a discernible tendency to dissipate under pressure, gradually being pushed back. However, the true fire clinging to the sword chi did not falter. Instead, it began to spread along the blood palm, slowly igniting and scorching. Ultimately, the sword chi was unable to endure, succumbing to the blood palm's might. Nonetheless, Jiang Yan remained composed, exhibiting no inclination to retaliate. He merely observed the blood palm advancing towards him, neither dodging nor evading, his gaze steady and unwavering. The true fire seared fiercely, leaving behind only a foul wind that made Jiang Yan gag as it reached his vicinity. Yet, in a bid to maintain his poise, he kept his countenance unchanged, fixating instead on the fissure below, where a blood-red silhouette struggled desperately to break free. Suddenly, a myriad of shimmering, golden-hued symbols materialized upon the ground, stretching for hundreds of meters. These intricate characters, arranged according to some arcane pattern, emitted a gentle luminescence that barred the blood-red figure from emerging, with the sole opening being that very fissure. Jiang Yan gazed at the gilded inscription, unable to restrain his eyes from widening slightly. Celestial patterns? Patterns capable of sealing mountains, rivers, and seas? Good heavens! What grave transgression must one commit to be subjected to such celestial confinement? While his heart was filled with astonishment, Jiang Yan maintained an outward composure. Meanwhile, the blood shadow, after several attempts, could only extend a wisp of blood energy before ceasing its efforts. It raised its gaze to Jiang Yan, who was observing from the void, and spoke in a voice that was sharp, grating, and indeterminate in gender. Youngster, do you wish to live or die? Chapter 46. Now I comprehend the essence of shameless secret manuals. Jiang Yan furrowed her brow slightly. Your voice is rather unpleasant. If you don't wish to meet your demise, then what? Shuiying was poised to continue his response, but upon grasping the situation, he was utterly bewildered. What in the world? I am inquiring about life and death, and you dare to retort with a comment about my voice? Are you jesting? Humph. Young man, do you have a death wish? Jiang Yan, scratching his nose, remarked. No, your voice is truly unpleasant. By the way, are you male or female? You wouldn't happen to be a ladyboy, would you? Shenming, sniffing slightly, inquired with a voice still tinged with tears. Master, what is a ladyboy? Oh, it refers to certain men who have relinquished their masculinity, They exist in a state that is neither male nor female, a rather peculiar form of being. My dear disciple, do not harbor disdain for them. Oh, and what does it mean to relinquish one's masculinity? Cough, cough, cough. Such questions are not suitable for a child. In due course, when you find your partner, you will naturally comprehend. Observing Jiang Yan engaged in conversation as if no one else were present, Blood Shadow felt his blood pressure rising and bellowed, "Silence! You brat! Do not presume that my diminished strength renders me incapable of dealing with you. If you truly seek your demise, I would not hesitate to expend some of my essence to obliterate you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan could not help but shrink back, retreating with Shun Ming at a distance supported by the clouds. Witnessing this, Blood Shadow let out a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha! Are you afraid? If you are, then retreat further. Otherwise, yet." Before Blood Shadow could finish his sentence, Jiang Yan interjected in a timid tone, "It seems you cannot emerge." "Humph, what of it? I may not be able to come out, but I can still slay you." Jiang Yan trembled with trepidation. "Yet, surely your attacks must be constrained by certain limitations, correct? You have discerned it, but what of it? Do you dare to enter?" Jiang Yan wore a disgruntled expression. However, Blood Shadow burst into a hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! What can you do now? Are you frightened? Hurry and leave, before I change my mind." Yet, it appeared that my attack might actually penetrate. Silence enveloped the scene, and Blood Shadow, crouching beneath the crack, seemed somewhat contemplative, inquiring with an uncertain tone, "So, what is it that you desire?" A wicked smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yan's lips as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, dozens of dark, crimson fireballs materialized around him, each one a formidable manifestation of true fire, highly potent in its destructive capacity. "Thus, I wish to test the efficacy of a humanoid fixed target." "Humanoid fixed target?" Shuang murmured, somewhat perplexed by the meaning, but comprehension quickly dawned upon him. Suddenly, a dense layer of fireballs appeared in the sky, overwhelming in their descent toward him. "Damn you, little ghost!" Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions echoed, as Shuang retaliated within the fissure. Yet the power he had painstakingly amassed over the years was rapidly depleting in the face of the fireballs. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Don't let me out! You must let me out! I swear I will flay your skin off." A cold and furious female voice intermingled with the continuous barrage of cannon fire, but Jiang Yan, caught up in the thrill of the explosions, paid no heed. Fireballs were incessantly conjured and hurled forth, while Jiang Yan himself remained at a safe distance, deliberately avoiding any proximity to the chasm. This infuriated her further, as she could only passively endure the onslaught without being able to retaliate against Jiang Yan. After what felt like countless detonations, Jiang Yan finally ceased, bending over to rest his hands on his knees, panting heavily. "Damn, are you still alive? No wonder you can be sealed by the celestial patterns." The scene was chaotic, and as the dust settled, the fissure remained, as did the Blood Shadow. However, the blood hue had diminished somewhat, its form scorched by the dark red flames that refused to be extinguished. Yet, despite the true fire's inability to be quelled, the Blood Shadow proved equally indomitable. She slowly raised her head, her burning crimson eyes fixated malevolently on Jiang Yan, who stood far away. "Why are you staring at me? While I am aware of my innate beauty, charm, and striking handsomeness that captivates all, I do not fancy your type." Shuang trembled with rage, nearly spewing a mouthful of old blood, yet she suppressed her fury, channeling her strength to suppress the eerie flames consuming her, and with a tone both soft and grating, she inquired, "Little ghost, to which sect do you belong? I wish to visit your mountain gate for tea, and perhaps to raise your mountain to the ground." Jiang Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, straightened his posture, and placed his hands on his hips, wearing an expression of haughty defiance. "Humph, what is there to fear? I am Jiang Yan, the illustrious disciple of the Fengling Moonshadow Sect and the esteemed president of the Vice Committee." "Zhang Tai, you rascal." Zhang Tai was a comrade from his previous life. Blood Shadow gritted his teeth, forcing a sinister laugh that could frighten the children next door to tears. "Very well. The Fengling Moonshadow Sect, Zhang Tai, I shall remember. I will certainly pay a proper visit. Hey, we do not require a grotesque, ancient creature like you to pay us a visit." Blood Shadow's expression twisted in fury as he seemed to have a wound reopened, abruptly raising his head. A dense aura of malevolence surged around him, dispersing the insidious fire that clung to him like a parasite. He glared fiercely at Jiang Yan. "You, silence. Now." Blood Shadow's expression contorted with madness as he thrust his hand directly into his own heart. His fingers curled inward, and he forcefully extracted a blood sword from within. It was entwined with crimson tendrils, and faintly, numerous anguished faces could be seen wailing upon it. The moment it manifested, the entire space erupted with a boiling atmosphere of resentment and malevolence, stirred by its emergence. Jiang Yan instinctively sensed the impending danger, silently admonishing himself. He hastily retrieved the gourd from his waist and held it aloft. "Grow, my precious." With a resonant hum, the inky gourd reluctantly began to expand. Simultaneously, the blood-red sword, as anticipated, shattered the celestial rune's confinement and hurtled towards them. Yet, it was effortlessly thwarted by the gourd. Blood Shadow's eyes nearly blazed with fury as a phrase escaped through clenched teeth. "A spiritual treasure. How could you possess a spiritual treasure?" Jiang Yan peered out from behind the gourd, while Shenming curiously followed suit from behind him. Suddenly, Jiang Yan sighed, exclaiming, "Goodness! Even my life treasure has been cast aside. Just how much does this person despise me? I don't believe I've said anything particularly offensive." Upon hearing this, Shenming couldn't help but roll her eyes adorably. "Master, I finally comprehend what you meant by shameless tactics. Truly, it is quite shameless." "Nonsense. How can matters concerning my master be deemed shameless? This is strategy. Observe how flustered she is now. Once she grows anxious, she will overlook the others hanging precariously in the blood pool, thus providing me the opportunity to rescue them." After hearing this, Shenming furrowed her brows, her small hands instinctively tightening slightly. Chapter 47. Why be so kind to them? Master intends to save those individuals. Jiang Yan turned back in confusion, questioning, "Why would I come here out of sheer boredom after having eaten my fill?" Before he could continue, Shenming urged, "Hurry, hold on to me." With her lips pressed tightly together, she gazed at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her eyes. Why was her master always rescuing others? Why could he not focus solely on Shenming? Why? Jiang Yan wore a faint smile at the corner of his lips, a gesture that, in the eyes of Blood Shadow, was nothing short of mockery. Thus, she frantically manipulated her life-bound magical treasure to assault both Jiang Yan and his companion. Yet, the large gourd danced around Jiang Yan, continuously absorbing the relentless onslaught from the blood sword. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan began to conjure a fireball, ascending to hover directly above the fissure, preparing to unleash it downward. However, this time was different from the usual. He was gathering energy, evidently gearing up for something grand. A formidable Hadouken, perhaps. Blood Shadow, beneath the chasm, stomped her feet in frustration, yearning to bring him down. Yet the distance was perfectly calibrated, rendering her attempts futile. Her life-bound treasure, having forcibly broken through the celestial seal, had become impotent. It possessed speed but lacked the force to penetrate his defenses, leaving her perpetually thwarted. All these factors only fueled her ire, but she recognized the necessity of composure. After centuries of toil, she could not afford to falter here. Thus she paused. "Little ghost, I bear no enmity towards you. Why do you treat me so?" she implored, suppressing her anger. "Know that we have no entanglement, merely a fleeting encounter. Besides, you cannot kill me in this moment, nor can I end your life. Perhaps it would be wise to cease hostilities here." Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Yan nonchalantly spoke. I am merely a skilled individual passing through, drawn to this place for amusement." These shameless words made Blood Shadow clench her fists, nearly provoking her to unleash a torrent of curses. However, she ultimately restrained herself and continued, "In the past, I was merely an ordinary cultivator, ensnared by the schemes of petty individuals, which led to my imprisonment here. Initially, it was these villagers who discovered the breach in the land of vengeful spirits, subsequently consuming the corpse chi and transforming into walking corpses. I did not entice or guide them. In the beginning, I lacked the capability to do so. This entire calamity stems from their own pursuit of power, a consequence of their own making. With your level of cultivation, you should discern this truth. Hence, there is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle over them. Instead, let us propose a transaction. I shall release the mortals I have captured, and you shall escort them away. Is that agreeable?" As Blood Shadow spoke, she raised her hand, causing the remaining blood springs to begin to bubble, with wisps of blood chi ascending towards the suspended individuals, restoring their vitality. Those who were on the brink of death regained some semblance of health. Though they were not fully restored, at the very least, they no longer appeared to be on the verge of demise. Blood Shadow believed she had demonstrated sufficient sincerity. However, Jiang Yan's subsequent remarks plunged her into confusion. No, my friend. Which of your eyes perceived that I saved them? Did I ever claim to rescue them? Have you been sealed away for centuries, rendering you out of touch with the currents of modernity? Or has your mind become deranged, leading you to believe I would care for these mortals, who are utterly unrelated to me? Foolish creature, you are far too outdated. Blood Shadow visibly twisted in agitation and added, while the realm of cultivation may not concern itself with the lives of mortals, it certainly values its reputation. Jiang Yan spread his hands in exasperation. What is reputation, after all? Can it be consumed? Moreover, why should I concern myself with the lives of these individuals? What compels me to save them? You. Aren't you one of those righteous individuals? Jiang Yan, in a state of utter boredom, casually scratched his ear, wearing an expression of tranquility. Oh, is that so? If you do not rescue them, won't your reputation suffer once word gets out? Why should I care? Blood Shadow fell silent, having never encountered such an infuriating individual since her cultivation journey began. Then I shall simply kill them all. They are of no use anyway. She attempted one last time. Yet, to her surprise, Jiang Yan did not exhibit impatience this time. Instead, he thoughtfully rubbed his chin, as if contemplating something profound. This elicited a sigh of relief from her, although the true flames within her continued to blaze. She had not entirely dispelled them moments ago. What was the origin of this fire? Even her cultivated powers could not suppress it. Though her strength was not at its peak, she was nevertheless of the elder generation, a being who had established a unique path of cultivation. The quality of her powers was undeniable, yet they proved ineffective in quelling the flames. Currently, she could only hope that this young imp would take her reputation into consideration and vacate the premises. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed inclined to assist mortals for the sake of righteousness. However, before she could fully relax, Jiang Yan spoke nonchalantly. What are you pondering? I was merely jesting. You cannot truly believe I care about those people, can you? Aha. Blood Shadow trembled, her form shifting as though struggling to maintain her human shape. She scrutinized Jiang Yan, attempting to pierce through his facade, to discern whether he was a rogue in disguise or attempting to deceive her. Yet, there was no pretense. She could not glean a trace of emotion from his countenance, nor could she detect any hints from his aura. Shinming stood quietly behind Jiang Yan, having listened intently and observed clearly. She watched her master banter, noting his other hand, which was concealed behind his back, where true flames continually gathered, gradually coalescing into a seemingly unremarkable small sword. She could sense the terrifying power contained within it. Gazing at her master's slightly trembling arm, she could not help but clench her fists. Why does my master show such kindness to others? Jiang Yan possessed a mischievous temperament, his expression laced with mockery as he tilted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at the figures below. He exuded an air of disdain befitting a celestial being. The form of Blood Shadow appeared somewhat distorted, yet it swiftly regained its normality. Its calm eyes fixed upon Jiang Yan in the air as it spoke with a hint of indifference. Little brat. You are still merely at the initial stage of refining the spirit and transcending the void, are you not? As Jiang Yan's hand momentarily faltered, a subtle shift in her expression occurred, causing the ever-gathering true fire to cease its movement. Blood Shadow's lips curled into a smirk, struggling to suppress the raging fury within. He continued, I can assist you in transcending your current realm. Rest assured, you must have discerned that I have attained the realm of refining void and merging with the Tao. I am merely one step away from transcending tribulation. To be frank, the reason I have been confined here for nearly a century is due to the alternative path to immortality that I have devised. The orthodox sects of the celestial realm do not permit the emergence of such divergent paths, thus they conspired to eradicate me. Yet, they failed to extinguish my life. And so they resorted to imprisoning me here for future consideration. Setting aside those matters for now, I wish to share the essence of my self-created method of ascension, which I have named Corpse Transformation Immortal. This technique allows the conversion of another's vital essence for my own use, and it enables the refinement of external incarnations. By cultivating to a high level, one may abandon the physical body, existing instead as spirit and primordial essence, achieving immortality and eternal existence in this realm. Now, I am prepared to offer all of this to you, my friend, with the sole request that you grant me my freedom. Chapter 48. Hurry, hurry, come and see. Jiang Yan's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of surprise. The true fire in his hand gradually diminished, as if he were contemplating whether to trust her words. Oh, come on, just agree to one thing, and that is your impending demise. Blood Shadow, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy within, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yan to utter those fateful words. However, he was met with a rather perplexing remark from Jiang Yan instead. "It's enough." "Huh? What do you mean?" "It's enough?" Blood Shadow questioned, only to see Jiang Yan's previously tense physique suddenly relax. The mischievous and teasing expression on his face vanished, replaced instead by an air of languid indifference. His eyes half opened, gazing at her in a manner that made her instinctively sense something was amiss. Before she could utter another word, a powerful sense of crisis surged within her. Without hesitation, and without a moment's thought, at that very instant of foreboding, Blood Shadow invoked a spell with unprecedented swiftness. He was willing to sacrifice his essence to ignite his divine soul, unleashing a strike at the pinnacle of his power. Yet, Blood Shadow looked down in shock at the blood hole that had mysteriously appeared in his chest, emanating a searing heat. "You old dog, though you lack a tongue. You certainly have plenty to say." Jiang Yan reclined languidly in the air, the surrounding breeze cradling him, allowing him to lie in an exceedingly comfortable posture reminiscent of a certain elder's demeanor. "Were it not for the uncertainty of delivering a fatal blow, I would have long since scattered your ashes. In this moment of conflict, who could possibly be vanquished in an instant? Engaging in such lengthy discourse is merely a means of capturing attention. And what of your so-called self-created method of corpse disintegration immortality? I perceive you as nothing more than a fortunate discoverer of some ancient relics, and given your intellect, I find it hard to believe you could devise such a rudimentary path to immortality." Jiang Yan, in a fit of ennui, stifled a yawn and waved dismissively at Blood Shadow. "Farewell." Blood Shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, flooded with incredulity. How could he possibly know that his corpse transformation technique was not of his own creation? How could he discern that it was unearthed from ancient relics? Such revelations seemed unfathomable. Merely hearing the term corpse transformation allowed him to deduce so much? The Dao sect? What manner of sect could that be? Had another Dao sect emerged after his sealing, one that elevated the corpse transformation to prominence? A sect bearing the name Dao clearly signified formidable individuals. Yet, how had he never heard of it before? Moreover, judging by Zhang Tai's tone, was this corpse transformation merely a rudimentary method of ascension within the Dao sect? Rudimentary? Blood Shadow focused intently on Jiang Yan, etching his likeness deeply into memory, inscribing it upon his very soul. "Zhang Tai, I shall return. I will flay your skin off. This is too effortless. I will imprison you and torment you for eternity. Do not usurp Uncle Gray's lines. You belong to this production. And it is time for you to collect your farewells." Jiang Yan stretched lazily, reclining on the clouds with his right hand propping up his head. The body of the Blood Shadow began to dissolve gradually, yet those eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yan, unwavering until they were reduced to ashes. As Jiang Yan whispered softly, at that moment, his enormous gourd unexpectedly materialized, positioning itself before him. With a resounding clang, a blood-red sword surged forth. The gourd was forcefully struck, hurtling backwards, having been breached by the attack, and was now careening towards Jiang Yan. "Master, do not panic." With a swift motion, Jiang Yan pressed down on Shen Ming with one hand and exhaled towards the approaching blood sword. A surge of dark crimson flames erupted from his mouth, entwining the blood sword in a fiery embrace. The sword emitted a resonant hum as it grew increasingly scarlet, fissures forming along its blade, eventually spreading throughout its entirety. Yet, undeterred, it surged towards Jiang Yan, only to be sent soaring into the heavens by a powerful kick. "Hurry, Shen Ming," Jiang Yan urged in a rapid cadence. Shen Ming's petite face tensed as she gazed at her master. "What does master want me to do?" "Look at the fireworks," Jiang Ming replied. Shen Ming hesitated, tilting her head in confusion. At that moment, the blood sword erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as brilliant flames shot into the sky, illuminating the entire night. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, its dazzling brilliance interspersed with a myriad of colorful sparks, streaking across the night sky like shooting stars. It lit up the earth and banished the darkness of the night. Even from the distant Lianshan city, one could behold the resplendent glow. Lianshan city had no curfew, and thus, the sounds of fireworks continued to resonate. However, the majority of the townsfolk paused their festivities, stepping outside to gaze at the magnificent display above, uttering gasps of astonishment. Inside the Tianxiang Tower, Manager Liu was absently fiddling with a silver ingot when a waiter burst through the door, exclaiming, "Everyone, come outside. The fireworks are dazzling like the sun. Patrons rose to peer outside, and manager Lu followed suit, ascending to the second-floor window. There, he beheld a radiant orb on the horizon, casting a rosy glow upon his cheeks. Whose celebration is this? How festive, he mused, momentarily lost in thought. Brotherly, how I wish you could see this. Shower, may you be safe. Uncle Lu will be here waiting for you. In the newly constructed city god temple of Lianshan City, an elderly man suddenly appeared, accompanied by two middle-aged gentlemen clad in brocade robes, one wielding a brush and the other a book. The elder was none other than the city god of Lianshan, while the two beside him were the civil and military judges. Together, they stepped out of the temple, ascending amidst swirling clouds. Hovering in the air, they gazed in unison at the splendid fireworks illuminating the sky. What a powerful presence! Is it a master passing by to cast a spell, or something else? Both judges frowned, while the old city god remained entranced by the brilliance of the fireworks. Could it be that individual from today? In a forest beyond the eastern Liao domain, Li Qiaoer, clutching the Tongxian Ling, was abruptly awakened from her slumber atop a tree. Her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. After discovering that she was alone in the surroundings, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Leaning against the treetop, she gazed at the sky, unable to resist falling into a trance. Suddenly, a flicker in her peripheral vision drew her attention, prompting her to look up. A dazzling firework burst across a portion of the sky, captivating in its beauty and allure. Even from such a distance, its light graced her face. As she beheld the fireworks, a smile spread across her lips. I will find you again, she thought. When that time comes, I shall ensure you no longer dismiss me as easily as you did today. Shen Ming's small face was flushed with a brilliant red, a powerful and fervent energy surging around her. Yet, she felt no harm, for a figure stood before her, shielding her from the tempest. Chapter 49. From now on, Shen Ming's wishes must be heeded. Jiang Yan cradled Shen Ming in his arms, employing his magical powers to shield her while neglecting his own protection. He braced himself against the shockwave generated by the explosion of the magical artifact, enduring the impact with his own body. This was partly due to the fact that Jiang Yan had exhausted his internal magical energy in a bid to deliver a decisive blow, rendering him incapable of safeguarding himself. Furthermore, it was unnecessary. With the master already deceased, the artifact's actions were merely a futile resistance. Even in its self-detonation, the resultant force was not formidable, merely producing a blinding brightness that might dazzle some onlookers. Such a degree of power posed no threat to him, given his robust physique. However, for Shen Ming, it was an entirely different matter, which compelled him to prioritize her protection. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been a mere instant or several breaths. Gradually, the turbulent air subsided. Jiang Yan gently descended with Shen Ming in his embrace, landing near the fissure. Once he laid Shen Ming upon the ground, his legs weakened, almost causing him to stumble. Fortunately, Shen Ming promptly supported him, preventing a fall. At that moment, Jiang Yan's hair cascaded around him, his expression weary, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. However, he was not in grave danger. He even found the energy to tease Shen Ming, remarking, "Isn't it beautiful? This is a rare moment of my life's talisman exploding right before you. Such opportunities are few and far between. You must cherish this journey, for others may never witness such a spectacle in their lifetime." Jiang Yan jested lightly, yet Shen Ming remained impassive. "What troubles you, my dear Ming? Are you still upset? You are young. Why harbor such a tempestuous spirit? Look at me. I am in such dire straits. Can you not grant your master a modicum of leniency?" Shen Ming clenched his teeth gently, tightening his grip and enveloping Jiang Yan in a fervent embrace. "Master, please do not act this way again. It pains me greatly and fills me with dread for your safety," he implored, holding on even more tightly. "I do not wish for you to endure this for them. They are not worth your sacrifice." Jiang Yan felt a bit weak in the knees. Coupled with Shen Ming's firm embrace, his upper body leaned backward, and with his center of gravity unsteady, he involuntarily took 2 steps back, stumbling and ultimately falling flat on the ground. Shen Ming, still holding him tightly, fell down alongside him. Jiang Yan remained still, finding solace in the thought of lying there for a while longer, a gentle smile gracing his face as he spoke softly. "I am confident in my approach. Have I not taught you that one should refrain from rash actions when lacking strength? If you are uncertain, your master is swifter than anyone else. However, if you possess the capability yet choose inaction, it may breed inner demons for someone like your master." He undertook the task, and though he did not succeed, he can escape without remorse. Yet, if he were to flee without having made the attempt, that would burden him with guilt for a lifetime. Jiang Yan gently tousled Shinming's hair, gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. Moreover, in rescuing them, am I not also saving you? You were once no different from them, both adrift and without support. Had I not come to your aid, had I not taken you under my wing and taught you the art of reading and writing, what would have become of you? Shinming remained silent, burying her face in his embrace. Jiang Yan smiled gently and continued, thus, I would rather impart to you the virtues of righteousness, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. I would prefer to teach you how to be a person and navigate the world, rather than instruct you in the art of cultivation. In the current realm of immortality, the majority of factions, whether righteous, demonic, or otherwise, deliberately juxtapose the concepts of the celestial and the mortal, sanctifying the former while belittling the latter. Mortals are compelled to bow and scrape before the immortals, who regard them with disdain, oblivious to the fact that what is deemed immortal is merely humanity's ancestral understanding of the natural laws, painstakingly uncovered through exploration. The so-called divine is but a step ahead of humanity. Should one provoke the human spirit, even the immortals may find themselves toppled. In certain epochs, there exists no hierarchy of nobility or baseness. All individuals are equal, including the teacher. Jiang Yan fell into a contemplative silence, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes, before he gently shook his head. Therefore, every individual possesses the right to live, and who can predict that one day he may not become a prominent figure? After all, who knows if he might one day align himself with the affluent? Ha ha! Jiang Yan chuckled heartily. Yet the weight of Shinming pressing against his chest rendered him breathless, prompting a series of coughs. Shinming gently clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with suppressed emotions. You are unlike anyone else. Master is unlike anyone else. Master is distinct from them all. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yan, he mistakenly believed that Shinming had withdrawn into herself due to the remarks made. Thus, he consoled her, saying, of course, if Ming'er ever feels that the situation is too perilous, then Master will heed your advice and refrain from recklessness, all right? Truly. Suddenly, Shinming lifted her head, her pair of cerulean eyes sparkling with brilliance, radiating a dazzling light that made Jiang Yan feel somewhat uneasy. He instinctively averted his gaze, tilting his head towards the sky, murmuring in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, have I ever mentioned that? I can't seem to recall. No fidgeting. Keep your gaze fixed on mine, Shinming declared, extending her small hand to gently press down on Jiang Yan's head, reciting his past words to her, ensuring he remained focused solely on her. Jiang Yan, lacking the strength and too lazy to resist, acquiesced to her whims. Ah, all right. I shall heed my little steward from now on. You are the boss. You are formidable. With a tone of indulgence, Jiang Yan spoke, but Shinming failed to detect the nuance, instead embracing his neck joyfully and nuzzling her face against his. Master is the best. Hey, that's too much. Let me go? No, just a little longer. Are you getting up or not? If you don't, I shall spank you. Oh, does Master still have the strength for that, Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Shinming crouched on the ground, cradling her little head, while Jiang Yan calmly adjusted his attire and tidied his slightly disheveled hair. Daring to threaten your master? You are quite bold. Woo-woo. I just wanted Master to lie down a little longer. Backtalk. No, please don't knock Shinming's head. It might make me less clever. Shinming gazed at Jiang Yan with a pitiful expression, prompting him to withdraw his raised hand. This is the last time. Saying this, Jiang Yan approached the fissure, crouching down to examine whether the celestial pattern's prohibition had been breached. Watching Jiang Yan's silhouette, Shinming's previously aggrieved expression vanished in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. Her lips curled upwards, her eyes forming crescent moons, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. In her eyes reflected the figure of Jiang Yan. Master must listen to Shinming from now on. Truly, the celestial pattern is indeed formidable. Jiang Yan gazed upon the unscathed celestial rune seal and couldn't help but express his sentiments. The existing array of sealing techniques within the realm of cultivation is remarkably diverse, encompassing formations, engravings upon magical artifacts, and talismans. Naturally, there also exist methods akin to Jiang Yan's own refined soul-sealing technique, which can all be collectively referred to as seals. Despite their similarities, these seals exhibit vastly different powers and functionalities. Thus, they are categorized into three distinct types: spiritual runes, celestial runes, and divine runes. The potency of a spiritual rune seal's damage is contingent upon the caster, encompassing both performance and range, and is predominantly a one-time use, akin to talismans. Conversely, celestial rune seals are unique. They are designed for repeated use and possess the capacity for growth. Once activated by the caster, they can operate autonomously without the need for continual maintenance. Typically, the protective formations of major sects and certain formidable magical artifacts are inscribed with special celestial runes. As for divine rune seals, they reside on an entirely different level, one that Jiang Yan has yet to encounter. The sealing technique that Jiang Yan has mastered oscillates between spiritual and celestial rune seals. It bears the disadvantage of the initial lower strength typical of spiritual runes, which makes them easily detectable, yet it also enjoys the advantage of celestial runes, which do not require the caster's ongoing support and are exceptionally stable. Once a celestial rune seal is implanted, it adapts to its surroundings, much like a devoted servant. When embedded within a human, it can draw upon the individual's inner strength to sustain itself, all while maintaining an inconspicuous presence. When situated in an area rich in spiritual energy, it will absorb that energy, alleviating concerns about instability arising from the passage of time. Here, it is evident that the seal was planted in a land steeped in malevolence. No wonder that individual took several centuries to breach a small opening. It was only through the continuous sacrifices made by the villagers that such a fissure was created. Yet, it fortuitously encountered Jiang Yan, the harbinger of misfortune, a serendipitous twist of fate indeed. As Jiang Yan contemplated, he could not help but glance back at Shinming. Were it not for his disciple, he might have simply taken to the clouds and returned directly, never setting foot in this quaint village. This twist of fate raises the question, should it be deemed unfortunate for one, or fortunate for another? Shinming approached him, taking his hand, but Jiang Yan paid little mind, instead conducting a meticulous examination once more. Only after confirming that the peculiar blood shadow was indeed lifeless did he choose to disregard it. As for the fissures in the celestial runes, there was no cause for concern. They would mend themselves in due time. The last words spoken by the adversary held no weight for him either. Not only was the foe deceased, but even if they were alive, they would remain sealed beneath. At worst, he could simply return on several occasions, treating it as a side quest to vanquish the foe multiple times. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yan gently shook his head, then squinted his eyes in a smile, arms outstretched in an embracing gesture toward the sky. Under Shinming's curious gaze, he shouted into the distance, "Revive, my precious treasure." As soon as the words left his lips, the large gourd, which had been lurking amidst the ruins, trembled slightly before shaking off the dust that clung to it. It then surged forward with remarkable speed. Shinming watched in fascination as Jiang Yan, adorned with a beaming smile, reached out his hand, creating a harmonious moment with the gourd as it lunged forward. However, the gourd narrowly brushed past Jiang Yan's hand. Bang! K0. Jiang Yan fell backward, forcefully embedded into the ruins behind him, with only half of his arm protruding. Shinming stared blankly at this scene, perplexed by the unfolding events. Was that gourd a treasure belonging to her master? How could it turn against him? What had transpired? Although she was bewildered, she quickly regained her composure and rushed to the debris, digging Jiang Yan out with her hands. Cough, cough, cough. This is too much. After all, you are my spiritual treasure. At least preserve some dignity in front of my disciple. Jiang Yan, supported by Shinming, emerged from the ruins, her hair disheveled and her visage a portrait of distress, with blood trickling from her nose. Shinming stood beside Jiang Yan, her expression impassive as she gazed at the large gourd. Humph, should you dare to call me darling again, I shall smash your face next time. Have you not already done so? A gentle ripple emanated from the gourd, and though no sound accompanied it, Shinming comprehended its meaning. The gourd could indeed speak. Jiang Yan wiped the blood from his nose and gestured for Shinming to remain silent and stay put. He then leaned closer to the gourd, wearing a sycophantic expression. Isn't this merely to highlight your esteemed status? He said. Esteem my foot. Who in their right mind names their treasure big baby? Who, before a fight, shouts, "Grow up, my darling"? Who shouts that? With each word the gourd uttered, it struck Jiang Yan's head, causing him to flee in a panic while retorting, "If I say something else, won't you get angry too?" Upon hearing this, the gourd seemed even more infuriated, ascending and enlarging in a fit of rage, intent on crushing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's expression hardened, and with unwavering decisiveness, he knelt down. "Sister Bao, I was wrong. I implore you to spare me. Will I dare to do it again? I won't dare, he replied, but I still call. I won't call again. I absolutely won't. Humph. The series of dialogues only ceased at this moment, and the gourd returned to its normal size, landing in Jiang Yan's hand. Throughout this, Shinming's gaze remained icy, observing her master being toyed with in such a manner. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within her, yet she felt utterly powerless against it. As she glanced at the now tranquil gourd, she squinted and inquired, "What is this gourd?" Jiang Yan rubbed his head, and without a moment's hesitation in response to the question, he tapped Shinming's head. Instantly, Shinming's composure shattered, and he winced in pain while clutching his throbbing head. Why did the master strike me? Jiang Yan wore an expression of utter nonchalance. Is it so wrong for me to find you disagreeable? Just wait, master. Humph. Shinming let out a frustrated huff. Crossing her arms and turning her back to Jiang Yan, her expression tinged with a hint of resentment. Jiang Yan carefully tucked away the gourd before approaching Shinming and gently prodding her. Come now, cease your childish antics. You are no longer a child. Must you not show some deference to your master? I am the one who is still a child. Ah, you are indeed a contrary one. Alas, such words misrepresent the truth. We all traverse this world, and none is inherently superior to another. What does it matter if I have merely consumed a few more grains of rice than you? Moreover, your master is but 14 years and 12 months old, still a child in essence. Upon hearing this, Shinming abruptly turned her head and glared at Jiang Yan, causing him to feel a twinge of guilt. He cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. Ahem, this gourd is a spiritual treasure. As the name implies, it contains spirit. It was discovered by a former master of the Ancient Immortal Sect at a certain relic site. Subsequently, your grandmaster passed this spiritual treasure to me, rendering it a highly esteemed artifact of the Ancient Immortal Sect, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. Oh, and why then does it strike you? Well, this is because, wait a moment, why should I explain anything to you? Who do you think you are? You are shorter than a bulb of garlic I have planted. Realizing his folly, Jiang Yan effortlessly lifted Shinming and brought her closer. Shinming pouted and stuck out her pink tongue at Jiang Yan, making a playful face. Chapter 51. Little girl, we meet again. Jiang Yan pretended to tap her head, causing Shinming to instinctively retract her neck, yet he merely ruffled her little hair. My dear Ming'er is simply adorable. Do ensure you don't lose your charm as you grow, for I have nurtured you with such care, he remarked, setting Shinming down before suddenly remembering something and slapping his forehead. Those ordinary folks are still hanging around. Alas, it's all Shinming's doing that made me forget. Unbeknownst to Shinming, she had unwittingly been included in his grievances. Yet she gazed at Jiang Yan with sparkling eyes, fixated on the gourd at his waist. Qin Xiangling, suspended, wore a despondent expression, her entire demeanor exuding a sense of lifelessness. Since her birth, she had been the cherished jewel of her family, with everyone revolving around her, striving to cater to her every whim and indulging her with the finest of everything. This incessant adoration had rendered her existence somewhat mundane. From a young age, anything that piqued her interest was effortlessly mastered. By the age of 3, she could recognize thousands of characters. At 5, she had memorized 3,000 classic texts. And by 7, she had left her tutors speechless, even prompting one to tear up his books in frustration and declare he would no longer teach her. In martial arts, she displayed prodigious talent, effortlessly defeating all the skilled youth within the household, including her brother, who had trained since childhood and emerged bruised and battered from their encounters. Whether in forming friendships or in her dealings with others, she had a remarkable ability to satisfy everyone around her, navigating social circles with grace and propriety. Although she secretly looked down upon these individuals, she had never allowed her true feelings to surface. She had always been the pride and treasure of her parents, a beacon of aspiration for all the children in Yunzhou. Yet, she increasingly found life to be mundane. Thus, upon learning of the existence of immortals and the possession of a celestial decree within her family, she resolutely embarked on a quest for enlightenment, accompanied by merely 2 loyal guards. Throughout her journey, she exuded confidence and defiance, indifferent to the opinions of others. Any plots or power plays directed at her were effortlessly perceived and dismantled. However, upon departing from Jinglan Domain and Yunzhou to enter Lianshan City, it seemed as though the tides began to shift. She encountered an elderly man selling maps, and with a mere glance, she discerned the falsehood in his words. Yet she paid it no heed. She believed that no cunning scheme could ensnare her, and she held no fear of such trivialities. But when she found herself ensnared, she was struck with astonishment as her once-cherished cleverness proved utterly ineffectual. Her guards were ruthlessly torn apart before her eyes. Blood splattered across her, and she found herself incapable of escape or resistance. In that moment, her long-held confidence and pride were irrevocably shattered. It was then that she comprehended the truth. Her parents and brother had always indulged her, allowing her to bask in their affection. All those who surrounded her did so because she was Qin Minglan's daughter, the cherished jewel of the Qin family. Outside the Qin residence, beyond Yunzhou, she was nothing. But by the time she realized this, it was far too late. Qin Xiangling stared vacantly at the ground, the excruciating pain radiating from her body preventing her from slipping into unconsciousness. Blood continued to pour forth, her vision blurring, and she felt her life ebbing away. Drop by drop. Father, mother, I was wrong. I should have listened to you. Tears of blood trickled from the corners of Qin Xiangling's eyes as she began to feel herself fading, the relentless sound of explosions echoing in her ears. Though she could no longer discern their source, her consciousness began to disperse, and phantoms of her past flickered in her mind, moments shared with her family. Yet, inexplicably, a vague silhouette suddenly flitted past, causing ripples in the lake of her memories. It was a young man clad in coarse fabric, with a handsome visage yet an air of languor. A gourd hung at his waist as he casually winked at her. Little girl, crying like that doesn't suit you. Was it an illusion? Qin Xiangling sensed a flicker of vitality returning to her body, her awareness sharpening slightly. The pain persisted throughout her form, yet the cacophony had faded, replaced by the desperate pleas of others. Immortal, I beseech you, spare me. I did not commit murder. I am not one of them. I was merely passing through. Please, spare my life. The chaotic and persistent cacophony overwhelmed her senses, prompting her to gently furrow her brow and struggle to open her eyes. Before her stood a man clad in gray, his long hair cascading freely, approaching with a languid grace. Flanking him were the villagers, prostrating themselves in desperate supplication, their figures reminiscent of malevolent specters. At that moment, they knelt on the ground, engaging in a futile struggle akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The man paid them no heed, barely casting a glance as he strode past, indifferent. One by one, the villagers disintegrated into ashes, scattered by the wind, their cries stifled before they could escape their lips. Terrifying, formidable, and yet beguilingly enchanting. Qin Xiangling struggled to lift her head, her gaze fixed intently upon him, yearning to discern his features. The sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. The contours of the man gradually became discernible, a striking visage marked by a hint of languor, as though he had not yet fully awakened from slumber. His eyelids drooped, half open, resembling a smiling fox, while his silky, unbound hair danced in the breeze, adorned in a simple yet elegant gray robe. A black gourd dangled from his waist, swaying gently with his movements. Little girl, we meet again, he remarked, his voice warm and soothing. You seem quite disheveled, and I see you've been crying. Have you learned the sting of pain this time? Do take care not to find yourself in such a predicament again. As he gently untied her from her bindings, his somewhat loquacious words washed over her, but she felt too weary to respond. Qin Xiangling dared not close her eyes, her dark orbs fixed unwaveringly on the man, fearful that this might be a beautiful dream, dreading the harsh reality that awaited her upon awakening. Xiangling, if you're tired, just sleep. No need to hold on, he said simply. In an instant, she felt herself lifted effortlessly into his arms. The warmth of his embrace and the tangible sensation of safety enveloped her, allowing her to finally believe in the reality of the moment. Tears slipped down her cheeks unbidden, her body relaxing completely, devoid of struggle or cries. She simply nestled against Jiang Yan, surrendering to slumber in his embrace. Jiang Yan cautiously held the tiny child in his arms, fearful that any misstep might rouse her from her slumber. The child's mind was exceedingly fragile at present, as she had yet to fully mature and had once been a pampered young lady. This abrupt encounter with such profound trauma had likely pushed her mental threshold to its limits. Any further stimuli could potentially lead to a complete breakdown. Chapter 52. An Intense Grievance. Thus, Jiang Yan opted for this method to help her stabilize her spirit. However, it appeared to leave the little one somewhat discontented. Indeed, she was exceedingly displeased. Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of resentment looming behind him, so intense that it became nearly impossible to disregard. In fact, he found himself reluctant to turn around. Clearing his throat softly, he maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Ahem, as for you, we have rescued the others suspended here as well. Their conditions are manageable, merely suffering from anemia and excessive fright. Thus, it appears that our presence here is no longer required. Shall we take our leave? Jiang Yan did not look back. He simply uttered a phrase and prepared to depart with a sense of ease. However, after taking a couple of steps, he felt a constriction in his clothing. He exerted some force, but still could not free himself. Master, a voice filled with resentment, youthful yet haunting, emerged from behind Jiang Yan, akin to the whispers of phantoms, sending shivers down his spine. Shinming clutched the fabric of Jiang Yan's garment, her eyes glimmering with a perilous light as she slowly raised her head, her expression darkening. Could you perhaps elucidate? I was merely attempting to save someone. Please explain. Hey, are you jesting? I am, after all, your master. What tone is that? Are you threatening your master? How audacious of you. It is necessary for me to clarify my actions to you. Jiang Yan earnestly educated Shinming, yet inexplicably. The more he spoke, the less conviction he seemed to possess, his voice dwindling to a whisper. A sense of guilt, as if he had wronged Shinming in some way, enveloped him. Shinming remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yan, imbued with an unsettling intensity. Explain yourself. My master, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? Have you grown overly bold? Jiang Yan wished to confront Shinming, however. Being unable to free his hands while holding on to Qin Xiangling, he could only glare at Shinming. Yet, upon meeting Shinming's gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes, reluctant to maintain the connection, and merely laughed awkwardly. There truly was nothing inappropriate to discuss. This girl was merely someone he had met before entering the city with his master. At that time, he was short on funds. And this girl fortuitously provided him with 2 taels of silver, enabling his master to purchase wine. It was through that very indulgence in drink that he ultimately encountered you. If one were to speak grandly, she is indeed your savior. One must not become an ungrateful person. Jiang Yan spoke with a serious expression, conveying an air of gravitas. That is all, indeed, that is all. Jiang Yan nodded earnestly before turning his gaze towards Shinming. Initially, Shinming's expression was slightly tense, but it soon underwent subtle transformations. Her furrowed brow relaxed as she endeavored to focus her attention on Jiang Yan, deliberately avoiding any glance towards Qin Xiangling. So, master, you saved me merely because of a drink? How serendipitous. It seems to affirm that we are destined to be master and disciple. Yet, why do you appear so disheartened? Jiang Yan tilted her head, an expression of confusion adorning her face. Shinming gazed at Jiang Yan's puzzled demeanor, feeling an unspoken relief within her heart. Moments ago, when she witnessed her master embracing Qin Xiangling, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, a ferocious, murderous sentiment that even she could not comprehend. It was so intense, so frenzied, that it eclipsed her feelings even when the spirit treasure had harmed her master. The thought of wanting to eliminate Qin Xiangling crossed her mind, and upon realizing this, she abruptly regained her composure, hastily suppressing such thoughts deep within her. She skillfully shifted the conversation, fully aware that she must never reveal such emotions in front of her master. Otherwise, everything she currently cherished could vanish into thin air, and her master would no longer cast a glance in her direction. Thus, her emotional turmoil fluctuated dramatically. Fortunately, her master seemed rather oblivious to it all. Shinming took a deep breath, lowered her gaze, and softly intertwined her arm with Jiang Yan's, murmuring, "Let us return and rest, master." Jiang Yan was still filled with questions. Was this emotional shift a tad excessive? He could somewhat comprehend why Shinming reacted this way. It was merely a childlike temperament, feeling uneasy as if something he cherished had been snatched away. In his childhood, Jiang Yan also experienced similar situations, where his mother would smile and embrace other children while neglecting him, which would inevitably lead to feelings of resentment. Therefore, Jiang Yan did not dwell on this matter, but instead offered a few comforting words to Shinming. Be good, Ming. This sister is seriously injured, and master must hold her for a while. Once she recovers, I will set her down. Shinming silently nodded, yet remained speechless. Jiang Yan said nothing and led them away from this place. As for the other ordinary people who had been rescued, most were severely frightened and fainted immediately after their salvation. Some were unable to endure and thus perished. Jiang Yan utilized his supernatural ability to transport the living to the nearby unoccupied dwellings of the villagers. He then instructed those villagers, who had previously been strangers to the blood pool, to tend to the injured individuals. Naturally, the villagers had no objection. Who would dare refuse? Especially when half the village had vanished? To deny would be to court death. After a flurry of activity, the trio returned to the home of the Bai siblings. Upon entering, they encountered Bai Han, who was gripping a kitchen knife, hiding behind the door. Upon seeing an intruder, she lunged forward with the blade. However, a delicate alabaster hand seized her wrist, halting the knife a mere half-inch from Jiang Yan. Shinming's expression darkened. Her cerulean eyes slowly lifted to scan Bai Han. Instantly, Bai Han felt as though struck by lightning, her heart racing as she stumbled back, the knife clattering to the ground. Her face betrayed sheer terror as she gazed at Shinming, whose lifeless eyes seemed to pierce through her very soul. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Bai Han felt as if all her thoughts and intentions were laid bare, stripped of all aids, leaving her exposed before Shinming. Such dread is not easily resisted. Even now, her heart raced uncontrollably. Ming-er, do not be so wrathful. Jiang Yan spoke wearily, offering a faint smile of apology to Bai Han. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. I had to step out for a moment. Please continue your slumber. We shall return to our room. With that, Jiang Yan turned and made his way back, followed closely by Shinming. Bai Han watched the trio retreat into their quarters, his heart unsettled for an extended period. At that moment, Bai Shi emerged slowly. For him, night and day held no distinction, allowing his movements to remain unencumbered. Xiao Han, are Mr. Jiang and the others unscathed? Bai Han hurriedly grasped Bai Shi's hand, feeling a measure of his dread dissipate. Brother, they are just fine. They returned to their room moments ago. Chapter 53. Balancing the scales, that is a relief. Was there any commotion outside? It felt rather noisy. Is the village safe? Bai Han gazed at the unshut door, the moonlight illuminating the village's facade. At that moment, Shaoquan village appeared ravaged, a portion of it nearly obliterated, with remnants still smoldering. A faint scent of charred flesh lingered in the air, provoking unsettling thoughts. The village is safe. At this moment, Jiang Yan felt exceedingly weary and wished to simply lie down and succumb to slumber upon his return. However, Qin Xiangling clung to him as if she were an inseparable part of his attire, her hands tightly grasping him, unwilling to release their hold. Should he forcefully extricate himself, she would inevitably begin to whimper, her delicate brows furrowed in a pitiful expression. Well then, Jiang Yan decided to disregard the matter. If she wished to embrace him, so be it. After all, the persona of the affectionate elder brother was not unfamiliar to him. Yet, on the other hand, Shinming was a different story altogether. Throughout their journey, she had remained silent, but upon reaching this destination, she exhibited a vehement reluctance. She firmly insisted that the only person she would allow to hold her while sleeping was him, and no one else. Jiang Yan, in his helplessness, finally grasped the classic philosophy of maintaining balance in a family with 2 children. In the end, he could only hold 1 child in each arm, disregarding Shinming's vehement glare of resistance. Utilizing a calming technique, he managed to bring her to complete tranquility, and only then did the chaos subside. As for himself, he fell into a deep slumber, utterly carefree. He was even too lazy to restore his energy, allowing his body to autonomously circulate its internal techniques to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thereby mending the recent wear and tear. In his mind, he thought, I shall make this body recognize who the true master is, who compelled me to train so diligently in the first place. If it weren't for the pursuit of this state of effortless cultivation, who would even bother to train? Soft snores began to escape his lips. Jiang Yan and Qin Xiangling had both succumbed to slumber. In the enveloping darkness, a pair of azure eyes suddenly fluttered open, fixated on the nearby Jiang Yan, a hint of malady surfacing within. Master, you can only be kind to me. I shall not permit you to extend your kindness to anyone else. Master, your actions have deeply saddened Shinming. What must I do to ensure that your affections are reserved solely for Shinming? Perhaps I should conceal Master away. Yes. If I hide Master, then no one else shall be seen, and your kindness will be bestowed only upon Shinming. Shinming gazed at Jiang Yan, a faint, sickly smile gradually appearing on her lips. Yet, upon glancing at Qin Xiangling, the mirth in her eyes vanished, replaced by a cruel and violent glint. Why do those who approach Master not perish? Why must they attempt to steal my Master away? Oh, how I long to end her existence. Should I eradicate her? No. Such an act would surely anger Master, and I may lose Shinming altogether. How frustrating. Shinming must grow quickly, become stronger, so that she may pursue her desires. I will ensure that Master can no longer reject me. I shall eliminate all who draw near to Master, ensuring that she belongs solely to Shinming. At noon, the stream bordering Shaoqing village shimmered under the sun's embrace, the gentle breeze caressing the surface and eliciting ripples, akin to a flowing canvas, exquisitely beautiful. This soft sunlight in the frigid winter day felt particularly heartwarming. At this moment, Shaoqing village appeared more vibrant than ever. In a clearing near the village, 2 or 3 dozen ragged outsiders had gathered, each bearing wounds, their expressions a blend of terror, aftershock, and pallor. These were the individuals rescued by Jiang Yan the previous night, and upon awakening to the realization of their survival, they struggled to leave Shaoqing village, disregarding their injuries. Yet, to their horror, they discovered that villagers of Shaoqing were present. These villagers approached, bearing tea and food, their faces adorned with stiff smiles. "You, what do you intend to do? Stay away. Everyone, do not fear. There are immortals among us. Do not come closer. Do not approach." Clearly, they had not yet recovered from the fright of the previous night. In the presence of these seemingly benevolent villagers, they reacted as if encountering phantoms. "Please, do not be afraid, good sirs. We are not allied with those who have wronged you. In fact, we are immortals sent to care for you. So there is no need for alarm." An elder, appearing simple and unassuming, spoke respectfully, while the other villagers bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor. This gesture allowed the group to breathe a sigh of relief, their expressions softening slightly. However, a portion of them remained unwilling to trust or engage with these villagers. "Immortals? Where are the immortals now? Where is the immortal from last night?" An individual inquired with urgency, while the elder, slightly bowing, pointed towards a dilapidated house at the edge of the village, his voice trembling as he spoke. "The immortal is resting there. We dare not disturb him. As long as he is still present, that is sufficient." The crowd, relieved, finally felt at ease. Yet, before they could pose any further questions, a rapid sound of a whip echoed in the air. They turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, where a tall and rugged middle-aged man appeared in the distance. He rode a magnificent steed, wielding a large sword on his back, and brandished his whip with urgency, galloping towards Shaohuan village. His anxious expression and muttering curses suggested he was in a great hurry. Upon witnessing this, a man of martial prowess clutched his chest and rose, asking, "Who is that man? He appears to be an extraordinary master." Another frail scholar spoke weakly. "Perhaps he is a relative or friend of one among us, come to rescue us. After all, so many have gone missing here. Surely someone must have noticed." The crowd murmured, yet no one attempted to intervene, for they felt powerless to do so. The man on horseback, wielding his whip, charged directly towards them. In just a few breaths, the steed reached the group. The man reined in his horse, halting abruptly, his expression fierce as he scanned the crowd. Dismounting swiftly, he brandished his sword at the throat of the weak scholar, shouting, "Speak quickly. Where is my Xiangling? I shall give you 3 breaths. 3, 2. The sudden threat left the scholar paralyzed with fear. By the time he realized what was happening, the man had already counted down to 2. In desperation, the scholar dropped to his knees. "Please spare me. I do not know who Xiangling is." The burly man's face hardened, his eyes glinting with menace. "You don't know? What use are you then? Look at the blade. Sir, please at least tell me who Xiangling is and what she looks like, male or female. How can I know if you do not say?" The scholar, gazing at the sword glinting ominously in the sunlight, was overwhelmed with panic, tears and snot streaming down his face as he disregarded all dignity in his fright. Only then did the onlookers begin to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The injured warrior sprang to his feet, only to be met with a fierce glare from the burly man, causing him to sit back down abruptly. Chapter 54, Old Deng. "Rise. Haha. I believe we can discuss this matter amicably. What is it that you seek, good sir? Speak, and we may come to an understanding without resorting to violence." The crowd surrounding the warrior laughed nervously. Despite their numbers, their combat prowess was negligible, akin to that of ants, truly an empty facade. The burly man, sword raised, coldly surveyed his surroundings. Those who met his gaze bowed their heads, too intimidated to make eye contact. The sheer aura of menace and the bloodlust emanating from the warrior struck fear into the hearts of all present, revealing him to be an unparalleled master. The man's gaze swept over the charred remnants of the village, a slight frown creasing his brow. Nevertheless, his primary focus remained on locating Xiangling, prompting him to disregard everything else. He sheathed his great sword, his expression cold and indifferent as he scrutinized the onlookers. "Have any of you seen a little girl? She is accompanied by 2 middle-aged guards. The girl is quite beautiful, fair-skinned, with large, expressive eyes, dressed in a snow fox fur coat with a hood." Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to rack their brains, trying to recall if they recognized or had ever encountered the girl. However, after a lengthy silence, no one responded. They merely shook their heads. I don't recall seeing anyone like that, one man murmured. As the responses reached his ears, the robust figure's grip on the sword hilt tightened, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. It pressed down on the villagers, making it hard for them to breathe, compelling them to instinctively glance towards the dilapidated house at the edge of the village. The man took note of their reaction and ground his teeth in irritation. Are you concealing something from me? Without waiting for a reply, he raised his sword and lunged toward the scholar. The scholar's face reflected his distress. Why is it always me who gets hurt? He lamented. Yet, under duress, humans can often surpass their limits. In the throes of life and death, a flash of inspiration struck the scholar. He suddenly recalled several images from the night before he had lost consciousness. Without hesitation, he shouted, I know where the girl is. The blade of the man was but an inch from the scholar, the force of its descent causing the scholar's complexion to pale, fear rendering his limbs weak and trembling. The man seized the scholar by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and bellowed, Speak. Where is she? Shaking uncontrollably, the scholar pointed towards the dilapidated house, his voice quaking as he stammered, The girl, she should be inside that house, being cradled by a celestial being. Best not to deceive me. Or else the man crushed the scholar's shoulders, eliciting a pained scream and causing a chill to run through the assembled villagers. What a ruthless individual. He tossed the scholar aside and, with a display of agility, leapt towards the decrepit house, landing silently. Upon arrival, he became cautious, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings. After discerning nothing unusual, he crept closer to the wall, straining his ears to listen. There were 5 distinct breaths. 3 emanated from the west, and 2 from the east. The 3 to the west were ordinary folk, while one of the eastern breaths was indistinct but likely belonged to another commoner. The other bore a resemblance to Xiangling's essence, albeit feeble, suggesting she might be injured. With this intelligence, a fierce glint flickered in the man's eyes. No longer concealing his intent, he wielded his sword and struck upwards at an angle, cleaving through the wall with devastating force. The villagers behind him gasped in shock. Brave warrior, may your journey be swift. At the moment when the robust man pressed for answers, nearly everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning the identity of the immortal or the events that transpired in the village the previous night. At this juncture, they allowed the strong man to take it upon himself to pound on the door, while some spectators leisurely settled onto small stools, indulging in the unfolding drama. Qin Xiangling felt as though she were enveloped in a warm embrace, the tranquil and gentle aura intoxicating her to the point that, despite having already awakened, she was reluctant to open her eyes. She had never experienced such a yearning for anything before. However, amidst her enjoyment, she could not shake the unsettling sensation of a chilling gaze upon her, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, who was she to be bothered by such trivialities? Thus, she instinctively nestled closer to that warm embrace. Shenming bit her lip, her gaze fixated on Qin Xiangling, who audaciously occupied Jiang Yan's embrace, her expression gradually contorting in distress. What is this? This is an overt act of betrayal. No, it cannot be. This is a struggle for her beloved master. Observing Qin Xiangling in that manner only intensified the turbulent emotions swirling within Shenming, causing her fingers to tremble. Unable to restrain herself, she lifted her hand. The bracelet on her wrist and the 2 bangles glowing faintly, yet devoid of any spiritual or magical fluctuations, merely exuding a soft radiance. Kill her. Kill her. Shenming, in a trance-like state, slowly extended her hand. However, just as she was about to make contact with Qin Xiangling, a deafening crash erupted. The wall collapsed. Jiang Yan was peacefully enveloped in slumber when suddenly he was jolted awake by a deafening explosion near his ear. Almost immediately, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced through, striking his face and illuminating it with an ethereal glow. This divine radiance resembled the affectionate, yet firm embrace of a mother, gently urging her reluctant son to rise from his slumber. In that moment, even the swirling dust particles in the air seemed to convey a singular message. Old dang. Enough of this slumber. Get up at once. Jiang Yan lifted half his head, his hair cascading around him, a look of bewilderment etched on his face, his eyelids half closed, and his mouth slightly agape. What? How did this wall collapse? Shenming, returning from his stupor, stared blankly at his hands. Qin Xiangling also emerged from her trance. Before them stood a burly man, brandishing a large knife, his countenance fierce and menacing as he glared at Qin Xiangling, nestled in Jiang Yan's embrace. The brute's gaze swept over the trio, his mind puzzled. He could only detect 2 breaths, yet 3 individuals were present. However, upon seeing his niece in such a disheveled state, his fury surged. Ignoring all else, his eyes blazed like a tiger's as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yan, raising his knife without a second thought. "You scoundrel! How dare you mistreat my niece? Prepare to face my blade." The massive knife arced downwards with astonishing force, as if it aimed to cleave through any obstacle in its path. Even before the blade reached, the fierce wind it generated was suffocating. In this moment of peril, Qin Xiangling finally reacted, shouting, "Uncle Qin, don't strike. We're on the same side." Yet this blow was unlike the one that had merely intimidated the scholar before. It was a genuine strike, fueled by full strength, and impossible to retract easily. Upon hearing her, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and although he endeavored to pull back and redirect the weapon, it was unavoidable. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan remained in a daze, gazing at the approaching giant's knife, his mouth slightly open. Block. A jarring metallic clash reverberated through the air, the backlash causing the burly man's grip to falter, his palm splitting and his insides injured. Chapter 55. The head of the Qin family. As the dust settled, it became evident that the giant's knife had struck Jiang Yan's shoulder. Though his clothing bore several tears, the skin exposed beneath remained unscathed, intact as ever. "This. Impossible. This is my strength." The burly man, shaken by the force of the recoil, felt his arm tremble, blood seeping from his grasp on the knife. He stared in astonishment at Jiang Yan, who appeared as though still in slumber, innocently rubbing his eyes. What happened? Oh, why did this wall fall? And who are you, uncle? This wall is quite expensive, at least 2 taels of gold. You owe the owner compensation." The man watched Jiang Yan, who seemed utterly unfazed, his shock palpable as he took a couple of steps back. Such martial prowess! How can this be possible? At that moment, Qin Xiangling realized what had transpired. She hurriedly extricated herself from Jiang Yan's embrace and leapt into the burly man's arms, casting a conflicted glance back at Jiang Yan. "This brother, he is my Uncle Qin." Jiang Yan embodies a sense of integrity. He is merely a straightforward individual, indifferent to the discussions around him. The burly man named Qin Kuei gently embraced Qin Xiangling, and upon hearing her melodious and youthful voice, he gradually recovered from his earlier shock. Turning his gaze towards the injured Qin Xiangling, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Ling? Does it still hurt? Who was it that harmed you?" As he spoke, he contemplated asking whether the man before him was responsible for her injuries. Yet instinctively, he refrained from voicing such a thought. He realized the gravity of the situation. If the man truly was the assailant, where could he seek justice? Confrontation would be futile. The man could sit idly while Qin Kuei struck, seemingly unperturbed. It was evident that the opponent possessed unfathomable strength, likely an extraordinary individual from beyond the mundane world. Yet, judging by his age, he did not fit the typical profile. Rather, it suggested an alternative possibility, a celestial being. Qin Kuei chose silence and began to examine her for any life-threatening injuries. Once he confirmed that her pallor was merely a result of excessive blood loss, he felt a sense of relief. Qin Xiangling did not withhold the truth, revealing to Qin Kuei that it was Jiang Yan who had saved her, which allowed him to lower his guard. Turning, he clasped his fists and knelt on one knee, exuding respect as he proclaimed, "Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize for the prior offense caused by my impetuousness. You have saved my niece, and I acted without discerning your true nature. This is truly regrettable." With an expression of deep remorse, Qin Kuei raised his sword before him. "I recognize that had it not been for your exceptional martial prowess, I might have met my end by my own blade. This debt shall not be overlooked. I offer my life in recompense. Strike me with your sword, esteemed sir. I harbor no resentment." He insisted, resolutely presenting his weapon to the bowed and silent Jiang Yan. Qin Xiangling's face reflected her anxiety as she opened her mouth to intervene. Yet she was well aware of her uncle's temperament. He was a man of fiery resolve, ever true to his word. No amount of persuasion would sway him, leaving her with no choice but to turn her gaze towards Jiang Yan and the unfolding scene. At this moment, Jiang Yan appeared to be in a state of repose, his head bowed and eyes partially closed as he leaned against Shen Ming, whose head bobbed gently in tandem. Were it not for Shen Ming's supportive presence, one might fear he would succumb to slumber at any moment. What could this signify? A hint of perplexity crossed Qin Kuei's rugged visage as he lowered his gaze to observe Jiang Yan's countenance. A bubble of mucus fluctuated rhythmically, expanding and contracting, while Jiang Yan's chest rose and fell in a steady cadence. Yet, curiously, Qin Kuei could discern no sound of breath. Could this be the fabled technique of breath-holding? Qin Xiangling crouched down, inching closer to Jiang Yan, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him. She even contemplated reaching out to poke the mucus bubble, but was met with a fierce glare from Xin Ming's striking blue eyes, which deterred her. "It's nothing, Uncle Qin. He is merely asleep. We shouldn't disturb him." "Ah? Asleep? Asleep?" Qin Kuei, feeling somewhat dazed, rose to his feet, sensing a lightness beneath him as if the world had transformed into a surreal spectacle. How could such a person exist? Could it be that this gentleman has never regarded me with any significance? What level of composure must one attain to remain so utterly unperturbed? How carefree one must be to fall asleep in such circumstances. Qin Xiangling stifled a smile at the sight of Qin Kuei's somewhat disgruntled expression. She then turned her gaze back to the slumbering Jiang Yan, his silhouette reflected in her dark, expressive eyes. "Uncle Qin, since you are here, has my father arrived yet?" Observing the quietly standing Qin Xiangling, Qin Kuei could not help but gently admonish her. "You, off on some quest for immortality without the maturity to venture out alone?" Upon learning that you had only 2 attendants accompanying you, I scolded them thoroughly. I then hastily mounted my horse and set out in pursuit. Your father should be arriving shortly. Just as he spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. The onlookers and villagers gathered at the platform turned their attention toward the horizon, where a multitude of dark figures emerged. A formidable group of riders thundered toward them, the sight causing their faces to pale. Could these be the men of that renowned hero? With a resounding thud, the hundreds of horses came to a halt, and a cadre of men dismounted. Each bore a blade, their eyes fierce, and the corners of their sleeves adorned with a small character for Qin. The Qin family of Yunzhou wielded considerable influence, and this contingent represented their overt martial force, bodyguards of exceptional prowess. To dispatch 100 men to this place was quite the spectacle. As they dismounted, they collectively bowed to Qin Kuei and exclaimed, "Fourth Master, Miss, we have arrived late." Qin Xiangling stood resolutely before the crowd of hundreds, her demeanor unflinching as she offered a slight nod. However, before she could finish her words, a loud cry resonated from behind. "My daughter! My dear daughter!" A plump figure surged forth from the throng, calling out for his daughter. As he approached, he stumbled and fell, rolling right to Qin Xiangling's feet, covered in snow. The onlookers exchanged solemn glances, their expressions serious as they averted their gazes from their family leader. Qin Xiangling's composed facade crumbled instantly, and she helplessly rubbed her forehead. "Father, can't you act a bit more mature? How old are you now?" It was none other than her father, Qin Minglan, the head of the Qin family from Yunzhou. "Oh dear, my old father has fallen, and my only daughter doesn't come to help. How unfortunate I am." With a resigned expression, Qin Xiangling knelt to assist her father. Before her stood a robust middle-aged man, his face gleaming, clad in a luxurious black bear fur coat, exuding an amiable demeanor. "Oh, my precious daughter, you appear gravely injured. Let me see if you are all right." "It truly pains me." "I'm fine, no need to check. My fourth uncle has already examined me." "That won't do. What can that clumsy old fool discern? Come, let Dr. Chen take a look." Unable to withstand her father's insistence, Qin Xiangling reluctantly underwent another examination, expending considerable effort before confirming that she was indeed unharmed. Qin Minglan sighed in relief, grasping Qin Xiangling's hand. "Thank goodness you are well. It was my fault for allowing you to come out alone." Qin Kuei, arms crossed, interjected with a huff, "Brother, you deserve a scolding. How could you let such a young girl venture out alone, especially to another state?" Qin Minglan's expression turned pained as he turned to Qin Xiangling. "Daughter, please explain this to your father." "Father, can you please refrain from this spectacle?" Qin Minglan's face bore a look of grievance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting a sigh from her. "Ah, dealing with adults is truly challenging. Fourth uncle, I snuck out on my own. Father was unaware of my actions at the time." Qin Kuei's expression hardened, his features contorting in anger as he shouted at Qin Minglan. "Then why didn't you stop her?" "My daughter, Qin Minglan, feels wronged by the harsh words directed at her, and I can only watch helplessly." Qin Xiangling wears a smile tinged with resignation, such is the norm in her household. It was only after she had grown weary of her mundane life that she idly believed that the broken jade pendant could lead to immortality, taking only 2 people with her. Previously, she had found this notion quite childish and bothersome, but now, observing the scene before her, she feels an overwhelming warmth. The 3 engage in conversation without a care for their surroundings, with Qin Xiangling primarily recounting her experiences. Had she been asked to share her thoughts not long ago, she might have been haunted by psychological shadows, needing time to recover. However, she has since regained her composure. As the sun descends in the west, The afterglow unfurls like a soft golden velvet blanket across the earth, bathing the entire world in warm hues. Qin Minglin squints and smiles, listening to her daughter's tales, occasionally expressing concern with startled exclamations. Finally, she glances at the sky, realizing that the sun has begun to set. With a smile, she takes her daughter's hand, saying, "All right. We can discuss the rest at home. You've learned your lesson this time, right? We won't pursue immortality anymore. Let's head back. Your mother and brother are waiting for you." Suddenly, Qin Minglin's smile falters, and she falls silent, lowering her head. Moments later, as if sensing something, she abruptly turns to look behind her, a reaction mirrored by Qin Kuei, who accompanies her. This prompts Qin Minglin and the other bodyguards to turn as well. They behold two figures, one large and one small, standing outside the dilapidated house, silhouetted against the dim light, gazing at them. "Those two are my second brother. He is the expert who saved Linger," Qin Kuei exclaims, pausing at the end of his statement, which brings clarity to Qin Minglin's expression. She quickly steps forward, bowing respectfully with her hands clasped in gratitude. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am Qin Minglin, and I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance in saving my daughter. Please, esteemed elder, allow me to welcome you to my humble abode, where the Qin family shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Despite his hefty frame of over 200 pounds, he bows low, a gesture that truly challenges him. Yet, he remains unfazed, addressing the young Jiang Yan with utmost seriousness, referring to him as esteemed elder, a gesture that signifies his deep respect and humility. Jiang Yan glanced at several of the bodyguards and then offered a faint smile, returning the gesture with a bow. "Master Qin, you are too kind. Our encounter is indeed a matter of fate. The young lady, with her kind heart, has formed a bond with me. Our meeting today is also a sign of destiny. But as fate dictates, I shall take my leave." With that, Jiang Yan turned decisively, accompanied by Shen Ming, and strolled away. Bathed in the warm glow of the winter evening sky, Qin Xiangling's expression was one of urgency as she stepped forward. However, Qin Minglin preemptively placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke. "Esteemed one, might I request your name, so that we may meet again in the future?" "My name is Jiang Yan," he replied, "merely an unremarkable wanderer, a peerless master lost to the world. I cannot guarantee that I will partake in the hospitality of the Qin family." Jiang Yan jested lightly, then indulged in a feast. Subsequently, he reached into his sleeve and retrieved an ancient jade token, tossing it playfully in his hand. The moment the jade token came into view, Qin Minglin instinctively clenched her hand, her eyes narrowing slightly. However, her expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a cheerful smile. Jiang Yan glanced at the talisman in his hand before casually tossing it behind him. The jade token danced gracefully through the air, and Qin Kuei instinctively reached out to catch it, only to be halted by a mere glance from Qin Minglin. He immediately ceased his movement. The token finally settled steadily in the hands of Qin Xiangling. She stared at the jade piece in a daze, and upon lifting her gaze, she found Jiang Yan turning back, mischievously winking at her. The evening glow bathed half of his face in a golden hue, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. She gazed at him, her heart racing wildly. "Your possession, take care of it." Qin Minglin observed the talisman in his daughter's hands with a narrowed gaze, his thoughts racing. He then solemnly bowed to Jiang Yan. "Thank you, Master Jiang." Perhaps it was a gust of wind or the dazzling sunset. When Qin Xiangling regained her senses, Jiang Yan had vanished without a trace. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Qin Xiangling took a few steps forward, reaching the spot they had just traversed, but was met only with the gentle caress of the breeze. She looked up at the vast sky, momentarily feeling lost and adrift. A peculiar sensation akin to being worlds apart inexplicably gripped her heart, refusing to fade. Qin Minglin stepped forward slowly, standing behind his daughter, gently ruffling her hair. "My dear, some people and events are rare encounters in this lifetime. Do not force it." Qin Xiangling lowered her gaze at the jade token, lost in thought, her deep, dark eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Memories from the previous night flooded her mind, the overwhelming power, the terrifying methods, and the tender embrace that had left her entranced. "My daughter, do not be sorrowful. We ultimately inhabit different realms," Qin Minglin consoled. Yet, Qin Xiangling disregarded her father's words, striding towards the horse-drawn carriage, leaving behind a parting remark. "Don't think I'm unaware, father. You merely use comforting words as an excuse to ruffle my hair. What is wrong with me ruffling my daughter's hair? What is the issue with that? Am I not allowed as your father?" "Humph." He feigned a pained expression, clutching his chest dramatically. But his daughter did not spare him another glance as she climbed into the carriage. Qin Kuei approached Qin Minglan, lowering his voice to say, "Second brother, shall we eliminate them all?" The sorrowful expression on Qin Minglan's face gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. He suddenly turned his head to glance at the villagers behind them and replied, "Spare some, take some away, and let the rest fend for themselves. After all, that Master Jiang does not appear to be a mere pretender. We must tread carefully." At that moment, 2 guards brought forth an elderly man, missing hands and feet, and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. This old man was none other than the one who had sold the map to Jiang Yan. At this moment, he lay on the ground, his limbs severed, his body riddled with bloody wounds, gasping for breath with great difficulty. Qin Minglan, lacking even the inclination to lower his head, merely cast a fleeting glance downward before nonchalantly passing by the old man, leaving behind the words, "Play as you wish, but do remember to clean up afterward." Immediately thereafter, dozens of bodyguards, each bearing an appearance distinctly different from the ordinary, emerged from the throng of 100. Tall or short, robust or slender, they were all, without exception, somewhat deformed, resembling anything but normal humans. They bared their jagged teeth, gazing hungrily at the old man sprawled on the ground, their tongues flicking across their lips. Despite being limbless, the old man felt a wave of primal fear surging from within him. He instinctively whimpered, yet it was of no avail. The only sounds remaining were those of flesh being torn and chewed. Qin Kuei approached the dilapidated abode of Baishur, clutching 2 taels of gold. Placing the coins on the ground before the entrance, he bowed respectfully towards the interior, stating, "Esteemed ones, this is compensation for the damage to the wall. I have placed it here." Without awaiting a response, he turned to leave, but after just a few steps, he paused and added somberly, "I think it would be wise for you to refrain from emerging for now. Tomorrow, you may find a better place to settle and forget today's events. From this day forth, Shaoquan village shall cease to exist." On an inconspicuous little path, Jiang Yan strolled leisurely with Shen Ming, facing the setting sun. The two appeared as if they were merely sauntering about, unhurried and at ease. Their steps were light and leisurely, and in that moment, time seemed to slow, creating a world that belonged solely to them. "Master, did you not say yesterday that mortals hold great reverence and fear towards cultivators? Why do I feel that rotund Qin is not particularly afraid of you? Pretending not to know you are an immortal while simultaneously wishing for you to visit his residence?" Shenming exclaimed in exasperation, shaking her tiny fist in the air, only to receive a gentle tap on the head from Jiang Yan. "How have I taught you? One must harbor a sense of reverence towards others, devoid of contempt and arrogance, even if the other is a beggar. Remember, even a lion exerts its full strength against a rabbit." Shenming pouted innocently, feeling aggrieved. "But I sense that rotund Qin is not a good person." This time, Jiang Yan did not counter her assertion. Instead, he gazed deeply at the sun nearing its descent. "This represents the malignancy of this world, an affliction that cannot be eradicated." Shenming tilted her head slightly, perplexed. "This world belongs to the cultivators. It is not a realm for mortals. To protect all beings can be sweetly termed as safeguarding mortals from disturbance, but harshly, it is merely a form of controlled domestication. The existing secular dynasties, those with significant influence, invariably harbor the shadows of powerful sects behind them. Take for instance the Li family, which manipulates much of Lianshan City, or the renowned Qin family, illustrious across a continent. The rise of the Li family is certainly not as simple as what Xiao stated. What prosperity can endure for a century? What kind of place is Lianshan City? That is indeed the confluence of 3 realms. What power could possibly establish roots there for a century? Jiang Yan spoke softly, then extended his hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm to form a vivid scene. In this tableau, a group of individuals stood upright upon the clouds, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Countless threads descended from his palm, intertwining with the rise and fall of mortal dynasties. The celestial beings, seemingly aloof and untouched by the mundane world, secretly manipulated secular affairs. Yet, should the celestial sect abandon them or face its own demise, all their intricate plans and amassed fortunes would vanish in an instant. Much like the fate of the Li family, whose true backers remain a mystery, ultimately, they were forsaken. A mere outer disciple from a lesser sect managed to upheave the entire Li family. In this moment, Ming Er still wondered if the head of the Qin family was truly just an ordinary mortal. How could an obscure and nameless rogue cultivator compel such deference? Shen Ming gazed with wise eyes, sparkling with extraordinary brilliance, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She pondered, perplexed, why those who had ascended to such heights would still seek to manipulate the mortal realm, when there seemed to be nothing of worth to gain. At this moment, Jiang Yan decisively waved his hand and remarked, "You ask the master. Who does the master inquire of? Perhaps he is merely apprehending a few individuals to excavate some mines or perform menial tasks." Shen Ming, with childlike innocence, inquired, "Does Master S. Celestial Sect possess any influence in the secular world?" Jiang Yan paused, and a proud expression emerged on his face as he confidently placed his hands on his hips and replied, "Of course. Without the ancient Celestial Sect, it would resemble a decrepit relic, rigid and unyielding, oblivious to change, isolated from the outside world, and engrossed solely in self-study of ascension, even to the extent that its own disciples are on the verge of starvation without the slightest awareness. Were it not for your master's diligent efforts, rising early and toiling late, managing affairs from the grand hall to the kitchen, engaging in trade, mining spiritual resources, crafting talismans, and creating celestial realms, propelling a technological explosion in the celestial realm and stimulating economic growth, this sect would have long since vanished. So what do you think? Isn't your master formidable?" Shen Ming gazed upward, pondering for a moment, before finally responding with a simple, "Oh." Jiang Yan forcefully grasped Shen Ming, bringing him close to his face, and declared emphatically, "Am I not formidable?" Shen Ming gazed at him, blinking his wise eyes. "Indeed, master is truly remarkable." Upon receiving the compliment, Jiang Yan finally broke into a proud smile. "Of course, just consider who my master is." Jiang Yan felt a sense of elation. However, it was not merely due to Shen Ming's compliments that brought him joy, but rather a simple, pure uplift in his spirits. In his exuberance, Jiang Yan retrieved a map from his pocket and glanced at it, subsequently recalling the direction he had taken upon leaving Shaohuan village. Suddenly, his smile faltered. Shen Ming, on tiptoe, peered over to take a look. Aware that their destination was Zhangzhou, she had kept the route and directions they had traversed firmly in mind. Upon comparing the map with their current trajectory, she quickly discerned some discrepancies. Their present direction seemed to deviate somewhat from that depicted on the map. It appeared, perhaps, that they had veered off course. Jiang Yan sat solemnly beneath the great tree, a map spread before him, his expression somber, lacking the earlier joy. Shen Ming crouched beside him and gently poked him, inquiring, "Master, may I ask, since we have already slept until dusk, why must we depart upon waking? Why not simply indulge in another slumber until the dawn of the next day before setting out?" Jiang Yan inhaled deeply, turning his head with an impassive expression. "Oh, have we gone the wrong way, master?" he queried. Shen Ming blinked, and Jiang Yan mirrored the gesture, prompting a mischievous smile from Shen Ming. Chapter 58, Brother. "You cannot leave me, master. If you feel overwhelmed, you may express it," Shen Ming said, fully aware of his mentor's tendencies. "If you keep it to yourself, it could become unbearable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan could no longer maintain his composure, burying his face in his hands and lamenting, "Why am I acting so pretentiously? Here I am, striding into the sunset, employing teleportation techniques. How absurd. Being directionally challenged. Even flying in a straight line above the skies could lead him to circle back to Lianshan City. But why did I dare to proceed solely on instinct?" he exclaimed in frustration. All right, master, do not blame yourself. I have great faith in you. Continuing on this path is perfectly acceptable." Tears welled in Jiang Yan's eyes. "Minga, my dear disciple, I have not raised you in vain. Even if my master is a bumbling fool, a directionally challenged egotist, Shen Ming would never think less of him." Bang. "Oh dear, master, must you hit me again? It only proves my lack of intelligence." Jiang Yan gently adjusted the collar of his garment and let out a long, soothing sigh. "The alleviation of your suffering serves as nourishment for my spirit. Observing the expression of grievance upon your face brings me a profound sense of tranquility." Shen Ming pouted innocently, yet her eyes sparkled with unadulterated joy. She was utterly relishing this moment. In this carefree existence, it was just she and her master, playfully engaged in a world where only they existed. Their reflections mirrored in one another's gaze. Each was solely preoccupied with the other's well-being. Time seemed to stand still, rendering everything serene and beautiful. Jiang Yan and Shen Ming reclined together on the mat, gazing at the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky. "I find myself yearning for home," he murmured, though a tender voice unexpectedly emerged from his embrace. "Wherever Shen Ming is, that is home." Jiang Yan paused, offering no reply. merely smiling in silence. Soon after, he let out a long sigh and, with a sense of resignation, said, "Well, since I have already strayed from the path, I might as well wander further and pay a visit to my bear mother to see how much weight she has gained in these years." Is the bear mother the one from Master's memories? Indeed, I used to visit her often, but ever since my escape from the Ancient Immortal Gate, I have not returned. Did Master truly escape? Cough, cough. Do not dwell on such trifling details. I merely ventured out to fulfill a significant task. Shinming pouted, choosing not to linger on that matter, and said in a deep voice, "All right then, let us go meet the bear mother. That is my bear mother. You should refer to her as Master's wife." No, wait, bear milk. That seems somewhat off. Never mind. I shall take you to meet her when the time comes. As Jiang Yan mentioned the visit to Mama Xiong, his spirits soared. Shinming also felt a surge of joy, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her eyes. Why must Ashur always seek the company of others instead of devoting time to Shinming alone? The moonlight tonight was enchanting, cascading like a gentle river, caressing every inch of the earth's surface and illuminating the ground with a radiant glow. At this moment, Shoqing village lay desolate, devoid of life. The ground was strewn with discarded goods, and some houses bore severe damage. The entire village was eerily silent, not a single living creature in sight. Within the dilapidated confines of a crumbling house at the village's edge, Bashir knelt on the floor, his expression sorrowful, his eyes swollen from tears. Before him, on the bed, lay a gaunt and pallid middle-aged woman. "Mother, you will be all right. Please don't leave Bashir," he pleaded. The woman managed a ghastly smile, her face devoid of color as she weakly spoke. "Do not worry about me, my dear. I am merely taking a rest. But I cannot bear to part from you siblings. Please, mother, do not speak. Rest well. Everything will be fine," Bashir urged. "No, my dear, I must speak. If I do not, I may never have the chance again. That gentleman, Mr. Jiang, mentioned before he departed that your eyes were affected by this place, leading to your blindness. After I am gone, you must leave here, leave Shaoqing village. If you cannot recover, seek out a renowned physician. Mother loves chrysanthemums. When you are well, go in my stead to behold the mountains adorned with blooming chrysanthemums." The creaking door opened, and Baihan stepped inside, her expression pale, her eyes reflecting a profound mixture of fear and excitement. She suppressed her emotions and quietly approached Bashir, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. "Brother, I am back." Bashir remained silent, his gaze fixed on their mother. The middle-aged woman glanced at Baihan, a trace of helplessness in her eyes. Yet, with her time running short, she refrained from saying more, focusing instead on Bashir. "Promise me you will live well." Bashir trembled, hands clenched tightly, managing to utter a single word with great difficulty. "All right." The woman smiled faintly and silently gestured to Baihan to take care of him. Baihan nodded expressionlessly, and only when everything seemed to reach its conclusion did the woman's expression relax, her gaze becoming vacant, mumbling meaningless words. Under the cold sky and beneath the moonlight, a small figure tirelessly dug a pit, using a shovel that had broken, then resorting to a stick, and when that too failed, he dug with his hands. Another young girl stood nearby, attempting to dissuade him. "Brother, stop digging. You can dig tomorrow, it's not too late." However, the boy was oblivious to her pleas, continuing to dig fervently. Baihan observed her brother's injured hands and swollen fingers, concern etched on her face. She reached out and grasped Bashir's arm firmly, urging him to cease. "Brother, stop. Tomorrow I shall excavate, for it is rather inconvenient to do so at night." However, before Baihan could finish her words, Bashir abruptly lifted his head, his murky, lifeless eyes fixed silently upon her, his expression devoid of emotion. "Sister, do you believe the passage of day and night holds any significance for me? Rest assured, I am merely unable to see. I am not blind." With that, Bashir gently pried his hand from Baihan's grasp and began to dig a hole independently. Baihan stood frozen, her heart trembling slightly. Could it be that her brother had always been aware of her covert actions? Impossible. If he were aware, with his temperament, he would never allow her to act recklessly. After all, she was. At this thought, Baihan could not help but feel a slight flush rise to her cheeks, but she quickly suppressed it. It was not her brother's fault. It must be those two individuals' doing. What had that man named Jiang said to her brother before departing? Infuriating. Infuriating. Her brother was on the verge of losing control. Baihan gazed at Bashir, her expression growing increasingly somber. "Brother, you must not leave me. Not even entertain such thoughts," she whispered, then slowly raised her hand to inspect a wound that had appeared in her palm, still stained with fresh blood. Clearly a recent injury. "Ha, brother, in my presence, you are as good as blind, and you shall never recover." Chapter 59. The yin-yang scripture by Han's expression took on a sickly pallor as her gaze drifted toward the ruins at the heart of the village. In the evening, they had been warned by a man, and now, under the moonlight, Bai Han stealthily ventured outside, only to discover that the entire village was deserted. Only the three of them remained alive. Terrifying, eerie. Summoning her courage, Bai Han approached the deep pit, and just as she neared it, a faint voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. "Give me your blood." Startled, she almost fled, but soon realized that the voice resided solely in her consciousness. Nothing more followed. Listening to the voice within her mind, Bai Han instinctively responded, "What do I gain in return?" The reply was straightforward, "What do you desire?" She articulated her wish, for her brother to heed her forever and to love only her. The voice promptly responded, delivering half a scripture titled the yin-yang scripture. It delineated the yang method for men and the yin method for women. Those who practiced the yang method would be irresistibly drawn to practitioners of the corresponding yin method, and this attraction would intensify with the enhancement of their cultivation levels. Once the male reached a certain realm, he would be utterly unable to break free from the female. And should his cultivation be disrupted, he would, like a garment bestowed upon another, lose all power and become the other's furnace. Hesitation? What is there to hesitate about? Without a second thought, Bai Han approached the fissure and unhesitatingly spilled her blood. The voice adhered to its promise, transmitting the next heart technique directly. Bai Han read the technique meticulously, his eyes growing increasingly bright. "Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with this skill." Beneath the fissure, a minuscule dark red flame was continuously burning, refining a small cluster of blood shadow within. The blood shadow was struggling against the searing flames as a series of chilling female voices emerged from the fire, expressing her wrath. "Cursed little demon, cursed flames, I shall flay you alive and dismember you into pieces." As she raged, the blood shadow gradually ceased her outburst, raising her hand to observe the blood orb within her grasp. "Humph, Zhang Tai. Did you not anticipate that your true fire would not only fail to extinguish me, but would instead become my means of escape?" After uttering these words, the blood shadow divided itself, sending fragments into Bai Han's bloodstream, while the remaining shadow, engulfed in Jiang Yan's true fire, charged furiously against the binding restraints that confined her. The true fire, uncontrolled by Jiang Yan, did not distinguish between friend and foe. It scorched the blood shadow while simultaneously burning the restraints. It was at this moment that the true terror of the flames became evident. The blood shadow, expending her life force, forcefully augmented the true fire, simultaneously eroding some of the celestial patterns. This binding was specifically designed for her, considering internal attacks from forces other than herself. Yet it had not accounted for the peculiar assault of such flames. Thus, as the blood shadow continuously consumed her essence to bolster the true fire, she managed to carve a small opening in the restraints. However, the blood shadow also grew exceedingly feeble, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse her. With her last ounce of strength, she hurled the blood orb. Then, she approached the gap, touching the breach, penetrating the restraints. Although the bindings reacted, they detected the blood shadow still below, and the entity that escaped was merely an attack imbued with the essence of the blood shadow. Hence, they did not activate. Consequently, the blood orb successfully slipped through. Inside, the blood shadow wore a smile, utterly consumed by the true fire and reduced to ashes. At this moment, it was daytime. The sun yet to rise. The blood shadow residing within the blood orb was now utterly exhausted, as even a gentle breeze could extinguish her. She had no choice but to emerge. The blood orb anxiously sought something, swiftly flying to the edge of a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the village. After sensing the surroundings, she discovered it was deserted. The Bai siblings were nowhere to be found. Infuriating, she attempted to use her blood essence to possess Bai Han. But how could there be not even a single hair here? Not a chicken, duck, fish, or goose in sight. Damn it! The blood shadow glanced around. The surroundings eerily silent. Infuriating. Infuriating. I must hold on. Just as the nearly collapsing blood shadow felt despair, a glimmer caught her eye, directing her gaze to a slightly raised mound of earth. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and burrowed directly into it. Moments later, a pale arm suddenly emerged from the mound. In Lianshan City, Qin Xiangling was currently packing her belongings, while her father clung to her leg, his face awash with tears. "My daughter, please do not abandon your old father," he pleaded. If you return like this, your mother will surely beat you to death. I truly mean it. Then let her do so. I shall not return. Qin Xiangling retorted, her voice icy despite the frigid air, nearly causing Qin Minglin to choke with frustration. Qin Kuei, on the sidelines, anxiously scratched his head, unsure of how to counsel her. All he could muster was, Xiangling, let us not go, shall we? It is dangerous. Yet his words fell flat, failing to sway her resolve. Dressed in plain attire, her small face radiated determination as she tightened her grip on her bundle and, with great effort, pushed her father away. With short, purposeful strides, she exited the station. Do not leave me, my daughter, Qin Minglin exclaimed, swiftly sliding in front of her. Grasping her hand, let us not go. There is still a talisman at home, a means to seek the divine in Jinglan domain. Shall we? Upon hearing of the talisman, Qin Xiangling paused, turning to glare at her father. Qin Minglin, feeling a pang of guilt under her fierce gaze, averted his eyes and muttered, I merely thought you might want to try your luck at another celestial sect. She did not truly blame him, but regarded him earnestly. Father, this is not a whim. I am resolved to seek the divine, and I wish to do so alone. Qin Minglin opened his mouth, about to protest. But the seriousness of her expression rendered him speechless. A glance exchanged with Qin Kuei confirmed their shared concern, and with a resigned sigh, he focused intently on Qin Xiangling. Oh, my daughter, are you truly serious? Yes, she affirmed. Let me be frank, should you embark on this quest for the divine and encounter any misfortune along the way, know that no one will come to your aid. The Qin family will no longer extend their support or resources to you, as though you do not exist. Do you understand? Instinctively, Qin Xiangling tightened her grip on the talisman, her expression momentarily conflicted. Qin Minglin smiled faintly, wanting to ruffle her hair, but was met with her firm grip. Father, I have made up my mind. I will go. The smile faded from his face as he regarded her solemnly. Must I make it so clear? You have already exposed yourself, laid bare before the forces behind the Qin family. In my endeavor to protect you, I have compromised our secrecy. Now, two paths lie before you. First, surrender the talisman to me and return home. I do not recognize you as my daughter. Qin Xiangling perished on the path to seek immortality in the Donglia domain. Qin Xiangling's lips trembled, and she could not help but lower her head, her expression laced with anguish. Qin Minglin offered a helpless smile, once more reaching out to caress his daughter's head, yet that small hand grasped his again. Tears glimmered in Qin Xiangling's eyes, yet her expression remained resolute. Go. Her father slowly withdrew his hand, turning and sweeping his robe as he strode determinedly toward the exit, uttering not a single word. Hey, second brother, you are just going to leave it at that? Can't you persuade her a bit more? Qin Kuei called out, chasing after him, but both were moving further away from Qin Xiangling. Watching her father's retreating figure, tears finally slipped down Qin Xiangling's cheeks, and she bit her lip. Her father understood her as well as she understood him. When he said he would not help, he truly would not. When he claimed he would not acknowledge her, he meant it. Qin Minglin strode purposefully forward, yet just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned back. I merely said that, should you, my daughter? Change your mind. Your father's embrace will always be open to you. He winked in a manner reminiscent of Jiang Yan, but due to his rather plump face, his eyes did not coordinate well. Winking was a challenge for him, yet he insisted on forcing the gesture, resulting in a spasm of his eyelid. Ouch! Ouch! My eye! Quickly, fourth brother. My eye is cramping. Come help me. Qin Kuei crossed his arms, snorted, and pretended not to see, though his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. How ridiculous. Trying to mimic and failing, and now your eye is cramping. Qin Xiangling, in an instant, transformed her tears into laughter, darting forward to embrace her father. Father, I will return, endowed with the gifts of an immortal. I ought to bow to you before departing. Qin Minglin smiled gently. Good child. But since your father is not dead, there is no need for that. Cough. What is wrong, father? Internal injuries. Qin Xiangling grinned mischievously, patting her father's round belly. Father, we shall meet again. With that, she dashed out of the station without glancing back. We shall meet again. The Qin family will always await your return. Do take care. Understood. Qin Kuei waved his hand high until he could no longer see Qin Xiangling's figure. Then let it fall. Hey, second brother, do you not think our influence could suffice? Why must Linger venture to another domain? Second brother? Second brother? Qin Kuei murmured, yet received no reply. Turning his head, he found Qin Minglin rolling his eyes at him. Second brother, what is the matter with you? I told you already. My eye is cramping. With a thunderous roar, Qin Menglin slapped himself twice, and only then did his eyes regain clarity. Qin Kuei gazed at his elder brother in silence, thinking he might be feigning it again. The two stood in the same position, and Qin Menglin stared at the spot where his daughter had vanished. Letting out a deep sigh, I, too, am at a loss. Have you witnessed the fate of the Li family in Lianshan City? Such profound roots they possessed. They held half of the visible power in the city, while the other two families merely existed as mere symbols, indistinguishable from a sieve. Yet look at how, with just a hint of disloyalty, it all crumbled in an instant. I do not wish for this. I do not want Lingo to be drawn into their midst. I can only seek a way out and see if I can help her escape this cage. Qin Kuei fell into a brief silence, releasing a long sigh as well. But are not all the celestial sects of the world the same? Some may differ slightly, particularly in the eastern Liao region. Qin Menglin's gaze drifted far away, settling on the direction of Shaoqi village. Qin Kuei refrained from asking. He understood it was not his place to inquire. The eldest daughter of the Qin family had ventured out in search of immortality, only to be harmed by the wicked people of Shaoqi village. By the time the head of the Qin family arrived at the scene, only shattered bones remained. Enraged, he annihilated Shaoqi village, suffering heavy losses himself. Qin Menglin spoke to himself, his expression shifting as tears welled in his eyes. Xiangling, how cruelly you perished. How can a parent send off their child to the grave? No, this reaction was inconsistent with the persona the head of the Qin family presented outwardly. Qin Menglin rubbed his chin, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. My daughter, what am I to do now that you are gone? I might as well end it all myself. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of him hitting the wall, he suddenly turned, blood on his face, glaring furiously at Qin Kuei. Why didn't you stop me, fourth brother? Qin Kuei stood motionless, his expression blank, accustomed to such outbursts. Meanwhile, Xiangling had not yet fled far when she heard a wailing cry from behind, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. Father truly means what he says. She was unaware of the intricate circumstances. Her father had never allowed her to engage with discussions of celestial sects or various powers before. This was her first exposure to such matters. And it was precisely this newfound understanding that solidified her resolve to seek immortality. Moreover, the character of that Master Jiang was so amiable. Surely, there must be others of similar nature among the celestial beings. Furthermore, he had personally handed her the immortal summons and even winked at her, signaling, as if to say, Young lady, I have high hopes for you. Thus, the young girl, filled with fervor and hope, embarked once more on the path to seek immortality, her destination, Sangzhou. At this moment, if time were to rewind, the path the girl walked was precisely the one Jiang Yan had intended to take. While he had strayed due to his own pretensions, perfectly crossing paths with the girl, Jiang Yan did not travel to Sangzhou this time. Instead, he journeyed to Bingzhou. As one ventures deeper into the Dongliao region, the climate becomes increasingly temperate, and along the road to Bingzhou, the snow gradually begins to melt, rendering the surroundings more inviting. Jiang Yan and Xiao Shunming journeyed forward, encountering disorientation thrice and stumbling into ditches twice. Shunming, with an adventurous spirit akin to Jiang Yan's, endured the rigors of life on the road, drinking the dew when parched and foraging on wild grasses when hunger struck. Occasionally, they would come across rabbits, providing a delightful reprieve for their palates. Life, albeit challenging, was still quite fulfilling. After all, when weary of wild grasses, one could always resort to the bark of trees. Jiang Yan, apart from utilizing his magical abilities for warmth during the night while sleeping, rarely employs his powers at other times. This is evident from his twice falling into ditches and getting lost 3 times, the latter being a consequence of his overconfidence. Chapter 61. Shunming is hungry under the tireless guidance and education from Jiang Yan. Shunming increasingly exhibits the traits of a typical individual, a normal mortal. Of course, as Shunming's understanding of Jiang Yan deepens, he becomes more adept at concealing his own emotions. For instance, when confronted with a situation involving Qin Xiangling, he no longer struggles to maintain control over himself. Jiang Yan felt no sense of abnormality and remarked, "Well done." Consequently, he became increasingly relaxed, casual, and lazy. Thus, before he realized it, over 10 days had slipped by. On a rather desolate hillside in the early morning, a simple mat lay quietly on the grass. Upon it rested 2 individuals, one large and one small. The larger one slumbered peacefully, his mouth making soft smacking sounds, with bubbles of mucus on his nose swelling and shrinking. The smaller one, however, gazed intently with bright, dark eyes, unblinking as she watched the bubbles on his nose. curious as to why her master always had such peculiarities while asleep. These two were, of course, Jiang Yan and Shen Ming. Due to the strikingly unique nature of Shen Ming's eyes, Jiang Yan had employed a spell to conceal their color, leaving her with a pair of pleasing, dark eyes. As time flowed on, the sun began to rise, and Shen Ming continued to gaze for quite a while, only reluctantly diverting her attention when her stomach began to rumble. With a small hand, she stealthily placed it on Jiang Yan's face, gently kneading his nose and mouth, occasionally prying open his eyelids in an attempt to rouse him. But to no avail. Jiang Yan, keeping his eyes closed, uttered a nonchalant remark, causing Shen Ming to instinctively curl up in fright. After a moment, he cautiously peeked out, only to quickly lower his head again upon being noticed. Like a mischievous little kitten, he playfully teased the nerves of his caretaker. Observing the lack of response, this audacious little creature grew bolder, inching closer and whispering softly into his ear, "Master, Shen Ming is hungry." Jiang Yan scratched his backside, turning away from her to resume his slumber. Shen Ming pouted slightly and lay down beside him, her fingers tracing small circles on his back or playing with his hair, all the while murmuring incessantly, "I am hungry, I am hungry, I am hungry, I am hungry." Jiang Yan, thoroughly vexed by the disturbances, reluctantly opened his drowsy eyes, stifled a yawn, and mumbled in a haze, "Wukong, go out and find some food for yourself, and do bring back a bowl of rice for your master. I shall await your return here." Shen Ming, utterly perplexed, thought, what on earth? Where in this desolate wilderness could rice possibly come from? And who is Wukong? Does my master have another disciple named Wukong? With these thoughts, Shen Ming gradually rose to kneel beside Jiang Yan, gently pushing him back and forth. "Master, please wake up. Wake up. Who is Wukong?" Jiang Yan comfortably turned over, effortlessly pulling Shen Ming into his embrace, treating her like a human-shaped plush pillow. He rested his chin atop her head, his lips moving softly. "Do not disturb. I have never been one to rise early. These past few days of waking up at dawn have exhausted me. We are not working, so why the haste? Do not fidget. Let your master enjoy a leisurely slumber." Shen Ming froze momentarily. She had never been held in such a manner by her master before, as it was usually she who initiated their embraces. Although she had received responses in the past, none had enveloped her so completely as today. The sensation of being wholly immersed in another's world was a novel experience. She no longer pondered who the true Wukong was. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as her small hands nestled into Jiang Yan's embrace, eventually succumbing to sleep while listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Time flowed seamlessly, and before long, the sun ascended high in the sky, radiating its fervent light to illuminate the earth. Yet, in this winter season, the warmth of the sun did not evoke discomfort. Instead, it bestowed a sense of coziness and tranquility. The sunlight draping over her felt akin to a delicate veil of warmth, rendering her utterly at ease. A caravan of over 20 vehicles meandered along the official road, resembling a merchant convoy laden with various goods. A dozen guards rode ahead and behind, vigilant in their watch, while 7 or 8 servants walked alongside, overseeing the cargo. A rather fine-looking carriage trailed at the rear, though it was peculiar that it swayed slightly as it moved, raising suspicions. Seated outside the carriage was a lovely young maid, her hands grasping the reins as she focused intently on guiding the vehicle, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. "Young master, it is already noon. Should we not pause for a moment to partake in some provisions?" she inquired softly. Her gaze lowered. Inside the carriage, silence reigned for a moment before a man leaned out. His expression was composed, with striking features that exuded a certain gallantry. His deep-set eyes were sharp and penetrating, and a subtle smile played on his lips, suggesting a disinterest in his surroundings. His hair was lustrous and jet black, neatly tied back, with a few strands drifting gently in the breeze, enhancing his ethereal and carefree demeanor, radiating an irresistible charm. Upon seeing him, the maid could not help but blush profusely, fidgeting and avoiding his gaze. "Xiaolan, what did you just say?" His voice was rich and magnetic, causing her ears to flush even more. "Could you possibly—" The man's eyes sparkled with amusement as he regarded her gently. "Could you perhaps first put on your clothes?" He glanced down to discover his attire in disarray, while a seductive woman behind him giggled, playfully arranging her hair. Every movement she made was imbued with allure. Cough, cough. Xiaolan, upon receiving the instruction, set forth to establish a camp for rest. After a brief moment, she turned and retreated within, whereupon laughter echoed. "Miss Yun, you are truly excessive. This renders me quite embarrassed." "Ha ha. Who does not know of the illustrious reputation of the noble young Master Pei, the dandy of the floral world? What reputation remains to speak of, especially since this journey to Bingzhou involves transporting goods, during which you extravagantly acquired the head courtesan of Wamanlu at a steep price. The outside world whispers that the Pei family's young master is but a frivolous man, blessed with an exquisite exterior yet lacking substance. Nay, our affair is one of mutual consent. The envy of others speaks volumes about their own discontent. A fresh wave of teasing erupted, causing the maid Xiaolan's cheeks to redden further. The young master truly is the entire merchant caravan came to a halt, setting up camp to kindle fires for cooking. The aromas of roasting meat and boiling rice began to waft through the air, drifting towards the distance. Chapter 62, Fairy Sister, Hiss. Bite me. Jiang Yan remained in a blissful slumber, though he sensed a mild discomfort from the sunlight streaming in. Yet, it was not enough to rouse him from his dreams. Suddenly, an enticing aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. His nose twitched slightly, and without opening his eyes, he gradually rose. The scent was exquisite. Where could such a delightful fragrance be coming from? Jiang Yan opened his eyes and gently nudged Shenming, urging her to awaken. She, still in a state of drowsiness, sat up, rubbing her hazy, large eyes, and murmured, "Master, are you going to eat grasshoppers again?" "Huffed, eat grasshoppers? In the dead of winter, where would one find grasshoppers? I shall take you to enjoy something delightful." As Shenming lazily opened her eyes, she noticed, to her astonishment, that someone was cooking at the foot of the small hill. There are people? Indeed, there are people, and there is food. You mentioned being hungry, so come along. I shall lead you to find some. Jiang Yan's tone was surprisingly enticing, and Shenming suddenly felt that perhaps he wasn't so insufferable after all. "Hey, don't pull me." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yan had already seized her and was leading her toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, the maid Xiaolan was skewering wild chicken legs over the fire, her cheeks puffed as she stole glances toward the carriage. The sounds of laughter emanating from within irritated her further, and she chose to focus on grilling the chicken legs, ignoring the commotion around her. Just then, a shout echoed from afar, growing closer. "Hey, kind souls up ahead." Xiaolan looked up to see two figures, one large and one small, scampering down the hillside, calling out help. "We are starving." The guards, upon hearing this, stood up, their expressions serious as they scrutinized the pair. Noticing their tattered clothing and ordinary demeanor, they merely exchanged a glance with those inside, while the young Master Pei remained absorbed in his merriment, indifferent to the scene unfolding before him. Jiang Yan, shouting for help, rushed forward and lifted Shenming into his arms. He called out to the enchanting girl grilling chicken legs in the distance, "O kind-hearted and beautiful maiden. My poor disciple has been gnawing on locusts with me for several days. Initially, I thought it was inconsequential as it wouldn't kill her. However, this morning, she suddenly fainted, crying out from hunger. And now, by fortunate coincidence, we have encountered you, a benevolent fairy. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Might we stay here for a while? We shall merely savor the aroma of your chicken legs without taking any of your food." As he spoke, Jiang Yan wore a pained expression, gently smoothing Shenming's hair, and sighed, "My dear child, do not worry. We shall soon smell the deliciousness. There is no need to cry." This pitiable scene tugged at Xiaolan's heartstrings. Coupled with the earlier praise, she felt a bit flustered and, somewhat dazed, replied, "Well then, please come over. I have plenty here. Sharing half with you is no trouble at all." Jiang Yan gazed at Xiaolan with excitement. Yet a tinge of concern crept into his voice as he inquired, "Might this be too intrusive for you, my dear fairy sister?" Xiaolan, flattered by the compliment, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she hastily waved her hands in denial. "No, not at all. We have plenty, and please refrain from calling me fairy sister. I am merely a maid." Shyly uttering these words, she observed Jiang Yan casually draw near, his demeanor serious as he spoke, while plucking a roasted drumstick from her grasp. "Do not be bashful. In my eyes, you are an irreplaceable celestial being descended from the heavens." Jiang Yan abruptly paused mid-sentence, his expression contorted in pain. Xiaolan, concerned, assumed he had burned himself on the chicken leg and inquired, "What's wrong? Did you get burned?" "No, it's nothing. I was merely bitten by a cat." "A cat? Where?" Jiang Yan quietly lowered his head, only to find Shenming gazing at him with indignation. Her round, cherubic face flushed a rosy hue from anger as she nibbled on his arm. "Shoo, be quiet. Stop biting. Once I finish this drumstick, you shall be next." As Jiang Yan finished speaking, he noticed Shenming momentarily stunned, before she bit down even harder. What Shenming desired was the chicken leg. I cannot abide by the way you address others, master. Seeing that Shenming remained obstinate, clinging onto the chicken leg, Jiang Yan declared, very well. In that case, not a single bite shall you have. His expression then shifted, taking on a sorrowful demeanor as he munched away, murmuring to himself, oh, how delightful it is. Alas, my dear disciple, you have fainted and cannot partake. Woe is me, I must consume it in your stead. Xiaolon remarked, how touching. Truly a scene embodying the compassion of a master and the devotion of a disciple. The surrounding guards, who had been observing the entire spectacle, muttered, goodness. Can the acting be any worse? With such performance, who could possibly believe it? Yet, surprisingly, some did, although Shenming appeared to be cradled in Jiang Yan's embrace. In reality, he was holding her firmly, preventing her descent. She could only widen her large eyes in a fierce glare at him, her cheeks tightening in anger. Before she bit down once more. Ah, Minger, do refrain from biting. My vitality is nearly depleted by your relentless grasp. Jiang Yan felt the gradual depletion of his vital energy within, which only heightened his curiosity regarding Shenming's physique. Despite the absence of any malevolent aura, demonic presence, or even a trace of spiritual power, how was this phenomenon possible? Was it an isolated case, or did it apply to others as well? Of course, Jiang Yan would not delve too deeply into this matter at the moment. However, this did not alleviate his discomfort. The sensation of his energy waning was quite unsettling. Previously, Jiang Yan had resisted, exclaiming that she could bite him, but Shenming retorted that he could strike her if he wished. The result was that Jiang Yan was chastised. Yet she dared to persist in her antics, truly incorrigible. Thus, Jiang Yan surrendered, resigning himself to the situation. By the way, he thought, for I am brimming with energy, and you could drain me for decades without exhausting it. With this in mind, Jiang Yan found his meal all the more delectable, praising the maid, Xiaolon, to the point that she floated in a state of bliss, utterly disoriented. Naturally, such compliments distracted her from her chicken leg, allowing Jiang Yan to indulge entirely on his own. Thank you for the hospitality, Xiaolon said, her cheeks flushed, as she lowered her head and murmured in acknowledgement. No worries, brother Jiang. Are you all heading to Bingzhou? Indeed, my disciple and I are braving the elements along the way, all for the purpose of reaching Bingzhou. He replied, gently shaking the slumbering Shenming in his arms. I'm not particularly troubled, but I do pity my disciple. Earlier, while engaging in lively conversation, Jiang Yan had revealed their destination. Xiaolon hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, Brother Jiang, please wait here. I will consult the young master and see if we can accompany you. Oh, that would be splendid. Xiaolon rose and made her way to the carriage, speaking softly to those within. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan discreetly released Shenming, who, with a sudden leap, sprang from his embrace, her expression transformed into one of fierce determination. Ah, master, how could you be so cruel? How can you bear to feast while your beloved disciple watches longingly, bound and unable to move? Chapter 63. Truly, Brother Jiang is a remarkable talent. Jiang Yan was suddenly knocked to the ground, maintaining a calm expression as he explained, Ah, this is a grave misunderstanding. Who prompted you to bite me first? It was you, master, who seized me initially. I am merely attempting to allocate fairly, as your disciple. It is only right that I take the larger share. Ah, you really bit me. Help, my disciple is attacking me. Shenming was atop Jiang Yan, biting down fiercely. He attempted to grasp her head and pry her off, but to no avail. On one hand, he feared that forcing her away might damage her teeth. And on the other, this girl had consumed so much vital energy that her physical prowess had significantly increased. Jiang Yan could not help but feel a twinge of envy at the prospect of absorbing the vital energy of other cultivators without any adverse effects. And even before embarking on his own training, this would greatly benefit both his physical growth and foundational development. While other offspring of celestial beings relied on rare herbs and treasures to establish their foundations, Shenming had the unique advantage of consuming his energy instead. Well, it is what it is. If he must partake, so be it. After all, he had resolved to nurture him into the foremost prodigy of the Ancient Immortal Sect. And for now, he would have to endure this minor inconvenience. As Jiang Yan pondered this, he exerted little effort, merely pushing her face. Release your grip. Shenming, with her head tilted from the push, clung to her hold as if her teeth were welded in place, refusing to relent. Thus, the two became entangled on the ground, locked in a stalemate. The guard stationed nearby, responsible for surveillance, were drawn to the scene, their lips curving upward in amusement, unable to suppress their smiles as they savored the spectacle. Xiaolan, slightly bowing her head, upon receiving the answer that would allow them to proceed, wore a joyful expression and turned to share the good news with Jiang Yan. However, she was met with this scene. "What on earth are you doing?" Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Yan and Shun Ming simultaneously turned their gazes, exchanging a glance before releasing each other. They both crossed their arms and turned their backs, emitting a disdainful hum. Humph, humph. Xiaolan tilted her head slightly, bewildered. Just moments ago, the young girl appeared frail and on the verge of collapse. Yet now she radiated vitality. Little did she know that Shun Ming's earlier weakness was solely due to Jiang Yan pinning her down with one hand, rendering her speechless. Puzzled, Xiaolan scratched her head and turned to look at the carriage. At that moment, a dapper young man clad in exquisite attire emerged from within, straightening his garments slightly as he approached Jiang Yan. With an air of self-assured elegance, he tilted his head and remarked, "I observe that although your garments are tattered, your demeanor betrays no signs of inferiority. You must be a scholar. Have you encountered some difficulties? I, Pei, would be more than willing to offer my assistance." Jiang Yan crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Have you completed your errands?" Pei, taken aback, stammered, "What errands?" He had intended to introduce himself, but the unexpected remark left him momentarily speechless. "Well, to be honest, in broad daylight. I never imagined I would encounter such a situation on the road, so it has certainly broadened my horizons." At this moment, Pei discerned the implication behind the words and gently shook his head, neither offended nor embarrassed, but rather exuding an air of nonchalance. "What of it? It is merely a matter of affairs between men and women, a common occurrence. If you are willing, I could reluctantly part with my virtue to share with you." He spoke candidly, then raised an eyebrow and smiled at Jiang Yan, relishing the sight of this disheveled scholar, who, despite his bravado, revealed a mix of embarrassment and longing when it came to action. "Ah, perfect. I have been single for 26 years. Shouldn't I share the same bed with the sun and moon until the end of time? Thank you, Brother Pei, thank you." With that, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the carriage, moving with remarkable speed, his hand already lifting the curtain. Pei was left utterly bewildered. "Ah, wait, brother. Ahem. What I meant was," Pei nearly choked, astonished that the other was even more audacious than he had anticipated, and he hurried to catch up. Jiang Yan offered a sly smile, remarking, "Humph, I have never feared anyone, not even the most shameless of individuals. You, with your antiquated mindset, cannot possibly compare to a fine young man from the 21st century. It is utterly laughable." Observing the hesitant demeanor of young Master Pei, Jiang Yan released his grip and chuckled, "I was merely jesting. You needn't take it so seriously." Young Master Pei looked somewhat flustered, retorting, "Your earnestness and terrifying decisiveness hardly suggest mere jest." "Ha ha." Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, casually resting his hand on young Master Pei's shoulder. With a thoughtful gaze directed at the occupants within the carriage before him, he jested, "Had you not intervened, given my disposition, I truly would have proceeded. Just now, I took a glance at those inside, and, oh my, Brother Pei, you are indeed favored by fortune." Young Master Pei regarded Jiang Yan, noting not only the absence of fear or reverence but also the striking similarity in their temperaments and interests, which piqued his curiosity. "My friend," he remarked, "I feel a strong affinity with you. To be honest, I sense a certain connection between us." Jiang Yan smiled as he spoke grandly, his hands gesturing animatedly towards Shun Ming, as if to say, "Hurry, hurry. Your master has struck it rich. We shall no longer have to sleep in the wilderness." Meanwhile, Shun Ming cast a resentful glance at Jiang Yan, yet she held her tongue, burying her feelings deep within. She had learned to master her emotions, discerning what to release and what to retain. "Ah, master, you remain oblivious to Shun Ming's true desires, as long as she can be with you. Even sleeping in the wild brings her joy." The caravan commenced its journey, but during the voyage, the guard responsible for vigilance frequently shifted his gaze towards the rear of the caravan. There, two figures ambled leisurely, engaged in hushed conversation. Young Master Jiang and young Master Pei strolled together, engaging in lively conversation, which soon prompted Pei to burst into hearty laughter. Moments later, he composed a spontaneous poem inspired by an object nearby, his eyes sparkling with fervor and excitement. The guard trailing behind could not help but tighten the rein slightly. Urging his steed to slow down, and leaned in to listen intently. He caught snippets of phrases like miraculous healing hands and divine intervention, a myriad of whimsical expressions filling the air. The guard's face flushed with fervent enthusiasm, his heart racing, while even his horse turned to glance at him, its eyes reflecting disdain. If the guard was so affected, one could only imagine the state of young Master Pei himself. He radiated joy, his gaze brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. "Ah, Brother Jiang, truly, you are a remarkable talent. Your erudition is unparalleled throughout history. I am utterly in awe." Jiang Yan, composed and unflustered, waved his hand nonchalantly, his face unblushing and his breath steady, proclaiming, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my knowledge. Hardly worth mentioning." In Chapter 64, The Gateway to a New World, young Master Pei, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a profound respect, regarding Jiang Yan as an esteemed guest, and soon engaged in further discourse. At that moment, Xin Ming was assigned by Jiang Yan to sit beside Xiaolan, who was tasked with watching over her. However, both Xiaolan and Xin Ming were entirely focused on the two individuals in the distance. Yet the separation rendered their words inaudible to them. Xin Ming slightly tilted her head, although she felt discontent at being apart from Jiang Yan. The education she had received during this time had imparted a crucial realization. She understood that she must transform to be like others, for only then would her master choose to remain by her side for the long haul. Clinging to him incessantly would only lead her master to perceive her as increasingly unbalanced, potentially causing her to lose herself, which would expose her true thoughts. Thus, despite her reluctance to be apart, she dutifully remained in the carriage, observing the two individuals in the distance who were whispering conspiratorially. Shenming composed herself and began to listen attentively. Her current physical condition had improved significantly, and her auditory senses had been heightened severalfold, particularly due to her innate talent. Although the distance was great, her enhanced hearing allowed her to grasp faint snippets of their conversation, and by slightly loosening the handkerchief she wore, she could discern their words more clearly. Thus, she listened quietly, her expression alternating between furrowed brows and bemusement, occasionally grasping some of the dialogue while struggling with other parts. Every word spoken by Jiang Yan was comprehensible to her, yet when they were woven together, their meaning eluded her. What is a lotus platform? She had studied it and grasped its significance, but in conjunction with the previously heard enigmatic term, it became bewildering. And what of hitting the cow across the mountain? Alas, she found herself utterly perplexed, completely at a loss. In that moment, the young Xin Ming felt as though her mentor had not fully imparted his knowledge, retaining some secrets. This left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable, with an intense desire to unravel the meaning behind it all. She glanced at the attentive Xiaolan beside her, whose expression was equally conflicted. Yet, her mentor often advised her that in a group of three, there is always a teacher to be found. Whatever she did not comprehend, others surely would. Thus, after a brief hesitation, she turned to Xiaolan with a naive expression, inquiring, "Sister, what does hitting the cow across the mountain mean?" Xiaolan, frustrated by her inability to overhear young Master Pei's conversation, was momentarily taken aback by Shun Ming's innocent question. She proceeded to recount Jiang Yan's explanation of the term. At first, Xiaolan struggled to grasp its meaning, but with her elaboration, coupled with her own imagination and understanding of young Master Pei, some inappropriate scenarios began to emerge in her mind. "Ah," she let out a soft gasp, covering her face with her hands, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Too shy to look up. Meanwhile, Xin Ming continued to press for answers, inadvertently revealing more details, which only deepened Xiaolan's embarrassment, her face resembling a ripe apple, red as if it might burst. Xin Ming furrowed her brow lightly, puzzled by this reaction. Just as her confusion grew, a melodious laugh emanated from within the carriage behind them. "Ha ha ha, dear little sister, you truly are quite innocent." A charming woman leaned out from the carriage, reclining beside Xin Ming, holding a small book with a yellow cover, emblazoned with the 5 grand characters, Mickey's Wonderful Book. Beneath it was a signature, a handsome individual who wishes to remain anonymous. "I possess a marvelous book, the lost property of a dashing wanderer who once spent the night at my flower-full building 2 years ago. We could not await his return, so out of curiosity, we opened it," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight as if relishing a fond memory. "With the knowledge gleaned from this book, we distinguished ourselves from the many establishments in Lingzhou, rising to become the foremost house in the city. The version I hold contains exceedingly detailed accounts and vividly striking descriptions of matters between men and women, elucidating the ways of love in exquisite detail, complemented by over 100 breathtaking illustrations for demonstration. As she spoke, the enchanting woman's expression shifted to one of wistfulness, lamenting that she could not experience the creator's charm. Surely, someone capable of producing such a tome must treat women exceptionally well. Shenming listened with wide, starry eyes, her small face brimming with eager anticipation, her hands clasped in yearning. The enchanting young woman observed the suddenly speechless Shenming and couldn't help but chuckle softly, delicately covering her lips with a playful smile. Ha ha ha, dear sister, you are truly adorable. It has been quite a while since I encountered someone like you. Shenming crossed her arms and turned her back, a gloomy expression on her face as she pouted. If you won't give it, then so be it. Just as Shenming contemplated whether to remove her wristband once more for her youthful studies, a yellow book was thrust into her hands. Here, dear sister. Inside, there is a phrase I particularly cherish. The door to a new world will open for you at this moment. Consider it an enlightening book for you to peruse. Just return it to me tomorrow, but remember, do not unveil it in crowded places. With that, the little yellow book was handed to Shenming. Xiaolan had been secretly listening from the beginning and stole a glance, but her bashfulness prevented her from looking further. Shenming, however, felt indifferent, merely nodding obediently and stowing the book away to read later that night. Time passed gradually, and the day soon came to a close. Night fell. The caravan set up camp, with some tending to the fire and others preparing meals, while young Master Pei had retreated into the carriage, seemingly occupied with his own affairs, leaving Xiaolan to keep watch outside, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan found himself inexplicably surrounded by a throng, each person arriving and departing in turn. Their intentions were clear, seeking to engage him in discussions about the intricacies of human physiology. Naturally, Jiang Yan firmly declined their advances. After all, there was a time and place for such frivolities, and at present, he was a man responsible for a child. Private, sordid musings were acceptable, but he must not lead the innocent astray. Thus, in Shenming's presence, Jiang Yan exhibited a facade of integrity, turning away all who approached him and issuing stern reprimands. Ah, what a tranquil moment of wisdom this was. After dinner, Jiang Yan reclined comfortably on his lavish single cot, his head resting on a soft pillow, gazing at the brilliant stars that adorned the night sky, savoring the tranquility that night brought. Shenming, for reasons unknown, had turned in early, facing away from him. They had long since begun to sleep separately. Although they shared the same quarters, an invisible line divided them, forbidding any closeness. This boundary, though sometimes disregarded, served as a symbolic representation of their distance. Jiang Yan had insisted on this arrangement, citing Shenming's restless sleeping habits, her tendency to pinch his nose or tug at his ears, disrupting his slumber, as the reason for their separation. Of course, Shenming had protested this decision, but to no avail. Thus, it also explained why she had been frequently at odds with Jiang Yan of late. The topic has drifted far afield. Jiang Yan closed his eyes and took a gentle breath, subsequently exhaling deeply, feeling a wave of refreshing clarity wash over him. Indeed, the air in this world is delightful, untainted by pollution. However, having inhaled too much exhaust, the sudden absence of it leaves a slight discomfort, one might say. Master S. words have a touch of bravado. Jiang Yan murmured softly, then furrowed his brow. In the past, whenever he expressed such sentiments, Shenming would appropriately pose a question. Why was it so quiet today? Had she fallen asleep? That seemed unlikely, as he was usually the one to drift off first, with Shenming following suit. Something felt amiss. Indeed, it felt exceedingly peculiar. There was something suspicious afoot. Shenming, Shenming? Jiang Yan softly called out. But Shenming merely turned her back and ignored him. From Jiang Yan's vantage point, he could see a faint glow emanating from Shenming's embrace, likely a flickering fire from a match or similar source. What could she be so engrossed in? Jiang Yan furrowed his brow, gradually rising and stealthily approaching. Yet, even as he drew near, Shenming remained utterly oblivious, engrossed in the yellow-covered book, occasionally nodding thoughtfully. Ah, so this is what Master meant. But why does it feel as though Master is particularly intrigued? It perplexes me, completely confounds me. Shenming's small face was taut, the dim candlelight illuminating the pages with a soft yellow hue, casting a serious expression upon her countenance, starkly contrasting with others who had surreptitiously perused the same book. Could it be that Master enjoys this? Then perhaps Shenming does too. Shenming, what are you reading? As she pondered to herself, a low voice emerged from behind. akin to a haunting melody from the depths of hell, sending a chill down her spine. Instinctively, she hastily concealed the book in her hands, a reflexive action that even she could not comprehend. After all, the contents of the book were nothing extraordinary, hardly warranting scrutiny. Yet, she feared Jiang Yan discovering her interest in it. "Oh, it's nothing. Why hasn't Master gone to bed yet?" Shenming blinked innocently, her expression naive. Jiang Yan's face was half shrouded in darkness as he gazed down at her, an intangible sense of oppression enveloping the air. With a stoic demeanor, he extended his right hand, revealing the very yellow-covered book that had mysteriously appeared in his palm. "Is that so? Then what is this?" Shenming instinctively reached into her bosom, only to find it empty. Her book had been taken by Jiang Yan. "My book. Master is being naughty, using magic to swap," she exclaimed, anxiously tiptoeing and bouncing to retrieve the book. Jiang Yan pressed his hand down upon Shenming's head while the other hand opened the yellow book, leafing through its pages. The more he read, the darker his expression became, as if suppressing a tumult of emotions, anger, shame, and a myriad of complex feelings. Shenming, in her frantic bouncing, gradually ceased, gazing at Jiang Yan with apprehension. In a soft, pleading tone, she said, "The book doesn't belong to Shenming. It belongs to that elder sister. Please don't punish Shenming, Master." Jiang Yan did not respond. Instead, he abruptly closed the book and gazed at its cover, which bore the inscription of a certain anonymous gentleman. Once more, he opened the book, turning to the blank first page, where a striking phrase was inscribed. "Oh, young lads, open this book, and at this moment, the gateway to a new world shall be unveiled before you. Go forth and utilize the knowledge within to transform the world. I believe in you. Keep pushing forward." Upon reading this, Jiang Yan's expression could only be described as alarming, showing signs of unraveling. "Very well, splendidly well. So, you haven't even altered the original words, have you?" Jiang Yan lowered his head, his emotions somewhat unstable as his magical energy surged within him, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Although Shenming was frightened, she stepped forward with open arms to embrace him, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Master, I, Shenming, was wrong. I shall never look at this book again. It is all my fault. Please do not be angry anymore. All right?" Jiang Yan gently raised his hand to ruffle Shenming's hair, his voice subdued as he said, "It's all right, Shenming. You're a good child. And there's no blame on you. How much of this book have you read, and how much have you remembered?" Jiang Yan regarded Shenming with a benevolent smile. Shenming instinctively recoiled, feeling a tinge of fear. Yet, inexplicably, she refrained from revealing the truth. She had merely glimpsed the beginning and had not yet delved further when Master A discovered her. Fortunately, this was acceptable, sparing her the need to delve into the depths of her soul to erase her memories personally. Jiang Yan nodded to himself, speaking softly, while Shenming felt a sudden shock in her heart. How terrifying. The Master had actually intended this. Observing the current demeanor of the Master, Shenming could not help but feel a sense of relief, her curiosity about the contents of the book only intensifying. Fortunately, she had memorized everything and would simply need to recall it slowly when the time came. "Minger, whom did you say this book belonged to?" Shenming hesitantly extended her finger towards the carriage, murmuring, "It was given to me by the big sister inside, who said it was to serve as my primer. I must return it to her tomorrow." Ahem, a primer. Jiang Yan suppressed the urge to curse, guiding Shenming as they turned towards the carriage. However, before they could reach it, Jiang Yan halted in his tracks. It was simply that Master Pei was rather audacious. The horses outside the carriage, disturbed by certain lewd sounds, exhibited signs of agitation. Meanwhile, the maid, Xiaolan, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, yet her expression bore a hint of somberness. Jiang Yanjua, had I known, I would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse with him. Shenming curiously cast her gaze towards Ashi, wondering what they were up to. "Let us depart." "Oh, Ashi, are we not going to seek out that elder sister?" "No. We shall do so tomorrow." "Then what were they just doing?" Moreover, it seems Shenming heard some sounds. Chapter 66. Sister Bao, are you there? Do not inquire, do not eavesdrop, do not speak of it, and refrain from mentioning it now. In a few months, when you begin your studies in physiology, you will comprehend. As for now, the time is not yet ripe. Do you understand? Jiang Yan reprimanded Shenming with a hint of irritation, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved as she lowered her head, pouting softly in response. Yet, her curiosity regarding the matters within the book only intensified. In the dead of night, the soft sounds of gentle snoring began to arise. Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes and quietly observed Shinming beside him, noting her peaceful slumber. He then cautiously rose, taking the gourd in hand, and stealthily navigated past the guards on night watch, making his discreet exit from the premises. However, once he departed, Shinming abruptly opened her eyes, surveying the empty room. She gently tilted her head in curiosity. What could Master be up to? Jiang Yan stealthily approached a relatively secluded spot, a considerable distance from the camp. After pausing, he surveyed his surroundings and released his spiritual sense to examine the area. Once he confirmed that no one was nearby, he let out a sigh of relief. With a serious expression, he gently unfastened the gourd from his waist and held it up before him. He took several deep breaths to adjust the muscles in his lower face. Gradually, a smile graced his lips, his gaze softened with earnestness, and his demeanor turned obsequious. Supporting the base of the gourd with his left hand, he delicately placed his right hand atop it, caressing it as one would gently stroke a pet. Is Sister Bao there? Shall we have a little chat? Jiang Yan, unfazed, cradled the gourd in his arms as if it were a child, gently swaying it. He then spoke earnestly, Sister Bao, please do not ignore me. I wish to request a small favor from you. If it would not be too much trouble to step outside for a moment. As Jiang Yan's voice faded, he felt a gentle tremor emanating from the gourd in his embrace, followed by a ripple accompanied by an enigmatic language. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yan's expression brightened, and he instinctively leaned in to listen intently. He reminded himself to remain calm, to suppress any rising frustration. After all, this was his treasured possession, and he had a request to make of the other party. Patience was imperative. Jiang Yan took a few deep breaths, and then his expression became even more solicitous. He leaned closer to the gourd, hoping to nuzzle it, saying, Sister Bao, what kind of relationship do we share? You have watched me grow up. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you, Sister Bao? Get lost. Jiang Yan fell into silence, his expression inscrutable. After taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and stood tall. Gradually, he raised the gourd high above his head, his demeanor transforming into one of solemnity and reverence, as if he were engaged in a sacred ritual. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled the gourd to the ground. Ha! You wretched gourd! How dare you be so ungrateful? Addressing you as treasure sister was an act of kindness. If I cease to call you that, you must obediently remain my spiritual treasure. Let me make it clear, I do not lack for spiritual treasures. There are countless treasures pursuing me, stretching from Lianshan City to the Ancient Immortal Gate. You old wretch. Jiang Yan gazed at the gradually enlarging gourd, his tone softening, and even his voice took on a gentler quality. Sister Bao, your skin is truly fair. I was merely jesting about the brand of sandpaper used. You wouldn't be upset, would you? As he spoke, a misty, ethereal white vapor began to envelop the gourd, slowly coalescing into the form of a young girl. The moment she fully materialized, an ominous feeling washed over Jiang Yan. You audacious thief! How dare you throw me? The girl possessed an irresistibly adorable face, yet her words sent a chill down Jiang Yan's spine. Sister Bao, I was wrong. Before Jiang Yan could utter a word, he saw the little girl wielding a large gourd, chasing after him to strike. Her tiny bare feet were planted atop his head as she swung the gourd fiercely downward. Sister Bao, I was wrong. Bang. Bang. This is excessive. Bang. At least allow me to finish my sentence. Bang. Jiang Yan was utterly overwhelmed by this unadorned method of attack, left with no means to retaliate. After a considerable time, he found himself kneeling on the ground, battered and bruised, facing the imposing figure of the giant gourd. Sister Bao, I truly apologize and promise never to do it again. I have heard those words from you countless times. I can no longer place my trust in you, she huffed. The little lowly, arms crossed, perched atop the giant gourd, turned her head away, refusing to glance at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan chuckled. Well, here I am, just as you requested. You rascal, always managing to annoy me. I presume you seek my help for some troublesome matter. Do enlighten me, the young girl remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Yan's expression brightened with anticipation. Yet before he could utter a word, the girl continued, share your troubles with me, and allow me to bring some joy to your heart. If you succeed in making me happy, perhaps I too shall find delight, and subsequently, enjoy a restful slumber. Jiang Yanzhong opened his mouth wide, and with a slap of his thigh, he attempted to rise. However, a fierce glare from the little girl compelled him to sit back down, his face a mask of disbelief. Sister Bao, how many years of friendship do we share? I have always treated you with such kindness. When you claimed your spiritual essence was waning, I provided you with daily spiritual support. When you said you could not control the power of your treasure body, I specifically assisted in restraining it. When you expressed that the Ancient Immortal Sect felt stifling, I willingly ventured forth without any magical artifacts, solely to accompany you out of the sect. Each and every one of these actions is filled with my concern and affection for you, Sister Bao. Yet, look at the situation you have created. This truly breaks my heart. The little girl seemed to be touched, gradually lowering her hand. Jiang Yan could not help but reveal a smile of satisfaction. However, at that moment, the young girl unexpectedly manipulated the gourd to shrink with her sword. Then soared above Jiang Yan's head to launch a precise strike. The impact caused Jiang Yan to cower and shield his head. Meanwhile, the girl gritted her teeth in frustration. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been fine. But now that you have, I am furious. I was perfectly content at the Ancient Immortal Sect. So why did you steal me away for 3 whole years? Jiang Yan, your retort is unwarranted. I am merely looking out for your well-being. The little girl pointed at Jiang Yan, and as for that matter, I only jested about my inability to control my strength. Yet, look at what transpired. You have ensnared yourself in the experimental version 11.0, rendering me unable to emerge from this predicament. Now I find myself in this diminutive form, unable to showcase my true abilities. Once, I was a vibrant and splendid gourd, but now, confined by your actions, I have become an unsightly, dark, and rough gourd. Jiang Yan retorted, this is for your own good. Otherwise, your spirit will be stifled. This time, the young girl refrained from arguing, yet she could not abide being contradicted. Then what incantations are you reciting daily that leave me drowsy, causing me to slumber for an entire month each time? Speak. Did you take advantage of my unconsciousness to commit some unspeakable acts? I am doing all this for your benefit, dear sister. Even if I wish to engage in those unspeakable acts, you would still need to emerge. Chapter 67. The young girl in a bind. Jiang Yan spoke earnestly. Yet at that moment, the young girl stubbornly covered her ears, exclaiming, I can't hear you, I won't listen. You always speak in riddles. If I were to pay attention, I would undoubtedly be ensnared by your words. Truly, your experience is quite remarkable. Jiang Yan, feeling helpless, casually pinched the gourd and shook his head with a smile, adopting a tone meant to soothe the child. Dear Bao, do not be upset. It is not worth it to distress yourself. Consider this. Why would I seek your assistance? The young girl slightly loosened her finger that was pressing against her ear and pouted gently. You intend to exploit me again. Indeed. I do wish to take advantage of you. Jiang Yan pondered within himself, yet he dared not voice such thoughts openly. Ahem, Sister Bao, you are well aware of my capabilities. When I set my mind to something, there is virtually nothing I cannot accomplish. Would you not agree? Though this may seem rather shameless, it appears to be the case for now. Thus, for me to seek your assistance, the matter must be exceedingly arduous. If even I cannot resolve it and must turn to you for help, do you not wish to know what this predicament entails? The young girl tilted her head slightly in contemplation, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Very well, I am indeed quite eager to know. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The little girl playfully bit at Bao Dai, stating, here's the situation. I wish to converse with my 6th junior sister. However, my current realm is insufficient, and my spiritual awareness does not extend far enough. Therefore, I seek your assistance in establishing a connection. But why should I help you? Jiang Yan inquired, gently shaking his head. Nay, crossing such a vast distance and penetrating the ancient celestial gate's protective barrier is exceedingly challenging. Something Bao Dai cannot accomplish. Huh? What are you saying? I can't do it, she exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it is a formidable task, considering we are separated by several thousand miles. Your limitations do not imply mine, she retorted defiantly. I am the foremost spiritual treasure of the ancient celestial gate. Is there anything I cannot achieve? The little girl, resembling a puffed-up cat, immediately sprang to her feet. Jiang Yan, with a worried expression yet a sense of triumph in his heart, possessed a remarkably comprehensive manual for dealing with Baojia. It was so detailed that it could predict precisely what she would say next. In the following moment, she would undoubtedly regain her composure, narrowing her eyes and gazing at him with a hint of mischief, proclaiming in a triumphant tone, Are you trying to awaken my competitive spirit? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, my skills surpass yours. I simply want to be fooled. Does that infuriate you? Indeed, this unfolded exactly as Jiang Yan had anticipated. Ha. Unfortunately, my skills surpass yours. Does that infuriate you? In his heart, Jiang Yan felt a sense of triumph. Yet his exterior bore a bitter smile as his mind adhered strictly to the operational procedures outlined in the manual. Alas, Sister Bao had indeed noticed him. She was truly impressive. Humph. The young girl tilted her head slightly, hands on her hips, wearing an expression that exuded confidence and pride. However, she soon observed Jiang Yan's despondent demeanor as he sank onto the ground, propping himself up with his hands and gazing skyward. After being away from home for so many years, all I truly wished was to see my junior sister, to witness how much she has grown. Whether she has been eating her papaya on schedule, whether she has received her fair share of discipline, and if her face has remained unblemished, her figure unaltered. With me, the senior brother, absent, I fear my unreliable master might inadvertently let his disciples go hungry. The young girl stealthily glanced back at the dejected Jiang Yan, and upon catching his gaze, quickly turned her head away. Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at the proud little girl who lay lifeless before him. Yet his tone was tinged with a sense of loss. In truth, I did not yearn to meet my junior sister as much as I wished to catch a glimpse of Master departing from the Celestial Gate. I have confided in all my junior brothers and sisters, yet I have concealed the truth from Master. I feel a deep sense of remorse towards him. As he spoke, Jiang Yan wiped away his tears, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. It's nothing. The sand has blown into my eyes today. Lady Bao, you should return and rest as well. I, too, shall retire for the night. Jiang Yan turned to leave, his silhouette imbued with a poignant sense of solitude. The young girl observed his departing figure, her delicate face contorting in a mixture of emotions. After a moment of internal conflict, she finally cleared her throat softly. Ahem. It is not entirely out of the question for me to assist you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan paused slightly, turning his head with a wry smile. Sister Bao, there's no need. I understand that this would be a burden for you. It's best if you refrain from assisting me. Sister Bao, however, insisted, once I offer my help, I shall undoubtedly follow through. I have never gone back on my word. No, Sister Bao, this would take a considerable toll on you, and it is truly unnecessary. Absolutely not. I have already committed to this task. No one else will suffice. There is no need for this. I am resolute in my decision. If you continue to argue, I shall have to take action. Jiang Yan halted his steps, letting out a gentle sigh. He then turned around and gazed up at the resolute expression on Sister Bao's face, nodding slightly. Sister Bao returned the nod with equal subtlety. Then, the sorrowful, helpless, and bitter expression on Jiang Yan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a somewhat mischievous grin. With a light step, he approached Bao Jia, who looked on in astonishment. As he drew near, he playfully winked at her, then nudged her with his elbow, rousing her from her stupor. Bao Jia, when shall we begin? The innocent little girl was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in demeanor of the person beside her. She blinked repeatedly, scanning Jiang Yan up and down, her small mind unable to process such a complex array of information, leaving her with a dazed expression. Jiang Yan squinted her eyes with a mischievous smile, crouching down to gently pinch the adorable, dazed little face of Bao Jia. Bao Jia is simply delightful. Would she be interested in selling her likeness to feature in my upcoming project I desire to cultivate immortality to? With her captivating beauty, she would undoubtedly attract a plethora of novice cultivators. Oh my! The little girl exclaimed with fervor, prompting Jiang Yan to gently shake her head and raise her index finger. Now, dear child, we mustn't speak of hidden matters. We must take action. Jiang Yan was fiercely bitten by the almost infuriated Bao Jia, to the point where his fingers felt as though they might fall off. Dear Bao Jia, do you think this level of strength is acceptable? It could be lighter. But focus on the essentials. All right then. Jiang Yan was truly battered this time, with bruises adorning his face, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. He was currently attending to the delicate legs of a young girl reclining on a large gourd. He chuckled to himself, reassured that Sister Baby still cared for him and would never truly harm him. Jiang Yan chuckled foolishly, yet Bao Jia let out a delicate snort, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. Humph, I never go back on my promises. Otherwise, I would have long since put an end to you. She admonished playfully. Stop grinning like an idiot. Come here. With a nimble twist, Bao Jia leaped down from her perch. Jiang Yan wiped his cheek, and the swelling on his face diminished considerably, though some bruises lingered. This slight disfigurement would likely take time to fade. However, Jiang Yan remained unfazed. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. A mere blemish upon his visage was of little consequence. Chapter 68. Establishing a monument? Bao Jia, There is no need for excessive formality. My primary objective isn't my master, but rather my junior sister. All I require is for you to release your essence and merge with me, assisting in my cultivation. I have left contingencies at the Ancient Immortal Sect. I merely need a boost in my realm to circumvent the current protective formation surrounding the sect. As he spoke, Jiang Yan's expression turned grave. He gently closed his eyes, fingers moving in intricate gestures as a series of profound and enigmatic incantations flowed from his lips. His magical energy intertwined harmoniously with the ambient spiritual essence, creating a surreal transformation around him. Baojia did not say much. She merely hummed softly, transforming into mist and merging into the gourd. The gourd then shrank autonomously, hovering in the air and slowly rotating. Its dark, unappealing surface revealed faint traces of golden patterns that flickered beneath. A dreadful aura pulsed in sync with the shimmering patterns, appearing and vanishing gradually. When Jiang Yan reached a specific state, he abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light emanating from them. "Come," he commanded, and the dark gourd, without hesitation, surged toward him. Targeting the area of his forehead, there was little resistance, as if a fish had effortlessly entered the ocean. The gourd seamlessly integrated with Jiang Yan. Spiritual treasures are not merely encapsulated by the phrase possessing spirit. Ordinary artifacts, after prolonged companionship and refinement, can develop a modicum of sentience, enabling simple attacks and recognition in tandem with their master. Yet, such items cannot be classified as spiritual treasures. They are merely termed magical artifacts. Artifacts, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. This is a phase, and there exists a disparity between spiritual treasures. After all, as the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. Even an ordinary magical artifact, through refinement, tempering, mastery, and growth, can evolve into a spiritual treasure. However, some treasures are inherently exceptional, born into greatness, while others merely aspire to it. Those born into greatness are undeniably more formidable than those that have merely experienced gradual growth. This may seem unjust, but it is a reality within the realm of cultivation. Treasures are not akin to humans. Coincidentally, Treasure Sister is indeed a treasure born into greatness. When in sync with her possessor's intentions, she not only enhances all attributes of the wielder, but can also merge with them in critical moments, elevating their essence, level, and physical prowess, collectively referred to in the cultivation world as the three enhancements. At this moment, Jiang Yan had entered a state of profound transcendence. He felt as if he were enveloped in a thick, warm coat, adorned with dozens of weights. Impervious, yet capable of causing the very earth to tremble with each step he took. Surprisingly, he did not feel burdened. Rather, he needed to proceed with caution, lest a mere sneeze unleash a surge of magical energy, which could lead to complications. Without further hesitation, cognizant of the energy drain on Treasure Sister's spirit, Jiang Yan refrained from indulging in the sensations and instead focused his mind on sensing the remnants he had left at the Ancient Immortal Gate, an imprint of his divine consciousness. If he could penetrate the grand formation of the Ancient Immortal Gate, he would immediately regain control of his consciousness and subsequently harness the power to summon his mischievous junior sister. His spirit wandered far beyond, his eyes gently closing as his consciousness detached from his corporeal form and traversed the distance. At that moment, a diminutive figure ascended the hillside, cautiously peeking out with bright, curious eyes, observing Jiang Yan from afar. Several thousand miles away, at a steep cliff, a leaf drifted down from the mountain. It floated gently, leisurely descending into the chasm before it. Suddenly, ripples stirred the air, and this leaf appeared to penetrate the very fabric of reality. Inside, towering peaks emerged, majestic and shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Below, houses were nestled in harmonious disarray, illuminated by countless lights, bustling with traders and wanderers, reminiscent of a vibrant, earthly marketplace. The palatial structures atop the mountains were adorned with intricate carvings and grand architecture, some built into the mountainside itself, with eaves that soared and arches that dazzled. Pavilions and towers were interconnected by winding corridors, each turn revealing a new picturesque scene, as if stepping into a painting. Everywhere in the mountains, exotic flowers and unusual plants flourished amidst evergreens, while a gentle breeze carried with it a delightful fragrance. The gentle spring flows downwards, converging into a lake that mirrors the clarity of the moon and stars. Above the mountains lies an ethereal paradise, while below, the bustling marketplace thrives. A juxtaposition of seemingly incompatible scenes, yet at this moment, They coexist in extraordinary harmony. At the foot of the mountain, in the center of the small town, stands a colossal humanoid sculpture. It depicts a young man, tall and poised, emanating an air of elegance. Clad in a simple yet refined long robe, his charm remains undeniable. His long hair, dark as ink, cascades loosely behind him without restraint. His face is exquisitely chiseled, with sharp brows and bright eyes that exude a hint of languor. The slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes conveys a touch of mockery, as if he is indifferent to all worldly matters. This individual is none other than the remarkably handsome Jiang Yan, a life-size statue. Suddenly, a gentle ripple emanates, and a powerful presence of divine consciousness appears, bewilderingly hovering in the air above. Upon closer inspection, the visage is indeed that of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gazed in bewilderment at the striking sculpture below, his expression somewhat dazed. Have I really been gone for just 3 years? And they have erected a monument for me? Just then, a little boy joyfully hopped beneath Jiang Yan's statue, placing a stick of incense at its base. Turning back, he gleefully exclaimed to his mother, "Mother, today I offered incense to Grandfather Jiang again." "Very well, pray diligently. Grandfather Jiang will bless you." "Ah, it truly is a monument." The bewildered Jiang Yan then glanced at his hands. His fingers felt solid, devoid of any ethereal sensation. "What is happening? I have directly penetrated the Great Formation? The outer protective mountain formation of the Ancient Immortal Sect has not been activated. Only an illusionary formation has been set. What on earth has transpired?" Jiang Yan gazed at the bustling and familiar scene of the night market, feeling a wave of disorientation wash over him. A complex sensation enveloped him, reminiscent of the relentless passage of time and the inevitable aging it brings, as though the old waves perished upon the shore. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his bewilderment, he spotted someone at the stall for magical artifacts. A woman. She was graceful, clad in a flowing lavender robe that fluttered like the wings of a celestial being. Her features were exquisitely crafted, akin to finely carved jade. Her eyes sparkled with a clever and playful glimmer, reminiscent of a profound starry sky. In her hand, she held a folding fan adorned with a bamboo grove, where a languid panda yawned in sheer boredom. A small character Jiang was inscribed in the corner. At that moment, she strolled through the lively marketplace, fanning herself with an air of authority, engaging in friendly banter with the vendors. "Uncle Wang, how did the Qi restoration pills sell last time? Should I bring you some more stock?" Old Wang chuckled heartily. "No need, Xiao. The new elixir developed by Elder Hong has sold far better than the Qi restoration pills." The woman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what is it?" Old Wang glanced around cautiously before leaning in to whisper, "The strength pill." "Humph, what is so special about that?" "The 4.0 version can make some mid-tier cultivators invincible in battle." The woman's eyes widened slightly. "My senior brother only managed a 2.0 version. How did Elder Hong achieve this?" Old Wang chuckled. "Elder Hong said he found your manuscript while rummaging through Zhang Yi's room. And that's how he made the breakthrough." "Oh, I see. No wonder. I thought it impossible for anyone to surpass my senior brother. It turns out it's Siren." The woman's body jolted as if struck by lightning, each hair standing on end, her body stiffening as if held by an invisible force, paralyzed with fear. That familiar tone, that recognizable voice, that overwhelming sense of pressure. Her heart raced uncontrollably, the 2 words resonating like thunder in her mind, flooding her with terrifying memories. Her complexion drained of color, her eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. "Senior brother. It's his voice. He has returned." This thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning, and without a moment's hesitation, she reacted instinctively, channeling all her magical energy. She summoned clouds beneath her feet and shot upwards like a rocket, heading towards the highest peak. "Master, senior brother is back. Come save me," she shouted amidst her frantic flight, her expression one of utter panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan kept his head bowed, his expression somewhat strained. "How audacious of you, little human, to unearth all that belongs to me and brazenly offer it for sale. How delightful." Raising his head, a crimson light flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the retreating Siren. He then lifted his right hand, fingers splayed, directing it towards her, before tightening them slightly. Soul binding. Siren, in a state of frantic desperation, suddenly felt a blinding flash before her, and her entire being began to uncontrollably retreat. No, more precisely, it was the conscious part of her soul that was being drawn backward. She could even perceive her own physical form. A fragment of her soul had been forcibly extracted. Siren watched as her body languidly descended through the air, plummeting directly into the pool below. Meanwhile, She found herself ensnared within a great hand, trapped with no escape above or below. Raising her gaze, she trembled in fear, looking up at Jiang Yan, whose eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and pitifully curled up around herself. Senior brother, please allow me to explain. Very well. Then come back with me so that we may discuss it thoroughly. Jiang Yan spoke softly, then grasped the wisp of Ziran's soul and vanished from sight. Shenming crouched at a distance, her large eyes fixed on Jiang Yan's direction. From the moment until now, Jiang Yan had kept his eyes closed, seemingly engaged in some unknown endeavor. This left her somewhat perplexed. Why would her master, who should be resting, come here in the dead of night to endure the cold wind? Although this was indeed characteristic of him, did her master not wish to sleep beside Shenming? Why? Despite her compliance, did he still seem to reject her? When would she be able to make her master obediently stay with her alone? Shenming gazed forlornly at the still figure of Jiang Yan in the distance, her spirits dampened, a torrent of thoughts swirling within her, as her dark eyes faintly glimmered with hints of blue. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly moved. He took a step back, breathless, clutching his chest, appearing quite fatigued. Then, a gourd emerged from within him, releasing a wisp of white mist that coalesced into the fragile form of a young girl, who also appeared somewhat weak. Shenming's gaze sharpened as she regarded the girl. Her master was awake because of this person. Who was she? Was she here to take her master away as well? As this thought crossed her mind, she witnessed Jiang Yan wave his hand, summoning another ethereal woman to his side. In that instant, Shenming's pupils dulled with shock. There were many around her master. Kneel. A thunderous command rang out. Jiang Yan glared at the spectral Ziran before him. Obediently, Ziran brought her legs together and knelt, her fingers delicately pinching her earlobe. Tears glistened in her eyes like dewdrops, threatening to spill. Her expression one of pitiful distress that tugged at the heartstrings. Senior brother, Zier was wrong. Jiang Yan crossed her arms and cast a cold gaze. Zier should not have ventured into her senior brother's room, nor should she have indulged in the spirit fish that her senior brother had nurtured. Jiang Yan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he suppressed his anger to continue questioning. Furthermore, it is utterly unacceptable to conspire with other senior brothers to secretly indulge in your divine brew. Jiang Yan's lips trembled slightly as he questioned, how much did you all sneakily drink? Ziran's expression betrayed her guilt, unable to suppress a soft gulp. She lowered her head and replied in a barely audible voice, and not much, just a little. A little? How much is that? Ziran gestured the shape of an ordinary jar with her hands, then held up 3 fingers. Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. Fortunately, only 3 jars were stolen. Silence. A stillness so profound that even the faintest sound of a falling needle could be discerned. In that moment, it seemed as if the very breeze had succumbed to tranquility. The earth transformed into a tableau of such serene beauty. Jiang Yan stood rigidly, while Bao Jia wore an expression of amusement. Ziran, on the other hand, awaited her fate in silence. Jiang Yan slowly approached Ziran, extending his hand forward. Ziran nearly buried her head in the ground, yet was inevitably touched. It's all right. After all, alcohol is meant to be consumed. Jiang Yan spoke with a voice as warm as honey, leaving Ziran in a state of disbelief. How could her senior brother refrain from losing his sanity and punishing her, even though she had stolen the fruits of his labor for half a lifetime? This was not the path of cultivation. Given his notorious fondness for alcohol, one would expect him to be enraged upon discovering that the culprit was none other than his closest 6th junior sister. Could it be that he had truly lost his wits in his anger? After murmuring her thoughts, Ziran instinctively shrank back in fear. Yet Jiang Yan merely smiled gently and shook his head. Ah, Z, from childhood to now, you have always been the one I hold dearest. Our master, indifferent to your well-being, entrusted you to me, and I have cared for you as if you were my own. I have nurtured you from infancy. Ziran contemplated correcting him, but upon witnessing the deepening shadows on her senior brother's face, she wisely chose to remain silent. Thus, how could I ever bring myself to punish you? With a hint of skepticism, Ziran blinked and then obediently nodded, affirming, Senior brother is the best to Z. Jiang Yan let out a soft sigh before gently pulling Ziran up. Zier, your gravest mistake is not what was mentioned above. How could senior brother possibly know that we unearthed all the spiritual bamboo shoots from your mountain? Ziran exclaimed in astonishment, only to find Jiang Yan rendered speechless. The hand resting on her head seemed to tighten subtly, leading her to realize that she had misspoken. Fortunately, Jiang Yan ultimately managed to control himself, and his hand relaxed once more. Ah, it's nothing, merely trivial matters. Where was I? You were saying that Zier's greatest mistake is not what was mentioned above. Jiang Yan nodded. Indeed, Zier, your gravest mistake was trespassing into my chamber and breaching the enchantment to disseminate the secret writings I had concealed. Ziran tilted her head slightly. No, Zier merely uncovered her senior brother's works, but did not share them. She has been diligently studying them, rather than disseminating or hoarding them. Oh, is that so? Then what is this? Jiang Yan retrieved a book with a yellow cover, and upon seeing it, Ziran's countenance flushed a delicate shade of crimson, her demeanor becoming shy and hesitant. This particular volume had been confiscated by the second senior sister, only to be subsequently seized by their master. The master's possession was then taken by the Grand Elder, who deemed its contents inappropriate. Initially intending to destroy it on the spot, the Grand Elder reconsidered, acknowledging it as a work authored by her esteemed senior. Thus, it was preserved. Later, a few powerful visitors to the Ancient Immortal Sect paid a considerable price to have a copy transcribed. Ziran was adamant that she had no part in this. She had merely concealed herself in her cave dwelling to read it discreetly, but was ultimately caught by the second senior sister. With that, Ziran lowered her gaze, unwilling to speak further. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan gently relaxed his brows, feeling a sense of relief. It was fortunate that only one book had been leaked, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed that none of his other works had been discovered. Although this particular volume contained some concepts from later generations, it fundamentally served as a vessel for traditional customs. Thus it was unlikely to provoke significant upheaval. At most, it would be regarded as an inconspicuous classic, and surely no one would be foolish enough to elevate it to the status of a spiritual core. Zier, having perused my writings, must understand that certain elements must remain concealed, otherwise they could incite considerable turmoil. My senior brother is a man of the mundane world, who prefers to maintain the status quo. Indeed, Zier is well aware of this, which is why she has meticulously safeguarded them. The only manuscripts that have circulated are those pertaining to elixirs and formations. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded slightly, exhaling in relief while wishing to inquire further. However, Ziran's spirit had begun to waver, and his own strength was insufficient to sustain the soul confinement for much longer. He reached out with his index finger and gently pressed it against Ziran's forehead. Ah, you, whenever I am away, you indulge in mischief. All the arrangements I made have been disrupted by your antics. When you return, ensure your senior brothers and sisters behave themselves. They must not engage in such folly again. Yes, I promise. Ziran nodded repeatedly, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his expression brightened. Brother, your ability to summon me must mean you have returned to the eastern Liao region. Indeed. Then, will you be staying, brother? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, displaying a hint of hesitation. This caused Ziran to feel an unusual urgency. As she tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve like a little girl, her spirit becoming increasingly faint, on the verge of vanishing. Senior brother, please come back. We all miss you dearly, including Master and the elders. Jiang Yan observed the anxious Ziran, and his expression shifted from serious to cheerful as he chuckled. Just teasing you. I shall return shortly. Upon hearing these words, Ziran finally exhaled in relief, gazing at Jiang Yan with joy. However, before she could utter a single word, her entire spirit began to shatter, gradually dissipating. In the end, she could merely form the words with her lips. Senior brother, please come back. I await your return. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, watching Ziran depart. Although the little fairy Bao Jia appeared somewhat feeble at that moment, her ethereal form wavering, she remained seated atop the gourd, witnessing the entire spectacle. As she gazed at Jiang Yan's retreating figure, a look of confusion crossed her face. This is strange, Jiang Jia. One must remember that girl pilfered an entire 3 storages of your wine. A lifetime of hard work, and yet you exhibit no semblance of anger? Bao Jia inquired, her brow furrowing with uncertainty, only to subsequently sense an extremely, exceedingly, profoundly ominous aura emanating from Jiang Yan. It was laced with a hint of darkness. Good heavens, you have succumbed to inner demons. Startled, Bao Jia sprung up from the gourd, brandishing it as if to exorcise Jiang Yan through sheer physical force. However, with a mere pinch, Jiang Yan firmly grasped the tendril of dark energy. A chilling voice resonated. It is nothing, merely 3 storages. It has simply exceeded my expectations tremendously. It is but a fraction of my life's work. I can still endure. Bao Jia looked at Jiang Yan, somewhat taken aback, and asked, Are you truly all right? You haven't genuinely been agitated to the point of nurturing inner demons, have you? Jiang Yan slowly raised his hand to remove the dark jade hairpin from his head, allowing his long, silky hair to cascade down. He gently swayed his body, appearing somewhat indifferent, as if intoxicated, while playing with a strand of black mist in his hand. I could certainly accept it. After all, the events had already transpired, and it was too late to reprimand my junior sister. Sister Bao, observing the somewhat restored Jiang Yan, could not help but chuckle, reflecting on how, after toiling for most of her life, he had returned to square one. Yet, she restrained her laughter, feeling the need to offer some consolation. However, before she could speak, Jiang Yan spoke in a melancholic tone. The soul of Xiren that I captured is far too fragile to withstand my torment. Once I return, I shall suspend her in my wine cellar for 3 months, allowing her to repent for my wine, and give her ample time to reflect. Suspended in your wine cellar? For 3 months? How utterly ruthless. Sister Bao gasped, realizing that he had been waiting for this opportunity. The reason he refrained from punishing Xiren was solely due to her vulnerable soul, which could not endure such treatment. It is worth noting that Jiang Yan's wine cellar was specifically constructed for brewing spiritual wine, having cost him 1/10 of his fortune. The environment within was such that an ordinary person would emerge dripping with sweat and reeking of the potent aroma of wine. Just a taste would intoxicate anyone. It was overwhelmingly powerful. If that girl were to be confined within for 3 months, oh my, Xiren would surely suffer greatly. At that moment, Xiren, who had just awakened from the pool, inexplicably shivered, sensing a chill at her back. However, she paid it no mind, instead soaring joyfully from the pool back to her dwelling. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, then crushed the wisp of black mist in his hand. It was a close call. He almost succumbed to a malevolent spirit. Clearly, the foul energy should not be inhaled for prolonged periods, and he had yet to regain his composure. Moreover, his mental state required further cultivation. He murmured to himself, then clenched his fist and raised his head with a smile, preparing to express his gratitude to Sister Bao for her assistance. However, Sister Bao stood rigidly in place, no longer leaning against the large gourd, her face devoid of the casual expression it once held. She had become serious and earnest, resembling a student in a state of punishment. Jiang Yan furrowed his brows slightly. It had been 3 years since he last witnessed such a serious expression on Bao Jia's face. Ever since he had taken her out, rather, since he had brought her along, Bao Jia had seemed to embrace a carefree demeanor, indulging in whatever brought her comfort and acting with utter freedom, never once speaking as she did today. Could it be that danger lurked nearby? Jiang Yan's body was tense, his mind expanded, yet aside from the voyeuristic little cat, there was no one else around. But why did Bao Jia wear such a grave expression? Bao Jia, what has transpired? Jiang Yan inquired cautiously, only to observe a flicker of movement in Bao Jia's gaze as she directed her attention behind him. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned his head slowly. There, standing quietly behind him, was an elderly gentleman. His demeanor was ethereal and otherworldly. Though his hair and beard were completely white, his complexion remained rosy and youthful, untouched by the ravages of time. His eyes sparkled like stars, deep and wise, and a gentle, benevolent smile graced his face, instilling a profound sense of warmth and reassurance in those who beheld him. Upon the moment Jiang Yan beheld the venerable elder, his pupils dilated uncontrollably, revealing a fleeting daze. However, he swiftly regained his composure, aligning his legs and straightening his back, his expression serious and his gaze piercing. He stood with utmost decorum, subsequently bowing deeply with cupped hands in reverence. The figure before him was none other than his master, the current leader of the Ancient Immortal Sect, Qi Xiaowen. Master, it is truly wonderful to see you again. I have missed you dearly during your absence. Moreover, your cultivation has evidently progressed remarkably. Just a single thought from you could pinpoint my location and follow me here. It seems you are on the path to immortality, a feat that leaves me in awe, unable to keep pace. Come, master. This time, I have ventured forth specifically to procure the finest earthly daughter red wine for you, as a token of my filial piety. As he spoke, Jiang Yan gestured eagerly, attempting to summon the gourd back to him. However, Bai Jia slightly lowered her head and, in a barely audible whisper, remarked, "You have long since finished the wine." Jiang Yan's expression stiffened, and he cast an awkward glance at the elder. "Ahem, it seems there was a mishap," he stammered. The elder, with a benevolent countenance, gazed at Jiang Yan and then opened his mouth, bellowing, "Kneel down." Thud, thud. Jiang Yan and Sister Bao both knelt down in unison, expertly bowing their heads and pinching their earlobes. The elderly man, observing Sister Bao kneeling alongside Jiang Yan, helplessly massaged his forehead, and stepped forward to assist her in rising. "Senior, why are you kneeling?" "I was merely disciplining my disciple," Sister Bao said awkwardly as she stood up, clearing her throat. "Well, that was just a reflex." She then obediently retreated to the side, crouching behind a large gourd, and cautiously peered out, surveying Jiang Yan's actions. Jiang Yan widened his eyes, extending a hand in a gesture reminiscent of Erkong towards Sister Bao, only to be met with her playful grimace. He was left with no choice but to force a smile, slightly raising his head to gaze at his master. "Master, may I inquire how the Ancient Immortal Sect has fared of late?" The warm, benevolent smile on Qi Zhao's face gradually faded, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the ethereal image of a ruler materialized in his grasp. "Humph, unruly disciple, look at how you've led the elders astray." As he spoke, he skillfully invoked a spell to seal the space, rendering Jiang Yan unable to escape. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared directly before Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was utterly astonished. He hastily aimed his sword, attempting to employ a technique of evasion. However, his adversary seized his wrist with remarkable swiftness, subsequently brandishing a disciplinary ruler that descended upon him with considerable force. A resounding smack echoed. "Why do you attempt to flee? Who among our disciples harbors such thoughts of escaping from their own celestial sect, and to vanish for 3 whole years without a word? You absconded. Yet you also made off with our sect's treasured relic. And as if that were not enough, you have led our esteemed elders astray. Do you have any idea how incensed they are?" Elder Qi's beard is practically standing on end as he swings the ruler mercilessly, causing Jiang Yan to wail in despair, circling around him in a frantic dash. Yet, as his hand is firmly grasped, escape is an impossibility, resulting in a most comical tableau. Elder Qi, reminiscent of an irate sage, twirled the ruler, while Jiang Yan, like a distressed monkey, leaped about in vain attempts to flee. "No, master. I merely ventured out on an errand. I truly did not escape the ancient celestial sect. And those esteemed elders, they are mere antiquities, having weathered countless trials. How could they possibly be so riled over such a trivial matter?" Smack. "Dare you malign the elders?" Bao Jia, hidden behind a gourd, watched the scene unfold with a beaming smile, playfully nibbling on her fingernails, reveling in the moment. "Ah, this is poetic justice. Who instructed you to deceive me earlier? This is but retribution." When Jiang Yan first arrived at the ancient celestial sect, she had deliberately released a hint of her aura, prompting Elder Qi to take notice and subsequently project a strand of divine thought in return. This was merely a small act of revenge from Bao Jia, a reciprocal gesture for Jiang Yan's earlier slight against her. Jiang Yan found himself in a dire predicament, his posterior slightly swollen from the relentless beating he had endured. If this continued, he would likely be unable to walk by the following day. However, observing his master's current state, it seemed that the fury would not subside anytime soon. In a moment of desperation, he called out urgently, "Master, please cease your strikes. You have a little disciple now." Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiaowen abruptly halted, his hand poised with the ruler yet suspended in midair. His expression turned momentarily blank. "You've been away for 3 years, and now you've even fathered a child? You return without letting your master have a look at the little one? Disobedient disciple." With that, he prepared to bring the ruler down once more with great force. Jiang Yan's forehead glistened with sweat. "Goodness, what a child. I have just taken on a disciple. I haven't had the chance to bring her back for you to see." With that, he broke free from Qi Xiaowen's grasp and hurriedly made his way to a nearby patch of grass, taking small, hurried steps. There, a tiny figure lay sprawled out, and Jiang Yan approached her directly, halting in front. The little one looked up in bewilderment, following Jiang Yan's shoes upward, only to find him towering over her, grinning widely. "See, Ming'er, you need to get up on your own. Your master cannot squat down at the moment." Chapter 72. Master. "Please take care." Shenming nodded in a daze and then stood up. Jiang Yan swiftly scooped Shenming into his arms, cradling her with one arm beneath her bottom so she could sit comfortably in his embrace, and then he walked back toward Qi Xiaowen. Shenming naturally wrapped her small hands around Jiang Yan's neck, tilting her head to rest against his shoulder as she murmured, "Master, who are you here to see in the middle of the night? Shenming is so scared. Please don't abandon me, master." Jiang Yan gently brushed Shenming's hair and spoke softly, "Fear not. Master will not forsake Shenming. I have merely come to meet the individuals within the Immortal Sect. Those just now were all masters and junior sisters from the Ancient Immortal Sect, who will one day become your esteemed mentors and uncles." With that, Jiang Yan gestured towards the distance. At this moment, Qi Xiaowen was utilizing her magical powers to conjure a water mirror in midair, meticulously arranging her somewhat disheveled hair. The ruler she had been holding had mysteriously vanished, replaced instead by a bamboo whisk. With a gentle flick, she draped it over her arm, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Jiang Yan's lips twitched, feeling the sting of unequal treatment. In that moment, he tightened his embrace around Shen Ming, determined not to let go. To release her would surely invite a reprimand from his master, a certainty based on his understanding of the man. Thus, he resolved to wield the emperor's authority to command the vassals. Shen Ming, initially beset by discomfort, found some solace in Jiang Yan's embrace, though traces of her unease lingered. She nestled affectionately against him. Ahem, Minger, that old man is your grandmaster, my own master as well. He can be rather stubborn, so when the time comes, refrain from calling me master and instead address him as master. Upon entering, don't utter a word. Simply greet him with a good day, grandmaster. Remember to exploit the advantages of your youth. If he wishes to hold you. Shen Ming lifted her gaze reluctantly, her eyes glinting with mischief as she recalled Jiang Yan's description of his master. A sly smile formed on her lips. He must not be allowed to embrace me. If he takes you away, I shall face the consequences. His talent for instructing while chastising was legendary. Thus, it was crucial to align with him. Very well, I shall cling tightly to my master and never let go. No matter what, Jiang Yan felt a wave of gratification. Indeed, this disciple was worth nurturing, capable of stepping up in critical moments, just as he was contemplating. The two gradually approached Qi Xiaowen. Master, Shen Ming obediently greeted, her voice soft and delicate, addressing Qi Xiaowen with a hint of timidity. She appeared somewhat frightened. Her hands tightly clasped around Jiang Yan's neck, revealing her bashfulness. The moment Qi Xiaowen laid eyes on Shen Ming, he was captivated. Hearing her somewhat hesitant and youthful voice filled him with joy, prompting him to nod enthusiastically. Jiang Yan, with a smile in his eyes, felt a sense of relief, believing he had successfully navigated this challenge. Just then, he heard Qi Xiaowen, still smiling, inquire, "What a delightful child. What is your name, and how old are you?" Shen Ming timidly replied that she did not know her age but mentioned that her master had given her a name. At that moment, Qi Xiaowen's heart sank, and Jiang Yan's complexion turned pale, sensing impending trouble. He hurriedly attempted to cover her mouth, but Shen Ming had already uttered, "My name is Li Gooden." "Oh no, Li, the rebellious disciple," Qi Xiaowen exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation as he brandished his whisk and pursued Jiang Yan in a fit of rage. Jiang Yan swiftly scooped up Shen Ming and took off running, all the while anxiously glancing back to provide an explanation. "No, master. Her name is Shen Ming. What a lovely name it is. It's certainly not Li Gooden. Were you initially considering that name? Ah, that would indeed be a bit rebellious. How could you dare to name such a spirited child that? Well, I didn't T-name her, did I?" Jiang Yan held Shen Ming in his arms as he ran ahead, while Qi Xiaowen pursued from behind. Shen Ming, with a smile playing at the corners of her lips, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan's neck, nestled comfortably against him, and gently closed her eyes. After all, it was not lost on anyone that the master had carried Shen Ming to meet others today. Ultimately, Qi Xiaowen did not truly confront Jiang Yan, for he had always held Shen Ming close. Jiang Yan smirked playfully, saying, "Humph, how shall we fight? It matters not if I am struck, but if harm were to befall my adorable little disciple, that would be a grave sin." Thus, as the pursuit drew to a close, Qi Xiaowen gradually came to a halt, gently catching his breath, feigning exhaustion. "What a clever lad. After 3 years away, your cultivation has indeed progressed, to the point where even your master cannot keep pace." Jiang Yan smiled broadly. "Please stop, master. Rest for a moment. Your divine essence is nearly depleted, so do not squander your strength any further." She smiled gently, cleared his throat twice, and then straightened his attire. "Humph. After so many years away, you have finally accomplished something worthwhile by taking on such a commendable disciple." He merely glanced at Shen Ming, instantly perceiving her exceptional talent, which surpassed even that of the initial Jiang Yan. She exuded a unique aura, and individuals of his cultivation level would naturally feel an innate affinity towards her. With such remarkable potential, how could he not feel elated? Thus, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upward. "My dear disciple, come here and let your master embrace you." As he stepped forward, Jiang Yan instinctively retreated. Shen Ming, in turn, nestled closer into Jiang Yan's embrace, appearing somewhat timid. "Ah, master, little Shen Ming is a bit shy since this is our first encounter, and she is not yet familiar with you." Therefore, perhaps it would be best to forego the embrace for now. We can always do so once we return to the Ancient Immortal Sect. Jiang Yan squinted as he exchanged glances with Qi Xiaowen. Young man, you are quite clever, he remarked. Hiki, likewise. If I were to hand Ming'er over to you, you'd surely turn against me, and as her master, being struck in her presence would be utterly disgraceful, he retorted. Disgraceful? Do you even possess such a thing? Ah, master, that is a bit excessive. As your disciple, I merely lack shame, not dignity. The two engaged in a clandestine exchange of thoughts, followed by a shared light-hearted chuckle. Qi Xiaowen stroked his beard, gazing kindly at Shenming. What a pity, what a pity. As a mere fragment of divine consciousness, I am unable to present a gift to my little disciple. His expression then shifted, turning coldly towards Jiang Yan. Rebellious disciple. Jiang Yan could only manage a smile. Have you had enough fun out there? When do you plan to return? You mustn't allow my little disciple to suffer alongside you. Very soon, very soon. I am merely going to pay a visit to Bear Mother and will return immediately. Qi Xiaowen gently nodded, then with a flick of her dust whisk, her entire form began to gradually fade away. Take good care of my disciple. Do not let her endure any grievances. Otherwise, Certainly, certainly. I will absolutely ensure that. Safe travels, master. Jiang Yan's expression was tinged with reluctance, yet his gaze was filled with anticipation as he watched the gradually fading figure of Qi Xiaowen. Chapter 73. My master suffers from social anxiety and is not verbose. Finally, the moment had arrived. However, just as Jiang Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, a gentle voice echoed from the void, reaching his ears. I shall grant you but 1 month as time. After this period, the Ancient Immortal Sect will commence its disciple selection trial, and this time it is not solely the Ancient Immortal Sect involved. Numerous sects from the Eastern Liao domain will participate. Utilizing the trial formation you have developed, you must be present to oversee the proceedings. This gathering of sects from the Eastern Liao domain is a rare occurrence in a century, all convening either because of you or in pursuit of the benefits derived from the projects you have cultivated over the years. You must ensure that you extend a warm welcome to each sect, for in your own words, you are the lubricant that must facilitate harmony among the sects, preventing any discord from arising. Jiang Yan's expression froze. The disciples' trial? The Ancient Immortal Sect has begun to accept disciples? Wasn't it said that they hadn't done so for decades? The various immortal sects of the Eastern Liao domain have gathered together? Is our sect so idle that they convene in my absence? Or do they anticipate my imminent return? Moreover, shouldn't the one presiding over this gathering be the sect leader? As an ordinary disciple, why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? I shall not bother. After all, you are the disciple. If you dare disobey, I will continue to discipline you. If necessary, I can expend a bit of resources and use the teleportation array to arrive there. Your delivery service is quite efficient, and I have already planted spatial markers around you, which merely requires a slight expenditure of spirit stones. After all, I am the sect leader. It's merely a matter of reallocating some public funds. Who would dare to speak against it? You. Master, you are truly a good person. I shall take my leave now. The scene gradually returned to tranquility. And after a long while, Jiang Yan finally dared to spit out a frustrated sound. That old man. All he knows is how to exploit me. Shenming gazed at Jiang Yan with her bright, innocent eyes, asking, Is master unhappy? Jiang Yan turned her head slightly, reaching out to pinch her cheek gently, and teasingly remarked, You little rascal, why do you hold grudges? Is it really so significant that your name sounds a tad unappealing? Must you carry this resentment until now? Shenming pouted softly, her voice sweet and innocent. I was merely speaking the truth. Goodness. Who would have thought our dear Mingo harbors a touch of darkness within? Jiang Yan teased further. Pray tell, from whom did you learn this? Shenming could not help but roll her eyes, leaning against Jiang Yan. It's not my fault. After all, my master is a rather mischievous person. It's he who has led me astray. Jiang Yan curled his lips, recalling the similarly raised Ziran, who had transformed from a well-behaved girl, too timid to speak above a whisper, into a mischievous rascal. He could not help but sigh deeply. Alas, it seems I truly lack the ability to nurture children. Master, please do not be disheartened. Shenming harbors no ill feelings towards you, so do not be upset, Shenming softly reassured. Jiang Yan then switched hands to support Shenming and walked towards Bao Jie, who was quietly observing the scene, and spoke, Ming'er, do not blame yourself. My displeasure is not directed at you. It stems solely from the troubles regarding the celestial realm. I am a person of modesty, preferring not to put on airs, and my circle is rather limited, as I am inherently socially anxious. All I desire is to relax peacefully on a sunlit afternoon in a reclining chair. Having accompanied Jiang Yan for some time, Shenming was somewhat familiar with the peculiar phrases he used. Upon hearing this, she could not help but lift her gaze, regarding him with an expression full of skepticism. Jiang Yan, unaffected by any pressure, continued to speak under her inquisitive gaze. Managing the overall situation appeared to be quite troublesome. If I were to take charge again, the chaos would only increase. Moreover, I have been away for 3 years, and some individuals have nearly forgotten me. Upon my return, I would have to greet them with bows and courtesies, which is truly vexing. Rest assured, Master, for Shenming is here to alleviate your troubles, Shenming declared, shaking her tiny fist. Yet, Jiang Yan merely teased. You little girl, still lacking maturity, wish to assist your master? If you genuinely wish to help, then you must diligently cultivate your strength and eventually succeed me as the leader of the Ancient Immortal Sect. That way, your master can comfortably recline in a chair and enjoy a life of leisure. As Shenming regarded the jesting Jiang Yan, she slightly lowered her head, contemplating with a serious expression. This stirred something within Jiang Yan. Excellent. It is essential to plant the seed of leadership in little Shenming, ensuring that I can later indulge in leisure. No, I mean, develop. Jiang Yan felt a sense of pride within, just as Shenming slowly began to speak, her words striking with a surprising intensity. Observing her serious expression, she posed a provocative question. If one were to become the sect leader, would that permit one to bully the master as the steward does? Cough. How audacious, Shenming. What are you intending to do? Shenming, seated in Jiang Yan's embrace, defiantly placed her hands on her hips. After all, the master perpetually bullies Shenming, disregards her counsel, and frequently lures her into traps. If you continue to speak so, I shall cast you out. The master truly is delightful. Jiang Yan gazed at the seemingly obedient and earnest Shenming, momentarily lost in thought, as he faintly discerned a semblance of his childhood companion, Ziran, within Shenming. It is worth mentioning that Ziran was raised by Jiang Yan since childhood, and even her name was bestowed upon her by him. Originally, she was called Ziran, a name that initially did not raise any eyebrows with his master, who even believed that Jiang Yan had finally displayed a moment of clarity by choosing a name that was relatively acceptable. However, everything changed when Jiang Yan happened to pass by the dining hall of the Ancient Immortal Sect. Upon entering for a visit, he learned of a certain barbecue seasoning known as Ziran. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this seasoning was something he had stumbled upon long ago while secretly barbecuing spiritual beasts with his junior disciples in the back mountains. Consequently, from that moment on, Ziran was renamed as Ziran. Since that time, Jiang Yan has not bestowed a name upon anyone, not for lack of desire, but rather due to the simple fact that his master had stripped him of that privilege. As he gazed upon the somewhat delicate and endearing Shenming, Jiang Yan offered a gentle smile. The leader of the Ancient Immortal Sect is indeed the true master, unshackled by the influence and constraints of any elder or internal faction. When he speaks, the entire sect must heed his words. If Ming'er were to truly ascend to the position of sect leader one day, his master would have no choice but to obey her. Shenming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She exclaimed, oh my, you truly wish to challenge your master? How could you bear to do so? Shenming, cradling her little head, spoke with a hint of grievance. No, I just want to alleviate some of the pressure for my master. Jiang Yan also smiled gently. Very well, Ming'er must strive diligently. For the position of sect master is not easily attained. My presence necessitates that if Ming'er wishes to ascend to that role, she must exert herself to surpass me. Only then will she be worthy of the title of sect master. All right, I shall surpass master. Chapter 74. Sleep. At this moment, Jiang Yan approached Sister Bao, who had overheard Shenming's words. Leaning against the large gourd, she scoffed lightly. Heh, the little one speaks without understanding the vastness of the sky and the earth. Not to mention your cultivation level, the feats this boy has accomplished are unparalleled. You, an inexperienced child, should wait a few decades before making such grand declarations. Shenming, embracing Jiang Yan, turned her head to look at the girl leaning against the gourd, tilting her head in curiosity. You are Masteress Gourd? Sister Bao raised an eyebrow playfully. Oh, you can recognize me? Is that what you were saying? Jiang Yan shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, No. Why would I discuss such matters when I have nothing to do? He then inquired, Bao Jie, why haven't you returned yet? Bao Jie smiled with her eyes narrowed, causing Jiang Yan to involuntarily step back a couple of paces, his expression tinged with hesitation. What are you doing? With your intelligence, You shouldn't be exhibiting such an expression. Surely, you haven't been intimidated by Master just now, have you? Are you seeking a confrontation? He coughed lightly and continued, I merely meant to say. Your expression is clearly inscribed with 3 words, great genius, which is quite unlike your usual demeanor. Indeed, I am quite clever. I simply choose not to display it often. Bao Jie replied, as she approached Jiang Yan with her ethereal form, circling him while scrutinizing Shen Ming. Shen Ming, in turn, fixated on her, his little head following her movements as she twirled, and then suddenly became stuck. Jiang Yan firmly turned Shen Ming's head back, exclaiming in exasperation, What are you two doing, engaging in a silent exchange of glances? Bao Jie imitated Jiang Yan's usual gesture, rubbing her smooth, hairless chin while nodding thoughtfully. What is going on? Have you discerned something? It's a woman. Jiang Yan chose to remain silent. With a single gesture, the dark gourd gradually diminished in size before returning to his hand. He then turned and departed, offering not a glance back at Bao Jie. With a chuckle, Bao Jie transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into the gourd, leaving no trace behind. Bao Jie, have you discerned something? Jiang Yan supported Shen Ming with one hand while holding a gourd in the other, silently conveying his thoughts to Bao Jie. Although it was not immediately apparent, her aptitude was commendable, and she possessed a certain innate spirit, similar to some innocent spirits and those who diligently pursue the path of cultivation. They all seem to feel an instinctive affinity towards her. I too am no exception. I even suspect that this innate connection she possesses extends to all sentient beings. The voice of Sister Bao echoed in Jiang Yan's heart, leaving him somewhat astonished. Sister Bao, you are a being of nature, born of the earth, with a physiological structure and perspective that are utterly distinct. Yet, despite this, how could you possibly feel an affinity for Ming'er upon first glance? Could it be that you two share some prior connection? He pondered. I am uncertain, which is why I find this rather peculiar. I have harbored no thoughts towards her, neither affection nor malice. However, this recent encounter has inexplicably kindled a sense of goodwill within me. This transcends mere talent. It resembles the essence of a natural being. Yet she is undeniably human, which renders the situation all the more enigmatic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, then discreetly cast a glance at the somewhat drowsy Shen Ming, subtly shaking his head. It is of no concern, as long as she remains human. No matter how peculiar she may be, she will always be my disciple. Moreover, her origins are deeply intertwined with the Ancient Immortal Sect. Once we return to the sect, I shall consult with my master thoroughly. After Jiang Yan responded, Sister Bao's voice paused for a moment before continuing. But what if her background truly poses an issue? Or she cannot gain entry into the Ancient Immortal Sect? What then? Jiang Yan fell silent. He released the gourd, allowing it to dangle at his waist, and then gently brushed aside Shen Ming's flowing hair, revealing her cherubic face adorned with rosy cheeks and her pair of dark, luminous eyes. What are you doing, master? Shen Ming, her eyes nearly unable to stay open due to fatigue, nestled against Jiang Yan and spoke in a soft, mellow tone. Jiang Yan gently pinched Shen Ming's delicate face, softly remarking, I am not doing anything, merely admiring the exquisite beauty of my dear Ming'er. Oh, then let the master observe. Shen Ming replied, tilting her head against Jiang Yan's shoulder, her small lips pursing in a playful manner, her eyelids fluttering in a drowsy state. Sleep now, for your master is here. Do not wander off any longer, she murmured softly, her mind already drifting into slumber as she nestled into Jiang Yan's embrace. I shall not stray, not at any time. With a subtle smile gracing Jiang Yan's lips, he conveyed a somewhat relaxed tone to Bao Jie in his thoughts. If there are problems, so be it. After all, I have allowed her to call me master. If the issue proves to be significant, I can always conceal her and raise her in secret. Given my achievements, surely I can support a little one. The gourd at his waist trembled slightly, and Bao Jie's voice resonated in Jiang Yan's mind. What if, just what if, it's truly beyond your means to care for her? If that's the case, then I shall manage it regardless. Did the Ancient Immortal Sect not establish the black and white manner? One can always take life one bite at a time. You may handle it as you see fit. I shall no longer involve myself. With that, the gourd returned to its tranquility, and Bao Jie ceased her communication, likely retreating into slumber. Jiang Yan chose not to disturb Sister Bao any further. It was best for her to recuperate, especially given the considerable strain she had recently endured. Subsequently, he employed the gentle baby spell to bestow her with tranquility, allowing her to rest for an entire month. Upon returning to the opulent shop, Jiang Yan leaned in slightly to listen to the carriage of young Master Pei. His brows arched in mild surprise. Oh, it appears young Master Pei possesses quite the prowess. Has the gathering not concluded since my departure? This evokes memories of an old acquaintance, and fortuitously, my journey leads me to a place where I might introduce them. It would certainly stir reminiscences of bygone glorious days. At this moment, Shen Ming appeared to be sound asleep, yet in truth, she was keenly attuned to the surrounding sounds. Of course, with her current auditory capacity, she could only discern the faintest of whispers, but still, she sensed a hint of joy from the two individuals. Why do they seem so delighted? Moreover, Master seems equally intrigued. Could it be that both are in high spirits? It remains a mystery. Perhaps only to be fully comprehended when Shen Ming matures. Jiang Yan gazed into the distance and could see the swaying carriage, where the maid Xiaolan, her petite face flushed, was nervously tugging at the hem of her garment, her expression tinged with irritation. TSK, it seems that young Miss Xiaolan harbors feelings for this young Master Pei. Should I offer her some assistance? Jiang Yan murmured softly, yet was interrupted by the restless Shen Ming in his embrace. He lowered his head to gently soothe her before setting her down. However, Shen Ming clung to him, her hands entwined around his neck, her eyes remaining closed as if in slumber, yet refusing to let go. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yan decided to disregard her persistence and placed her upon the sumptuous carriage's padding, lying down beside her. It was not that he lacked the desire to recline. Rather, it was the discomfort in his backside that hindered him. Chapter 75. Pain. Unbearable pain. Fortunately, the padding beneath them was filled with fodder for the horses. Otherwise, it would have been quite uncomfortable. He spat in frustration. That old man struck with such ferocity. It felt as though he had been mercilessly beaten. Given his current state, he would likely find himself lying down again tomorrow. Thus, the two of them now lay in this manner. Shen Ming curled against him, her arms wrapped around Jiang Yan, who lay flat like a lifeless fish, both covered by a small blanket. The scene was undeniably harmonious. Jiang Yan gently rubbed his backside, and then suddenly addressed the tightly shut eyes of Shen Ming. Minger, I am aware that you are not yet asleep. However, I shall allow this indulgence for now. But remember, when you doze off, be sure to behave. Avoid encroaching upon your master's backside. Understood? The already slumbering Shen Ming nodded in response. Jiang Yan finally eased his mind, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Shen Ming quietly pulled the blanket over them, enveloping the two completely. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the air was infused with a refreshing essence, and a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a subtle chill that allowed Jiang Yan to sleep even more soundly. However, a gradually intensifying pain in a certain area began to tug at his nerves. Initially, he thought to endure it a little longer, but the discomfort not only persisted but seemed to amplify, prompting him to furrow his brows. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. Before him was Shen Ming's petite face, so close that he could discern every detail. Her cheeks were as rosy as a peach, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. Her small mouth was slightly ajar, gently producing soft snores, reminiscent of a napping kitten. A droplet of crystal-clear saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth, tracing down to his collar, resembling a string of pearls. This endearing sight elicited a smile from Jiang Yan as he reached out to wipe her mouth. Glancing downward, he soon realized the source of his discomfort. Little Shen Ming had entwined herself around him in a pose reminiscent of an octopus. Jiang Yan was struck with a wave of exasperation. Had she completely forgotten his earlier words? With a sense of helplessness, he gently pried her small feet away and wiped the drool from her mouth. After completing this task, he closed his eyes once more to resume his sleep. Yet, it was not long before he found himself embraced again. Jiang Yan persistently pushed her aside, while Shen Ming continued to lean on her. Jiang Yan parted ways, while Shen Ming hung his head low. Jiang Yan made his move, a playful flick of his fingers striking Shen Ming's head. Shen Ming's expression crinkled as she tucked her little head into a ball, while Jiang Yan, satisfied, closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. Before long, he drifted back into the realm of dreams, a serene smile gracing his face. Shen Ming slowly opened her bright, dark eyes, reflecting Jiang Yan's tranquil visage as he slept. His long hair was neatly arranged, his sword-like brows slightly relaxed, and beneath his prominent nose, his lips curved ever so slightly, as if in a gentle smile. In this peaceful state, he exuded an entirely different charm that captivated her attention. Once again, her fingers unconsciously traced his face, tapping his nose, pinching his eyes, playfully fiddling with his hair, all while a silly grin adorned her face. My master is truly wonderful, she mused. At that moment, the maid Xiaolan approached slowly, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge. Originally prepared for young Master Pei, she had no intention of delivering it if he remained unresponsive, so she brought it over instead. With dark circles under her eyes and a somewhat haggard expression, she paused beside Xin Ming, curiously observing the posture of Jiang Yan and her. Sister, what is your master doing in this position? She inquired. Noticing Jiang Yan sprawled out like a lifeless fish, Xin Ming gently turned her head to glance at Xiaolan, a standard smile gracing her lips. My master always sleeps like this. Oh, I have a bowl of porridge here. Are you hungry, sister? I'm not hungry. Very well, then what about young Master Jiang? He's not hungry either. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sister Xiaolan. My master prefers to sleep undisturbed. Xiaolan observed Xin Ming's fingers continuously playing with her hair and couldn't help but voice her thoughts. But it seems like you are interrupting him, aren't you? However, considering that the individual was a disciple of Jiang Gu, it is possible that they possessed certain privileges. With this thought in mind, Xiaolan shut her mouth. Casting one last glance at Jiang Yan's audacious sleeping posture, then turning her gaze towards young Master Pei's carriage in the distance, she couldn't help but scratch her head in resignation before retreating. As time flowed on, the members of the caravan had adjusted their states, having gathered all that was necessary and prepared to set off. However, Jiang Yan was utterly unprepared as he remained blissfully asleep atop the carriage, showing no inclination to awaken. The guards and servants refrained from disturbing him, given that he had conversed so joyfully with young Master Pei the previous day and was honored as a distinguished guest. Nevertheless, this situation posed a slight dilemma for young Master Pei. No matter how much they called out, Jiang Yan remained unresponsive. Had it not been for Xiaolan's brief inspection, the others might have believed he was lifeless. Fortunately, it seemed he was merely exhausted. Without young Master Pei's command, no one dared to take the initiative. Even for such a trivial matter, there was a palpable reluctance to voice the order to advance, leaving them to wait until young Master Pei had gathered enough strength to awaken. After a while, approximately half an hour later, the sun began to rise gently, and Jiang Yan gradually stirred from his slumber. He initially intended to rise and stretch his limbs, but the pain radiating from his posterior caused him to slowly lower himself back down. The discomfort was overwhelming. The aftermath was indeed quite severe. It seemed he would be unable to run in the coming days. Jiang Yan exclaimed in frustration, Master, it hurts. Xin Ming gently replied, It won't hurt if you just touch it. Silly child, you are not Nangong Wenya, nor do you possess the halo of a protagonist. Even if you touch it 1,000 times, the pain remains. Xin Ming pouted in dismay, unsure of how to alleviate her master's discomfort. Yet, amidst her gloom, an inexplicable joy blossomed within her heart. Although her master was in pain and suffering, this state kept him from wandering about restlessly. He remained quietly by Xin Ming's side. Even when she engaged in other activities, he would consent, which felt pleasantly reassuring. Jiang Yan, oblivious to Xin Ming's thoughts, tucked his hands beneath his chin like a contented cat, narrowing his eyes to savor Xin Ming's gentle kneading. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang Yan's mind. Minger, Chapter 76, Deception. Xin Ming tilted her head, observing Jiang Yan's sudden excitement. What is Master up to now? Jiang Yan suppressed his expression and spoke in a calm tone. Minger, do you wish to share some of the burdens with your master? Xin Ming nodded eagerly. Yes. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yan continued. Well, Minger, you have been with your master for quite some time now. However, apart from teaching you to read and write, I have not imparted any other knowledge to you, which fills me with a sense of guilt. Therefore, today, I shall teach you some exceptionally powerful techniques. These skills are suitable for all ages, from esteemed elders to common folk, all of whom are drawn to them. Xin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to Jiang Yan, her face brimming with anticipation. Master, please teach me. Jiang Yan gently tousled Xin Ming's little head, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he nodded in approval. Good child, your diligence and thirst for knowledge are commendable virtues. I shall impart to you this extraordinary set of techniques, unparalleled throughout history. It holds the potential for great advancement in our time. Very well, Minger. Attend closely. This collection of skills includes the art of gentle pinching, the secrets of knocking, the compendium of finger pressure, and so forth. Wow. Master, you are truly impressive. Jiang Yan smiled slyly. Of course. Who am I? I am the unprecedented figure who has never before graced this world and likely shall not again. Thus, This complete set of techniques is a rare treasure. I have meticulously compiled it into what I call the 72 techniques of Tué. This surpasses the 36 techniques of massage from the ancient sects by a factor of 2. What do you think? Isn't my mastery impressive? A master is truly remarkable. Xin Ming exclaimed joyfully, her heart brimming with excitement. She contemplated that once she had mastered these techniques, she would no longer fall prey to her master's tricks. In fact, if her master ever disregarded her wishes again, she could wield these 72 techniques to triumph over him, compelling him to heed her words. Jiang Yan gazed at the exuberant Xin Ming, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. My dear Ming'er is simply too gullible. She will be able to enjoy a life of comfort henceforth. Ahem. Ming'er, listen closely. The 72 techniques are exceedingly formidable, and you may not grasp them all at once. Therefore, I shall first teach you a single maneuver, known as the shoulder pinching technique. I shall endure some hardship and serve as your training partner. You may employ it against your master, and I shall not retaliate. Xin Ming was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Master, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of guilt and dared not meet her gaze, opting instead to clear his throat lightly. It is nothing. My cultivation is unparalleled. With your current abilities, even if you exert yourself for over a decade, you shall face no peril. Therefore, do not feel pity for your master. Do not squander the heartfelt efforts I have invested in you. Xin Ming nodded earnestly. Indeed, I shall treat my master well from now on. Surely, my master has been the best to me. It appears that my previous thoughts of confining him were excessively harsh. He has imparted so much knowledge to me, yet I contemplated restricting him. Yes, it is decided. From now on, I shall only confine my master within the courtyard. With a hint of guilt, Xin Ming regained her confidence and listened intently to Jiang Yan's narrative. Throughout the discourse, Jiang Yan maintained a furrowed brow, his expression a blend of enjoyment, feigned contemplation, and subtle anguish. This sight deeply moved Xin Ming. The merchant caravan lingered for an hour, while young Master Pei's carriage remained still for nearly the same duration. Initially, the guards in Shaolin were somewhat anxious, fearing delays in their journey, occasionally glancing towards the carriage. However, as time passed, their urgency waned, and they gradually congregated around Jiang Yan, observing Jiang Yan leaning against the carriage. With Xin Ming tenderly massaging his shoulders, one could see her technique was remarkably adept. She occasionally uttered a word or two. This shoulder feels lighter. Yes, yes. Just raise the left shoulder up a bit more. Apply a little extra pressure. Nice. What did my master just say? I meant to say, there's a tear in the left shoulder. Oh. Then, Xin Ming, be gentler. No. This pressure is perfect. It aids muscle recovery. Oh. The guards also gathered around, pointing and commenting. Is this a shoulder massage? Why does it seem akin to some exquisite martial arts technique? Some of us cannot comprehend it. It resembles how my wife usually kneads shoulders, yet it lacks that essence. Note this down. Some even ventured to inquire. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. What precisely are you doing? Jiang Yan's eyes drooped slightly as he let out a yawn, murmuring to himself. A group of naive individuals. This is a martial art passed down through my family, a closely guarded secret, possessing both the ability to harm and to heal. To inflict harm, a mere touch can lead to broken bones and numbness. To heal, it can enhance vitality and strengthen the essence, even allowing one to grasp the wielder's intentions and manipulate their joy and sorrow. The difficulty of mastering this art is so profound that only those of exceptional caliber can learn it. My little apprentice is the only one capable of grasping even a fraction of its techniques. The crowd gasped in astonishment, marveling at the mystique of this martial art. And they began to praise Xin Ming as well. Goodness, what an extraordinary skill. Who would have thought this young child possessed such prowess? Xin Ming, indifferent to the opinions of everyone except Jiang Yan, felt a flicker of pride at the compliments and the crowd's awe. She slightly raised her head, instinctively striking her shoulder with more vigor, thinking to herself, my master is truly wonderful. I must repay him well in the future. Young Master Pei gradually regained consciousness, feeling enveloped in a hazy golden hue. The interior of the carriage appeared blurred to him. After a moment, his vision began to sharpen, though his mind still buzzed from the remnants of last night's wild escapades, causing a shiver to run down his spine. How could I have acted so? As he collected himself, he noticed the enchanting woman sleeping peacefully beside him, mumbling words that resembled dreamlike murmurs. This intensified his sense of guilt. Struggling to sit up, he felt a certain weakness in his body. The woman gently furrowed her brow and opened her alluring eyes. She then raised her delicate arm, draping it languidly over young Master Pei's shoulder, murmuring in a voice tinged with sleep, "Young Master, may I rest a while longer?" Young Master Pei shuddered, his murky eyes instantly sharpening. At that moment, he vividly recalled the reckless actions of the previous night. While he had reveled in the experience at the time, now it weighed heavily on his conscience. At this juncture, his reason returned, his eyes sparkling with clarity and wisdom. His expression solemn and dignified as he raised a hand to interject. "Miss Shun, I implore you to exercise some restraint. I believe you are being rather frivolous." The enchanting woman was momentarily taken aback. "What happened to that wild spirit you exhibited yesterday? And now you wish to lecture me?" Young Master Pei maintained his serious demeanor, gently covering the alluring woman with a delicate silk quilt. As she looked at him, bewildered, he softened his tone and said, "Please, do rest more." The enchanting woman was left with a head full of questions. As Mr. Pei straightened his back, he leisurely donned his attire, his movements unhurried yet imbued with elegance and grace. Pulling aside the curtain, he inhaled deeply, his face illuminated with anticipation and longing for the morrow. Ah, how refreshing! I had never realized the world could be so vast. His attention was suddenly captured by the sight of Jiang Yan, surrounded by a throng of guards and servants. At that moment, Jiang was reclining comfortably, engaging animatedly in conversation with those around him. Brother Jiang, indeed a remarkable individual, navigating the realms of society with such ease. Adept in the nuances of relationships, yet remaining untouched by their entanglements. His nonchalance and self-discipline are truly admirable. I, Pei, feel humbled in comparison. If only I could attain even half of Brother Jiang's stature, I could undoubtedly carve out a name for myself in this world. Such a friend is indeed a worthy companion. With that thought, he cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and called out with enthusiasm, "Brother Jiang." Jiang Yan half opened his eyes, offering a slight nod towards young Master Pei. Understanding the unspoken cue, young Master Pei nodded in response, then, with a smile gracing his lips, he elegantly brushed aside the hem of his garments and leaped down from the carriage. His demeanor was composed and graceful, long hair flowing in the breeze. And with his exceptionally handsome visage, he exuded an air of grandeur. Xiaolan gazed at him dreamily, her eyes filled with his image, while the guards looked on with smiles, silently nodding in approval. Although the young master's actions were somewhat extravagant, his appearance remained impressive, ensuring he would not embarrass himself in front of others, which relieved the guards, sparing them from the need to uphold his image. Upon landing, young Master Pei maintained a calm expression. However, his legs betrayed him, bending naturally and fluidly as he suddenly knelt down with a thud. Xiaolan continued to gaze at him starry-eyed, while the guards' foreheads were adorned with beads of sweat, and Xiao Shunming diligently patted Jiang Yan's back, causing Jiang Yan to chuckle softly. As for young Master Pei, he remained unfazed. The lengthy night had left his legs weak, alas. Such is the burden of my irresistible charm, he mused, attempting to rise, only to realize that his lower body lacked strength, his legs trembling like two unsteady chopsticks. He couldn't help but look up, his voice resonant yet gentle as he called to Xiaolan. "Could you come over and assist me?" Xiaolan promptly dashed to his side, and soon, another guard, forcing a grimace, joined to help support young Master Pei. When they reached Jiang Yan, young Master Pei waved his hand grandly, summoning another wagon for cargo, and reclined on it in a casual pose. At last, the entire convoy set off. The others dispersed, some on guard duty while others tended to the cargo, leaving only Xiaolan seated beside young Master Pei, gently massaging his legs. Young Master Pei tilted his head back, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared at the clear, azure sky, exuding an aura of melancholy that was quite enchanting. His face inscribed with the unspoken words, "I harbor worries." This stirred Xiaolan's heart, causing it to race as she hesitated several times to speak. However, Jiang Yan appeared oblivious, still engrossed in his own world atop the haystack. Meanwhile, her disciple, Shun Ming, remained focused, kneeling beside Jiang Yan with a serious expression, rhythmically thumping his small fists on Jiang Yan's back. Jiang Yan comfortably closed his eyes, savoring the gentle caress of Shun Ming's small hands gliding across his back, easing his tension. Yes, precisely there, apply a bit more pressure. Shun Ming diligently practiced the techniques Jiang Yan had imparted to her, continually experimenting on his form. "Oh, master, you work so hard, even sacrificing yourself to teach Shun Ming. Shouldn't you take a break? It's nothing, truly, not at all burdensome. I can fully endure this. As long as Minger wishes, I am more than capable of accommodating her." Then Xin Ming will continue to massage you tonight. Ah, my obedient disciple, do continue. Jiang Yan felt a secret delight. Ah, this is precisely how a disciple ought to be utilized. To raise them with great effort only to neglect serving their master would indeed be a tremendous waste. Xin Ming, with a serious demeanor, declared, I must diligently cultivate my skills and surpass my master. The two harbored their own intentions yet coexisted harmoniously. Meanwhile, young Master Pei, feeling somewhat awkward as both individuals disregarded his presence, cleared his throat twice and began to speak to himself. Brother Jiang, what do you believe is the purpose of life? Jiang Yan lay on the counter, speaking weakly. You have merely transitioned abruptly from a state of beastliness to one of wisdom, and it is only natural that you struggle to accept this newfound perspective. Do not waver or act impulsively. Simply allow yourself a moment to regain your composure. Yet, I feel a profound sense of hopelessness, as though I have come to terms with the futility of life. Jiang Yan gently raised an eyebrow, glancing at the current state of young Master Pei. His eyes were sunken, his cheeks hollow, his complexion somewhat sallow, and his gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Jiang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Your present appearance reminds me of a certain individual. In my recollection, the first half of his life mirrored yours, while the latter half diverged significantly. I might refer to him as a ruthless character. Young Master Pei, intrigued, inquired, what is a ruthless character? Jiang Yan clicked his tongue twice, casting a glance at the earnest Xin Ming, who was diligently performing a massage. With a flicker of his magical power, he sealed her ears and began to recount his tale. He had once been enamored with this path, much like you are now. Before our fates intertwined amidst matters of the mountain, I engaged him in discussions regarding the complexities of love and desire. Upon hearing my words, he could scarcely contain himself, ultimately succumbing to the allure, thereby breaking his heart's principles and becoming ensnared in its intoxicating depths. Occasionally, flashes of enlightenment would strike him, leading to profound realizations, and he vowed that this would be his final indulgence. Subsequently, he resolved to devote himself to scholarly pursuits, aspiring to achieve great accomplishments and accolades. For a time, he indeed made significant progress, mirroring your current state quite closely. Chapter 78, A Friend of Mine, Part 2. Young Master Pei gradually straightened his posture, while Xiaolan perked up her ears, leaving only Xin Ming in a daze, blinking her eyes in confusion. What was Master muttering about behind my back? Why can't I hear anything? And who was that formidable person, and what became of them afterwards? Did they, like me now, amass great wealth and power? Jiang Yan shook his head. His name is Xian Lai. As for what follows, that is naturally a matter of today begetting tomorrow, and tomorrow is abundant with possibilities. Such a state of divine assistance, however, can only be sustained for a little over half a year before his heart begins to stir restlessly once more. Rules and principles, once preached, seem to exist only in name, beyond the grasp of those lacking great determination. Henceforth, it becomes a matter of indulging in the wine of the present, heedless of the prospect of drinking cold water tomorrow. Day after day, this cycle repeats, ensnaring him in a self-deceptive rescue, convincing himself that he has only transgressed once. Underneath this mental strain, he not only finds himself troubled in thought, but also in spirit. Young Master Pei, listening with a dazed expression, thought, this sounds eerily familiar to me. Brother Jiang has truly spoken the truth. Moreover, he articulated a term not found in ancient poetry. Though simple and blunt, it is nonetheless concise and effective. This. Brother Jiang indeed possesses the talent of a recluse. Yet, can this be deemed as ruthlessness? If so, then I too. What you describe is mere folly, not true ruthlessness. Young Master Pei, enveloped in confusion, mused, Brother Jiang, your vocabulary is always so unexpectedly profound. I find myself at a loss as to what you mean by folly. Jiang Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was nothing more than a description of a particular group. The formidable individual I previously mentioned is truly a person of great perseverance and determination. He may have been somewhat foolish in the past, but subsequently, he experienced an awakening. When I returned to Bingzhou to visit family and encountered him once more, he appeared as if he were possessed, gaunt and emaciated, wandering back and forth in the final moments we could share together. As Jiang Yan paused at this point, young Master Pei, captivated by his words, promptly inquired further upon noticing his silence. Jiang Yan gently shook her head, letting out a soft sigh as she spoke. I was so young back then. Seeing him unable to extricate himself, I felt a mix of guilt for having led him down this path and astonishment at his self-imposed entrapment. I merely uttered a thoughtless remark, unaware of its consequences. What did you say, Brother Jiang? What became of him in the end? I sensed he was somewhat enchanted, and just before his departure, he casually remarked that if he couldn't escape, he might as well sever ties. Little did I know, after my departure, he truly did pay. Xiao Yi swallowed hard, discreetly covering himself, feeling a dull ache beneath. The clarity brought on by the sage's moment was momentarily shaken. That decisive act not only severed his lineage but also cleaved away the nearly decayed remnants of his past, liberating him from all that had been. A fresh start, beginning anew from scratch. Thus, dear Pei, it would be wise for you to maintain your composure before making any decisions or reflections. However, one must remember that with loss comes gain. My friend, despite forfeiting his happiness, underwent a profound transformation, entering the court and ultimately achieving great success. After all, gold will shine regardless of its surroundings. As for you, Pei Xiao Yi, there is no need for relentless ambition. Simply focus on steady progress and self-discipline. Moreover, do not be overly frivolous. Cherish those around you. Xiao Lan, upon hearing this, quietly lowered her head, a shadow of melancholy crossing her face. While Pei Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation, Jiang Yan then closed his eyes once more, continuing to languidly recline as he relished the ministrations of his young apprentice. However, the pressure on his back suddenly intensified significantly, accompanied by a gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy that was fixed upon him. As Jiang Yan slightly opened his eyes, he beheld Shun Ming, puffing her cheeks in indignation, her face etched with resentment as she gazed at him. Realizing he had forgotten to lift the enchantment, he casually dispelled the spell and languidly adjusted his posture. Do not be upset, Minger. Everything unfolds in stages. You are still quite young. In a few months, as you mature, I shall impart to you the knowledge of male and female physiology. The master relished in teasing Shinming. What? I don't understand, she retorted, crossing her arms and turning away, refusing to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, with great effort, propped himself up and softly offered words of comfort, although he did not feel he had acted excessively. He felt a pang of guilt for not providing some solace after such a prolonged ordeal. Young Master Pei sat there in a daze, and after a considerable time, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, giving way to a spark of realization. Ah, I have attained enlightenment. Xiao Lan, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, gazed at him with shining eyes and spoke up at the opportune moment. What has the young master realized? To her surprise, young Master Pei simply smiled and shook his head, gently flicking Xiao Lan's nose with his fingers. Embarrassed, she took a slight step back but continued to look up at him, her eyes filled with longing and anticipation. It's nothing, he replied, then turned to Jiang Yan with gratitude, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, encountering you has truly been the most worthwhile experience of this journey. I shall diligently pursue this path from now on, and I will not let your expectations down. With that, young Master Pei rose to his feet, bowed respectfully to Jiang Yan, and then elegantly lifted his garment to disembark from the carriage. If all went according to plan, he would indeed face unexpected events. Xiao Lan, recovering from her initial disappointment and confusion, hurriedly exited the carriage to assist the fallen young Master Pei, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Jiang Yan, to be honest, felt somewhat bewildered at this moment. What exactly had he comprehended? Time passed slowly, unfolding before him. Jiang Yan spent the entire day under the influence of Shun Ming's temper, which left him quite unsettled. His philosophy was quite straightforward. If he could not appease her, then he would simply refrain from trying, allowing both parties a moment to cool down, after which communication would be more feasible. However, Shinming was not inclined to this approach, should he choose to ignore her. She would relentlessly pester him with an air of justification. The incessant disturbances left Jiang Yan feeling overwhelmed, compelling him to once again circle back to Shinming, offering reassurances and apologies. In the process, he found himself somewhat coerced, as she insinuated that if he truly wished to placate her, it would merely require his minor to impart a few additional skills to her. Jiang Yan nodded awkwardly, imparting a few techniques of acupressure. As for young Master Pei, he was engrossed in his own endeavors, and Jiang Yan paid him no mind. Gradually, the sun began its descent. Jiang Yan had been lying down for an entire day. In the past, he would never have been so compliant. He would have been lamenting and complaining about everything. However, this day was exceptionally fulfilling and satisfying, thanks to the company of Shun Ming, who provided a soothing massage, although one must overlook the moments of disturbance. As night fell, The moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Yan reclined upon the carriage, while Xiao Shenming, with a serious demeanor, practiced new techniques with him. Jiang Yan squinted into the distance, observing young Master Pei's carriage. Young Master Pei himself stood amidst the cold wind, slightly tilting his head, his countenance adorned with an expression of profound compassion as he gazed at the crescent moon. Beside him, Xiaolon roasted chicken legs, and upon noticing a gaze directed toward her, she gracefully picked up a few and approached. Xiaolon, come here. Jiang Yan, with a gentle expression, beckoned Xiaolon to approach him. Shenming slightly furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. As Xiaolon drew closer, Jiang Yan effortlessly accepted the roasted chicken leg from her hand and playfully fed it to Shenming, while gesturing for Xiaolon to come even nearer. Brother Jiang, what do you wish to convey? Xiaolon inquired. I would like to ask about the woman in Master Pei's carriage. Who is she? Upon hearing this, Xiaolon first frowned softly, then appeared somewhat irked. Brother Jiang, please refrain from inquiring about her. That woman is nothing but a seductress. No. Dear sister has misunderstood my intent. I'm merely curious about her origins. Xiaolan's brows relaxed, yet her expression remained somewhat grim. She is the courtesan of Wamanlu in Wenqing, Lingzhou. Her true name is unknown. Outsiders only refer to her as Miss Shani. She has only emerged in the past 2 years and was taken under the patronage of a gentleman for 5 taels of gold, tasked with attending to the young master throughout their journey. Jiang Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness. So there are indeed individuals capable of soaring across the nation in this realm? Moreover, it appears that he was not the pioneer in this endeavor. It seems that ancient individuals were merely hindered by their temporal context rather than lacking in thoughtfulness. Indeed, it has always been my impoverished circumstances that have constrained my imagination. So, is she exclusively attending to you, young master? Does she not emerge at any other time? Of course. As she spoke, Xiaolan seemed momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Why has she not made an appearance? Since yesterday, she has scarcely shown her face, not even for a brief respite. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and casually remarked. It's nothing, perhaps just fatigue from the night. Xiaolan's ears flushed with embarrassment, and feeling somewhat vexed, she stamped her foot, deciding not to dwell on the topic any longer. Once Xiaolan departed, Jiang Yan placed a bit of straw beneath her and sat up. She idly flipped open the yellow-covered Mickey Mouse book, casting a lingering glance in the direction of young Master Pei. According to Ziran, the girl mentioned that the book had been reproduced by a certain esteemed elder who wished to remain anonymous. Yet, how could the complete version of this reproduction find its way into the hands of a woman of the night? When I first encountered her, I did not observe her closely. I merely found her demeanor captivating, radiating vitality, and exuding a fullness of energy that was quite alluring. However, upon closer inspection of her aura now, something feels amiss. Jiang Yan lightly tapped the small yellow book with her fingers, gazing at the distant carriage. A faint smile gracing her lips. How could such a woman possess such a rich and unclouded aura of? After a night had passed, though it had diminished considerably, her had indeed increased somewhat. As for the young Master Pei, he similarly exhibited a significant reduction in, yet his extraordinary innate talent rendered him oblivious to this change. Nonetheless, his spiritual awareness instinctively curbed any thoughts of continuing down a bestial path. The principles of yin and yang, how they delve into the realms of my knowledge gaps. No wonder I failed to discern the depths of the other party on my first encounter. Jiang Yan caressed his chin with the other hand, contemplating whether he should take a chance to probe further. It was peculiar. He believed he had concealed his presence adequately. How could she have disowned him and even offered this book as a means of testing him? Or was she implying something else entirely? Could it be that she recognized him? Well, it would be prudent to investigate further. Hiss. What are you doing? Jiang Yan grasped the small yellow book, only to have his hand seized by Shenming, who bit down upon it. A stream of vital energy was drawn from him by her. In a swift motion, he grasped the nape of Shenming's neck, lifting her to face him directly. If Ming'er fails to provide Master with an explanation this time, then Master's boundless compassion shall surely descend upon your head. Jiang Yan ground his teeth ominously, presenting himself like a sinister figure abducting children before Shenming. Yet, Shenming displayed no hint of fear. Her expression was defiant as she extended her little finger to point at him. You were wicked, Master. You confiscated my book but did not return it. Instead, you secretly read it. No, you flaunt it openly. Jiang Yan instinctively tucked away the book, letting out an awkward chuckle. This master is indeed an exception. Shenming, regardless, believes that a mentor should lead by example, and undesirable books ought to be disregarded entirely. Since the master has transgressed, she believes it is only right for Shenming to impose a punishment. With that, Shenming unexpectedly lunged at Jiang Yan, opening her mouth wide as if to bite. However, once again, Jiang Yan effortlessly caught her with one hand, lifting her towards himself and regarding her with a puzzled gaze. Ming'er, why do I feel as if you simply wish to nibble on your master? Shenming blinked, her expression softening into one of innocence. Do I? No. Not at all. Really? MMM. Shenming nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing like a rattle drum. Jiang Yan squinted knowingly. Ming'er, you have surprisingly learned to lie. But dishonesty is not a commendable habit, he remarked, slowly raising his hand towards Shenming's forehead. Shenming felt a surge of urgency, yet dared not flee. In the end, with a pouting expression and a hint of a whimper in her voice, she declared, Shenming simply wishes to grow stronger quickly. To swiftly master the spells that my master has taught me. Jiang Yan's raised hand froze, sensing an inexplicable nuance in the atmosphere. He could surmise that Shenming intended to absorb his vital energy to rapidly enhance her strength. Yet he was taken aback to find that it also involved learning the so-called shoulder hammer technique. One could only imagine the repercussions if Ming'er were to discover that this was merely a ruse to persuade him into giving her a massage. Jiang Yan pondered the consequences. Naturally envisioning Shenming as Ziran, she would incessantly seek him out, creating disturbances, pilfering his belongings, infiltrating his room in the dead of night, and occasionally laying traps to ambush him. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. It would be prudent to delay any revelations for now, otherwise Shenming would surely erupt. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she had calmed down before attempting to explain. With this in mind, Jiang Yan's previously tense demeanor softened, and he gently caressed her head. My dear, how could I ever bear to reprimand Ming'er? Shenming let out a soft whimper. But master, haven't you already prepared to discipline me? This is merely a test of your psychological resilience, he reassured her. There is no need for you to be anxious. Once we arrive at the Ancient Immortal Sect, there will be an abundance of rare treasures to aid your cultivation, so you need not draw upon my essence. But didn't you say that even if I clung to you for decades, it would pose no problem? Ahem, that was merely a metaphor. Furthermore, even if it were possible for you to absorb, it does not imply that I would not feel pain. Although the discomfort lasts only for that fleeting moment of the bite, it is still pain. Do you truly wish for your master to suffer, Ming'er? With a pitiful expression, Jiang Yan spoke, causing Shenming to fall into contemplation. Observing this, he let out a gentle sigh of relief, grateful to have evaded the situation. Shenming did not wish for his master to be too hurt, so he resolved to be more gentle in the future. Jiang Yan was at a loss for words, wondering why this child was fixated on him. Observing his mentor's moment of speechlessness, Shenming quickly got up, wiped the tears and snot from his face, and then took Jiang Yan's hand, looking up at him with his bright, expressive eyes. Master, I promise to ensure you won't feel any pain. Chapter 80, My Arena. Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly, expressing gratitude for the thoughtful consideration. Truth be told, he could comprehend the sudden boldness of Shenming, who had always been obedient. After all, he was a cultivator, while Shenming remained a mere mortal. It was rather peculiar that he could absorb his vitality without facing backlash. If it were not somewhat addictive, it would indeed be strange. Had one not witnessed Li Chao's expression during her treatment, which was reminiscent of a drug-induced state. This addiction would likely persist until Shenming commenced her cultivation. Thus, it was quite surprising that Shenming only bit him periodically rather than at the mere sight of him. In summary, Jiang Yan understood Shenming's behavior. However, her words sounded somewhat awkward, akin to comforting a girlfriend before impending danger. Regardless of the sweet nothings spoken, the conclusion would invariably be, oh, I didn't notice. It just happened. No worries, I have protection. His thoughts began to wander, prompting Jiang Yan to gently shake his head to dispel them. He discreetly withdrew his hand, ruffling her hair with a sigh. All right. Who instructed you to be my only disciple? I must indulge you. Shenming flashed him a cheeky grin, and Jiang Yan reciprocated with a broad smile, unable to resist ruffling her hair a couple more times. Ming'er truly embodies the teachings of her master. Shenming, playfully gripping Jiang Yan's other hand, nonchalantly rubbed it, her expression innocent. What is master saying? Shenming doesn't understand. Thus, 3 days elapsed unnoticed. During this time, Jiang Yan's life could be described as leisurely and pleasant. He spent his days idly reclining on a hay-laden cart, continuing to instruct Shenming in the so-called 72 forms, while also teasing her, often provoking her to bare her teeth in playful defiance. It was during these moments that he would rise from his slumber. Running about as Shenming chased him. Their antics had nearly become routine, infusing the originally mundane journey with much amusement. Upon halting, Jiang Yan would often stroll with his hands clasped behind his back, playfully teasing and instructing Xiao Lan on methods to allure, no, to attract men, often leaving her blushing furiously. As for young Master Pei, Jiang Yan took a rare and earnest approach in guiding him, encouraging him to engage more in pursuits. Strangely enough, during these 3 days, young Master Pei had seemingly renounced the world, not once returning to the cart. Jiang Yan had some experimental ideas he wished to propose, hoping to rekindle his spirit. Yet, Pei merely waved dismissively, a cryptic expression gracing his features as he replied, "No worries, Brother Jiang, I understand. No need to persuade me." "You understand? What do you understand?" "Indeed. Never mind, for that experiment holds little significance, and we have expressed all that needed to be conveyed. As for Master Pei, with his uniquely convoluted mindset, he may as well seek his own fortune. After all, apart from himself, everyone else is quite amused by his current state, especially Xiao Lan. Of course, during these 3 days, aside from Jiang Yan who has remained in repose, there has been another individual who has not made an appearance, the enchanting woman known as Shenhe. Jiang Yan did not return the Riska book, nor did Miss Shun he make any request for its return. For the past 3 days, she had only ventured out of the carriage during the deep of night, choosing to remain inside at all other times, while Jiang Yan paid her no mind. Gradually, another day passed. On this particular noon, the convoy ambled along, and after traversing several towns, they finally beheld their destination, Pingning County. Upon catching sight of the city gate, Jiang Yan sprang up from the shop where he had languished for several days. At last, he had arrived. It had been a full 3 years since his last visit, and he was finally back in his element. Shenming regarded Jiang Yan with slight discontent, delicately pouting. "Master, my exquisite technique is still a work in progress. I cannot rise at will." Jiang Yan stretched languidly and spoke in a relaxed manner. "Ming'er, once we enter the city, I shall allow you to experience the 36 techniques of massage, from which you may deeply comprehend the methods and skills involved." Indeed, however, upon mentioning this, Shenming wisely closed her mouth, for Master Pei and Xiao Lan had already approached them. "Oh, from afar I could hear Brother Jiang mentioning the 36 techniques. Could it be that these are newly developed techniques? Might I inquire further with Master Pei?" Jiang Yan found himself in a state of bemusement. Although young Master Pei had ceased his previous endeavors, his enthusiasm and interests remained unwavering. "Please refrain from speaking carelessly. I still have a child to consider. Do not lead them astray." He had merely been reflecting on how many years had passed since his last visit. The changes in Pingning County over the years were remarkable, with transformations occurring almost daily. However, with Pei's presence, Jiang could rest assured. Despite his infrequent visits, he had been here several times, and his family owned enterprises in the area. Moreover, he had acquaintances who could guide Jiang along the way. Young Master Pei seemed oblivious to the thoughts he had stirred, uttering only this remark, to which Jiang Yan responded with a faint smile. "Guide you? I am more than familiar with Pingning County. I have single-handedly cultivated its economy." The group passed through the city gates, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically from serene to vibrant. The streets buzzed with life, thrumming with the sounds of bustling vendors, conversations among pedestrians, and the rhythmic clatter of hooves, weaving together a unique symphony. The architectural style within the city was distinctive, markedly different from typical residences. Yet it possessed an aesthetic appeal that was pleasing to the senses. The shops lining the streets were a treasure trove of wares, abundant yet not overcrowded, offering a dazzling array of goods that captivated the eye. The air was infused with the enticing aromas of various cuisines, making one's mouth water in anticipation. Upon entering the city, Shenming seemed to sense something, raising her gaze in curiosity to survey her surroundings, then turning her attention to the endless mountains beyond Chongning County. These mountains were interconnected, their expanse stretching into the distance, cloaked in lush bamboo, exuding a verdant vitality. The gentle rustle of leaves could be heard, instilling a sense of tranquility. At some point, young Master Pei had produced an elegant purple folding fan, his dark hair elegantly secured with a white jade hairpin, adorned in splendid and exquisite brocade garments. He gracefully dismounted from the carriage, issuing orders to the merchant convoy behind him to unload their goods and await him at his establishment within the city, while he took it upon himself to stroll through the streets alongside Xiao Lan and Jiang Yan. Since Jiang Yan entered the city, He has transformed from his previously excited demeanor into a rare silence. Thus, throughout the journey, it was young Master Pei who engaged in solitary musings. Oh, how swiftly the 7 days have passed. Brother Jiang, since you mentioned your intention to visit relatives here, why not accompany each other? It would be beneficial for us to look out for one another. Jiang Yan remained unresponsive, merely casting a drowsy glance at an elderly woman, an elderly man. A young servant, in the ubiquitous 10086. Indeed, my master must have divulged my visit to bear mother to that loquacious girl, Xiren. If she knows, then the entire sect must be aware. Chapter 81. Fortune in. How bothersome. Jiang Yan murmured softly while Shenming gently clasped Jiang Yan's hand, offering comfort in her tender voice. Master, do not worry, for I am here with you. Jiang Yan gently tousled Shenming's hair and smiled. Ming'er, my dear. Master is not troubled. He merely prefers to avoid the spotlight. If a crowd gathers around Master later, do not be afraid. Shenming will not be frightened. If anyone dares to bully Master, then Shenming shall unleash the 72 styles and leave them bruised and battered, she exclaimed, playfully shaking her small fist. Her adorable, delicate face contorted into a fierce expression, exuding a charming yet fierce demeanor. Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. It seemed that Shenming had genuinely begun to regard the 72 techniques as an authentic manual for cultivating immortality. If she were to discover later that this was merely a ruse to coax her into giving him a massage, perhaps it would be wiser to wait a while, allowing her to progress in her practice before gradually revealing the truth. Jiang Yan gently held Shenming's hand, leisurely strolling through the streets alongside young Master Pei, who was enthusiastically showcasing his knowledge, akin to a tour guide, elucidating the intricacies of the county town. Upon reaching a bustling inn, Jiang Yan paused, her gaze drawn to the sign above, Fu Lai Inn. The architectural style of this establishment was unique and grand, exuding an extraordinary aura. Vibrant crimson lanterns hung from the lofty eaves, and the sign shimmered brilliantly. Inside, the spacious lobby was teeming with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Looking upward, one could see the inn seamlessly adjoined by a stretch of bamboo forest, rustling softly, evoking a sense of tranquility. Young Master Pei, following Jiang Yan's gaze, smiled knowingly, shaking his head while fanning himself with a folding fan, embodying the demeanor of a cultured scholar. He stepped closer to Jiang Yan and resumed his informative discourse. Dear Jiang, you might be unaware, but this inn is connected to the mountains behind it. Originally known as Shaofeng Mountain. Decades ago, this area was devoid of such an abundance of bamboo. However, inexplicably, it began to flourish with a variety of bamboo species, including some exceedingly rare types. This phenomenon attracted numerous literary figures and master craftsmen. Yet they were deterred by the treacherous terrain and the lurking dangers of hornets and venomous snakes, causing them to retreat in haste. Later, a venerable minister from the imperial court, upon hearing of this marvel, personally visited the site, beseeching His Majesty to designate it under his guardianship and renaming it Zhufeng Mountain. He decreed that the local villagers could forage for bamboo shoots, harvest the bamboo, and capture the hornets, but they were strictly prohibited from causing destruction or venturing too deeply. With a note of pride, young Master Pei waved his folding fan, adding, "This esteemed gentleman hailed from Pingming County and, after retiring to the town, established this very inn, Fu Lai Inn, which is renowned as the finest in all of Pingming. Equipped with every conceivable amenity. The fan I hold is crafted from the purple bamboo found within this inn, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship and superior quality. Jiang, would you care for one? It is on me." Jiang? Jiang? Young Master Pei called out, noticing the absence of a response. He felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned in curiosity. To his surprise, Xiaolan was shyly standing beside him, timidly pulling at his attire. Her eyes averted as she whispered, "Young Master, please refrain from speaking further. They are all watching us." Huh. Young Master Pei snapped back to reality, realizing that a gathering of onlookers had formed around them 7 or 8 curious souls. A vendor selling candied hawthorn berries leaned back, engaging in conversation with an elder from the local information group, while passers-by pointed and murmured, "Who is this person? Why is he conversing with himself in the street? Is he unwell? He is not alone. There is a young girl behind him. Speaking of which, that girl truly is something. She carelessly left her lunatic out on the streets. Alas, at such a tender age, she has succumbed to hysteria. One wonders which wealthy family she hails from." What a pity to waste such a fine appearance. Amidst the throng, there are two individuals, one large and one small, echoing their agreement beside her. Indeed. I have stood here for quite some time, while he has been talking endlessly, seemingly to no one in particular. Oh, by the way, good lady. How much do those candied hawthorns cost per? As I suspected, there's something amiss with his mind. Oh, 10 coins for a. Every household faces its own struggles. We, the people of Pingming County, must not discriminate against those with disabilities. Please, give me 2. Yes, indeed. We are a civilized county. We cannot show prejudice towards them. With that, the lady handed 2 of candied hawthorns to Jiang Yan and Shun Ming. Suddenly, the scene brightened. Oh my, what a handsome child. How old is he? This child possesses such spirit. It brings immense joy to my heart. May I hold him for a moment? Jiang Yan bit into the candied hawthorn, nodding with carefree delight. The old lady, witnessing this, instantly beamed with joy, setting aside the stick used for skewering the hawthorns. She then crouched down, extending her arms to embrace Shen Ming. Caught off guard, Shen Ming clutched the candied hawthorn, standing frozen in place, and gazed helplessly at Jiang Yan, casting a pitiful look as she sought assistance. Jiang Yan. What is it? I didn't see it. Oh, the weather today is truly delightful. Shen Ming awkwardly turned her head, only to be lifted by the elder woman. Noticing the child's somewhat displeased demeanor, the elder gently rocked her. However, Shen Ming kept her head down, wearing a sulky expression, which left the elder woman feeling somewhat at a loss. After a few more attempts to coax her, she could only awkwardly set Shen Ming down. The child is rather shy, it seems. Jiang Yan nodded with a gentle smile, handing over 20 coins to the old woman. She accepted the money and, from the bundle of grass, retrieved a candied hawthorn skewer, crouching down to present it to Shun Ming. With a warm smile gracing her face, she said, "My dear, you must have been startled just now. I sincerely apologize. I have never encountered such an adorable child as you. In my moment of excitement, I was reminded of my little grandson. I am truly sorry, so please accept this treat as a token of my apology." Shen Ming stared, somewhat dazed, before turning to glance at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan merely gazed upward at the sky and downward at the ground, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ming also smiled, extending her small hand to accept the candied hawthorn skewers, softly uttering her thanks. However, as she spoke, Shen Ming found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to address the woman. Just then, a voice as delicate as a whisper reached her ears. "Call her Andy." Following this cue, Shen Ming continued, "Thank you, Andy." The smile on the woman's face broadened, revealing her delight, and she couldn't help but gently ruffle Shen Ming's little head. Then, discreetly, she cast a glance at Jiang Yan. The joy in her eyes shifted to excitement as she rose, shouldering her grass pole and slowly departing from the scene. Shen Ming stood there, momentarily stunned, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. She turned to glance back at the woman, a hint of confusion surfacing in her gaze. Taking a gentle bite of the candied hawthorn, she began to savor its sweetness. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan nodded subtly, an expression of satisfaction crossing his features. Excellent. The plan for cultivating Minger 3.0. Let the world be filled with love. Chapter 82. The Master's Domain. With such thoughts in his heart, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a sly smile, and he gave a thumbs up to the distant old lady who had already walked away. At that moment, the old lady's appearance transformed amidst the crowd, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. She too flashed a crooked smile and directed a thumbs up in Jiang Yan's direction. "Master Brother. Oh my goodness. Master Brother has truly come here, and he even conveyed a message to me privately. All those days of waiting have not been in vain. I am utterly thrilled. I must boast to the others." With this thought, the beautiful woman turned on her heel and vanished into the throng, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, young Master Pei stood alone in the middle of the street, feeling a tinge of awkwardness and social embarrassment. But who was he? The esteemed young master of the Pei family. Although his father was recently preparing to practice on a small scale, it did not diminish his high standards, merely drawing attention. What was the big deal? With a decisive motion, young Master Pei tucked away his folding fan, placing his hands behind his back. His expression remained placid, maintaining the demeanor of an erudite scholar, showing no signs of embarrassment. In a warm, resonant voice, he addressed Jiang Yan, "Brother Jiang. You have not visited for quite some time and may not be well acquainted with this place. Therefore, my earlier explanations, were they sufficiently detailed?" This maneuver was truly commendable. Not only did it clarify why he was talking to himself, but it also cleverly indicated that he was here with friends for leisure, not as a fool. Shinming. Master, this wrap is exquisite. It tastes far better than that grass. Jiang Yan took a bite, nodding enthusiastically. Not only is it delicious, but there's also a comedy to enjoy. A passerby remarked. Is he once again talking to himself in front of the crowd? Young Master Pei remained silent. Jiang, you may be a tad too arrogant. I have spent a considerable amount of time recounting the recent history of Pingning County to you, have I not? Are you attempting to explain something to me? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's inquiry, even the ever-composed young Master Pei felt a vain throb on his forehead. I spoke for so long, and yet you didn't listen at all. Did my esteemed brother Jiang think I was conversing with someone else? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, gazing at young Master Pei with a look of confusion. But I don't require that, do I? Haven't I mentioned this before? This is my domain, is it not? No need? Your domain? What domain do you speak of? Before young Master Pei could finish his words, an inexplicable sense of heartache surged within him. Simultaneously, he felt as though everything around him had undergone some subtle transformation. The passers-by remained as they were, the streets bustling with their usual vibrancy. However, this familiar scene exuded an ineffable sense of dissonance. It was as if he had become an outsider, isolated from the fabric of reality. The people on the street busily traversed their paths, their smiles and gestures appearing strangely foreign, as if they inhabited a different realm altogether. In an instant, Shinming's body tensed, her gaze flickering anxiously around, betraying a sense of unease. Jiang Yan let out a gentle sigh, his hand resting softly on Shinming's small head. Do not fear, dear Minger, for your master is here. Shinming quietly grasped the sleeve of Jiang Yan's robe, remaining silent, yet her body relaxed somewhat. Alas, it seems I cannot even enjoy a moment of tranquility. Jiang Yan shook his head gently. A hint of helplessness mingled with a touch of pride in his gaze directed at young Master Pei. Brother Pei, allow me to demonstrate what my domain truly is. With that, Jiang Yan raised an arm, effortlessly taking hold of Shinming, and with a swift pull, both their bodies leaned back in a graceful arc, appearing as if they were about to fall to the ground simultaneously. Young Master Pei, witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Be careful, he exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Jiang Yan. However, another group moved even more swiftly. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surged forth from an unknown direction. They were a mix of men and women, each with wide, anxious eyes, clutching a grandmaster's chair, a recliner, a rocking chair. Among them were several strikingly beautiful women, arms outstretched as if to embrace. They all rushed towards Jiang Yan in unison. Among them, a man dressed like a servant stood out, clutching a large purple bamboo master's chair and speeding ahead like an arrow loosed from a bow, shouting, Master brother, I am coming. As he shouted, he hurled the chair with great force. The chair spun elegantly through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before landing perfectly beneath Jiang Yan at the moment they were about to fall, flawlessly catching both of them. The others arrived a moment too late. Lamenting their insufficient skills, they quickly retrieved other items from their belongings, surrounding Jiang Yan, fanning him, massaging his shoulders, kneading his legs, while dozens stood by with large jars of wine in hand. Shinming felt a bit bewildered. What had transpired? How had she ended up lying down in the blink of an eye? Yet, upon seeing her master's calm demeanor, she gradually relaxed. As long as she was with her master, nothing else mattered. However, she felt displeasure towards those gathered around her master. The tasks of massaging and kneading were hers to perform. And why were they so close to her master? How infuriating. She wished to drive these people away. But Jiang Yan gently placed a hand on her. Minger, do not fret. These are my junior disciples, and they will also be your future uncles. Upon hearing this, Shinming couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, realizing something significant. The Ancient Immortal Sect was seemingly larger than she had imagined, with many individuals. Even before reaching the sect, such a multitude had gathered, all drawn to her master. What would it be like once they arrived at the Immortal Sect? The thought made Shinming feel uncomfortable. Master, please do not leave me. Jiang Yan casually lifted a cup of bamboo leaf liquor that was offered to him and took a sip, casually responding, Minger, dear, do not be afraid. I will not leave you. Shinming's brows gently relaxed, and she nestled closer into Jiang Yan's embrace, seeking a more comfortable position, burying her face into him. Jiang Yan assumed that the throngs of people had simply startled Shinming, and so he allowed her to act as she pleased. He leisurely sipped his drink, smacking his lips in appreciation. Delightful, This is exquisite bamboo leaf liquor, a thoughtful gesture from Xiaofeng. The man serving the wine, overwhelmed by the compliment, struggled to find his words in his excitement. Young Master Pei and Xiao Lan stood frozen in place, their heads slightly tilted, each displaying an identical expression of astonishment. What on earth is happening? Where did all these people come from? As young Master Pei murmured this, even more individuals emerged from the crowd, their numbers considerably greater than before. Some were clad in ornate chef's robes, others donned the garb of shopkeepers, while some were the proprietors of tailoring establishments, bustling waitstaff, and a few ordinary passers-by. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to one another, yet each possessed a remarkable beauty and distinguished demeanor. Chapter 83. Welcome back, senior brother. Any one of them could easily be described as a dashing youth or a celestial beauty in the outside world. Yet now, they surged forth in droves, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left one dazzled. The entire street was nearly choked with their presence. However, their status seemed inferior to those encircling Jiang Yan, as they dared only to stand on the periphery, straining to glimpse inside but hesitating to step closer. Young Master Pei, rigid with tension and perspiration beading on his forehead, surveyed the throng with growing trepidation. He instinctively swallowed hard and ventured to speak. Jiang, do not be afraid. This is Pingming County. They would not dare act recklessly here. His voice dwindled, becoming increasingly faint, for he noticed that those surrounding Jiang Yan wore expressions of flattery and even excitement. Some, unable to contain their enthusiasm, opened their mouths and took steps forward, only to be swiftly yanked back into the crowd by their companions, followed by a cacophony of blows and cries. Who told you to approach? I haven't seen senior brother in years. How dare you get close? With that face of yours, you would frighten him away. Should he bolt again, I swear I'll hold you accountable. Exactly. My senior brother is far too precious for someone as coarse as you to dare approach. Without further ado, they began to brawl, strikes flying. Young Master Pei watched in bewilderment, while Xiao Lan, overwhelmed from the outset, clung to his hand, reluctant to let go. Xin Ming, however, remained largely unchanged, resembling a tranquil ostrich with her head buried deep in Jiang Yan's embrace. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. What was even more peculiar was that, despite the crowd blocking the street, no complaints emerged from the onlookers on either side, rendering the situation all the more absurd. Amidst this stillness, only Jiang Yan seemed unaffected, continuing to relish his candied hawthorn skewers and sip his fine wine, reclining in his armchair with an air of contentment. Smack! Jiang Yan, fully satisfied, lightly raised his arm and snapped his fingers, directing his attention towards the young servant who had originally offered him a chair. The lad, named Xiao Wang, seemed electrified, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He swiftly approached amidst the envious gazes of those around him. Jiang Yan, parting his lips, conveyed his thoughts. Xiao Wang, while the formations in your department are plentiful, do refrain from deploying such grand illusions at will. Spirit stones are not a trivial matter, and with so many onlookers, it would appear rather unseemly. Others might mistake our gathering for a band of ruffians. Xiao Wang's face flushed with excitement as he hurriedly explained. I consider that you, esteemed senior brother, prefer to avoid disturbing the common folk and enjoy maintaining a low profile. Thus, I meticulously arranged 3 layers of illusions to ensure we would not disrupt anyone. Ah, you do indeed have a thoughtful disposition, which deserves some commendation. However, mark my words, such extravagance must not become a habit. Spirit stones do not come from the wind and should not be squandered carelessly. Receiving Jiang Yan's praise, Xiao Wang was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, yet he endeavored to temper his exuberance. Jiang Yan finished speaking and cast a glance at those surrounding him, calmly stating, Greetings, my fellow disciples. I have returned. In response, the crowd, regardless of gender, promptly bowed and saluted, their voices resonating in unison. We warmly welcome our elder brother back. The sound was thunderous, reverberating through the air, overwhelming enough to cause a sharp pain in young Master Pei's eardrums, leaving him in a prolonged state of bewilderment as he murmured, What has become of you, brother Jiang? Jiang Yan did not respond verbally, but merely nodded gently, signaling the crowd to rise. Well, everyone, disperse now and attend to your own matters. For those wishing for autographs, we shall gather at the Fu Lion shortly. Yes, master brother. The chorus of voices echoed in unison, yet the assembled crowd lingered, their faces etched with reluctance, hesitating as they gradually dispersed. Nevertheless, many remained, particularly the women, whose fervent gazes were fixated on Shenming nestled within Jiang Yan's embrace. The intensity of their stares was palpable, revealing a tumult of unspoken emotions, love, hatred, envy, and admiration intertwined seamlessly. Whispers rippled through the crowd like wildfire. Who is that woman? Who is the lady beside our master brother? My shining moonlight. How could he have another woman? No. My dream. My one and only salvation. My noble and refined master brother. Sisters, remain calm. She is merely a girl. Indeed. Just a girl. Perhaps she is someone he took in during his travels, merely a disciple. It need not be as we fear. But master brother has not disclosed her identity. He hasn't even mentioned her. It seems he is protecting her. Moreover, the most crucial detail is that she dares to rest in master brother's arms. Wait, could she possibly be master brother's daughter? No, my master brother. Jiang Yan had evidently grown accustomed to such scrutiny and gazes, displaying no emotion on his face and offering no explanation. However, Shinming appeared somewhat uneasy. It seemed that many others harbored fondness for master as well. Shinming's fingers instinctively tightened, while Jiang Yan, mistaking her trepidation, softly reassured her. Do not be alarmed, Minger. These junior disciples are quite amiable. They merely exhibit a bit of excitement upon the return of our master. Suddenly, a woman concealed within the crowd pressed her lips together in determination. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Senior brother, I admire you. I wish to bear your children. Before she could finish her proclamation, she was swiftly dragged away by other women, followed by a cacophony of scuffles and verbal assaults. Jiang Yan's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of agitation, while Shinming's grip tightened even further. Jiang Yan did not linger in his demeanor for too long. After sitting for a brief moment and offering a few words of consolation, he rose once more. In truth, it was not his desire to behave in such a manner, but rather a matter of necessity. Within the Ancient Sect, his standing was so elevated that it indirectly enhanced the significance of the title eldest senior brother, although the Ancient Sect had undergone substantial reform under his influence. Transforming it from its previously rigid image, certain customs still demanded adherence. His current status was akin to that of an elder, and indeed, he surpassed even that rank, holding a position just shy of the sect leader. However, due to his reluctance to assume the mantle of sect leader or to ascend to elder status, and the absence of a designated holy son within the ancient sect, others continued to refer to him as eldest senior brother. Yet, this was merely a nominal title. At all other times, the ordinary disciples were required to pay their respects upon encountering him. Alas, it seems that even his desire for modesty is unattainable. With a twinkle of mirth in her eyes, Jiang Yan gently led Shinming to stand before young Master Pei, playfully waving her hand in front of him. Hey, wake up. Chapter 84. Have we pretended? Young Master Pei couldn't help but shudder. His spirit revived as he gazed at Jiang Yan with a complex expression. Caught in a moment of hesitation, as if he had much to say yet refrained from speaking, Jiang Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Well, as I mentioned, this is my territory. Didn't you say you were here to visit family, Jiang brother? Indeed, but I have many junior disciples here who are aware of my arrival. So they just came to greet me. It's nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, young Master Pei cast a discreet glance into the distance. At that moment, the crowd on the street had dispersed. However, they had not truly departed, merely concealing themselves in various corners, evading notice. One woman, in particular, feigned interest by crouching behind a dumpling shop, hunched over and surreptitiously observing the scene. When she noticed his gaze, she pretended to draw circles in the dirt with great seriousness. Jiang brother, your sect is quite large, young Master Pei finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Naturally, he refrained from probing deeper into the nature of Jiang Yan's sect. On one hand, Jiang Yan was inclined to provide an explanation in due course, while on the other, he was too proud to directly inquire. He preferred to endure the itch of curiosity until Jiang Yan chose to divulge the information. Thus, young Master Pei flicked open his folding fan, forcing his expression back to its original demeanor, and smiled as he spoke. Jiang brother, since you are so familiar with this place, I feel reassured. We have also arrived at our destination, and with the evening still young, there is no rush for family visits. Shall we enter together, enjoying the scenery and engaging in conversation over tea and music? With that, young Master Pei gestured invitingly. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin and raised his head to gaze at the four characters of Fu Lian, murmuring to himself, Fu Lian. It has indeed been a long time since I last dined here. Young Master Pei's lips curled slightly upwards, only to settle back into a composed demeanor. Straightening his folding fan and standing tall, He led Jiang Yan into the inn, conversing as they walked. Brother Jiang, you must be aware that this inn boasts 3 floors. The first floor is frequented by ordinary wealthy patrons, adorned with luxurious furnishings and pristine windows, each room separated by elegant screens, bustling with lively chatter yet preserving a sense of privacy. The second floor, on the other hand, caters to dignitaries and esteemed guests, surpassing the first in opulence. With intricately carved beams and vibrant paintings, it is a venue for artistic performances, accessible only to the privileged. As he spoke, young Master Pei could hardly suppress a proud smile. I imagine, Brother Jiang, that you have never dined on the second floor, have you? Jiang Yan nodded earnestly, acknowledging that he had indeed never dined on the second floor. Excellent. At last, I have managed to bring you here. Young Master Pei clenched his fist in triumph, his tone becoming noticeably lighter. Rest assured, with me here today, I shall escort Brother Jiang to enjoy a seat on the second floor. You need only wait here. I shall arrange everything. Having spoken, young Master Pei swiftly made his way to the counter, his chin lifted in quiet pride. Humph. No matter how formidable Brother Jiang may be, he remains merely a disciple of a martial sect. Even if he has numerous disciples backing him, they are merely warriors. How could any of them possibly be men of authority? At last, this time I shall earn Brother Jiang's admiration. Xiaolon turned her gaze back to Jiang Yan, whose expression was one of subtle amusement, and recalled the imposing demeanor of those who referred to him as Senior Brother Jiang. A feeling of unease stirred within her. She sensed that her master was about to be humiliated. She instinctively tugged at him. Master Jiang had merely stated that he had not been to the second floor. Could it not be possible that he had previously visited the third floor? At that moment, young Master Pei reached the counter and produced a jade pendant inscribed with the character for Pei. Upon hearing Xiaolan's apprehension, he chuckled lightly and shook his head. Impossible. Impossible. Xiaolan, you are unaware that the third floor is not open to the public. It is reserved solely for that esteemed individual. Xiaolan lowered her head. Is that so? Young Master Pei nodded, his demeanor composed and respectful as he addressed the innkeeper at the counter. A private room for 4 on the second floor. And the finest dishes available. The wine should be of at least 3 years vintage. With this, he placed the jade pendant before the innkeeper. The innkeeper slowly raised his gaze, casting a fleeting glance. Understood. He then placed a nameplate on the table and returned to his ledger, seemingly indifferent to young Master Pei's presence. This dismissive attitude did not displease young Master Pei. Rather, he nodded in acceptance. After all, the individual he represented was none other than that esteemed personage, whose influence had once been unparalleled, and although he had since withdrawn from public life, his subordinates still held considerable sway. Grasping the nameplate, young Master Pei turned with flair and announced, Brother Jiang, let us ascend. With that, he and Jiang Yan ascended the stairs together. Jiang, the innkeeper, engrossed in his accounting, perked up at the mention of the name and instinctively lifted his head. He caught sight of a tall figure. The individual wore plain fabric, slightly wrinkled, with a few inconspicuous blades of grass trailing behind. Yet, in every gesture, there was an air of casual grace. Long hair was loosely secured with a black jade hairpin, and a dark gourd hung at his waist. Jiang, Master Jiang. He abruptly leapt from his seat, incredulity washing over him as he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The figure was identical. The posture was the same. Even the attire was equally unrefined. It was indeed Master Jiang. The innkeeper's previously impassive expression now erupted with excitement. With a swift motion, he leaped over the counter in 2 strides, his hands gracefully raised in a gesture of respect towards Jiang Yan. Yet, before he could utter a word, Jiang Yan had already slightly tilted his head, his lips moving ever so subtly. The shopkeeper noticed this and promptly refrained from speaking, instead bowing his head in a deep reverence. He then hurriedly rose to his feet, casually instructing others to tend to the shop and attend to young Master Pei, while he himself dashed out in a state of urgency. At that moment, Jiang Yan said nothing, merely forming the words with his lips, be discreet. Go inform your family to come. Young Master Pei, having finally seized an opportunity to shine in front of his friends, felt it prudent to avoid extinguishing the other's fervor too soon. Shin Ming stood quietly beside, absorbing the entire scene without revealing a trace of emotion. Oh, the master truly knows a multitude of people. In the elegant room on the second floor, Jiang Yan curiously surveyed the surroundings. The walls were adorned with landscape paintings, exuding an air of refinement. The tables and chairs were crafted from premium wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, offering a delicate and comfortable touch. A fine set of tea and wine vessels graced the table. Their seating arrangement was by the window, which was spacious and bright, overlooking a dense bamboo grove. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, bringing with it a refreshing coolness and an aura of tranquility. A knock sounded at the door, and a woman of gentle beauty entered, gracefully carrying a wine jug. Young Master Pei cast an appreciative glance her way before turning with a resigned expression towards Jiang Yan. Mayor, this delicate pastry was first spotted by me, yet it was Shen Ming who seized it first. One must understand the virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Indeed, but I am still a child. Master, can you not yield to Shen Ming? I am your master. Yet Shen Ming is still a child. Chapter 85. Long time no see. Jiang Yan and Shen Ming bumped their foreheads together, their gazes fiercely locked on one another, each gripping a piece of pastry tightly. Why has Mingo been so unruly lately? Jiang Yan remarked, exerting a slight force, causing the pastry to shift towards him. But Shen Ming has always been obedient, she retorted, applying equal pressure, though to no avail. Jiang Yan, with a playful huff, exclaimed, if Ming'er does not release her grip, I shall let her tumble down. Oh, master is rather stingy. It is evident that this delicacy was first claimed by Shen Ming. Jiang, my dear brother, it appears I have discovered something. You seem to relish teasing your little apprentice. Young Master Pei observed the two with a contemplative expression. Upon hearing his words, Shen Ming felt a delightful warmth bloom within her heart. Indeed, it was true. Master simply adored engaging in playful antics with Shen Ming. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, tilting her head to observe the other party. Is this playful banter? Is she daring to challenge me? Despite my considerable age, she remains oblivious to the need to show me some respect. Young Master Pei clicked his tongue and shook his head. I have encountered individuals who are magnanimous and kind-hearted. Yet I have never seen anyone as effortlessly calm and composed as you, Jiang, to the extent that even your disciple can overshadow you. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Indeed, since he met Jiang Yan, he too has come to realize this truth. Jiang Yan approaches everyone with an unwavering demeanor, one characterized by amiability. Regardless of the status or stature of those before him, he treats them with equality and kindness, never allowing the rank of another to alter his disposition. His gentle demeanor remains steadfast in its benevolence. While he is unaware of others' opinions, this is his own conviction. A delicate young woman cautiously lifted the wine jug, casting a glance at Jiang Yan before pouring for him first. Guest, have a drink to soothe your spirit. As she uncorked the bottle, a pale green liquid cascaded into the cup, filling the room with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of bamboo leaves. Young Master Pei was momentarily taken aback, as was Xiaolan. Is the wine of such exquisite quality now? He mused, turning his gaze toward the gentle woman. Yet, she merely lowered her head in silence and quietly withdrew to a corner. Jiang Yan, unfazed by the circumstances, elegantly released his grip and executed a graceful turn, raising his glass to consume its contents in one swift motion. A fine wine, indeed. I find it quite to my liking. Meanwhile, Shen Ming, who had been engaged in a contest of wills with Jiang Yan, unexpectedly lost her footing as he relinquished his hold. This sudden shift caused her to stumble and, with an exclamation, she found herself seated abruptly upon the ground. Huh, what did I say? If you don't let go, you'll take a great tumble. Shen Ming, rubbing her slightly aching rear, wore an expression tinged with reluctance. You were such a rascal, master, always picking on Shen Ming. She huffed, crossing her arms defiantly as she remained seated on the floor, unwilling to rise. Jiang Yan, with a jug of wine in hand, first poured a cup for the astonished young Master Pei, then leaned closer to Shen Ming, softly offering words of comfort. Do not be upset, my dear Ming. If need be, I shall abstain from that pastry. Humph. Observing the indignant Shen Ming, Jiang Yan's eyes twinkled mischievously, and a sly smile crept upon his lips. How about this, Ming? I shall impart to you a few more moves from the 72 styles, and in addition, I shall provide a sparring partner for an entire day. Shen Ming was quite tempted by the proposition, almost ready to acquiesce, but she quickly regained her composure, slightly pursing her lips and lifting her chin defiantly. Well, do not assume that I shall agree just because— Oh, never mind. Shen Ming blinked, her large eyes wide with confusion, her mind momentarily overwhelmed. She found herself at a loss for expression. How amusing. Truly delightful. Young Master Pei chuckled heartily, disregarding the earlier matter of the wine. Shen Ming remained dazed for a brief moment before the realization struck her. She had been playfully teased by her master. Master? Wait. Faced with Shen Ming, who was now gritting her teeth and on the verge of an outburst. Jiang Yan suddenly subdued his playful demeanor, adopting a rare seriousness. As Shen Ming, secretly contemplating whether to endure her master's antics for 1 or 2 incense sticks worth of time, noticed Jiang Yan's earnest expression. She too felt a wave of tension wash over her. Minger, my friend has arrived. Shen Ming was not lacking in understanding, aware of when to conduct herself appropriately. Thus, she refrained from further mischief. With a conflicted expression, she approached Jiang Yan, clutching his sleeve and fidgeting nervously. Jiang Yan gently ruffled Shen Ming's little head, feeling a sense of comfort. Minger has truly grown up. She is now considerate of her master. Before he could finish his thoughts, he heard Shen Ming murmuring to herself. Today, the master had once again bullied Shen Ming, and she noted it in her little notebook, vowing to repay the grievance once she had the strength to do so. Jiang Yan's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Was this truly something that had been recorded in a notebook? It was merely a trivial instance of bullying, was it not? Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping sound resonated from outside. Jiang Yan turned his gaze toward the sound, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young Master Pei cast a curious glance in that direction. Before them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. Leaning on a cane as he approached the door of the elegant room with measured steps. Beside him was a middle-aged woman, gently supporting him. His body trembled slightly, as if he were striving to suppress a certain emotion. Gradually, he lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Jiang Yan, his eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia, reminiscence, and a hint of yearning. His lips quivered slightly, as if he wished to utter something, yet he seemed at a loss for words. Jiang Yan gazed intently at the other individual. Though his eyes retained their brightness, wrinkles had begun to etch themselves upon his face, and his hair was tinged with gray. The only incongruity lay in his smooth, clean-shaven visage, which imparted a somewhat effeminate air. At this moment, as their gazes locked, time seemed to stand still. The man yearned to utter the first words, yet his lips trembled, leaving him momentarily at a loss, betraying a hint of awkwardness and unease. It has been quite a while, Brother Exine, he finally managed to say. With a smile in her eyes, Jiang Yan spoke, momentarily startling the man, causing a myriad of emotions within him to dissipate, leaving only the joy of a long-awaited reunion. The corners of his mouth lifted in response as he addressed Jiang Yan, his voice slightly high-pitched. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met, Jiang Xiaodi. Pei Xiaoyi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man outside, his expression revealing a hint of perplexity and confusion. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before, yet he could not recall where or when. He considered speaking up, but the current atmosphere felt inappropriate for such a gesture. So he wisely chose to remain silent, quietly lifting his wine cup. While sipping his drink, he continued to observe from the corner of his eye. Exine Lai, leaning on his cane, looked at Jiang Yan with a smile, his gaze sweeping past him, and he teasingly remarked, "Oh, after several years, Jiang Xiaodi has indeed married? I thought you vowed to keep your distance from the fairer sex for life. How is it that your child is already so grown?" He chuckled. "It seems your eyes have grown dim with age. This child is far too mature to have been born only in recent years." Chapter 86. The Three Yuan Kingdom. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes, taking Shen Ming by the hand and nonchalantly returning to his original seat. From beginning to end, he neither offered assistance to Exine Lai nor acknowledged him with a greeting. Their encounter had merely commenced with a casual exchange of pleasantries. Although they appeared to be long-lost friends reunited, the excitement was not as fervent as one might expect. Instead, everything unfolded in a remarkably calm and natural manner. Exine Lai, both amused and exasperated, rolled up his sleeves and pointed a finger at Jiang Yan. "You, my boy, seem to lack respect for your elders. Here I am, of considerable age, and you do not even offer to lend a hand." Jiang Yan cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, "Your leg is not yet incapacitated. You can still take a few steps." Exine Lai, shaking his head with a sense of resignation, bore no trace of reproach in his eyes. Instead, he expressed a hint of nostalgia and delight. With a soft tap of his cane, he entered the private room, a smile gracing his features as he performed a courteous bow to young Master Pei and Xiao Lan, his slightly high-pitched voice announcing, "I am Exine Lai, the proprietor of this establishment. I was quite overwhelmed with excitement upon meeting a friend earlier, and thus failed to notice your presence. Please forgive my oversight. Should there be any inadequacies in our hospitality, I humbly ask for your understanding, as I am but an old fellow on the brink of the grave, lacking the energy to manage this in." Xiao Lan's reaction was swift. Her thoughts did not linger on anything else upon hearing that he was the owner of the inn. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly rose to return the gesture. It's quite all right. The inn is splendid, truly splendid. My name? Oh no. I am merely the servant of young master and cannot presume to use such a humble name. You may call me Xiao Lan. As she lowered her head to introduce herself, she was acutely aware of her status as a mere maid. The innkeeper had graciously bowed and introduced himself. It would be wholly inappropriate for her to present her master in the guise of a servant. Such an act would be exceedingly disrespectful. In her heart, she silently urged, "Young master, do not daze like that. It's one thing to be absent-minded at other times, but how can you be so now?" Yet Xian Lai remained unperturbed, simply watching the scene unfold with a gentle smile. "Do not fret, young lady. I am not a beast to be feared. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Beside him, the elegant matron looked on with kindness, her eyes reflecting a deep tolerance for the younger generation. She then assisted Xian Lai to sit beside Jiang Yan, seeing that there was no displeasure on his countenance. Xiao Lan let out a relieved sigh and promptly approached young Master Pei, giving him a gentle tug. "Young master, do not lose your focus." Jiang Yan poured a cup of wine for Xian Lai and brewed a cup of tea for the beautiful woman. Midway, he gestured with his chin towards young Master Pei, saying he is a decent fellow, though his thought process is somewhat unconventional. Xian Lai gently swirled the wine in his cup, watching it trace a path along the rim. Then shook his head with a light chuckle. "How many in your company are truly normal? TSK, what you just said seems a tad disrespectful. Come, let us share a drink." Young Master Pei, caught in a daze, wore a bewildered expression, his eyes vacant and his spirits seemingly paralyzed. His mind was in a state of chaos, replaying the earlier words. What exactly did he just say? Oh, the innkeeper? What innkeeper? The proprietor of the Fulai Inn. Good heavens, I certainly did not mishear. Fulai Inn Xian Lai? And that court official who had retired, his surname is indeed Xian. No wonder he looked so familiar. At this moment, the visage of the man before him fused with a vague silhouette in his memory, coupled with a somewhat delicate demeanor. The resemblance was uncanny. Moreover, no one would dare impersonate the innkeeper in this establishment. Thus, this man must be the one. Young Master Pei, still in a state of confusion, muttered to himself, when suddenly a spark of realization ignited in his mind, recalling Jiang Yan's casual remark. "I have a friend named Xian Lai." After entering the court, he has indeed achieved new heights. New heights. Such a nonchalant way of expressing it. With a loud crash, the wine cup slipped from young Master Pei's grasp, shattering into countless fragments, wine splashing everywhere, some even staining Xian Lai's sleeve. The act of drinking halted abruptly as Xian Lai cast a penetrating glance at him. That single gaze jolted young Master Pei awake. It instantly pulled him from his stupor. At that moment, his mind attained an unprecedented clarity, and upon realizing the absurdity of his previous actions, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He sprang to his feet, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "My lord Xian, I was remiss. I beg your pardon. My name is Pei Ming, hailing from Lingzhou. My father's name is Pei Hu, a merchant authorized by the magistrate of Chongping County. I was granted permission by the magistrate himself. Upon hearing your esteemed name, I was momentarily taken aback, and thus please forgive my indiscretion." Having finished his hurried apology, he bowed even lower. By this time, both his front and back were drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The Eastern Liao region had once been home to many dynasties, yet one after another, they were toppled by more powerful successors. This dynasty was known as San Yuan, and it ruled over the entire Eastern Liao region. It has been a century since the events unfolded. However, merely a decade ago, the kingdom of San Yuan teetered on the brink of collapse, with an aging king and only a 5-year-old prince to succeed him. Disorder had already begun to take root across the lands, as regional lords discreetly carved out their territories, hinting at a brewing opposition against the court. Internally, the kingdom was mired in corruption, suffused with a pervasive stench of decay. The edicts often failed to reach the provinces, and the old emperor, though concerned, felt powerless. Indeed, he was too weary to intervene. The court's inertia only exacerbated the chaos in various regions. All this turmoil erupted upon the emperor's demise. The young emperor was ill-equipped to manage such crises, leading to various factions vying for influence within the court, just as chaos threatened to engulf the realm. A previously inconspicuous eunuch stepped forward. Tasked with caring for the young emperor, he possessed an astute understanding of the power dynamics at play. Heeding the eunuch's counsel, The young emperor, through his guidance, managed to quell the internal strife. Subsequently, the eunuch was appointed as the imperial tutor, an unprecedented position for a eunuch throughout history. He became the first of his kind. From that moment onward, this eunuch embarked on a legendary journey, educating the emperor, quelling rebellions, subduing the regional lords, and reforming the laws. He introduced bold innovations, promoting talent and establishing a new selection system to gradually replace the traditional aristocracy. Those who opposed him met with ruthless retribution, as he reshuffled the internal order of San Yuan with bloodshed. Thus began the resurgence of the entire kingdom, all stemming from this eunuch's influence. Chapter 87. Young people, do not be impatient. His elevated status and remarkable achievements ultimately led even the emperor to run out of titles to bestow, settling instead on the designation of wise chancellor. His life was extraordinarily fulfilling, save for the fact that he was a eunuch. Now, the tales of the past have become mere stories recounted by storytellers, and the once little emperor has grown into a spirited youth. As for the legendary eunuch, he has gradually faded from public view. One unremarkable spring, he chose to resign and retreat from public life. This story was one that young Master Pei had heard from his father. It was neither detailed nor secretive, yet it left a profound impression on him. During his visits to Pingming County for trade, he had sought out the Fulakexuan several times, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fabled figure. However, he was unable to meet him. On one rare occasion, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure surrounded by admirers, strikingly captivating. Now, he finally laid eyes on the legendary man, albeit in an unexpected manner. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that this esteemed figure, whom he held in high regard, was a friend of Jiang Yan. Mr. Pei's mind was flooded with vivid memories of his interactions with Jiang Yan. The latter had never boasted about his accomplishments nor displayed any semblance of arrogance. He had always presented himself as laid-back and easygoing, yet Mr. Pei was taken aback by the depth of this amiability. An inexplicable dryness settled in his mouth, and even his fingers trembled slightly. This was not fear, rather, it was a sense of unwillingness. Jiang Yan faced him with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, engaging in conversation with ease, and he relished this interaction, even indulging in playful banter. However, this did not imply that he genuinely believed they belonged to the same social stratum. It is akin to chancing upon a beggar standing proudly, possessing grace and eloquence, exuding charm and amiability. You feel a sense of joy, recognizing that his refinement is worthy of emulation, and his character resonates with your own, making him a potential friend. Yet, you would ultimately never consider him your superior, even if you fall short in refinement or nobility. You may allow him to surpass you in these attributes, and you might even bow your head to learn from him. In the face of such circumstances, you would merely smile and concede, acknowledging his superiority. This embodies a form of haughty disdain and arrogance, a benevolent offering of inclusion into your sphere, a chance for generosity, and a profound pride that resonates from the depths of your being. Jiang Yan can surpass him in every conceivable aspect, and he is willing to accept this. It does not trouble him. However, there is one thing he simply cannot tolerate. He finds himself unable to accept it. Young Master Pei feels a darkness clouding his vision, his perception distorting. Am I truly so inadequate that I cannot measure up to anyone? Lord Xian, my young master has been quite rude earlier. He has been transporting goods these past few days, enduring the hardships of travel, and has caught a chill. It was only a momentary lapse that led to the wine cup being knocked over, thus offending you. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. We shall take our leave now, so as not to disturb your reunion with Lord Jiang. Xiaolan's expression remained unchanged, her countenance composed as she bowed to Jiang Yan and the others, her fingertips digging into her own flesh, lost in her thoughts. Young Master Pei's eyes flickered slightly as he struggled to lift his gaze towards the figure standing before him. Though typically timid to the point of blushing and seeking refuge in the ground, today she stood resolutely before him, her face devoid of any fear or trepidation. Xian Lai raised his wine cup, swaying it slightly while leaning against the table, his gaze fixated on the wine within. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his somewhat effeminate features. He neither rejected nor verbally consented, choosing instead to remain silent. Although his expression bore no trace of anger or dissatisfaction, an unmistakable aura of gravity enveloped the gathering. Shin Ming rested his hands on the table, propping his chin up, his deep, dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on the emerging Xiaolan. He then tilted his head slightly, strands of hair cascading over his left eye. Within his gaze, a flicker of blue light appeared, elusive yet striking. At this moment, Jiang Yan remained silent, his eyes slightly narrowed, his expression serene, as if savoring the rich flavors of the wine. The atmosphere in the room became oppressively tense, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments stretched into an indistinguishable blur. Xian Lai's head moved slightly. He cast a glance at Xiao Lan and the gentleman, Pei behind her, then imperceptibly shook his head before slowly lowering the wine cup in his hand. Sir Xian, I have become quite familiar with Brother Jiang. Hence my invitation for him to join us for tea and wine. I did not anticipate your esteemed presence. It was indeed unexpected, and thus my hospitality was lacking, Mr. Pei stated, standing beside Xiao Lan with a jug of wine in hand. His eyes, previously filled with uncertainty, now radiated an unusual resolve. He lifted the jug and declared, Since my hospitality has fallen short, I shall take it upon myself to drink. With that, he gulped down the entire contents of the jug in one breath. As he set the jug down, he found himself slightly unsteady. What kind of wine is this? The strength is overwhelming. Xiao Lan, gazing up at him, was captivated. Her eyes fixed on his face, reflecting his image in their depths, unable to look away. A slight smile graced Xian Lai's lips, and the cup he had nearly set down was raised once more to his lips for a gentle sip. Youth, as I mentioned, do not be too hasty. Have a cup of tea, sit down, and let us converse properly. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Pei felt a weight lift from his chest, his body instinctively relaxing as he stumbled backward a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Xiao Lan reacted swiftly and steadied him. Thank goodness for her promptness. Otherwise, my father's position as a merchant would be at stake. How fortunate I am, and how magnanimous the sir is. Mr. Pei was filled with trepidation. Facing someone of such caliber, a mere glance could obliterate a multitude of county magistrates. Moreover, he was merely the son of a humble merchant. The other party need not express any intention. Should news of today's events circulate, his father would face immediate ruin, and no one would dare purchase from their family again. Such was the ruthless nature of power. Yet, if he managed to navigate this situation well, leaving a favorable impression, it could turn out differently. Just as Mr. Pei was immersed in a flurry of thoughts, admiring his own cleverness, an unexpected burst of laughter interrupted the tension. Instantly, all eyes turned to see who dared to laugh at such a moment. It was Jiang Yan, who, with a light clap and a chuckle, looked at Mr. Pei, prompting a bitter expression from the latter, who could only offer an awkward smile in return. I must have appeared quite a sight just now, didn't I? Mr. Pei chuckled. Pei Meng Meng, what a delightful name. A name? Mr. Pei assumed Jiang Yan was mocking his current disheveled state, but in reality, Jiang Yan merely found the name amusing. What is so funny about the name? Meng Meng? Is it not a good name? Is the essence of all things being reborn not delightful? Chapter 88. Young man, have you comprehended? How peculiar. Jiang Yan's sense of humor is indeed strange. At this moment, another somewhat sharp laugh echoed in the air. Young Master Pei turned to see Xian Lai laughing as well. Based on your previous words, Meng Meng, has this taken on a different meaning within your circle? Is that what it signifies? Xian Lai inquired with a smile, to which Jiang Yan gently nodded, surveying young Master Pei with a sidelong glance. Indeed, it's a charming name, lively and brimming with vitality. How splendid it is. Alas, the gender is mistaken. Should we let him, like you, take a drastic measure? Upon hearing this, Xian Lai's face abruptly stiffened. Very well, you young rascal, no cheating today. I intend to drink you under the table. Ha ha ha, fair enough, but do not hide your treasures. Bring forth all the bamboo leaf wine you've been hoarding. As if I were unaware. Xian Lai shook his head in resignation. You wine addict. The conversation between the two left young Master Pei bewildered. Though he did not comprehend the words, there was a moment when he felt a chill in his lower body, as if a calamity was approaching him. Wielding a great blade, he shivered slightly, and before he could react, Jiang Yan stood and walked directly towards him. Young Master Pei's heart tightened again. Uncertain of how to face the current Jiang Yan, even though the other was unchanged, he could not shake the lingering discomfort. Perhaps their previous camaraderie would never return. However, Jiang Yan did not conform to his expectations. Instead, he approached with the demeanor of an old leader inspecting his subordinates, hands clasped behind his back, nodding as he circled around him. Not bad, not bad. Though the young man may lack intellect, his courage is commendable and worthy of praise. You must strive onward. The nation's future rests upon your shoulders. Hearing this admonitory tone, young Master Pei inexplicably felt relieved, managing a weary smile. Brother Jiang, You are once again speaking in profound terms. I truly do not comprehend this time. Could you enlighten me? Jiang Yan bent down and meticulously gathered the shards from the table, stacking them carefully in the palm of his hand. I mean to say, one should cast aside prejudices, embrace humility, and refrain from maintaining an aloof demeanor rather than perpetually behaving like a repressed individual. Aspiring to embody the carefree elegance of the heroes depicted in literature, yet failing to achieve consistency, yearning for spontaneity while simultaneously being paralyzed by hesitation. Unable to shed one's facade in the presence of others, and unwilling to confront one's true self in solitude, ultimately results in a state of ambiguity, neither here nor there. The grace one seeks remains elusive, rendering one more akin to a fool. Young Master Pei tilted his head in confusion, though I could not fully comprehend. I seemed to grasp the essence of the sentiment. Xiaolon gazed gently at her master, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Jiang Yan stood to the side, observing everything with a knowing smile, fingers deftly juggling the shards of wine cups. His gaze, slightly arched, was fixed upon young Master Pei. So, young sir, have you come to an understanding? Young Master Pei's expression remained somewhat bewildered, yet his brows began to furrow delicately. After a considerable pause, a hint of relaxation graced his features as his body fully eased and his slightly raised shoulders descended, allowing his demeanor to return to a state of tranquility. Jiang Yan extended his hand to halt the other person. Never mind, this topic is still too challenging for you. With your intellect, it would be quite difficult to comprehend. Even my dear Ming'er struggles to grasp it. So, perhaps it is best for you to take a rest. As he spoke, Master Pei's lips quivered uncontrollably, and the emotions he had just begun to cultivate were instantly dissipated. However, his mood did indeed relax completely, and the resentment he harbored towards Jiang Yan also vanished into thin air. Brother Jiang remains the same generous and easygoing individual, while I have indeed acted rather recklessly. Jiang Yan gently patted his shoulder, and with a swift motion of his other hand, he cast the shards out of the window. His actions were executed with elegance, precision, and an impeccable parabolic trajectory, only to be met with a cry from outside. Ah, who threw that? Ah, cough, cough. It was Master Brother, yes. Yes, I was just here to relieve myself. Cough, cough. I shall take my leave now. Meanwhile, young Master Pei and Xiaolon stood side by side, their eyes blinking in unison. Ultimately, it was Xiaolon who broke the silence. What is happening outside is? Jiang Yan maintained a calm demeanor. It is of no consequence, merely a junior disciple of mine. He often indulges in eavesdropping and meddling in others' affairs. We need not concern ourselves with him. Ah, little Lon, why don't you and Sister Hui share some whispers while we head over there for a drink? Jiang Yan spoke to Xiaolon, then draped his arm over young Master Pei's shoulder, guiding him into another room of the elegant chamber. Here, Xi and Lai had long been awaiting their arrival, as a succession of exquisitely beautiful women entered, carrying an array of drinks and delicacies. The room was soon filled with an enticing aroma that wafted out the window, enticing passers-by outside the inn to pause and intrigue. Xiaolon, somewhat bewildered, approached Jiang Yan's designated spot and dutifully sat beside the elegant woman. However, she dared not move an inch, nervously swallowing, fearful that she might inadvertently offend. She appeared quite anxious and uneasy, her eyes occasionally darting towards young Master Pei, brimming with concern and worry. The elegant woman, observing the demure young lady seated before her, could not help but smile gently. She reached into her sleeve and produced a peculiar set of paper and pen, a small booklet paired with an odd pen, unlike any ordinary brush, being a slender hexagonal piece of wood with a black tip resembling coal or charcoal. As it glided across the pages, it left behind an intriguing black line, albeit with somewhat crooked letters. The elegant woman penned a short message and tore it out, placing it before Xiaolon. Instinctively, Xiaolon glanced at it, and upon reading the initial words, she was momentarily taken aback. Her name was Xi Hui, and she was mute? No wonder she had remained silent all along. It all made sense now. A pang of sympathy welled up within her, but as her gaze continued, that sympathy was swiftly dispelled, and her face flushed crimson. Without regard for her posture or decorum, she clasped the note to her chest with both hands, stealing a furtive glance at young Master Pei. And upon realizing he was oblivious to the scene, she let out a slight sigh of relief and turned apologetically towards the elegant woman. The latter, witnessing Xiaolan's flushed cheeks, smiled even more warmly. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was the men's time to indulge in drinking. Shenming, with an air of entitlement, insisted on lingering by Jiang Yan's side, even attempting to share a drink with him, which nearly sparked another quarrel. However, this time, Jiang Yan displayed an unusual firmness, asserting his authority as a master. You, Shinming, disciple. I, Jiang Yan, master. Therefore, you shall sit at the children's table with Xiaolon. Chapter 89. Shinming also wished to be with the master. Shinming's expression reflected discontent, as if he were about to protest, but for reasons unknown. He suddenly fell silent, a smile creeping onto his face, radiating joy as he cheerfully remarked, "All right, master, no problem at all. I shall sit there and wait for you, ensuring I do not disturb you." With that, he skipped over to Xiaolon. Although young Master Pei felt slightly dazed, he maintained a dignified posture. While the psychological pressure from Jiang Yan had dissipated, he still harbored a degree of respect for Attain Lai. Observing the earlier scene, he could not help but inquire, "Jiang, what has caused you to be so assertive this time?" Jiang Yan calmly sipped a glass of wine. "Humph, if he doesn't assert his master's authority, he'll truly be mistaken for a soft persimmon. Young Master Pei, please." Jiang Yan's commanding presence was undeniable. "Oh, it's just a trivial matter. Why speak so much? Come, let us drink." The three raised their glasses and began to indulge in conversations about romantic escapades and amusing anecdotes from their recent experiences. In no time, the atmosphere grew lively, with cups clinking and laughter echoing. As the evening progressed, young Master Pei let his guard down completely. His initial awe of Attain Lai gradually waning amidst their continuous interactions and Jiang Yan's playful revelations. By the end, Pei's face was flushed and feeling uncomfortable on his seat. He stood up, one foot perched on the stool, and began recounting his past embarrassing moments to Jiang Yan and the others. His voice was loud, and the door to their booth was ajar, allowing Xiaolon to hear, causing her to rise and sit multiple times, desperately wishing to intervene and halt her young master's tales. "Please, don't go on. If you do, you won't be able to face them again. With your temperament, you'll surely run home with a cart tonight upon hearing this." Meanwhile, Shinming sat quietly and obediently on a specially elevated stool, her short legs swinging back and forth. With her hands propping her chin on the table, she gently swayed her head from side to side, humming a melody that Jiang Yan had taught her, exuding pure joy. Amidst her frantic concern, Xiaolon couldn't help but be drawn to her and asked, "Ming'er, you seem so happy. What is the reason behind it?" Shinming's eyes sparkled as she gazed in Jiang Yan's direction. "It's a secret. Oh, Sister Xiaolon, please don't ask." "A secret?" Oh, Shinming delicately cradled a small teacup in her hands, sipping tea while the echoes of Jiang Yan's voice resonated in her heart. "Be good, Ming'er. There are so many people here. Although your master is usually shameless, he must maintain some dignity at this moment. Then shall I teach you a few more tricks later? Is it not enough? What else do you desire?" "I want you, master." "Disciple, your words are somewhat inappropriate." As Shinming reminisced about the nights spent practicing with Jiang Yan, she playfully teased him. "Ming'er, when I transmit messages to you in the future, try not to breathe so heavily, all right?" "Hee hee. Oh, you think that's funny? Well, then I'll just stay here and cry until you comfort me." Cough, cough. "After careful consideration, I reluctantly agree to your request, for I am a kind-hearted person." Shinming, recalling Jiang Yan's promises, felt a surge of excitement. His embrace was warm, and whenever her hand rested upon him, a comforting sensation washed over her. Each time she witnessed his helpless expressions directed at her, it filled her heart with a sense of joy and ease. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yet what is this sensation? The master has never instructed Shinming. Shinming gazed quietly at Jiang Yan, observing him clinking glasses with Attain Lai, listening to young Master Pei's embarrassing stories, and subsequently laughing aloud. Her master had never drunk so joyfully before. Usually, he would indulge in solitary drinking, occasionally allowing her to partake, but only permitting her to taste a few drops. At other times, he appeared languid and indifferent to the world around him. She cherished her master's lazy and innocent demeanor far more than the present version of him, who was delighted to drink with others. She preferred the one who lounged in the shop, idly waiting for death while basking in the sun, her master, belonging solely to her, who smiled only for her. Shinming longed to share such moments with her master. The smile at the corners of her mouth gradually faded, her eyes reflecting Jiang Yan's figure. The beautiful woman observed this and couldn't help but subtly raise an eyebrow, her expression shifting as she discreetly glanced at Jiang Yan and then back at Shinming. After a moment of contemplation, she inscribed something in her booklet, folded it, and tucked it into her sleeve, her expression softening once more. Time flew by. and in an instant, midnight had arrived. Although the kingdom of San Yuan had no curfew, the streets of Pingming County were not as lively as usual after the Spring Festival. However, there was one exception, a bustling area surrounding the Fu Lake Inn. While it wasn't a throng of people, it could certainly be described as shoulder to shoulder. Indeed, it was a gathering of bodies, all huddled together, whispering various tales about Jiang Yan. Rumors circulated about the elder brother having a daughter after 3 years away, about him keeping a girl, and even about being kept by a girl, absurd stories that left people astonished. Among them was a man adorned with shards of a ceramic wine cup upon his head. His expression animated as he chatted excitedly in a small group tucked away in a corner. At that moment, I was merely a few paces away from the elder brother. I was on the verge of glimpsing the true visage of the legendary master, to behold the author of Jin Ping Mei, the dream of countless female cultivators. Alas, the heavens were unkind, and I ultimately did not see the elder brother. A collective sigh arose, yet the man's tone shifted dramatically, becoming fervent. However, although I did not catch a glimpse of the elder brother's face, he left his mark upon me. He even bestowed upon me a token. The crowd stirred with renewed vigor. Where's this token? Where? The man, with a pious expression, tilted his head back, slightly closed his eyes, and pointed at the shards atop his head. Indeed, this object, a female cultivator, adorned with a delicate veil and possessing an enchanting grace, gazed at the fragments atop the man's head, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Indeed, it bears the essence of Jiang Yan, she exclaimed, her voice resonating with excitement. At last, you have returned. She boldly lifted her head and proclaimed, what do you sell? I am willing to part with 300 spirit stones to acquire it. The crowd gasped at the mention of 300 spirit stones. Who could this extravagant individual be? As cultivators, they recognized that the fragment was merely a common shard devoid of any efficacy. Even if it had been cast by the esteemed senior brother himself, it was worth little more than a mere title. Even within the Ancient Immortal Sect, its value would scarcely reach 10 spirit stones. After all, anyone daring enough to leverage the senior brother's name for profit would find themselves at a devastating loss. Chapter 90. He is, after all, my most revered senior brother. There once was an elder who, in his spare time, collected various items belonging to the senior brother and attempted to sell them to a few obsessive fans. To his surprise, sales flourished, leading him to amass his first fortune. Encouraged, he invested heavily in acquiring numerous items related, directly or indirectly, to the senior brother. However, just as he completed his purchases, Jiang Yan received word and personally set up a stall, offering a variety of goods for free under the banner of charity. The elder was left utterly bankrupt on the spot. It is said he even attempted to leap from a height, only to be saved by the senior brother himself. Oh, the schemes. The Ancient Immortal Sect is no match for the senior brother. At this moment, the crowd reflected on these thoughts, while the female cultivator appeared blissfully unaware. She promptly reached into her storage bag to retrieve spirit stones. Is it for sale? However, the man, upon hearing the price of 300 spirit stones, straightened his expression resolutely. This was personally given to me by the senior brother. How could I part with it so easily? For 100, the female cultivator replied, her face remaining impassive as she produced an additional 100 spirit stones. The man's expression faltered, quickly shifting to one of indignation. He is my most esteemed senior brother. He is my idol. 500. The man's demeanor subtly changed, his voice softening, yet his stubbornness remained palpable. I would never part with it for 600. And it is of the finest quality spirit stones. Deal. The man's expression transformed, and with an unexpected generosity. He removed the fragment from his head and handed it to the female cultivator, complimenting her in passing. Higi, rest assured, this fragment is absolutely genuine, freshly obtained from the senior brother himself. If it proves to be a counterfeit, I shall compensate you with 1,000 spirit stones. Behold, this enchanting maiden displays her generosity, a true embodiment of her spirited nature, and undoubtedly a devoted admirer of the esteemed senior brother. It appears that the senior brother remains unaccompanied on his path, and I dare say this maiden would be a most fitting companion for him. Upon hearing these words, the female cultivator involuntarily smirked, and without hesitation, produced 600 spirit stones to present to her interlocutor. He is not worthy to be my partner. My only desire is to vanquish him. The man counting the spirit stones faltered, his expression shifting to one of gravity as he swiftly retreated 2 paces, forming a sword seal with his hand. You are not a member of the Ancient Immortal Sect. No one within the sect would dare to address the senior brother by his true name. Concurrently, the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting as they dispersed, some soaring into the air while others firmly planted their feet on the ground, forming intricate seals in a rapid, esoteric arrangement to construct a formation. Those wielding magical artifacts readied their implements, reciting incantations. An intricate and obscure formation surged from beneath the female cultivator, swiftly enveloping her in its confines. The novice formation is activated. You have no avenue for retreat, they demanded. Who informed you of the senior brother's return? This information was known only to those of credible standing within the Ancient Immortal Sect, and even among them, none were mere common outer disciples. They were all proficient members of the new generation, or closely acquainted with Xiren, thus privy to the senior brother's return. Yet this female cultivator, not being a member of the Ancient Immortal Sect, possessed knowledge of the senior brother's presence. Who, then, leaked this information? Surprisingly, the female cultivator did not respond to their inquiries. Instead, she seemed entranced by the formation that ensnared her, extending her hand to touch the runes above. Her delicate fingers grazed the surface without harm, inadvertently adjusting the arrangement of the runes within the formation. An advanced cultivator, perhaps even a formation master. Let us refrain from attacking for the moment. The crowd felt a pang of trepidation, hesitating to act rashly. Nonetheless, they were not entirely daunted, for they were gathered in numbers, and the commotion of their formation would surely alert their fellow disciples, especially since their senior brother was situated above them. Should this female cultivator dare to harm them, she would find herself trapped as well. Moreover, her ability to disrupt the novice formation devised by the senior brother stemmed merely from the limited number of individuals sustaining it, should they all unite. Even an advanced cultivator would surely meet their demise here. The female cultivator appeared entranced, her fingers delicately tracing the runes of the formation. The demon-slaying array of my hidden flower valley could astonishingly be transformed into a formation for a 100-person joint strike, and it had been erected in such a remarkably swift manner, ensnaring, binding, and suppressing the enemy. Most astonishingly, this formation was composed of low-tier practitioners, truly a case of the small triumphing over the great. The female cultivator marveled inwardly, savoring the aura emanating from the array. As more ancient sect members discovered this place and joined in maintaining the formation, a sense of powerlessness began to dawn upon her. She could no longer influence the arrangement of the runes as she had moments ago. If additional individuals were to join, she feared she might never break free. However, she did not feel anxious. Rather, she quietly observed the formation growing stronger by the moment. Such exquisite thought and innovation. It was indeed you, Jiang Yan. I cannot help but delve into the intricacies of your formation, she murmured softly, then extended her jade-like arm, fingers splayed, revealing a circular array plate in her palm. The female cultivator pressed her fingers upon it, sending ripples of spiritual power emanating from the point of contact, creating waves that cascaded against the surrounding formation. Yet, instead of causing harm, the energy flowed back into the array plate. Subsequently, a three-dimensional projection emerged, appearing quite uncanny. Within the image, she found herself ensnared within the array. But the surrounding formation had revealed more than just the superficial runes. The underlying structure, the spiritual inscriptions, and various prohibitive symbols were all laid bare. This included the runes responsible for the arrangement and distribution of the flowing magical energy, which had also been exposed. Magical energy possesses attributes, and formations are static. Their foundational constructs dictate the types of magical energy they can sustain and operate. Large-scale formations utilized by multiple practitioners are, in fact, more complex than typical high-level formations, as their core must manage a chaotic array of magical energies. Consequently, such formations cannot be widely disseminated, for their intricacy surpasses that of other arrays. With more participants, coordination may falter, as individuals possess varying degrees of talent. Some grasp the nuances while others struggle, preventing the formation from reaching its full potential. It is often more effective for a single individual to sustain the formation while others channel their magical energy into it. The two possess distinct advantages. The former is adaptable and diverse in attack, while the latter remains more singular in focus, as it is executed by one person. Among them, the joint strike formation occupies a peculiar position, being a high-level array that is simultaneously unpalatable yet regrettable to abandon, even if it were subsequently downgraded to a mid-tier status. No large groups would undertake its cultivation. After all, the world of cultivation values individual martial prowess above all. who would spend their time training in such cooperative formations. Yet this particular array is different. It retains its formidable power even while being lowered a tier, as long as one is a cultivator. A mere moment's effort allows them to form a formation alongside others, and the greater the number of participants, the more formidable the power. Such phenomena were virtually unheard of in the past. It is possible that no one had dedicated themselves to its study. Yet, Jiang Yan has brought it to fruition. Moreover, this is a formation accessible to even low-tier cultivators. This is a completely different paradigm. When low-tier cultivators gather en masse, they could indeed overwhelm high-tier cultivators. And the most astonishing part? It requires only a minimal expenditure of energy. Truly terrifying. The female cultivator gazed intently at the flow of the spiritual patterns within the formation, meticulously recording each step of its operation. Meanwhile, the pressure within the formation gradually intensified, constricting her form. Nevertheless, she remained oblivious, utterly entranced by the movement of the spiritual patterns. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. Everyone, cease your actions. The individual within is Miss Fang Yuelu, daughter of the Valley Master of Tsanghua Valley. Fellow disciples, do not lose your decorum. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd hesitated not a moment to withdraw the formation, bowing respectfully towards the figure standing atop the distant rooftop. We pay our respects to Brother Duan. That figure stood tall and imposing, a bright moon illuminating his back, with a gentle breeze causing his garments to billow gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. However, his slightly plump figure did detract from the overall image. Fang Yuelu had been utterly captivated by the formation, but its sudden disappearance left her quite displeased. She furrowed her brows and directed her gaze toward the figure on the rooftop. Duan Haonan, you little chub, aren't you afraid of falling from such heights? Referred to as little chub, Duan Haonan felt no anger, merely shaking his head in resignation. Miss Fang, that is quite impolite. Oh. Shall I refer to you as your brother's title, then? Little round mound. Very well, Miss Fang may address me as she pleases. Seeing him at a disadvantage brought a smirk to Fang Yuelu's lips, alleviating her earlier frustration. Where has your brother gone? Tell him to come out. I wish to challenge him to a duel. Duan Haonan lightly leaped before her, offering a slight bow. As he raised his head, a cherubic face appeared before him, adorned with a friendly smile that immediately evoked warmth. Well, he is at the Fulakexuan Inn, he began, but then a haunting voice echoed in his mind. If you dare to reveal my whereabouts, I will disclose to your junior sister that you have cherished a collection of comic books for over a decade, and tell her that you actually had a first love. How could I ever endanger my elder brother in times of peril? My elder brother is my sky. My elder brother is my earth. I shall never allow him to suffer. Well, I shall keep my gaze fixed upon you. Should you fail in your task, you shall certainly regret it. Duan Haonan displayed no trace of unease on his face, appearing deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. Senior brother, he has gone to Bamboo Bee Mountain to visit Aunt Xiong. With that, he gestured towards Bamboo Bee Mountain, located behind the Fuel Lake Inn. Fang Yuelu squinted slightly, regarding him with a hint of suspicion. Oh, do not assume that I am unaware of the circumstances upon my arrival. I just heard that Jiang Yan is still here at Fuel Lake Inn. Duan Haonan furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, who said that? Fang Yuelu turned and pointed at the man selling him fragments. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding the man dispersed, creating an open space around him. Yes, it's him. I still have the Jiang Yan fragments he sold me. The man, standing in the center, was taken aback, bewildered at finding himself the center of attention. Upon realizing that the person addressing him was Fang Yuelu from the Tsanghua Valley, he felt no inclination to fight. Ah, it's Fang Yuelu, an old acquaintance. Though we haven't met often, her name is well known. Ever since the senior brother led the sect master to triumph over various prominent sects in the Dongliao region, the Ancient Immortal Sect has never known peace. Countless sects seek out Jiang Yan and the sect master by name, some looking for a fight, others wishing to discuss formations, inquire about economic development, or explore collaboration. There is a diverse array of intentions. Among them, Tsanghua Valley is the most diligent. As the Valley Master was once friends with the sect master, and Fang Yuelu frequently visits the senior brother, it is said that the senior brother had once bested her in combat. Thus, almost every year, she arrives on schedule to challenge the senior brother, to spar. It is either a contest of formations or talismans, or simply a brawl. At that time, the senior brother was brimming with youthful vigor and, naturally, showed no mercy. Alas, poor Fang Yuelu. However, if she suffered, the senior brother would fare even worse. As for what happened afterward, The senior brother became disheartened and retreated, leaving even his closest acquaintances seldom seeing him, let alone Feng Yulu. Therefore, it was quite surprising that she had pursued him today. This was certainly gossip-worthy. After all, the black market of the Ancient Immortal Sect had serialized 101 volumes detailing the secrets between the senior brother and Feng Yulu. If he could glean some juicy tidbits, he could share inspiration with those authors. Yet, the greatest fear of indulging in gossip is when it turns back upon oneself. At this moment, the man observed the shadowy figure of Duan Haonan standing behind Feng Yulu, whose expression was dark and whose eyes seemed to bore into him as if ready to devour him whole. Is that so, Song Yang? Song Yang looked at his senior brother's amiable demeanor, which seemed to convey, did you bring Feng Yulu here? Gulp. Ah ha ha. How could that be? I merely. Song Yang racked his brain for a countermeasure, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. I merely fabricated this. Yes, just occasionally deceiving junior brothers and sisters for some extra profit. I am quite adept at weaving tales. Feng Yulu raised an eyebrow slightly. So, this fragment does not belong to Jiang Yan. Indeed, this is merely an ordinary shard. I used to sell such items frequently. It was just a means to earn some extra pocket money. Heh. Besides, how could one easily acquire the belongings of the senior brother? Upon uttering these words, the individuals surrounding him were immediately captivated, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Each wore a grim expression, their gazes dark and foreboding. Song Yang's heart raced. Oh no, this is the end. The admirers of the senior brother will likely tear me apart after hearing this. I have sold quite a few items. Although a small portion was counterfeit, with my statement, they might all be deemed fraudulent. This is disastrous. I absolutely must keep this under wraps. Otherwise, it will be a loss of both fortune and reputation. Feng Yulu smiled, narrowing her eyes as she toyed with the fragment. Well, since Jiang Yan is not here, I shall wait. Clearing her throat, Duan Haonan attempted to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by Feng Yulu's glare. What? Is it not permissible for you to wait here while I cannot? Of course, you may stay wherever you wish, Duan Haonan replied, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Chapter 92, Credit or Cash. Although she remained skeptical, at least she was no longer fixated on entering, and matters with the senior brother could be settled. Song Yang felt the same sense of relief. Thank goodness I survived. However, just as he relaxed, he found Feng Yulu standing before him, extending her delicate hand towards him. Song Yang was taken aback. What does this mean? Is she trying to hold my hand? Surely not. Could it be that the fairy has taken an interest in me? But I have no connection with her. Moreover, she is the senior brother's type. I cannot betray him. Could it be that my dashing good looks have captivated her? Hee, that is quite possible. To be fair, Feng Yulu is indeed exceptionally beautiful. Her figure alone could rank in the top 3 among the ancient sects. If only I could unveil her face. Return my spirit stones. Song Yang's expression turned blank, all his frivolous thoughts dispelled as if doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. I believe. Return my money. Feng Yulu tilted her head slightly, her sweet voice enunciating each word, her charming eyes sparkling, revealing her enchanting beauty even through the obscured veil. Yet, at that moment, Song Yang could hardly focus on her allure, feeling as though life had turned utterly bleak. His expression was bitter as he reluctantly withdrew the 600 spirit stones that he had not yet warmed in his hands. However, Feng Yulu merely accepted them without leaving. Not enough. You mentioned that if it were fake, you would owe 1,000 spirit stones. Crack. Song Yang's expression turned to stone, as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the clear sky. In a moment of paralysis, he stood rooted to the spot, only to hear the other party deliver another blow. I want the superior spirit stones, he muttered, his mind a blank and his ears ringing. He cast a pitiful, helpless gaze towards his senior brother, Duan Haonan, his expression so wronged it was as if he might weep. Brother, save me. Duan Haonan, bearing a gentle demeanor and a warm smile, retorted, get lost. I've already told you not to eavesdrop on others, yet you refuse to listen. Do you think I still have a chance? Regardless, you must make up for it. Even if it means exhausting your entire fortune, the sect will cover it. But it won't be reimbursed. You'll have to figure it out yourself. With great difficulty, Song Yang withdrew his consciousness, then turned to the smiling Feng Yulu, forcing a bitter and reluctant smile. I didn't bring that many spirit stones. Perhaps I could owe you for now? Feng Yulu nodded gently with a slight smile, causing Song Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. However, she added, you can also transfer using a spirit stone card. I happen to have one. After all, your Ancient Immortal Sect transactions are secure. The spirit stones in this card are mostly processed superior spirit stones. With that, she produced a purple gold jade card, adorned with a beautifully etched bamboo grove, inscribed with a series of numbers and an ancient character. The number read 13466, indicating a premium membership. On the reverse, a fiery bird soared majestically. This jade card was created by Jiang Yan, known as a spirit stone card, or simply a spirit card, featuring its own unique restrictions and modifiable attributes. With this spirit card, one could withdraw stored spirit stones from the Ancient Immortal Sect transactions. Although it currently only allowed access to superior spirit stones, it offered safety and affordability. The promotional tagline was enticing. With it, my mother will no longer fear that I might be killed for treasure. They also claimed that new users could enjoy a 5% interest rate on deposits for a year, an alluring proposition that captivated her. Without hesitation, she deposited 20,000 into it, and the card displayed that amount alongside the premium membership designation. Over the years, she had spent considerably, appreciating the convenience it provided. The jade card itself bore no special effects. It was simply made from exceptionally durable materials that were hard to replicate. Furthermore, the number inside it replaced physical spirit stones and allowed for private transfers between individuals. However, private transfers were limited to a maximum of 10,000 spirit stones at a time, as large transactions required witness from the sect. Online transactions were still under development. Hence the restrictions. The functionalities for transferring and trading within other sects had not been activated either, as the Ancient Immortal Sect had yet to establish diplomatic relations with other sections. Given that this trial for accepting disciples gathered various sects, it was likely they would discuss the unification and comprehensive popularization of such functions. As Fang Yuelu contemplated this, she handed the spirit card to Song Yang. Trembling, he accepted the card, his gaze fixated on the numbers inscribed upon it, and his heart sank in despair. He slowly retrieved his card, which bore an unremarkable design, predominantly in a harmonious landscape hue, featuring an engraving of a picturesque scene from the ancient celestial sect. In the corner lay a series of chilling digits, 1250, indicating his status as a low-level user, yet he aspired earnestly to ascend to a higher tier. A small snail was seen crawling along, persistently on its journey. The disparity among people is truly disheartening. It took me half a year to amass such a meager amount. Trembling, he infused his card with his spiritual energy and pressed it against the card of the other person. Suddenly, the numbers on his card began to plummet at an alarming rate. In an instant, it dropped by 1,000, leaving him with a mere 250. The accompanying inscription transformed to read, "On the brink of bankruptcy, a member of society's underbelly. Your pet has consequently run away." Nearby, the little snail began to gather its belongings, turning away without a backward glance and vanishing from sight. Song Yang felt an involuntary twitch in his face, then stiffly raised his head. "Surely, that suffices for my fragments? If those fragments are counterfeit, then do grant them to me. Thank you very much. You are indeed a kind soul." Before he could respond, Fang Yulu took her card, clasped her hands behind her back, hummed a tune, and skipped away from the scene, leaving Song Yang standing in the open, dazed and bewildered. After a considerable time, once he confirmed Fang Yulu had departed, he finally lamented, "Oh, my money, my spirit stones, my fragments." It was only then that he dared to express his anguish, clutching his heart in despair. However, a group of individuals encircled him without hesitation. Their faces were shrouded in shadows, revealing only pairs of reddened eyes. Song Yang instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. "Junior brothers and sisters, what is the meaning of this?" The crowd, eager for confrontation, stirred restlessly. A female cultivator spoke up. "Brother, according to what you just said, everything sold previously was counterfeit, correct?" "Calm down, junior sister. I only claimed that one was fake. But I assure you, the handkerchief sold by your senior brother is authentic." Another male cultivator interjected. "Brother, if the item is genuine, then the gossip concerning our senior brother must surely be false. I spent a full 20 top-grade spirit stones to learn of it." "That's not true, junior brother. The senior brother indeed has connections with a certain elder within the sect." "Humph, brother, I shall never trust you again. Let us teach him a lesson." Attack. Chapter 93. How many women have you offended? Song Yang's eyes widened as he quickly shielded his face. That scoundrel just jabbed my toenail." Outside the Fortune Inn, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, yet within, tranquility prevailed. Fang Yilu stealthily traversed the first floor of the inn, where a formation disc floated in the air, its runes having transformed. altering its overall function to that of a summoning spell. Upon it rested that very fragment. She was meticulously searching for his exact whereabouts. Upon reaching the second floor, she paused, the corners of her lips hidden beneath the veil curving into an alluring arc. Do you think you can deceive me? Not a chance. Jiang Yan. I know you are here, so come out at once. Her voice echoed through the corridor, yet no figure emerged. Fang Yulu remained unfazed, summoning a purple bamboo staff, and proceeded to stride forward, tapping each door open one by one. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her footsteps resonated, reminiscent of a butcher approaching a lamb destined for slaughter. Jiang Yan, don't let me catch you. Should I discover you here, you shall face dire consequences. As she continued her pursuit, she suddenly halted before a particular door, her brows arching. Found you. Silence reigned within. If you refuse to come out, I shall enter. With a resounding thud, she forcefully opened the door. However, the scene inside left her momentarily stunned. It was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Fang Yulu furrowed her brows, refusing to give up as she stepped inside to conduct a thorough investigation, yet still found nothing. Frustration bubbled within her, and she placed her hands on her hips, delivering a resounding slap to the expansive table within the room. Damn Jiang Yan, you coward, too afraid to even meet me. I'm leaving. With that, she turned to exit the room, muttering curses under her breath. Her footsteps gradually faded into the distance, restoring tranquility to the space. The moon hung high in the sky. Beams of silvery light began to filter through the window, cascading onto the long table. Time passed unnoticed until, suddenly, a footstep echoed within the room. Fang Yulu reappeared, her expression laden with confusion. Could it be that he truly went to Bamboo Bee Mountain, leaving no talisman to conceal himself here? She cast another lingering glance around, her gaze tinged with reluctance, before transforming into a fiery blur, soaring through the window towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Master, who is she? Shoo, do not speak. She is the one my master fears the most. Then why are we hiding under the table, Brother Jiang? I urgently need to relieve myself. I must go out. Do not let him out, quickly. Little Lon, block him. Don't let him create a scene. Isn't that a bit excessive? Brother, I must ask, just how many women have you offended? Me? I have rejected every single one. I nearly shouted curses at their ancestors. Yet they insist on approaching me. What can I do? One can only blame the beauty that is inborn, as the blossoms of peach flowers are inescapable. You should leave at once. Shenming nestled within Jiang Yan's embrace, held tightly by him, her pair of jet black eyes shimmering in the nocturnal darkness, a docile cat clinging to his arm. Beside them, Xian Lai was also holding on to Xian Hui, both huddled together. Nearby, Master Pei and Xiao Lan were in a different predicament, with Xiao Lan clinging to him while he, in a state of inebriation, found himself unable to resist her grip. He was thoroughly intoxicated, leaving no room for defiance, as she effortlessly pinned him down with one hand. The three of them had sought refuge beneath the long, wide table in the room, hidden away. A seemingly ordinary white silk cloth draped above them, effectively severing all connection to the outside world. This white silk scarf was the treasure known as the Shadow Concealing Silk, crafted by Duan Haonan, one of Jiang Yan's masterpieces. He had anticipated potential interruptions and had thoughtfully employed this artifact, which now proved invaluable. As footsteps echoed nearby, a wave of anxiety washed over them. Soon, a woman's voice inquired after Jiang Yan. When it appeared she could not locate him, she struck the table in frustration, nearly causing them to leap from their hiding spot. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's soothing presence calmed their nerves. Rest assured, she will never discover our concealment. Master, it seems your foot is trembling. Jiang Yan grasped Shenming's delicate face with both hands, leaning closer to her ear. Minger, won't you perish if you don't dismantle the master's platform? Woo-woo. I won't bother you anymore. That's more obedient. The woman outside the table spoke in a tone of exasperation, her footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Xian let out a sigh of relief, shifting slightly to the side to ease the discomfort for Xian Hui. All right, she has left. Let us step outside. Wait. Jiang Yan suddenly extended her hand to stop Xian Lai, her expression earnest. She was luring the snake from its den. I had been tricked once before, so we must not venture outside. But how much longer must we wait? Jiang Yan waved her hand dismissively. There's no rush. That girl is even more impatient than I am. She will surely arrive shortly. Just as she spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed once more. After murmuring a phrase while standing before the table, she took flight. Xian Lai, somewhat speechless, gazed at Jiang Yan. Please refrain from coming next time. I sought your company merely to pass the time, yet you seem to consider me your entertainment. Jiang Yan, with a smile, remarked on the unpredictability of life and the uncertainty of worldly affairs. After speaking, he gently embraced Shen Ming and cautiously peered outside. The scene beyond the door was enveloped in silence. To err on the side of caution, Jiang Yan lingered a moment longer before beckoning everyone to emerge. Xian Lai stumbled slightly as he crawled out from beneath the table, then turned to Xian Hui with a look of concern, asking, Hui, are you all right? Xian Hui merely shook her head gently to indicate she was fine, then shifted her gaze towards the somewhat unconscious young Master Pei. Let us continue drinking, she suggested. Jiang Yan stood up, his body swaying slightly, and he felt a tinge of dizziness in his head. He had engaged in a fierce battle against two opponents, consuming twice the amount of alcohol they had, and without resorting to any underhanded tactics. Moreover, he had intentionally allowed himself to indulge in inebriation. Thus, he decided to yield gracefully. Little Lon, it seems that your adorable Ming Ming is on the verge of bursting. Jiang Yan jestingly uttered a remark, then pointed towards the room on the left. Take him to bed, and remember to care for him well. Xiaolon lowered her head in silence, emitting a faint sound akin to a mosquito's buzz as she led young Master Pei next door. Likewise, Xian Lai suggested that Xian Hui retire for the evening. In a fleeting moment, 3 individuals exited the room, leaving only Jiang Yan, Shen Ming, and Xian Lai behind. You won't allow my niece to rest, Xian Lai remarked, retrieving a flask of wine from beneath the table and taking a hearty swig. Jiang Yan, with a sense of resignation, shook his head as he gazed at Shen Ming. Are you going to sleep? He inquired. I am not, she replied. Xian Lai, with genuine curiosity, looked at Shen Ming. Why isn't my little niece sleeping? Are you not tired? Shen Ming confidently responded, If Master does not sleep, then I shall not sleep either. Chapter 94. Beasts. That is, after all, your apprentice. Xian Lai narrowed his eyes slightly, tilting his head with a knowing expression. He then discreetly signaled Jiang Yan with a glance, who promptly understood and conveyed a thought. What is the matter? Given your character, how can such a grown child still cling to you so stubbornly? This is a long story. If we were to calculate precisely, she is, in fact, over 100 years older than both of us combined. Xian Lai nearly dropped his wine jug, coughing violently. Cough. What did you say? Is she also an immortal? No, it's a lengthy tale, and it seems rather complicated. I understand. Spare me the details. I have no desire to delve into the affairs of your circle, so please refrain from explaining. Xian Lai gazed at Shen Ming with a hint of nostalgia, which left her with a puzzled expression. Are Master and the others speaking in hushed tones? Why are they keeping secrets from Shen Ming? She furrowed her brow gently, crossing her arms and gripping her wrists, her fingers lightly toying with the black hair tie as if contemplating its release. If she continues to cling to you like this, then I shall take my leave to sleep, he remarked. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and quickly transmitted a message. No. We haven't had our fill of drinks tonight, and after not seeing each other for years, we must indulge in a heartfelt conversation and reminisce about the past. And what about her? I'm still a cultivator. A mere child who hasn't even begun to cultivate is easily manageable. With that, Jiang Yan moved to stand behind Shen Ming, slowly raising his hand. Xian Lai straightened her posture, eager to observe how he would resolve Shen Ming's predicament. Would he cast a spell to render her unconscious, or would he create an illusion to remain here with her? The mere thought of Jiang Yan's extraordinary methods stirred a sense of yearning within Xian Lai's eyes. Then, suddenly, bang! With a swift motion, Jiang Yan struck down, delivering a decisive blow. Shen Ming felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, and then darkness enveloped her. She succumbed to unconsciousness with remarkable swiftness, unable to even muster a response. Jiang Yan cradled the unconscious Shen Ming in one arm, a broad grin spreading across his face as he flashed OK gesture at Xian Lai. Xian Lai's eyes twitched in disbelief. He felt as though the very wine jug in his grasp might shatter under the pressure of his incredulity. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, You knocked her out. Didn't you? You. Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful? Why on earth didn't you use your spells? How could you lay a hand on such a young child? And your own disciple at that? You are truly despicable. Jiang Yan smiled awkwardly, extending her hand to press against the spot where she had been struck. The ethereal energy lingering in the air was drawn towards her, surging into her body to alleviate the pain. Unfortunately, Minga was rather unique. My magical powers seemed to only yield a singular effect on her, while any other attempts would diminish in efficacy. I feared that if she awakened again, she might wail and create a ruckus, which would be troublesome, especially at this late hour, should it disturb Sister Hui. Xian was truly at a loss for words regarding him. You truly deserve this. My niece does not heed your words. To resort to knocking out your disciple just for the sake of drinking is utterly beyond reason. If she awakens and learns of your actions, TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Yan's expression turned serious. I possess great confidence in my skills. The art of painless slumber ensures that my dear Ming'er will sleep soundly until dawn. Awakening with no recollection of the events from the previous day, I have already conducted numerous experiments on Xiren, achieving a flawless execution, perfectly balancing the force to induce a state of bewilderment without causing harm to the mind. Xian was utterly speechless, turning to leave with a parting remark. I'll be waiting on the 3rd floor, before ascending the stairs on his own. Jiang Yan smiled softly, cradling Shen Ming as he sought a tranquil private room. He gently laid her upon the bed, tucking her in snugly, leaving only her delicate head exposed. Viewed in this manner, she appeared infinitely more endearing. Indeed, my dear Ming'er is truly beautiful. Speaking tenderly, Jiang Yan reached out to smooth the stray strands of hair from her forehead and playfully pinched her small face. Ming'er, be good and sleep well. With that, he rose and casually stowed away Duan Haonan's treasure, the concealment silk. Little did he expect that the initial invisibility cloak would be refined by the round little figure into something so formidable, truly unparalleled in their cohort. Jiang Yan gently kneaded it, then crumpled it into a ball and tucked it into his sleeve. Should I retrieve it? Somewhere outside the Quechuan Inn, Duan Haonan sat cross-legged, absorbing the lunar essence, when suddenly he felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, as if something of great importance was about to depart from him. This sensation abruptly pulled him from his meditative state. What could it be? Am I to face a calamity? Anxiously, he extended his hands to calculate. Yet nothing could be discerned, leaving him restless and exceedingly agitated. Within the inn, the 2nd floor had fallen into silence since Jiang Yan's departure. Shenming lay in a deep, even slumber, though his eyelids fluttered slightly, and his head occasionally bobbed, suggesting a restless sleep. Beneath the covers, the hair tie around his wrist had somehow come undone. The 3rd floor, unlike the 2nd, contained fewer rooms, instead comprising a spacious main chamber. Its decor was not as opulent as one might expect. Rather, it was quite ordinary. Rows of bookshelves lined the walls, displaying precious classical tomes and stacks of historical chronicles from various dynasties. Each volume bore marks of frequent perusal, indicating regular readership. In one corner, a dozen jars of wine were piled, freshly retrieved from the cellar, exuding a delicate fragrance. This place was unremarkable, merely a somewhat spacious study. However, it possessed a unique feature, an imposing floor-to-ceiling window, nearly 2 men tall. The window lacked any frames or screens, instead showcasing a single, seamlessly transparent crystal. Moonlight streamed through the crystalline pane, casting a glow upon a small table where several dishes and a wine plate were laid out. In this technologically primitive era, to utilize such a vast transparent crystal as a window required not only visionary thinking but also remarkable financial resources, the latter being of paramount significance. Every time Jiang Yan catches sight of it, he cannot help but exclaim in wonder, "This glass is exquisite. It is crystal. A rare natural crystal that I have painstakingly acquired." Xian, feeling a touch of pride, hobbles over to the corner, lifts the wine with both arms, and limps towards the small table to set it down. He then gestures invitingly. With a smile gracing Jiang Yan's lips, she observed the insistence of her mother-in-law, who, despite her frail legs, insisted on serving herself. "I am here to assist, so why the pretense of formality?" she remarked, taking a seat opposite her. Casually removing the cork, she poured a glass of wine for Xian Lai. Xian Lai lifted the goblet, gently swirling the liquid within, allowing it to dance along the rim, and turned a smile towards Jiang Yan. "We are not like you. Although you have tirelessly endeavored to instigate change within us, some notions have already taken root and cannot be easily altered. As much as I wish it were possible, I discovered through experience that such transformation is utterly unattainable. Neither you nor I can effect this change." Chapter 95, The Unity of Knowledge and Action? Just a futile endeavor. Jiang Yan, with an exaggerated expression, raised his wine cup and exclaimed, "Oh, do not entangle me in profound matters. During our previous discussions about the world's affairs, I harbored no ulterior motives. I regarded you solely as a friend, merely offering guidance and consolation, as friends do, engaging in casual conversation about various topics. As for the insights you derived from my words and the conclusions you reached, those bear no relevance to me whatsoever." Xian Liang was taken aback for a moment, then, With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, he gazed at Jiang Yan and gracefully shifted the topic. He clinked his cup against Jiang Yan's. Very well. Let us not dwell on that. Bang. Gulp, gulp, gulp. This wine is truly remarkable. How did you transform the gentle and fragrant bamboo leaf wine into this spicy and tangy concoction reminiscent of fiery chili peppers? You are indeed a genius. Jiang Yan donned a mask of anguish to convey his current emotions. Xian Lai was not faring much better. He had barely touched his drink. Yet his face was flushed with embarrassment. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. This is merely to placate you, he chuckled. I extend my gratitude to your entire family. The two exchanged cups, toasting beneath the luminous moon. By now, they had indulged in several rounds of wine. And facing Xian Lai alone, Jiang Yan's words flowed freely. The bittersweet experiences he had encountered on his journey found an eager outlet in his conversation. Xian Lai listened intently, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter or furrowing his brow in concern as he absorbed the tales of Jiang Yan's past 3 years. The moonlight cascaded like a delicate veil, illuminating the two companions sharing drinks beneath the window, casting a dreamy and ethereal glow, reminiscent of a beautifully painted canvas. As the night deepened, an enveloping silence fell over the world. Jiang Yan leaned leisurely on the table with one hand, propping his forehead, his expression serene. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If you wish to drink me under the table, even without resorting to deceit, do not entertain the thought of achieving it. Xian Lai lay somewhat disheveled across the table, appearing utterly oblivious. Beneath their table, an array of empty wine jars was strewn about, while in the corner, 5 or 6 unopened jars stood sentinel. Though Xian Lai's head remained still, his eyelids unyielding, his hand rose limply, resembling a claw swaying weakly. Drink more, he scoffed. What nonsense. If you manage to stand up now, I shall present this dish to you. With a sudden burst of energy, Xian Lai rose to his feet, his gaze intense, his eyes bright. Jiang Yan silently swallowed the words that lingered on his lips and let out a belch. What did you just say? You are truly handsome. Oh yeah? Xian Lai waved his hand, his expression elusive. What does it matter if I am handsome? I am no longer a complete person. What difference does it make? I am now a mere shadow of my former self, he lamented as he plopped back down into his seat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan displayed not a trace of remorse on his countenance. His drowsy, hazy eyes slowly opened, and with a gentle tilt of his head, he gazed at him. What does it matter if one is a failure or a paragon of virtue? Is it not a choice you have made yourself? Xian Lai, in a moment of torment, clutched his head. Being a failure has its merits. It is only after embracing this state that I have truly begun to grasp the serene mindset you speak of, the state of a sage. With an undistracted heart, devoid of all else, I have achieved a harmonious unity of knowledge and action, governing with reason and devoid of personal interest. The circumstances of today are entirely attributed to this realization, and at that moment, I felt no regret whatsoever. For I experienced firsthand the joy of what is deemed the sage's mindset. The profound awareness that while the world is ensnared in stupor, I alone remain awake. Yet, alas, I now find myself filled with regret. Jiang Yan gazed at him with keen interest, propping his chin with one hand, his lips tinged a delicate crimson from the wine. Parting and closing softly. Indeed, becoming a reclusive hermit is the swiftest path to attaining the sage's enlightenment. However, such a direct approach would sever one's desires entirely, rendering any return impossible. Yet, one has already experienced the journey before such a severance, so the issues may not be overly grave. Nevertheless, to embody a perfect heart and cultivate genuine knowledge, ultimately aligning one's actions with one's intentions, this is the true essence of unity in knowledge and action. Your approach, however, still lacks a certain finesse. Yet, this method will, in the end, lead one gradually to a state of serene emptiness, which is rather agreeable. Xian Lai's form ceased its swaying, and his eyes took on an icy, indifferent demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. He then slowly straightened his posture, raising his right hand, fingers spreading and then clenching tightly, his countenance betraying no hint of expression. Quite agreeable, Jiang Yan mused. How much blood do these hands bear? I have long lost count. Yet, I am aware that I must act thus. I am conflicted, but I have done it. Before the towering library of the royal family, I recognized the necessity of study. It is tedious, yet I persevered. When my body was frail and I needed to practice martial arts to strengthen myself, it was agonizing. Yet I undertook it. When I found myself unsteady, with my family captured by the powerful eunuchs, I understood the need to abandon them. It pained me. But I did it. Even when my body lay intoxicated and incapacitated, I knew I should continue conversing with you. I did so. I can command my body with clarity of thought, and I am aware of what I must do at every moment, and I shall fulfill it with unwavering focus, undistracted by external stimuli or internal emotions, until it is completed, awaiting new insights to pursue further. Xian Lai spoke to himself before turning to Jiang Yan. Is this what you refer to as the unity of knowledge and action? Is this the realm of that esteemed Wang Yangming? Jiang Yan appeared somewhat dazed, his gaze unfocused, as if lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. His inky hair cascaded like a waterfall, spilling over the table. Do not inquire of me. I possess no answers. It is merely another tale that has taken form upon my lips. Xn, momentarily taken aback by his words, maintained an impassive expression, his eyes slightly narrowing, betraying no hint of emotion. It was you who painted that magnificent and resplendent scene for me. You who eloquently recounted that grand and sweeping history, wherein the characters shone with brilliance. I cannot believe this is solely a narrative spun from your words. A story is merely a story. Have you ever perused the annals of San Yuan and discovered a semblance of such a tale? No, you have not. Thus, these are merely fictions of my own invention, crafted solely to inspire you. Jiang Yan gazed at him with a hint of amusement, while Xian Lai gently blinked, refraining from further inquiries. At that moment, an inner voice urged him to cease questioning. Thus, he fell silent. Despite his yearning for knowledge, he chose to remain mute. He found himself ensnared by the mere mention of Jiang Yan's name. I believe this is not what the esteemed Wang Yangming referred to as the unity of knowledge and action. I now resemble a marionette, executing each step as per commands, free from error and devoid of tumult. The difficulty in achieving this unity stems from the overwhelming desires of the mundane world, which cloud the human heart. By severing my ties to passion, I naturally evade most distractions. However, I soon discovered that in liberating my spirit from the clutches of desire, I gradually lost vitality. The external stimuli elicited fewer emotional responses within me. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness became increasingly elusive. As Xian Lai paused briefly, he reached for the wine jug and took a hearty swig. Even upon our first encounter, the emotions I could muster were scant. Chapter 96. You are still as infuriating as ever, he remarked blandly. Yet Jiang Yan seemed utterly indifferent, idly tossing his hair in ennui. Isn't there still Sister Hui? Upon hearing her name, a faint smile involuntarily graced Xian Lai's otherwise impassive face. Thus, I find myself regretting not having met her sooner. It is only now that I have discovered the person I cherish most in my life, yet it is too late. Now, all I can do is incessantly remind myself not to overlook her, not to disregard her. To solidify this impression in my heart, I deliberately shared my surname with her, hoping to stabilize my inner self. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he remarked, You speak of it with such gravity. Pray tell, what have you been occupied with during my 3-year absence? Upon hearing this, Xian Lai's expression relaxed, and with a hint of nostalgia, he replied, Oh, nothing much really. I simply took Hui'er and secluded ourselves here, indulging in the beauty of blooming flowers, leisurely strolls, fishing, and when idle, playing the piano and dancing to melodies. At times, we would venture into the mountains to gather honey. Ah, it seems you have been living quite the charmed life. Look at that smile gracing your lips. You claim there's no emotion upon our reunion, yet I see you are merely enamored by the allure of beauty, wishing to avoid my company. Bah, spare me the pretense. Xian Lai's expression stiffened, and his body gradually slumped. Brother, you. Jiang Yan curled his lips in disdain. Moreover, I abhor the act of consuming dog food. And yet you choose to flaunt it before me. Xian Lai was momentarily taken aback. He had long been acquainted with Jiang Yan and was well aware of the peculiar lexicon he employed. Thus, he suddenly realized something and swiftly turned his head. From the shadows emerged a figure, none other than Xian Hui. She held 2 blankets in her hands, her eyes reflecting a sense of apology as she approached. She trotted over to the 2 of them, placed the blankets beside them, and then hurriedly departed. Throughout the encounter, she scarcely uttered a word before vanishing from sight. Xian Lai inexplicably felt a tightening in his chest and blurted out, When did we arrive? Jiang Yan looked at him with a playful glint in his eyes. Gradually, his expression turned indifferent, and his gaze became haughty. Raising his right hand, he opened and clenched it in succession, imitating Xian Lai's previous gestures and tone. He remarked, Jiang Yan, how much blood have these hands stained? I do not know. Xian Lai's mouth fell slightly agape. And suddenly she felt a burning heat on her face, an inexplicable sense of shame flooding her heart. Her cheeks, already flushed from intoxication, deepened in color. Her speech faltered, no longer as fluid as before. She was asleep, wasn't she? How did she end up here? To her surprise, Jiang Yan mockingly replied, "Oh, about that. When I saw your coy demeanor, I thought it would be a pity for you to enjoy it alone. Since I had no recording device to capture the moment, I pondered and decided to invite Sister Hui to join in. After all, it's better to share joy than to revel in solitude." From the outcome, it seemed Sister Hui was quite entertained, standing there spellbound for quite a while, especially upon hearing your declaration of lifelong cherishment. Tut, tut, tut. Her reaction resembled that of a young girl receiving a love letter for the first time. Xin Lai instinctively gripped her wine cup, which creaked under her grasp. Watching Jiang Yan's vivid narration and animated gestures, a sudden urge to strike him arose. And he, being a man of action, would certainly act upon his desires if they aligned with his intentions. Thus, he advanced. Grabbing his cane, he swung it. "You're still as insufferable as ever, Brother Jiang." Whoosh. With a twist of his waist, Jiang Yan exclaimed, "Oh, you claim to be impervious to emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If that is truly the case, then why not relinquish your cane? Dodge. Ha. Though you may profess to be devoid of feelings, the urge to strike you is inexplicably intense." With a powerful leap from his single leg, he soared 2 meters into the air, wielding his cane with both hands, striking downwards with a technique that resembled the art of swordsmanship. He no longer resembled the frail figure I had first encountered. Instead, he appeared akin to a master of the blade. Jiang Yancheng chuckled heartily, effortlessly beckoning a bamboo pole concealed in the corner, which soared into his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he elegantly twirled it, crafting a mesmerizing flourish. With a resounding clang, the bamboo pole met the cane, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Jiang Yan stepped back 2 paces, while Xin Lai was propelled backward, flipping gracefully in midair. With a swift motion, he landed on the bookshelf, using it as leverage to soar once more towards Jiang Yan. What a splendid approach. Jiang Yan raised his pole and engaged in a fierce contest. In an instant, the 2 figures within the room soared through the air. Various precious tomes and historical records, renowned chronicles of past dynasties, transformed into a flurry of scattered pages. Thus, they battled amidst this chaos. One individual moved with a lightness akin to a dancing butterfly, gracefully gliding through the air, each movement exuding elegance and ease. The other, immense in strength and imposing in technique, wielded his blade like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, each strike brimming with